Vhumad God Chapter 235 to Chapter 313. Although the ethereal girl wasn't like Ziyi who could kill with a glance, she still finished off her opponent in 2 or 3 moves. Just as everyone was still in shock, the referee's voice rang out again. Next match, Lin Xian vs. Bai Jingshan. Everyone's hearts were burning again, especially the disciples of Xia country who looked at Lin Xian with anticipation. Xia country had a total of 2 people who entered the finals, and Ouyang Chongming's strength was obviously second tier. So, Lin Xian once again became the focus of everyone's attention. Bai Jingshan was a slightly chubby youth, holding a semicircular curved blade. Haha, let me see how sharp your sword intent is. Bai Jingshan's words had a hint of arrogance. Just as everyone was confused, a blinding light lit up. A light yellow armor appeared on Bai Jingshan's body, covering his vitals. Dark rank treasure. Everyone's heart jumped. No wonder he's so arrogant, so he has a dark rank treasure. Let's see what Lin Xian will do this time. I don't believe he can break a dark rank treasure. Shadow Country's disciples sneered. Bai Jingshan was pleased. This treasure armor was given to him by the sex elders last night, and its purpose was to defend against terrifying attacks like sword intent. As long as he could block the sword intent attack, then wouldn't Lin Xian be at his mercy, no matter what. He was a second-grade inscription master, and a martial artist in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, so he still had this bit of confidence. Lin Xian is in danger. Nothing must happen to him. Xia country's disciples were worried. Dark rank treasure armor? Lin Xian was stunned. Haha. Bai Jingshan saw the scene and laughed proudly. Lin Xian, without the threat of sword intent, you're nothing. Idiot. Lin Xian said indifferently. What, you dare to scold me? You're courting death. Bai Jingshan was so angry that he stomped his feet, and the crescent-shaped curved blade glowed with a cold light as it slashed out quickly. To deal with you, I don't need to use a sword. Lin Xian squatted in a horse stance, took a deep breath, and then punched out. It was as if a thunderbolt had suddenly appeared. Lightning flashed all over the sky, forming a 20-meter-long lightning dragon. There were golden scales on its body, and they looked very lifelike. Roar, with a dragon roar, the lightning dragon pounced towards Bai Jingshan. Everywhere it passed, everything was charred black. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, Bai Jingshan was sent flying while screaming. Plop, the slightly chubby young man was lying on the ground. His entire body was charred black and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Bai Jingshan crawled up with great difficulty. The moment he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone shook their heads slightly. This was clearly a sign of internal injuries. Especially those disciples of the Shadow Kingdom, it was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over their heads. They were in an exceptionally sorry state. Even if senior brother Lin doesn't use sword intent, not everyone can contend against him. That's right. Even if you have a tortoise shell, it won't be able to withstand that power. The disciples of the great Xia country were in a good mood and began to mock him. Indeed, after Lin Xian cultivated the copper thunder mark, the power of his fists alone wasn't something a normal martial artist in the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier could withstand. In addition, he had used enough spirit power just now and his body was covered with golden lightning. This kind of power was something a normal martial artist in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier couldn't withstand. The competition continued. The 9 strong martial artists took turns to fight. The injuries on Shadowless' body were mostly healed. He must have taken precious pills and was treated by a harmonious spirit tier martial artist. His opponent was Rain Country's Yanbing, who was also a young girl. Whoosh, Shadowless used his ultimate skill as soon as he got on the stage and disappeared. Yanbing could only defend carefully. Her body was covered with tiny water droplets, forming several water curtains. Dance of Death. A huge black sickle suddenly appeared, bringing with it a terrifying aura as it slashed towards Yanbing. Ka, the water curtains in front of her shattered like mirrors. A black light slashed onto Yanbing's body. The huge power made Yanbing fly out on the spot and fall to the side. Winner, Shadowless. The referee said expressionlessly. The spectators were in an uproar. He actually dared to attack such a beautiful young girl. He was indeed a madman. The disciples of Rain Country all had cold looks on their faces as they stared at Shadowless. Lin Xian's eyes flashed and he sighed. Shadowless' body movement was powerful. Normal people couldn't catch him at all. If he hadn't comprehended the Wind Emperor's sword and learned the wind blending style, he probably wouldn't have been able to defeat Shadowless in a short period of time. The finals went on very quickly. Almost all the battles were decided within a few moves. Soon, the first round was over and the second round continued. Ouyang Chongming met Ziyi as soon as he got on the stage. Many people sighed for Ouyang Chongming in their hearts. This guy was too unlucky. All his opponents were top-notch martial artists. I admit defeat. Ouyang Chongming's voice carried a trace of helplessness. He didn't dare to fight Ziyi. If he suffered another soul attack, he probably wouldn't be able to continue the competition. Next was the battle between Yufei and Shadowless. Everyone was interested. They all wanted to see who else besides Lin Xian could restrain Shadowless' body movement. Little girl, admit defeat obediently. Shadowless sneered and disappeared. Whoosh, a huge scythe suddenly appeared on the left side of the ethereal girl. The black blade quickly slashed out. Whoosh, the blue ribbon spun in the air, forming a suction force that caused the blade to deviate from its direction. Ocean Heart Palm. With a wave of her hand, the waves roared and rushed over. Whoosh, Shadowless quickly disappeared and merged with the wind again. Humph. The ethereal girl snorted coldly and turned her body slightly. The blue ribbon in her hand emitted a faint light. With the ethereal girl as the center, waves rushed out in all directions. It was like 10,000 horses galloping. The speed was extremely fast. The entire arena was filled with waves. Shadowless couldn't hide at all and was forced out. Boundless ocean. The ethereal girl's palm emitted a blue light, forming a light pillar that sent Shadowless flying. Yufei wins. The referee said loudly. Everyone looked at the ethereal girl with respect again. Although it wasn't as sharp as Lin Xian's sword intent, the ethereal girl's strength was undeniable. So far, other than Lin Xian, he was the only one who could defeat Shadowless. Next, Ziyi and Lin Xian went up one after the other and defeated their opponents in one move. Soon, the second round was over. Half a day later, the fifth round was over. During this time, there were victories and defeats. However, only 3 people maintained a complete victory. They were Lin Xian, Ziyi, and Yufei. The 3 of them had no defeats along the way. The 6th round began and the competition progressed quickly. Lin Xian versus Shadowless. The referee's voice sounded. Everyone was stunned and looked at the 2 people in the arena. Is Sword Intent going to appear again? The disciples of the Great Xia were looking forward to it. In the first 5 rounds, Lin Xian didn't use Sword Intent at all, which disappointed them. But now, they could see Sword Intent again. Humph. Shadowless looked at Lin Xian with anger in his eyes. It was all because of this kid in front of him that he was seriously injured. As a result, he couldn't use his full strength in today's finals. Thinking of this, hatred grew in his heart. Sword Intent? Shadowless sneered. After yesterday's lesson, he was like the chubby young man. He was wearing a dark level armor. This kind of defense couldn't be broken by Sword Intent. On the other hand, Lin Xian, who had lost his sword will, had nothing to fear. Whoosh, Shadowless disappeared in a flash. This time, Shadowless seems to be very confident. Could it be that he has a plan? Everyone was filled with anticipation, especially the disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace. With the Autumn Scar sword in his hand, Lin Xian slashed out. The sword pattern was like a sound wave, spreading out. Within a radius of 50 meters, the sharp sword wave formed a spherical attack. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just as Shadowless was about to get close, he was forcefully pushed back by the Wind Thunder sword wave. Stumbling, Shadowless's face was filled with fear once again. The surrounding disciples were also in an uproar. This time, Lin Xian broke through Shadowless's movement technique even faster than the previous time. What Shadowless movement technique? It's nothing in front of senior brother Lin. The disciples of the Xia mocked mercilessly. Lin Xian chuckled. The Wind Monarch stabbed out with his sword, infused with a soul attack, and made Shadowless spit out blood. Everyone was silent. It seemed like Shadowless was no match for Lin Xian at all. As for Lin Xian's reputation, it increased once again. Right now, Lin Xian, Ziyi, and Yu Fei had formed a tripartite balance of power. The three of them maintained their victories, and no one could beat them. Obviously, the top three would belong to the three of them. However, no one could be sure who would be the champion. Of course, if they won all 8 rounds, they would naturally be the champion. Ziyi was a veteran expert. Adding on his creepy purple demon eyes, his reputation would be much higher than the other two. In the next round, the atmosphere was pushed to the extreme. Next round, Ziyi vs Yu Fei. The judge announced. The battle between the 3 experts was finally about to begin. Everyone was filled with anticipation as they looked at the arena with fiery eyes. Little beauty, just admit defeat. Ziyi immediately launched a powerful soul attack. Purple light flashed in his eyes as he stabbed towards Yu Fei. Although he was arrogant, his attacks were very sharp. Purple demon eyes? Yu Fei's expression was cold as blue waves appeared around her. Layer after layer, they wrapped around her. Blue ocean mirror. Her spiritual power surged, and the shadow in front of her suddenly became real. A 2-meter-tall blue mirror appeared in front of Yu Fei. Cold light flashed, and it was as smooth as ice. Ding ding, a low sound of collision rang out, like a silver needle hitting ice. 2 small holes appeared on the surface of the blue mirror, but they did not penetrate it. Yu Fei stood behind the blue sea mirror with a smile on her face. Everyone was stunned and their minds went blank. He did not expect that Purple Knight's ocular art, which had always been successful, actually failed. Impossible. Senior Brother Ziya's attack is a soul attack. How could a mere mirror block it? The people from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace screamed, unable to believe what they were seeing. Hua Yan stood in the crowd, her face slightly pale. She knew how terrifying Ziyi was, but the scene before her gave her a surreal feeling. Not only them, but the elders also cried out in surprise. The elders of Rain Country were all stroking their beards, smiling as they looked at the field. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he stared intently at the cold and dazzling surface of the mirror. His brows furrowed slightly. It wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. That was all he could see at the moment. In the arena, Ziya's expression was gloomy as he stared coldly ahead. That scene made him feel a sense of astonishment. It's actually blocked? Ziya's heart was in turmoil. Then, his gaze gradually sharpened. The purple light formed a strange pattern, but it was somewhat hazy. Hallucination. The strange pattern in his eyes spun, bringing with it a strange power. Ziyi looked at Yu Fei. Bang bang. Bang bang, his gaze passed through the blue sea mirror and was imprinted in Yu Fei's eyes. In an instant, Yu Fei felt absent-minded, as if her soul had entered another space. She furrowed her brows and attacked with her soul power. She also bit the tip of her tongue. Her body trembled slightly, and Yu Fei quickly regained her clarity. Mirror image. Yu Fei stretched out her palm and pressed it on the blue sea mirror in front of her, circulating her spiritual power. Weng weng, a faint light appeared on the smooth surface of the mirror, and a blurry figure appeared in the mirror. The figure was as blurry as mist, but his eyes were glowing with purple light. That's Senior Brother Ziyi? Although the figure was blurry, the people from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace still recognized it at a glance. It was actually 60 to 70% similar to Ziyi. Humph, do you think you can resist Senior Brother Ziyi just by creating a human figure? How naive. Admit defeat obediently, the disciples of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace hooted from below. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. His eyes flashed as he carefully observed everything on the stage. He felt that it wouldn't be so simple. As expected, the eyes of the figure in the mirror turned and met the real Ziya's eyes. Weng, an invisible power surged out. Ziya's body trembled, and a trace of panic appeared in his eyes. Impossible. How can you use hallucination? He was panicking. His eye technique was actually used by his opponent, and he almost fell for it. These eye techniques were the ultimate skills of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace. Without the corresponding secret technique, outsiders couldn't use them at all. But now, someone was using them forcibly. With his shout, everyone was shocked. The elders on the spectators' stand also exclaimed. Several old men from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace sat together. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. What kind of martial technique is this? I've never seen it in Rain Country. No wonder the elders of Rain Country are so calm. So they have this kind of technique. Calm down. Ziyi is a genius of our Purple Extreme Devil Palace. It's impossible for him to lose. Moreover, don't you know what's so special about him? The elder in the middle said in a low voice. We've searched for so many years, and only found one who fits the requirements. Only he could unleash the full power of the Purple Extreme Devil Eyes. Yufei's counterattack indeed shocked everyone. That blue mirror seemed to be a real mirror. Not only could it reflect a person's figure, it could also copy the technique. Yes, copy. This was Lin Xian's feeling. It's somewhat similar to the Great Dragon Sword Seal, Lin Xian muttered in a low voice. The Great Dragon Sword Seal was an offensive saint technique. It could simulate and evolve everything. He had a trace of the sword seal, and could also simulate the opponent's technique, but the core was still based on his own attributes. And the ethereal girl's technique was a complete copy. How much of the original strength does the copied martial technique have? I need to personally experience it. Lin Xian wasn't too sure. But one thing was for sure. The power was definitely not weak. Otherwise, Ziyi wouldn't have such an expression. I seem to feel a trace of bloodline power, Lord Alcohol suddenly said. Bloodline? Lin Xian was slightly stunned. He had never heard of it before. Although it's very weak, it's the power of bloodline, Lord Alcohol said slowly after sensing it. I didn't expect to see the power of bloodline here. And it's a very special kind. Xiao Xuanzi, if you go up against him, you have to be careful. Lord Alcohol reminded. Yufei's martial arts technique shocked everyone. Copying someone else's martial arts technique, this kind of thing was appalling. However, just as everyone was discussing animatedly, Ziyi moved. He was like a purple shooting star, rushing towards Yufei at lightning speed. With a wave of his palm, a row of purple palm shadows joined together, surging towards the blue sea mirror with violent energy. Ziyi's target was the blue sea mirror. As long as he could shatter this mirror, then he would be able to use eye techniques. His speed was very fast, and he was about to touch the blue sea mirror. And at this time another change occurred. In the mirror, that blurry figure also waved out a row of palm shadows. The palm wind was fierce, surging towards Ziyi. Hong Long Long, two similar palm shadows collided, forming a dazzling ball of light, and terrifying energy swept out in all directions. Whoosh, Ziyi's face was gloomy, but he did not give up. Since he couldn't shatter the mirror, then he would change direction and attack Yufei herself. On the arena, purple afterimages were left behind, like ghosts and demons. Ziyi quickly circled behind Yufei, and shot out a purple rainbow that was several meters long. The air vibrated, and the rainbow was like a flickering light, quickly slashing over. Wang, Yufei's small face was slightly cold, and her body once again emitted a dazzling light. Behind her, another blue sea mirror formed, and at the same time, another smooth mirror appeared beside her. The three blue sea mirrors formed a triangle and surrounded Yufei, forming the most perfect defense. Ziyi was blocked, and his body quickly floated backwards. For a moment, the two were in a deadlock, and no one could do anything to the other. How to fight like this? She's in an invincible position. The surrounding disciples' faces were ugly. If there was no way to break the blue sea mirror, then no one could hurt Yufei. This was the dilemma that all the competitors would face. Could it be that it will end in a draw? The Shadow Country's disciples' faces were ugly. They did not believe that Ziyi would lose. Hung, come out and fight if you have the ability. What kind of ability is hiding behind a mirror? The Purple Extreme Demon Palace's disciples hooted. Idiot, you can't even break the mirror, and you still have the face to call yourself number one. The Rain Country's disciples retorted mercilessly. This battle will end in a draw. The referee analyzed the situation and said indifferently. No, it's not over yet. Ziyi's face darkened. He slowly said, I won't lose to anyone. After rejecting a draw, Ziyi's aura gradually became stronger. His purple hair became even more demonic, emitting a faint glow. An indescribable power gushed out from his body, causing his aura to double. As for the surrounding disciples, they felt a wave of pressure that caused the aura within their bodies to churn. It's so uncomfortable. What happened? Some of the weaker disciples turned pale. Lin Xian also felt a wave of pressure. It was as if his body was instinctively trembling. Humph. With a cold snort, the great dragon sword will in his body resonated. The dragon pattern on the mysterious little sword emitted a light, and the head of the huge dragon seemed to be real. In an instant, the uncomfortable pressure disappeared. The power of bloodline. I didn't expect another person with the power of bloodline. Lord Alcohol exclaimed. Is this the power of the bloodline? Lin Xian recalled the palpitating pressure from before, and a trace of vigilance appeared in his heart. This Ziyi was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Aside from him, some of the older generation elders on the spectators' stand also revealed shocked expressions. On Rain Country's side, an old man in white robes spoke with a trembling voice. It's actually the power of bloodline. I wonder how it compares to Yufei's. Damn it, how could someone from Purple Extreme Demon Palace have the power of bloodline? Just as Rain Country was filled with shock and anger, the Shadow Country's elders also had serious expressions. To actually be able to make Ziyi use the power of bloodline, it seems like the opponent is really not simple. Both of them have the power of bloodline. Then let's see whose bloodline is stronger, the Purple Extreme Demon Palace's elder said in a low voice. After activating the power of bloodline, Ziyi seemed to have changed into a different person, emitting a powerful aura. In his eyes, there was a sense of confidence, as if no one could stop him. Feeling Ziyi's pressure, Yufei, who was opposite him, no longer hid. Water-like patterns appeared on her body, and a water droplet-shaped rune appeared between her brows. So this is the power of bloodline? It's really powerful. Lin Xian felt the two's auras and took a deep breath. In the arena, Ziyi launched a powerful attack. This time, the blue sea mirror could not be replicated. Spiritual power surged, palm shadows filled the air, and the two fought together. Ziyi should be using a bloodline technique. This kind of martial technique can only be used by the corresponding bloodline, and cannot be replicated, Lord Alcohol explained. Lin Xian nodded. No wonder the blue sea mirror failed. It seemed that the power of bloodline was really mysterious. In the future, you will find that martial artists with the power of bloodline are the real powerful existences in this world. Lord Alcohol said slowly. But you don't have to be discouraged. If you can find the Great Dragon Sword, then there is no bloodline in this world that can resist you. Great Dragon Sword, bloodline. Lin Xian murmured. This world is really exciting. He was not afraid. On the contrary, a fighting spirit surged out from his body. The Great Dragon Sword intent seemed to sense this fighting spirit and let out a dragon roar. In the arena, the two were locked in battle. Ziyi used his purple demon eyes, hoping to heavily injure Yufei. However, the water droplet rune at Yufei's glabella protected her soul very well, not giving Ziyi any chance. Everyone shook their heads. It seemed that the victor would not be decided in a short period of time. Alright, this match is a draw, the referee said in a deep voice. Bam, the two exchanged a palm strike and separated once again. This time, Ziyi did not say anything. He had used all his trump cards after using the power of bloodline, but he still failed to finish off his opponent. Furthermore, this was not the last round, so there was no need for him to risk his life. Humph. With a cold snort, Ziyi walked down the arena with a sullen face. The rest of the match was somewhat boring. Everyone was still immersed in the battle between Ziyi and Yufei. They yearned for the power of bloodline. However, this kind of power was not something that anyone could possess. The power of bloodline was more like an inheritance. It was said that only a peerless expert from the ancestors could mutate the bloodline and pass down such power. For a moment, Ziyi and Yufei's fame surpassed everyone, reaching the peak. After the sixth round ended, Lin Xian maintained a complete victory, while Ziyi and Yufei had a draw. Among the 9 participating disciples, Lin Xian was in the lead. However, everyone was not optimistic about Lin Xian. With two great bloodline inheritors around, the others had no chance of winning at all. The Purple Demon Palace's disciples looked at Lin Xian with cold smiles on their faces. What's the use of a complete victory now? When he meets senior apprentice brother Ziyi later, he'll definitely be defeated. Yeah, senior apprentice brother Ziyi is a bloodline inheritor. Dealing with that brat surnamed Lin is as easy as stretching his hand. The disciples of Xia country were worried. After witnessing the power of the bloodline, they felt powerless. I wonder if Lin Xian has the bloodline power? They all looked at Lin Xian with hope. Are you kidding? What do you think bloodline power is? Cabbage? There might not even be one in the entire Xia country. The disciples of Shadow Country said mercilessly. Indeed, the bloodline power was pitifully rare. Only a small number of people had it. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had yet to display any bloodline power. Lin Xian's complete victory made Ziyi very unhappy. In his opinion, Lin Xian was just lucky to not meet him. Otherwise, he would not have won. Under everyone's anticipation, the 7th round began. The first round, Lin Xian against Ziyi. As soon as the referee's voice sounded, the entire valley boiled. The disciples of Shadow Country all laughed with arrogant looks. You're all waiting to die if you meet senior brother Ziyi. Senior brother Ziyi can kill Lin in a second with a glance. The disciples of Xia country looked at Lin Xian worriedly. But after seeing Lin Xian's calm face, their hearts calmed down a lot. In the stands, Elder Song and Elder Gu became nervous again. Lin Xian was their last hope. But Ziyi's strength was beyond their expectations. At least, they did not think that Lin Xian could defeat Ziyi, who had the bloodline power. You don't have to win. You just have to stay in the top 3. Elder Song said slowly. But he did not know that Lin Xian's goal was to be first. Because only first place would get the soul-amassing pill. In the arena, Ziyi looked at the handsome youth opposite him and the corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. Your good luck has come to an end. My competition has always been based on strength. I believe you will know soon. Lin Xian smiled indifferently. Hearing this, Ziyi's face darkened. You're still stubborn when you're at death's door. I'll let you see my power. Purple demon eyes. Purple light flickered in Ziyi's eyes. Within that purple light, there was a trace of soul power that contained a terrifying amount of energy. Sword Spirit Space. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless and hurriedly used his ultimate move. Runes appeared in his right eye, forming a unique spiritual space that enveloped Violet Night. Buzz. Boom, the two invisible forces collided in the air, almost tearing the void apart. A translucent mushroom cloud rose into the air, and a terrifying wave of energy spread out in all directions. In the eyes of the crowd, the two of them had only looked at each other, and it had already created such a terrifying aura. Impossible. How can he resist senior brother Ziyi's purple blood demon eyes? That's a secret technique of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace. Even Ziyi had a look of surprise. His move was extremely powerful, and among these disciples, only Yufei could resist it. However, the young man in front of him was able to resist it. The purple demon eyes is only SOSO. Show me what other moves you have. Lin Xian coldly shouted, runes flashing in his eyes. He had fought with Ru Shui and Hua Yan before, so he was very familiar with the purple demon eyes. It was not difficult for Lin Xian to deal with it. Purple demon light. Ziyi's attack failed, so he attacked again. 2 rays of light materialized and flew toward Lin Xian like sword rays. Each ray was more than a meter long and as thick as an arm. They were covered in purple gas. Lightning flash. Lin Xian pulled his hands together, and several rays of lightning appeared in his palms, with golden arcs dancing on them. Like sharp lightning blades, the golden rings of lightning rushed toward the blood-colored light beam. Chi, the two merged, and the golden rings of lightning dissipated most of the blood-colored light beam's power before disappearing. Lin Xian quickly dodged the remaining small portion of the attacks. It's time to taste my attack. Lin Xian took a step forward, and his body disappeared from the spot. The air fluctuated slightly, and a figure appeared faintly, moving at an extremely fast speed. Is this the concept of wind? Shadowless's pupil shrank. Although Lin Xian could not completely merge with the wind like him, this stance was exactly the same as his shadowless step. How did he do it? Shadowless was shocked, but he could not understand. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast, and he arrived in front of Ziyi in the blink of an eye. Copper lightning runes appeared on his body, and he punched out. It was a simple punch without any fancy moves, and it went straight for Ziyi's heart. The air trembled, and cracks appeared on the ground, as if it could not withstand the power. Lin Xian was like the god of thunder, and the power of lightning that made people's hearts tremble instantly exploded. Ziyi's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly blocked, forming several purple spirit energy walls in front of him. Boom! Boom! It was as if thunder had descended from the ninth heaven, shaking the ninth heaven. The entire arena trembled slightly, and the air exploded from the impact. Ziyi's spirit energy walls were instantly shattered. However, this was enough. In the blink of an eye, he had already shot out the purple demon light. This time, he even used a trace of the power of his bloodline, and the power increased several times. 2 light pillars rushed towards Lin Xian, and collided with the lightning fist. Break for me! Lin Xian threw out several punches in succession, forming a lightning shadow in the air. Every punch carried the power of the lightning from the 9 heavens, and it blasted forward. It was like a sword colliding with a sword, and it made a metallic sound. The 2 of them each took a few steps back, and the ground trembled. Bloodline power. Ziyi was furious when he found that Lin Xian could contend with him. The blood in his body boiled, and it emitted an astonishing power. A breath that made people's hearts palpitate surged from his body. It's here, the power of bloodline. The surrounding disciples of the Shadow Country shouted loudly, as if they had seen the dawn of victory. The disciples of the Great Xia Country had their hearts in the air. Great Dragon Sword intent. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He knew how powerful the power of bloodline was. Only by using all his strength would he have a chance of winning. With the Autumn Scar Sword in hand, Lin Xian's aura reached a new height. Like a divine sword being unsheathed, it was unstoppable. Behind him, a dragon-shaped longsword was faintly discernible. Sword drawing technique. The longsword was unsheathed, and it carried the power of wind and thunder. It formed a sword chi that was dozens of meters long in the air, and it slashed towards Ziyi. At the same time, Ziyi's eyes shone with a terrifying light. It was like 2 light pillars that swept out in all directions. Clang! Clang! An ear-piercing sound rang out, as if thousands of swords were clashing together. The clouds in the sky were pierced. The air in the surroundings was boiling, rolling like the waves of the sea. Some of the disciples who were close to the arena all felt their blood boil, and they fell to the ground. Back off! These people backed off in fear, and they left the arena. Lin Xian pulled out his sword, and he waved it continuously. Every sword had the power to split mountains, and it formed a sword screen in the air. Fall! Thousands of sword lights flashed, and they pressed towards Ziyi. Before the sword chi arrived, countless sword marks had already appeared on the ground. Purple comes from the east. Ziyi pushed his bloodline power to the extreme, and his body shone with a sun-like light. Every ray of purple light was like a divine spear, piercing into the air and clashing with the sword chi in the air. Ka! 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 The blood-colored pillar of light carried an endless pressure as it swept out in all directions, pushing back the sword chi in the sky. Haha, senior brother Purple Knight is mighty. The power of bloodline is invincible. The disciples of Purple Extreme Demon Palace shouted loudly, their voices shaking the heavens. Even the older generation's eyelids twitched as they exclaimed inwardly. I'm afraid only Yu Fei can contend against him, an elder of Rain Country said in a low voice. Lin Xian was hit by the blood-colored pillar of light, and his body kept retreating. At the same time, the lightning pattern shone brightly, and only then did he disperse the power. What terrifying power! Lin Xian's heart sank. Only after exchanging blows did he truly feel the terror of bloodline power. And according to Lord Alcohol, this was only the thinnest bloodline power. His bloodline power can't be used for a long time, so I'll wear him out first. Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword, using the fusion wind style to attack Purple Knight. Suddenly, countless rays of sword chi surged out from all directions, forming a cross that strangled him. Purple Knight's whole body was enveloped in blood chi, and his aura was exuberant. Every move contained terrifying power. With a wave of his palm, it formed a purple light palm that was several meters tall and blasted out in all directions. At the same time, his body flew out like a shooting star, taking the initiative to approach Lin Xian. Purple Knight didn't want to continue like this. He wanted to conserve his battle power so that he could fight Yu Fei again. Like a purple phantom, Purple Knight attacked like lightning. The light in his eyes intertwined into a purple-red net that enveloped Lin Xian. At the same time, he attacked with both hands, sending out two huge palm shadows that continuously bombarded Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian's three directions were all attacked, and the space was about to explode from the pressure. Lin Xian's face darkened, and he could only retreat. But he couldn't retreat. Through his soul power, he could already feel that Purple Knight's aura was getting stronger and stronger. And this aura directly affected both sides' battle power. He couldn't let Purple Knight continue to be so tyrannical. Moreover, as a swordsman, he would rather break than bend, and it was even more impossible for him to retreat. Sword light flashed in his eyes, and Lin Xian raised his sword horizontally, lightly stabbing out. The wind was light and the clouds were light, as if it was a casual sword strike. However, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, as if they had been stabbed. Wind Emperor's sword. Lin Xian ignored the palms of light on both sides, his eyes only focused on Violet Knight. This sword contained 50% of the Wind Emperor's power. It was one of Lin Xian's strongest attacks. Chi, the sword light flashed past like a fleeting shadow. It was extremely fast. The light palms on both sides were severed at the waist, turning into fragments and dissipating. The purple-red light pillar in front was also blocked. It was a light sword, but it was as heavy as 10,000 pounds. The surrounding wind seemed to have merged into the sword, and a vacuum appeared in front of it. Cracks appeared on the purplish-red pillar of light, and Violet Knight's aura was blocked. You can't stop it. Ziyi roared as he exerted more strength in his body. His bloodline aura grew even stronger as a blood-red light enveloped the entire area. This is, in the distance, the ethereal girl Yu Fei's expression also changed when she felt this bloodline power. What a powerful bloodline. She sighed slightly. Even she had to use all her strength to deal with such an attack. How could Lin Xian, who didn't have any bloodline power, block it? Facing such a sharp attack, Lin Xian's eyes revealed a trace of determination. He gripped the Autumn Scar sword tightly and pushed his sword intent to the extreme. A terrifying dragon head appeared behind him, and a dragon's roar resounded. Outer Sky Flying Star. Lin Xian didn't hesitate to use his spiritual energy and used an ultimate move that he hadn't used in a long time. He had been practicing this move every day. Its power was above the Wind Emperor's sword, but it consumed too much energy. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xian wouldn't use it. However, he couldn't care less right now. As the sword light flashed, Lin Xian was like a shooting star as he quickly streaked across the sky, leaving a trail of light behind him. Chi. Pung. Ka. The blood-red light pillar was knocked away, and a crack appeared on one of them. Violet Knight, on the other hand, was in even more danger. This sword was clearly aimed at him. With his life in danger, he couldn't care less about hiding anymore. The blood in his body surged, forming a blood-red armor to protect his vitals. Pung, the longsword pierced 3 centimeters into the armor, and the powerful impact sent Violet Knight flying. Pooh, Violet Knight flew 30 meters in the air before he was sent flying by a powerful force. He landed on the ground in a sorry state, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. Hua, everyone was stunned. Even someone as strong as Violet Knight was sent flying after using his bloodline power. Impossible, how is this possible? How can the Lin guy know this kind of martial skill? The group was stunned. In the distance, Yu Fei also frowned. This scene was beyond her expectations. You dare to hurt me? Violet Knight crawled up from the ground and roared crazily. Who was he? He was the eldest disciple of the Purple Extreme Demon Palace, and the owner of a bloodline power. Before this, he had never taken anyone seriously. However, not long ago, a young girl displayed a bloodline power that was as strong as his, and he fought her to a draw. But now, a person without bloodline power had actually knocked him to the ground. This was something he couldn't accept. I'm going to tear you to pieces, and I'm going to make you suffer the pain of your soul burning. Violet Knight's face was twisted, and his voice was filled with endless killing intent. His bloodline power surged madly into his eyes, turning his purple pupils blood red. Soul fire. A deep voice rang out, as if it came from the netherworld. Everyone's heart trembled, and they felt as if their souls were being burned. Could it be that kind of secret technique? The disciples of the Purple Extreme Demon Palace were shocked. Hua Yan's beautiful face was also filled with shock. She had heard of this secret technique before, but it was said that no one in the younger generation could use it. I didn't expect him to be able to use this kind of secret technique. The elders in the stands were also shocked. The ones with the ugliest expressions were Elder Song and Elder Gu. The two of them knew how terrifying the soul fire was. It was simply the bane of souls. Lin Xian, admit defeat. The two of them prayed in their hearts. They didn't want anything to happen to Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't show the fear that they had imagined. He even smiled faintly. Soul fire, huh? Back then, Lord Alcohol had dissected several inscriptions from the stone eyeball, and one of them was the soul fire. However, Lin Xian had used it in the form of the soul sword. He had thought that the soul sword would be more powerful when combined with the great dragon sword intent. However, the fusion hadn't succeeded yet, but Lin Xian had mastered the soul sword. His left eye flashed, and his soul power formed an invisible sword that circled around him. Whoosh, a ball of soul fire suddenly appeared, trying to burn his soul, but it was instantly extinguished by the soul sword. Violet Knight's pupils shrank. He could feel his soul fire being extinguished, and it made him very uneasy. The soul fire could burn any expert below the harmonious spirit realm. Its power was unimaginable. However, Lin Xian was unharmed, and he even extinguished the soul fire. This is impossible. Violet Knight couldn't control the fear in his heart and screamed. The audience was in an uproar when they found out the truth. To be able to resist even the soul fire, this was already beyond their imagination. Could it be that Lin Xian is the strongest? Such a thought suddenly appeared in everyone's minds. Ziyi had to use his bloodline power to fight to a draw with Lin Xian. Even his soul fire couldn't hurt him. Humph, I don't believe you can block it a second time. Ziyi's face darkened as he activated his soul fire again. The runes in Lin Xian's eyes moved as he also used his strongest soul attack. Soul sword. The formless sword energy collided with the flames and fused with each other. In the end, they both turned into dust. Seeing this, everyone was completely convinced of Lin Xian's strength. It was definitely not luck that he could extinguish the soul fire twice in a row. In the distance, the ethereal girl Yufei looked at the arena with a serious expression. Lin Xian's strength was enough to threaten her. This made her feel uneasy. In the arena, Ziya's eyes revealed a trace of confusion. How can I lose? I can't lose. In the next moment, the confusion in his eyes was replaced by viciousness. His eyes once again bloomed with a blood-red light. Secret technique, Blood Eye World. Ziyi used all his strength to roar. Lin Xian's mind shook as if it was being sucked away by a strange power. The scene changed, and the surroundings became a sea of blood and mountains of bones. This is my bloodline world. I am the absolute ruler here. Ziya's voice was filled with hatred. I will torture you to death bit by bit. Blood Eye Ghost General, come out. Lin Xian was nailed to the ground, unable to move. Sinister humanoid creatures appeared around him. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced over. The formless sword energy swept past, and the humanoid creatures were all cut in half. Lin Xian kept trying to fuse the soul sword with the great dragon sword intent, and finally succeeded on the 13th try. Dragon Soul Sword. Lin Xian shouted. A dragon's roar rang out. The formless sword energy turned into an azure dragon that soared into the sky, crashing into the entire space. As if a heavenly blade had slashed across, the Blood Eye world cracked and then shattered. Ah! A pained cry sounded out as Violet Knight's body trembled. Large amounts of blood flowed out of his left eye, looking extremely terrifying. My eyes. You destroyed my Blood Eye world. Ziyi covered his eyes and gasped for breath. He was afraid. That was his strongest attack, yet it still couldn't beat Lin Xian. Not only that, but his eyes were also severely injured. Alright, that's enough. Violet Knight admits defeat. A dignified voice rang out with a hint of anger. Everyone looked over and saw an elder from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace speaking with a gloomy expression. Lin Xian wins. The referee took a deep breath and announced slowly. The audience was in an uproar, and many disciples of the Shadow Country were dumbfounded. Ziyi, whom they worshipped, had actually been defeated. Furthermore, he had been defeated by a disciple of China. It was hard for them to accept such a situation. As for the Xia country's disciples, they were so excited that they danced with joy. To be able to defeat Shadow Country's most powerful genius, they couldn't be happier. As for the Rain country's disciples, they had complicated expressions. Although Ziye's defeat made them happy, Lin Xian had become their greatest enemy. In the stands, Elder Song and Elder Gu clapped and laughed. They hadn't been so happy in a long time. Brilliant, too brilliant. China is really lucky to have Lin Xian. In the distance, the elders of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace had gloomy expressions, and a hint of killing intent appeared in their eyes. This kind of genius can't be allowed to live. Of course, this kind of thing had to be done secretly, and they couldn't let the Inscription Alliance get hold of it. On the stage, Ziyi was taken away, but his face was full of unwillingness. Thinking back to the beginning of the competition, he looked down on the world and didn't put anyone in his eyes. But now, he was defeated with serious injuries. This kind of contrast made him very sullen, and he couldn't wait to kill Lin Xian immediately. I will definitely avenge my left eye. Ziye's heart was full of killing intent. I will be the final winner. After 7 rounds of competition, Lin Xian maintained his victory and was ranked first. Everyone looked at him in awe, with mixed feelings in their hearts. The last round was about to begin, and if Lin Xian didn't lose, then he would be this time's champion. The disciples of Rain Country were extremely nervous, because only Yu Fei hadn't fought with Lin Xian yet. The 8th round of competition began. The participating disciples went up one after another. This time, they didn't hold back and gave it their all. Ouyang Changming, Wu Ying, and the others went up one after another, and each battle was more exciting than the last. And Lin Xian didn't move at all. He was comprehending the mystery of the fusion of the Soul Sword and the Great Dragon Sword intent. That kind of attack was beyond his expectations. In the next round, Lin Xian versus Yu Fei. Everyone was shocked, and then their eyes were filled with passion. It's here, it's finally here. This was the final battle, and this battle would determine who would be the first. Lin Xian, dressed in a green robe, had a calm expression. Yu Fei, as ethereal as a fairy, untainted by the mortal world. The two of them stood facing each other, forming 2 powerful auras. Behind Yu Fei, it was as if there was a boundless ocean, drowning everything. And behind Lin Xian, there was a sword that reached the heavens, holding up the earth and the sky. The 2 forces clashed, and it was as if 2 giant stars had collided, creating sparks in the air. At this moment, the surrounding disciples were silent. They felt as if 2 huge mountains were pressing down on their heads, making it difficult for them to breathe. Without a doubt, Lin Xian and Yu Fei were already above everyone else. These 2 were both favored by the heavens. On the spectators' stand, many elders sighed in admiration. Indeed, Lin Xian and Yu Fei, one had comprehended sword intent, and had an unusually strong soul power, while the other had a rare bloodline power, and had extremely strong battle prowess. Moreover, besides them, there was also Ziyi. Although he was defeated, no one doubted his strength. In the competition of the past 100 years, this was the most intense. In the past, anyone of Lin Xian, Yu Fei, and Yu Fei could become the champion, but this time, there were actually 3 champions at the same time. You're very strong, but I won't lose. On the stage, the ethereal girl Yu Fei's voice was filled with confidence. Then let's fight. Lin Xian did not waste any words, and he gripped his longsword tightly. The 2 secretly circulated their spiritual power, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Rumble, behind Yu Fei, a blue phantom of the ocean appeared. The waves were dozens of meters high, and they were constantly crashing, almost filling the entire sky. And Lin Xian, with his long sword in hand, exuded the aura of Sword Dao. It was as if a peerless divine sword was floating above everyone's heads. Wind Thunder Slash. Lin Xian pulled out his sword, and the sword flashed, forming the power of wind and thunder, and cut through the sky. With one slash, the wind howled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. All kinds of terrifying scenes filled the world. Yu Fei frowned, and immediately used her bloodline power. 3 feet in front of her, a 2-meter-tall blue sea mirror appeared, and a figure appeared in the smooth mirror. A sharp sword ray quickly rushed out of the mirror, and the power was exactly the same as Lin Xian's sword technique. The 2 flashes of sword light collided in midair, quickly tearing apart and blending together. The sword light was like rain, scattering in all directions. Lin Xian had seen this kind of technique when he was below the stage, but experiencing it personally was a different feeling. I don't believe you can duplicate my sword intent. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and the 3-feet-long blade once again drew an arc of sword qi. Like a crimson waterfall, it was at least a few dozen meters long, as if the Milky Way was hanging upside down, slashing towards the blue sea mirror. This strike contained the sword intent of the great dragon, and its attack power was increased by several times. Yu Fei's expression changed slightly. She stepped lightly, and merged with the blue sea mirror in front of her. Suddenly, a fierce aura rose from her body, just like sword intent. With a wave of her arm, a flash of sword light shot into the sky. Dang! 2 flashes of brilliant sword qi surged in the air, and the terrifying sword light illuminated all directions. Lin Xian used the wind thunder steps, and retreated rapidly. On the opposite side, the ethereal girl Yu Fei also quickly retreated. Good. Senior sister Yu Fei, good job. Seeing this scene, the disciples of Rain Country all cheered. Previously, they were still worried that Lin Xian's sword intent was too strong, but now it looked like Yu Fei was completely capable of handling it. Facing off against one's own technique, this was probably the saddest thing in the world. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, and he carefully felt that sword strike just now. No, it's not quite the same. He found a flaw. Although it was very similar, it was indeed not the same. Those who had not comprehended sword intent would not be able to display the true meaning of the sword. Change to another move, this move is useless against me. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Yu Fei frowned. She could feel that Lin Xian was not the kind of person who would speak arrogantly. However, the disciples below the stage obviously did not believe him. On the mysterious small sword in his body, the dragon-shaped pattern glowed, revealing a vast intent. Lin Xian's eyes were firm, revealing the aura of a powerful cultivator. With a sword in hand, I am invincible. At this moment, Lin Xian showed the elegance of a swordsman. He moved like the wind, and the long sword in his hand slashed out rapidly. Every slash was capable of splitting a mountain. On the other side, Yu Fei did the same as Lin Xian. She also slashed out dozens of sword qi, shaking the void. It's useless. You don't understand sword intent at all. Lin Xian's voice was like thunder, exploding in the void. Melting wind style, hurricane form, wind-splitting style, gale form, 4 major sword moves were launched at the same time, and the entire arena was engulfed in terrifying energy fluctuations. Sword qi that could topple mountains and seas, each stronger than the last, formed a terrifying phenomenon in the sky. Yu Fei also struck out with her sword to counter Lin Xian. However, she soon realized that the moves she simulated were losing ground. What kind of power is this? Why can't I replicate it? A trace of panic appeared in her heart. However, as a genius, Yu Fei was very decisive. He immediately gave up on the blue sea mirror and used his most powerful move. With the power of her bloodline, her martial skill was several times stronger than before. Sure enough, it was still his own martial skills that were more handy. Yu Fei calmed down. Boundless ocean. Above the sky, 7 layers of waves rolled up. The power overlapped and collided with Lin Xian's sword qi. Finally gave up? Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. His eyes emitted a terrifying gaze that was like a sword beam, piercing through the void. Layers of waves came one after another. Yu Fei's body floated up, bringing the 7 waves with her as she charged towards Lin Xian quickly. Wind Emperor's Sword. The 4 major sword skills merged to form a single sword. This sword was like a gentle breeze, extremely illusory. It was also like a violent gale, containing terrifying killing intent. The 7 layers of waves were quickly split apart, and the sword chi was also quickly depleted. Finally, the two cancelled each other out in the air. At this moment, the power of Yufei's bloodline flourished, forming a terrifying attack. 7 layers of waves palm. With a wave of her palm, the 7 layers of waves behind her merged, forming a huge wave that was close to 100 meters long. A monstrous wave of energy gushed out, rolling in the void, and rushed towards Lin Xian quickly. Boom, the power of bloodline exploded, exploding on Lin Xian's body. Pooh, Lin Xian activated the armor on his body at the first instant, defending himself. But that turbulent energy still made him retreat continuously. After flying for more than 50 meters, Lin Xian landed on the stage. Instantly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Injured? Lin Xian was actually injured. Haha, senior sister Yufei is mighty, the power of bloodline is invincible. The disciples of Rain Country danced with joy. Yufei's eyes were also shining, and a powerful bloodline power spread out from her body. Lin Xian slowly stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The power of bloodline is indeed powerful. He laughed loudly, and walked forward. Boom, with every step he took, the aura on his body became stronger. With only a few steps, Lin Xian crossed more than 30 meters, and the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. In the end, his whole person was like a heavenly sword, incomparably sharp. Blazing sword chi spurted out from his body, connecting into one in the sky. Sword intent surged, seeming to have surpassed the past. An even more powerful aura surged out from his body, and wherever it passed, the stones on the ground flew. Lin Xian's sword intent at this moment had broken through 20%, and was quickly moving towards the small success of sword intent. Although it had not reached the small success of sword intent, compared to before, it was much more powerful. Under this fierce aura, Yufei's expression finally changed. Her body, including her soul, had a trace of fear. Power of bloodline, suppress. Yufei tried her best to suppress this fear, and then used all her strength to resist. Blue sea connecting sky. Spiritual power surged, and the sea and sky merged into one, becoming indistinguishable. And at this moment, Lin Xian stabbed out with his sword. The sword chi was like a dragon, roaring fiercely, and suddenly fell, destroying everything in front of it. Chi. The sea and sky attacks were forcibly torn apart, and a huge crack almost 100 meters wide appeared in the void. The sword chi, with an invincible aura, slashed toward Yufei. The armor on her body was shattered, and a trace of fear appeared in Yufei's eyes. She finally stopped resisting and quickly retreated. However, the attack that was close to the small success of sword intent was beyond her imagination, and that sword still managed to break through her defense. Boom, the earth trembled, and a terrifying crack appeared on the black ground, spreading all the way to the distance. Whoosh, Lin Xian's face was a little pale. The sword just now had consumed most of his essence, chi, and spirit, and the spiritual power in his body was almost depleted. However, the results obtained were also extremely good. Not only did he have a breakthrough in sword intent, but he also seriously injured his opponent. On the ground in the distance, Yufei fell to the ground with blood on her body. She struggled for a while and finally fainted. Whoosh, a figure flashed and took her away. The winner, Lin Xian. The referee took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Lin Xian's performance was beyond his expectations. He originally thought that the winner would be Yufei, who had the power of bloodline, but he did not expect it to be Lin Xian. Lin Xian bowed to the referee, and then walked down. The younger generation will surpass us in time, the referee said in a low voice. Below the stage, everyone was immersed in that terrifying sword, and they had yet to recover. After a long while, cries of surprise erupted from the crowd. What a terrifying strike, my mind was almost destroyed. Damn it, how could there be such a terrifying strike? Is he really only a spiritual ocean tier martial artist? Senior sister, you lost, this is impossible. I must be dreaming, wake me up. The disciples of Rain Country cried loudly, they could not believe that the goddess in their hearts would lose. However, the truth was right in front of their eyes, even if they were heartbroken, they could only accept it. The disciples of Xia country were in a daze, they could not believe this fact. All this time, they had always been in last place, at the bottom of the rankings. Even in the previous competitions, no one was able to make it into the top 3. But this time, not only did they make it into the top 3, they even won first place in one go. This was almost a heaven-defying feat. Everyone's face was full of joy, and they welcomed Lin Xian down. A group of people surrounded him, all cheering and cheering. On the spectators' stand, Elder Song and Elder Gu's body trembled slightly, and there was a slight tremor in their voices. We won, we really won. Our Xia country won first place. The joy of victory hit them hard. It could not be helped, for so many years, Xia country had been bullied and looked down upon. But now, they had won first place. In the future, no one would be able to laugh at them, and Xia country's disciples could also hold their heads high. Thinking of this, many Xia country's disciples looked at Lin Xian, their eyes full of gratitude. However, the competition was not over, and there were still disciples who wanted to compete on the stage. In the end, Ziyi and Yufei fought again, fighting for second place. The two of them fought, and Ziyi won by half a move. When the judge announced that Lin Xian was this year's champion, the whole valley echoed with the laughter of Xia country's disciples. The disciples of Rain country could only accept this fact helplessly. Yufei's face had already returned to normal. Lin Xian was indeed stronger than her, she had nothing to say about this. However, the people of Purple Extreme Demon Palace looked gloomy. Ziyi's face was full of unwillingness, and there was a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Finally, the judge sent by the Inscription Union began to give out the rewards. The top 3 would have the qualifications to enter the Inscription Tower, and the first place would be rewarded with an additional spirit-gathering pill. After receiving the pill, Lin Xian consumed it on the spot and began to refine it under the protection of Elder Song and the others. This action immediately severed the Purple Extreme Devil Palace's last shred of hope. Ziyi looked at Lin Xian's figure, his eyes almost spitting fire. His left eye was hazy, which was the result of his heavy injuries. The others were also envious, but they could only watch from afar. One day later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. A powerful soul force spread out, causing the nearby disciples to tremble. What a tyrannical soul force! Could it be that Lin Xian broke through again? Everyone looked at Lin Xian with uncertain expressions. Elder Song and Elder Gu were also looking forward to it. This was the peak of second-grade inscription. Yes, this was indeed the peak of second-grade inscription. The two elders smiled with relief. A 17-year-old with the strength of a peak second-grade inscription master. Such a thing had never happened before. The others sucked in a breath of cold air, looking at Lin Xian with envy. Generally speaking, from the early stage to the peak of second-grade inscription master, it would take at least a few decades. However, Lin Xian had actually used a single pill to deal with it. How could everyone not be jealous? The inscription tower will open tomorrow. Before that, you should have a good rest. Elder Song said. In the past 2 days of competition, Lin Xian's body and mind had consumed a lot of energy. Moreover, his soul force had suddenly skyrocketed, so he needed to consolidate it. Nodding, Lin Xian closed his eyes again. The night passed in a hurry. When Lin Xian opened his eyes again, it was already the next day. After a day of consolidation, his soul force had completely stabilized. Apart from the elders of the older generation, his soul power was the strongest among all of the elders present. If he were to compete with Ziyi now, he was confident that he could end the battle with his soul force within 3 moves. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian had a trace of expectation in his heart. A single spirit amassing pill had already caused a huge change in his strength. He wondered how much the inscription tower could increase his strength. Following Elder Song to the northwest corner of the valley, Lin Xian found that the other harmonious spirit elders were all here. There were a total of 8 people, standing in 8 different directions, forming a formation. Each of them struck a mysterious rune in the air, and everyone was constantly moving. A rumbling sound came from the sky, and the ground trembled. A hazy shadow appeared in front of them, like the moon in the mirror, very ethereal. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the shadow gradually became real. At the same time, there was a feeling of palpitations. 100 meters tall stone tower appeared in front of them, emitting an ancient aura. "You three, come here quickly," one of the elders shouted in a low voice. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the other two quickly walked over. "We are going to open the inscription tower now. Go in and comprehend it well. Remember, you only have 1 day. After 1 day, you must return to the first floor. Otherwise, you will never be able to come out." Lin Xian was slightly shocked, but he remembered all the important points. Rumble, the stone door of the first floor slowly opened. It was a little dark inside, and Soul Force couldn't explore it. Lin Xian and the other two didn't hesitate and quickly rushed in. Behind them, many disciples' eyes were filled with envy. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the three of them turned into rays of light and entered the inscription tower. Boom, the stone door of the first floor slowly closed. "I wonder what kind of fortune Lin Xian will get in there." Elder Song had a trace of expectation in his heart. The light dimmed, and the stone door completely closed. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. His soul force was limited in here. With his strength as a peak second-grade spirit rune master, he could only display 30% of his strength. However, not only him, Ziyi and Yufei were the same. This could be seen from the expressions on their faces. With a cold snort, Ziyi quickly left the first floor. Lin Xian ignored him. The Purple Demon Palace had entered the inscription tower more than once, so they must have a lot of guides. "Lin Gongzi, see you in 1 day." Yufei muttered behind him and left. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he looked around. Although the light was a little dim, Lin Xian could still see the situation around him. There were many patterns engraved on the walls. There were all kinds of patterns, as if they were real. "Hee, Xiao Xuanzi, comprehend the first floor well." Lord Alcohol chuckled and transmitted a voice transmission. Lin Xian's heart stirred when he heard that. "Lord Alcohol, is there something special about the first floor?" "Hee, a skyscraper rises from the ground. The foundation is very important." Lin Xian touched his chin and carefully sensed. Sitting cross-legged, Lin Xian closed his eyes and pondered. Gradually, he seemed to sense that there were many figures around him. They were all young disciples who were practicing basic inscriptions. This is... Lin Xian was moved. Lin Xian was moved when he saw this scene. This should be a reenactment of the past. "Carefully sense their inscriptions and compare them with your own," said Lord Alcohol. Lin Xian carefully sensed it and compared it with his own knowledge. He benefited greatly. He felt that his soul power had become purer and thicker. It didn't feel like it had just been raised. What a wonderful feeling. Lin Xian was delighted. He waited until the effect became very small before he stood up. Ignoring everything else, just the tempering of his soul power made Lin Xian's trip worthwhile. Looking at the four walls again, Lin Xian carefully sensed the inscriptions. The inscriptions were very simple and not complicated, but Lin Xian felt an inexplicable aura. It was as if every stroke contained the truth of the inscriptions. Lin Xian immediately made a decision. He didn't plan on going to the upper levels. Instead, he was determined to carefully study the inscriptions on the first level. Firstly, the inscriptions seemed simple, but they contained profound mysteries. Secondly, his soul power had increased rapidly. In a short period of time, he had completed a journey that took others hundreds of years to complete. He needed to completely consolidate his soul power. Hee, not bad. Lord Alcohol nodded in satisfaction. You are willing to give up on the upper levels and focus on the first level. I'm afraid there is no other person with such courage. Indeed, any genius who entered the inscription tower couldn't wait to rush to the upper levels. No one had ever stayed on the first level for such a long time. There was no need to talk about comprehending anything. If you can comprehend the first level, it will be greatly beneficial to you. It will be far better than the other things on the upper levels. With Lord Alcohol's support, Lin Xian felt more at ease. He focused on comprehending the inscriptions. The Great Tao was simple. This sentence was applicable to any kind of cultivation. Lin Xian understood a lot from the inscriptions. Some of the areas that were usually vague were smoothed out. Of course, the more he pondered, the more he realized that the inscriptions were unfathomable. Finally, he imprinted all the inscriptions in his mind. A day passed quickly, and he was about to leave. Ziyi and Yufei came down from the upper levels. The two of them were pleasantly surprised. Clearly, they had gained a lot. However, when they saw Lin Xian sitting cross-legged, they were stunned. This guy wouldn't be staying in the first level all the time, right? Yufei had a puzzled look on her face while Ziyi sneered. The two of them ignored Lin Xian and paid no attention to the pictures on the walls. As far as they were concerned, how could there be anything good on the first level? An hour later, the stone door opened again. Ziyi took the lead and charged out. Yufei followed closely behind, and Lin Xian was the last. He slowly stood up and bowed to his surroundings before walking towards the stone door. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 4 patterns flashed and entered his mind. Lin Xian felt a jolt of energy. He felt that he could easily see the 4 carvings. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Xian walked out of the stone tower. Laughter rang out from the purple Extreme Devil Palace. They must have gotten something good. Rain Country's side was also filled with cheers. Ziyi reached the 8th floor, and Yufei reached the 7th floor. Both of them obtained good things. Lin Xian, which level are you on? Elder Song asked. Hearing this, the disciples of the other 2 countries also pricked up their ears. Humph, I thought he was some kind of genius, but now it seems that he's actually an idiot. Ziyi sneered. Your Xia country's genius actually stayed in the first level for an entire day. What a joke. What? Everyone was stunned and looked at Lin Xian. Many people sneered, and some were puzzled. In their eyes, Lin Xian wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Elder Song and Elder Gu were also surprised and looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Lin Xian didn't want to say anything. Since they misunderstood, then let them misunderstand. This way, it would save him a lot of trouble. I just consolidated my soul power and spent some time. Sigh, many people sighed. That was the inscription tower. There were so many good things inside, and they were wasted by Lin Xian just like that. Elder Song and Elder Gu sighed and didn't say anything else. They would rest for a while and return tomorrow. Everyone dispersed and prepared to return. At night, Lin Xian found the 2 elders and asked for some jade slips. Lin Xian, what do you want this for? Elder Song and Elder Gu were puzzled. Lin Xian held the jade slip in his hand and copied a picture on the wall into it. He then handed it to the 2 elders. These days, I am indebted to the 2 elders for taking care of me. Here are some inscription pictures from the inscription tower. They might be useful to the 2 elders. Elder Song and Elder Gu were slightly surprised. They didn't expect Lin Xian to give them something like this. Using their soul power, they saw a very simple inscription picture. However, upon closer inspection, it didn't seem that simple. This is. Elder Song was a 3rd-grade inscription master, and his knowledge far exceeded that of ordinary people. Although he couldn't understand it immediately, with his many years of experience, he knew that this thing wasn't as simple as it seemed. It seems that your harvest is greater than expected. I can rest assured now. Elder Song and Elder Gu put away the jade slip and looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Lin Xian smiled and scratched his head. This was only one of the pictures, and it wasn't one of the 4 strange pictures. It wasn't that he didn't want to give it to Lin Xian, but there was an inexplicable force that prevented Lin Xian from copying the 4 pictures. Elders, I want to go out and travel. I won't be going back with everyone tomorrow. Lin Xian said in a low voice. He wanted to cultivate and improve his strength to prepare for the battle with Lin Feng. But more importantly, he had a map in his hand. The place depicted on the map was relatively close to where he was and he wanted to explore it. Alright, the Great Xia is too small. With your talent, even in the Tiannan region, you will be able to shine. Elder Song was very knowledgeable. He didn't stop Lin Xian. This is the Deacon's token of the Inscription Alliance. If you have any difficulties, go to the Inscription Alliance. Elder Song said. Elder Gu also took out a palm-sized token. This is the Elder's token of the 10,000 Treasures Tower. From now on, you are an Elder of the 10,000 Treasures Tower. Lin Xian took the 2 tokens and put them away. Seniors, I'll take my leave now. After bidding farewell to the 2 elders, Lin Xian came to Vivian again. Quietly handing over the jade slip in his hand, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't show it to others." Vivian was stunned, then nodded and put away the jade slip. "Take care, we will meet again if fate wills it." Lin Xian waved his hand and disappeared into the night. "Take care." Vivian nodded vigorously. She knew that with Lin Xian's talent, he would go very far in the future. She could only desperately chase after him. "Will we meet again?" Vivian clenched the jade slip. Lin Xian left. He didn't know that his 3 jade slips would become 3 inscription masters in the future and their names would spread around the Great Xia. Of course, this was a story for another day. The night was hazy, and the faint moonlight sprinkled on the ground. He took out the broken map. There were many red dots on it, and a few of them were near the Green Water Valley. Lin Xian guessed that the map should have recorded the location of the treasure, and the red dot could be the location where the treasure was buried. However, there were too many red dots, and they needed to be verified one by one. The nearest one is 200 miles away from the Green Water Valley. "Let's go there and take a look." Lin Xian put away the map. His body flashed, and he disappeared into the night. Not long after Lin Xian left, the 2 purple shadows quickly rushed into the valley. Whoosh, Ziying was as silent as a ghost. The 2 of them arrived at the Purple Extreme Devil Palace's territory and quickly transmitted their voices. Reporting to 5th Elder, "That brat really left." "Humph, as long as you leave, things will be easier." The 5th Elder sneered, his eyes filled with malice. "Such a genius must not be allowed to grow. Otherwise, it will be difficult for the Xia country to control him in the future. The 2 of you, follow Purple Heart. You must kill this brat. For such a small matter, there's no need for senior brother Purple Heart. The 2 of us can do it." The 5th Elder said in a low voice, "With Xianxia taking action, I can rest assured." Beside him, Ziyi revealed a cruel smile. "Lin Xian, so what if you've taken first place? You'll still die." Only the one who had the last laugh was the winner. In the night, a hazy figure appeared. At this moment, a devilish young man appeared. His aura was even stronger than Violet Knight's. After the 5th Elder gave some instructions, the devilish young man left quietly with the 2 purple-clothed men. "Did you leave a mark?" The 3 of them walked out of the valley, and the devilish young man asked. He was the Xianxia that the 5th Elder had mentioned. "Don't worry, sir. We've left some extreme purple chi in the surroundings. As long as there's even a little of it on his body, we'll be able to track him down." The purple extreme chi was a colorless and odorless gas. Only those from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace could detect it using a secret technique. Once this kind of gas came into contact with one's body, there would be nowhere to run within 1,000 miles. "Let him run for a while. Once he's completely out of the Greenwater Valley's range, we'll make our move," Purple Heart said in a low voice. Whoosh, the 3 figures ran into the distance. Lin Xian hurried through the forest. A distance of 200 kilometers was not too far for him. Finally, he came to the first place marked in red. However, after probing for a while, he didn't find anything. He took out the map, confirmed his target again, and quickly left. After a long while, 3 figures appeared in front of the cave. It was Xianxia and the other 2. "He seems to be looking for something," a figure asked. "Follow them. We'll make our move when the sun rises," Purple Heart said calmly. After a night of running, Lin Xian finally arrived at the second location marked in red at dawn. This was a mountain stream, and the surrounding spiritual energy was dense. Just as Lin Xian was about to investigate, he suddenly became vigilant. Lightning patterns appeared on his body as he flew out like a cannonball. Just as he was about to leave, 2 silhouettes materialized on the spot, the daggers in their hands stabbing into the void. There was a purplish-black color on the cold light. It was obvious that it had been smeared with poison. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. The 2 who had attacked him had hidden themselves very well. His soul force had not been able to detect them. If it wasn't for the murderous aura that was emitted when he made his move, which alerted him, he would have been seriously injured by now. Your reflexes are not bad. A faint voice came from the void. Then, a figure appeared. Purple clothes and purple eyes, the disguise of the purple extreme demon palace. You're really haunting me. Lin Xian's voice was cold. To be honest, your talent is not bad. We won't allow you to continue growing. Purple Heart said slowly, if you obediently give up, I can consider leaving your corpse intact. Otherwise, you can just wait to fall into hell. Lin Xian stared at the youth who had spoken, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. As expected of the demonic sect. However, if you want to keep me here, it's not something that can be done with just a few words. Lin Xian was not arrogant. Even the number one of the younger generation, Ziyi, had lost to him. There was almost no one in the younger generation who could be his opponent. Unless the older generation made a move, he would not be afraid. Who do you think you are? When our Lord Purple Heart was famous, he wasn't even born yet. The champion of this year's competition. Purple Heart's eyes flashed with a trace of ridicule. The two of you can play with him. Whoosh. Whoosh, the two silhouettes in purple intertwined and pounced like ghosts. The daggers in their hands were suffused with a purplish-black light, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. The two of them cooperated very well. In an instant, they were on Lin Xian's left and right. Their targets were Lin Xian's vital points. Not far away, Purple Heart sat on a huge rock. She had an evil smile on her face, but her eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Feeling the fierce attacks coming from both sides, Lin Xian's eyes narrowed, and the aura on his body erupted like a flash flood. The rocks on the ground were instantly shattered into powder, and then scattered in all directions with a surge of spiritual energy. Streaks of copper lightning patterns appeared on Lin Xian's body, and the surrounding air was filled with the power of wind and lightning. He punched out with both fists, and like two dragons, they pounced on the two silhouettes. Clang, the daggers in their hands pierced the lightning dragon's body, and terrifying cracks appeared. However, an even more ferocious power surged out of the lightning dragon's body, and entered their bodies through the daggers. Many golden arcs of lightning entered their bodies, and rumbled in their bodies. With two muffled groans, the two silhouettes retreated quickly, constantly changing their positions. What a frightening power of lightning! Shock appeared in their eyes. It was obvious that they had suffered under the attack of the golden arcs of lightning. However, since the two of them were able to follow Purple Heart, they were not ordinary people. After a few breaths, the two silhouettes controlled the power of lightning in their bodies and charged over again. Purple Ultimate Ecstasy Kill. The two silhouettes were blood brothers, and their minds were connected. They knew what the other was thinking with just a glance. Under their combined efforts, a psychedelic assassination array appeared in their hands. He used his ultimate move so quickly. Looks like this kid is more interesting than I thought. The smile on Purple Heart's face deepened. Lin Xian tapped his foot lightly, and his right leg swept out. The power of wind and lightning surged, and it had the power to wipe out 1,000 soldiers. Bam bam bam, the two silhouettes joined forces and took it head-on. The purple-black daggers pierced towards Lin Xian's right leg like raindrops. The copper lightning patterns emitted light, and like the most solid barrier, it protected Lin Xian's body. Swish, formless soul power surged towards Lin Xian, and in an instant, dozens of silhouettes appeared around him. Every one of them seemed real. 10 silhouettes joined forces, and they stabbed towards Lin Xian from all directions. Illusion technique? Lin Xian's lips curled up, and the soul power of a peak second-grade inscription master spread out, fiercely hitting the silhouettes. Puff puff, the illusions around him disappeared, and 2 silhouettes flew out in a sorry state. Boom, the 2 silhouettes landed on the ground, and a terrifying crater was formed. What a strong soul power! How is this possible? Fear finally appeared in their eyes. They did not believe that such soul power would appear on a 17-year-old boy. Even Purple Heart, who was far away, put away her playful smile, and her eyes flickered. Interesting. You two trash, quickly finish him off. Purple Heart's words shocked the 2 martial artists in purple. They knew that this was a sign that Purple Heart was about to get angry. The 2 of them had joined forces, and yet they couldn't take down a little brat. It was embarrassing. Strongest attack, Purple Illusion heart-piercing stab. The two of them pressed their palms together as their bodies spun like a top. Wang! Wang! The air vibrated as the trees on both sides were uprooted and turned into powder in midair. Stab! A purple vortex flew out with two cold glints in its center. They were like the eyes of a ferocious beast and were filled with a dangerous aura. Lin Xian pursed his lips and the aura on his body rose again. Lightning surged and formed a strange rune. With a flip of his palm, the red flame sword appeared in his hand. The heavy sword had a thick back and a broad sword body. The heavy sword once again emitted a dark red glow. Like a brand, the runes on the sword body flickered and were filled with a mysterious aura. In an instant, the lightning on Lin Xian's body covered the sword and formed a sharp sawtooth. Holding the sword with both hands, Lin Xian swung it with all his might. Whoosh! Crack! This attack contained all of Lin Xian's strength and the ferocious power tore the air apart. Boom! The heavy sword hit the purple vortex and an earth-shattering sound exploded. An extremely unstable energy wave spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into ashes. In the center, a light pillar with a diameter of 3 meters shot up into the sky and dispersed all the clouds in the sky. Purple Heart's body floated and landed on the ground like a feather. Purple light flashed in his eyes as he looked forward. In the next moment, he frowned and his face darkened. When all the light disappeared, Lin Xian's voice could be heard. The lightning on his body had disappeared and the red flame sword in his hand was dripping with blood. A pungent stench filled the air and made people want to vomit. 5 meters in front of him, the ground caved in and there was a deep pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters. There were countless cracks spreading around it. In the pit, there were 2 lumps of mud-like things piled up and there was still the power of the lightning on them. Purple Heart's face darkened. He had seen that attack clearly. Lin Xian directly used brute force to turn his 2 subordinates into meat paste, and that terrifying strength made his expression change slightly. Very good. Your strength has exceeded my expectations. This is even more fun. Purple Heart regained her composure in an instant, but the murderous aura on her body became even stronger. He slowly stretched out a hand and said in a contemptuous tone, I can deal with you with one hand. If there was anyone else here, their jaws would definitely drop. Who was Lin Xian? He was the champion of this year's inscription tower competition, and his strength had firmly suppressed the younger generation, and now, there was actually someone who wanted to finish him off with one hand. This Xianxia was definitely a lunatic. Lin Xian looked at the arrogant young man in front of him and didn't retaliate. On the contrary, he felt an indescribable sense of danger from Purple Heart. As a swordsman, he trusted his instincts. Therefore, he planned to give it his all. Putting away the red flame sword, Lin Xian took out the autumn scar sword. The sword light was like autumn water, shining in all directions. A sharp sword intent surged in his body, ready to burst out at any moment. On the opposite side, Purple Heart didn't rush over. Instead, an evil smile appeared on his face. Perhaps I don't even need to do anything. You will die. Purple light flashed in his eyes as he suddenly activated the purple demon eyes. Purple flames jumped towards Lin Xian. Cut. The soul sword flew out, turning into a shapeless sword chi and slashing towards the purple fire. The two collided in the air like swords clashing. Split. Purple Heart's eyes moved, and the purple fire in the air suddenly split into 2. One ball restrained the soul, while the other ball quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. Everywhere it passed, the broken trees were all set ablaze, turning into ashes in an instant. Lin Xian suddenly pulled out his sword, and the wind and thunder sword light flashed out, hacking at the purple fire. The dragon sword intent surged, increasing the attacking power of this sword by several times. Before the sword chi arrived, 100-meter-long crack appeared on the ground. Swoosh, swoosh. The purple fire was impacted, and its speed slowed down. Under the pressure of the sword chi, it kept changing its shape. Whoosh, finally, the purple fire dissipated, and the soul sword flew back. Lin Xian and Purple Heart faced each other from afar. Peak grade 2 soul power. Not bad. Purple Heart snapped his fingers, and a ball of flame appeared on his fingertip. The purple flame jumped. Although it was small, it emitted a terrifying aura. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. his long sword danced, and he quickly stabbed out. Swoosh! Swoosh, bright sword light surged, and like a waterfall, it slashed down. The air trembled, and explosions occurred continuously, blowing up the surrounding mountains. Facing this fierce sword, Purple Heart smiled disdainfully. He flicked his finger, and the purple flame quickly rushed out. Like jumping fairies, the small purple flame collided with the sword chi, and constantly mixed. It was like ice meeting fire, and there was a sizzling sound. On the materialized sword chi, a wormhole-like crack appeared, and it quickly became bigger. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The terror of the flame was beyond his imagination. Wind Emperor's sword. Lin Xian swung his sword again, and the fierce wind disappeared. It was as if there was only one sword left in the world. Ka! Ka! The original sword chi was burned by the purple flame, and it was broken. However, an even more fierce sword chi attacked. Clang! A thunderous sound reverberated through the air. The purple flame was knocked away, and its color dimmed. Seeing this, Lin Xian's body shook, and like lightning, he stabbed towards Purple Heart. Seeing that his purple flame was obstructed again, Purple Heart's face darkened. He opened his right hand, and traces of purple flame shot out from his palm, forming a flaming palm. Whoosh! He pushed his palm out, and half the sky turned into a sea of fire. Sword light flashed, and the endless flames were split in half. Lin Xian opened a path in the raging flames. Whoosh! His body shook, and he disappeared again. The long sword in his hand pierced towards Purple Heart's forehead with a fierce aura. Scram! Purple Heart's 5 fingers formed a claw, and flames danced on it. He mercilessly clawed forward. Ding ding ding! In a flash, Lin Xian stabbed more than 100 times, and they clashed with the flaming palm, creating a series of explosions. Great Dragon Sword Intent. Lin Xian's eyes focused, and his attacks became fierce again. Many of the flames on Purple Heart's palm were extinguished by the sword intent, revealing his pale palm. Ka! Purple Heart exerted his strength, and grabbed the Autumn Scar Sword. Then, his face turned ferocious. Brat, I'm not in the mood to play with you anymore. Die. An enormous aura gushed out from his body, covering the sky and the earth. It was as if 10,000 mountains were going to crush everything. The surrounding rocks and trees were crushed into powder by this formless aura. Even the ground caved in by half a foot. Lin Xian's bones cracked under the pressure. He tried his best to pull back his long sword, but it was useless. Brat, today I'll show you the terror of a half-step harmonious spirit expert. Half-step harmonious spirit. Hearing these words, Lin Xian's pupils shrunk. His expression was somewhat ugly. Half-step harmonious spirit realm, this kind of situation was beyond his expectations. Anything related to the harmonious spirit realm was not something a Sea of Souls realm warrior could contend against. Seeing the change in Lin Xian's expression, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. He liked to enjoy the frightened expressions of his opponents. It was a kind of pleasure for him. Die in fear. Xianxia laughed loudly. His left hand suddenly stretched out, and a fierce spirit power instantly bombarded Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian decisively abandoned the Autumn Scar Sword and retreated like lightning. At the same time, he activated the ancient armor and the copper thunder mark with all his might. Layers of lightning marks flickered and quickly formed on the surface of his body. At the same time, a thick and heavy armor appeared on top of it. However, the strength of a half-step harmonious spirit realm warrior was much stronger than he had imagined. Almost in the blink of an eye, that fierce power had already crashed into his body. Puff, as if a huge mountain had crashed into his body, Lin Xian felt that all the bones in his body were about to shatter. Block for me. His expression was ferocious. He crazily activated all his defenses, but his body flew out like a cannonball. Crack! Crack! On his chest, the copper thunder mark dimmed, as if it had been extinguished. Not only that, but a glaring crack had also appeared on the armor he was wearing. Boom! His body crashed into the ground, creating a deep hole. Lin Xian endured the pain and drank a cup of spirit wine at the first moment. If it wasn't for the copper thunder mark and the ancient armor, this attack would have taken his life. Moreover, his loss was also huge. Not only was the copper thunder mark damaged, the armor on it was also destroyed. With the help of the spirit wine, Lin Xian quickly recovered. Eh? He didn't die? Xianxia was very surprised. His attack just now was enough to kill any Sea of Souls realm warrior 1,000 times over. A purple light flashed as Xianxia looked at Lin Xian. So you have a spirit armor to protect your body. No wonder you could survive. But why do you have so much this time? As soon as she finished speaking, Xianxia quickly rushed over. Purple flames appeared on her palm. Lin Xian felt goosebumps all over his body. He felt as if he was being stared at by a peerless beast that could devour him at any moment. Don't take it head on. The difference is too great. Lord Alcohol reminded. Lin Xian nodded. Xianxia was much stronger than him. Even Meng Yan, Lin Feng and the others couldn't stop her. This was not surprising. Although Purple Heart looked young, she was actually in her 40s. She had been cultivating for far longer than Lin Xian. Qing Nu, I'm counting on you. His storage ring flashed, and a green figure appeared. Lin Xian's eyes changed, forming inscriptions that entered the body of the green figure. It's useless. In front of me, Sea of Soul realm martial artists are no different from ants. Purple Heart suddenly appeared, and her purple flame palm slammed down. Boom, the flames danced and burned the air, turning into a sea of fire that spread out in all directions. However, a green figure blocked in front of Lin Xian and received the palm strike. Die. Purple Heart's eyes were cold. She planned to kill both of them together. The moment she touched the body of the green-haired man, a cold and dark chi soared into the sky as if it wanted to devour everything. Rolling green smoke formed a 10-meter big fist and blasted toward Purple Heart. The mountain rocks shattered, and the trees within 100 meters were snapped. Like a huge mountain, the green fist deflected the flame palm and rushed toward Purple Heart with an even sharper aura. Humph! Purple Heart snorted coldly. Her body was like a flame that spread out in all directions and then reformed behind her. While the two were fighting, Lin Xian's body swayed and retrieved the Autumn Scar Sword. So what if you're a half-step harmonious spirit realm? I've even slapped the face of a true harmonious spirit realm expert, let alone you. Lin Xian was furious. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he wouldn't show any mercy. Qing Nu, kill him. Lin Xian coldly shouted. This Qing Nu was the mysterious green-haired man who had followed Lin Xian. However, now that Lin Xian had used the slave imprint on her, she could only listen to his orders. Shoo! 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 The green-haired man's hair flew toward Purple Heart like thousands of sharp arrows. You still have a helper. Purple Heart could feel Qing Nu's aura, and his heart became heavy. He put away his playful mood, and his eyes became unusually sharp. Unless you're a true harmonious spirit realm expert, you can just wait for your death. Obviously, Purple Heart didn't plan to let Lin Xian go. Purple Flame Transformation. With a flip of his palm, the purple flame turned into a 100-meter big firebird that covered the sky and rushed forward. Puff! Puff! Great Dragon Sword Intent. Outer Sky Flying Star. Lin Xian became one with his sword, and turned into a shooting star that pierced toward Purple Heart. With a flash of sword light, the Autumn Scar Sword pierced through Purple Heart's chest and sent him flying. Wind Emperor's Sword. Lin Xian attacked again. With a thrust of his sword, the wind and clouds changed. The glaring sword light slashed on Purple Heart's body and sent him flying. The purple firebird in the sky disappeared, and Purple Heart's body was sent flying 100 meters away. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief, but then he frowned. Under his soul perception, Purple Heart's aura didn't weaken. On the contrary, it was getting stronger. Did I not hurt him? Lin Xian's heart was in turmoil. Kid, I have to admit that I have underestimated you. But, with just these, you can't hurt me. Purple Heart's voice was cold. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. He tore off the tattered clothes on his body, revealing the dark black armor on his body. I have a high-rank profound armor. You can't break through my defense. Purple Heart's face showed a playful expression. With this armor, even if he faced Qing Nu, he wouldn't be afraid. I will cut 36,000 cuts on your body, and then sprinkle bloodthirsty ants on your body to eat your flesh. I will let your soul reincarnate in hell. Purple Heart's voice was cold, like a demon's. Lin Xian took a deep breath. We don't know who will die yet. Qing Nu, go. Swoosh. The green figure pounced forward again and engaged in a fierce battle with Purple Heart. Lin Xian continued to merge the Sword of Soul and the Great Dragon Sword intent at the side. Finally, after 15 times, he succeeded. Roar, a deep dragon roar sounded, and the formless Sword of Soul pierced toward Purple Heart. With the support of the Sword intent, the power of the Sword of Soul had at least doubled. This was also why Lin Xian had chosen to use the Sword of Soul and not the Flame of Soul. Swoosh, the Sword of Soul was silent and quickly attacked Purple Heart. Humph, insignificant skill. Purple Heart sneered. His eyes turned, and the Flame of Soul gushed out. Chi-chi. Puff, the two collided, and the Flame of Soul only resisted for a breath's time before it was extinguished. What? Purple Heart frowned. He didn't expect Lin Xian's soul attack to be so strong. In the next moment, he finally tasted the power of the Sword of Soul. The soul sword that had merged with the sword will had become extremely powerful. This move was very close to the attack of a third-tier inscription master. Purple Heart was heavily injured and dizzy. All the martial arts he had used had disappeared. Qing Nu took this opportunity to attack fiercely. Her green fingertips slashed across Purple Heart's body, leaving many horrifying wounds. Lin Xian met the sword head-on, thrusting his sword forward. Great Dragon Sword will, Green Dragon goes to the sea. The sword light was like a dragon, rolling in the clouds and roaring ferociously. This time it attacked Purple Heart's forehead, intending to end the battle in one go. Puff, blood splattered from Purple Heart's forehead. The Autumn Scar Sword was less than 3 feet away from Purple Heart's head. At this moment, Purple Heart suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were purple. His head was in a mess. The long sword grazed his head, leaving a bloody mark. Kid, I want you dead. Purple Heart was furious. The blood on his forehead had evaporated. Purple Extreme Secret Art, Blood Evil Descent. Boom, his body suddenly grew 3 feet tall, like a giant. It was actually the Purple Extreme Hall's martial arts. Qing Nu smiled evilly and pointed out. Puff, Purple Heart's swollen body was like a deflated balloon. It immediately softened. Impossible. How could you break it? Fear appeared on Purple Heart's face. This was the Purple Extreme Demon Palace's secret art. It was impossible to break it. However, the green-haired man had broken it with a single finger. This completely overturned his understanding. He did not know that the green-haired man was the evil dragon sex envoy's clone, and that the Purple Extreme Demon Palace was just a hall. In front of the green-haired man, the two were not on the same level. Master, release my seal. I have a way to kill him. The green-haired man looked back at Lin Xian with a trace of excitement in his eyes. Lin Xian frowned as a bad premonition arose in his heart. Humph. He snorted and used the slave seal. The green-haired man showed a pained expression. At the same time, Lin Xian's body flashed and appeared in front of Purple Heart. Kid! You dare to touch me? Purple Heart was furious. Lin Xian's gaze was cold. Cold light flickered on his fingertips. Half of the mysterious ice chi flowed out and circled around Xianxia's body. An abnormally cold aura overflowed and froze everything in the surroundings. How is this possible? Purple Heart's face was filled with terror. He could feel the threat of death looming over him. Crack, his head was frozen, and the fear on his face was frozen forever. With a flash of sword light, a head flew up. Purple Heart's face was still filled with fear. Even in death, he could not believe that Lin Xian could kill him so easily. The green-haired man's expression changed drastically when he sensed the icy chi. Lin Xian's cold gaze enveloped Qing Nu as he warned, "Don't play any tricks, or I'll kill you." The green-haired man did not dare to act rashly and could only obey obediently. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm and used the slave seal to put the blue-haired man away. Then, he showed a pained expression. That was his last trace of mysterious ice chi. Now that he had used half of it, there was still half of it left. However, he did not regret it. Firstly, he killed Xianxia, and secondly, he used this opportunity to intimidate Qing Nu, putting away his long sword. Lin Xian took off Xianxia's upper-grade mystic class armor and put it on. Then, he took the storage ring from Xianxia's hand. With a flick of his finger, a golden arc flew out and shattered Xianxia's body. After jumping down the mountain stream, Lin Xian found a safe place and heaved a sigh of relief. In the battle just now, he was hit by Xianxia's palm and suffered serious internal injuries. After drinking a cup of spirit wine, Lin Xian began to use the art of longevity. 2 hours later, he opened his eyes. With a flip of his hand, Xianxia's storage ring appeared. He hoped to get some compensation. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This guy is really rich. Middle-grade spirit stones were far more precious than low-grade spirit stones. Even some elders of 2-star sects might not necessarily have 30,000 mid-grade spirit stones. In addition to the spirit stones, Lin Xian also found the complete version of the purple demon eyes. Its power was many times stronger than the purple spirit eyes. Even though Lin Xian had the inscriptions from the stone eyeball, the purple demon eyes was still very valuable to him. As for the other low-grade mystic class artifacts, Lin Xian did not care about them. After putting these things away, Lin Xian stood up and looked around. He still did not find anything, so he decisively left. In the following days, Lin Xian searched according to the red marks on the map while comprehending the 4 inscriptions in his mind. These 4 inscriptions recorded the soul cultivation method, which made Lin Xian's soul cultivation speed faster than before. At the same time, he was also practicing a sword technique that Lord Alcohol had given him. The Azure Cloud 9 swords had a total of 9 stances. When used with the Great Dragon Sword intent, it was extremely powerful. After more than a month of practice, Lin Xian was able to use the first 3 stances. Over the past month, he had found almost half of the red marks on the map. The next one was 1,500 kilometers away. Lin Xian's body flashed as he darted out like a swimming dragon. This set of footwork was called the Dragon Rebel Steps. It contained the Dragon Rebel 7 steps, which was also taught to him by Lord Alcohol. With the Dragon Rebel Steps, Lin Xian's speed was 3 times faster than before. With a flash, Lin Xian disappeared from the forest. While Lin Xian was searching for the marks on the map, the 3-star sects in the surrounding countries like China and Shadow Nation were also busy. China, Snow-Seeking Sect. 1 Saber, Ice Snow. The floating island that only opens once every few hundred years is finally open again. This time, we have been promoted to a 3-star sect. The 2 of you can enter, an elder said with a chuckle. Sword Pool Manor, Lin family. Feng this floating island is a great opportunity. You must not miss it. The Earth Fire Sect, Blue Moon Sect, and other 3-star sects were all preparing. Shadow Nation, Purple Demon Palace. 2 elders' faces darkened. Zixin has been out for a month. Why isn't she back yet? The floating island is about to open. Did an accident happen? Impossible. What accident can there be when dealing with a second-grade inscriber? Let's wait for another 3 days. If she doesn't come back, we'll send someone else. This is a competition between all the factions in the Tiannan region. We can't be careless. Lin Xian didn't know about this. He was looking for his next destination. 5 days later, he arrived at a mountain peak. Still nothing. Lin Xian sighed. He didn't plan to waste any more time. Rest up. I'll go somewhere else to train. Lin Xian took out the frost platform and began cultivating. Not long after, the sky suddenly darkened as if a huge palm had covered the sky. At the same time, a terrifying pressure came from the sky. Whoosh! Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes and put away the frost platform. He looked cautiously at the sky. Wooji wooji, the snow-white monkey jumped onto his shoulder and looked curiously at the sky with its black gem-like eyes. Ever since it ate the dragon fruit, it had fallen into a deep sleep and had only woken up a few days ago. This pressure should come from a strange independent space, said Lord Alcohol with a voice transmission. Lin Xian touched his chin. What kind of space is so scary? Buzz buzz, suddenly, thousands of rays of light shot down from the dark sky and flew in all directions. One of them flew toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian was enveloped by the light from the sky and felt warm all over. What's going on? Lin Xian was puzzled. Let's see what you have on you, Lord Alcohol transmitted. Lin Xian scanned with his soul spirit and suddenly exclaimed. In the corner of his storage ring, there was a palm-sized stone token that emitted a gentle light. Beside it, there was a stone key. These two items were obtained when Lin Xian obtained the Wind Thearch's sword. He didn't expect them to be of use at this moment. He took out the stone token and placed it in his palm. Buzz, the void trembled as the light resonated with the stone token and gradually became blurry. Lin Xian didn't hesitate as he grabbed the token and disappeared with the light. If he wasn't wrong, the place he was going to was related to the Wind Arch. He wouldn't miss out on something that could increase his strength. At the same time, the disciples of the 3-star and above sects were also taken away by the light. After an unknown period of time, Lin Xian woke up again. Birds chirped, flowers bloomed, and waterfalls flowed. The surroundings were like a fairyland. The dense trees were hundreds of meters tall, and their branches were strong and vigorous like horned dragons. Lin Xian released his soul spirit and didn't sense any danger. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. The teleportation made him feel extremely tired. He just wanted to have a good sleep. Hiding in the bushes, Lin Xian lowered his aura to the lowest and entered a state of rest. A day later, he slowly woke up. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's essence, energy, and spirit reached their peak. What dense spiritual energy! He sighed. The spiritual energy here far exceeded that of the outside world. Even a third-grade sect couldn't compare to it. Cultivating here for a day was probably equivalent to cultivating for a few days outside. Lin Xian's eyes flashed and were incomparably deep. He obtained the cultivation method of the purple demon eyes from Purple Heart storage ring and upgraded his purple spirit eyes to the purple demon eyes. At the same time, he used the method taught by Lord Alcohol to hide the purple light. Now, when he used his eye technique, only faint runes flashed. There was no longer any purple light. Practicing the secret arts of other sects was a taboo. Moreover, the Purple Extreme Devil Palace was a 3-star sect. Lin Xian didn't want to be hunted down by them every day. The Purple Demon Eyes had a total of 6 stages. Violet Knight had only cultivated to the 3rd stage, while Violet Heart had cultivated to the 4th. The difference was that Zi needed to borrow the power of his bloodline to use the Flame of the Soul, while Xian could easily use it. With the foundation of the purple spirit eyes and his powerful soul force, Lin Xian quickly reached the 4th stage. Now, he could also use the soul flame. He turned his gaze and looked around. In the end, he discovered that this space was so big that he couldn't see the end of it. That day, many multicolored lights descended from the sky. It seems like I wasn't the only one who entered this place. Could it be that it was the same as the trial by blood and fire, with many sects entering? In fact, Lin Xian's guess was not far from the truth. There were indeed many sects that had entered, but the standard this time was clearly much higher than in the cloud state. To be able to enter this place, one had to be a 3-star sect at the very least. Let's scout it out first. Lin Xian decided to scout the situation first. Using the dragon inverse steps, Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. Half a day later, Lin Xian came to a mountain peak and fell into deep thought. Hee, kid, you've finally discovered it. Lord Alcohol chuckled. You already knew? Lin Xian was taken aback as he helplessly stroked his chin. He took out the old map marked with a red mark and looked at it carefully. If one looked carefully, they would realize that some of the places Lin Xian had passed by were shockingly similar to what was drawn on the map. Could this map have been drawn here? Lin Xian had a bold idea. You guessed right. This should be a strategy that has been circulated. Lord Alcohol snorted. Then what are we waiting for? The treasures buried in such a treasure ground must be extraordinary. Lin Xian's heart burned with passion. He took out the map and found his location. Then, he found the area closest to him that was marked with a red dot. Wu-ji, the snow-white monkey also pointed in that direction and cheered. Let's go. Rubbing the monkey's head, Lin Xian transformed into a beam of light. The area closest to him was a pool surrounded by mountains. Lin Xian came to a short mountain peak and his eyes flickered as he scouted the situation. In front of him was a jade-green lake that sparkled like a flawless emerald. It was a 7-meter-long saber-toothed tiger with a pair of wings on its back that were covered in metallic feathers. The demonic aura around this demonic beast was exuberant as it danced like flames around its body. At that moment, it was lowering its head to drink water, causing ripples to appear on the surface of the lake. Suddenly, the demon tiger seemed to have sensed something as it flapped its wings in an attempt to escape. Swoosh, the surface of the lake suddenly exploded as a blue light flashed. Accompanied by a deep roar, a behemoth leaped out of the water. The blue light was like lightning, more than 10 meters long. It was extremely fast and instantly pierced through the demon tiger's wings. Then, it suddenly pulled the tiger back and swallowed it. Gua gua. After the gigantic demonic beast finished its meal, it was abnormally excited as it walked out of the lake. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he used the qi restraining art to conceal his aura. Then, he carefully hid behind the mountain peak. What a huge frog! He was astonished. Beside the lake in front of him, a blue frog that looked like a small mountain stood there. Its demonic aura surged into the sky, scattering the clouds in the sky. This isn't a frog. It's a blue-eyed blue toad that contains a trace of the bloodline of an ancient beast. It's extremely ferocious, Lord Alcohol said with a voice transmission. Its ancestor is the 9-eyed heavenly toad, one of the 10 ancient beasts. 10 ancient beasts? 9-eyed heavenly toad? Lin Xian had never heard of it. He had only heard of divine beasts like the azure dragon and true phoenix. However, Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. He felt an aura that surpassed the spirit sea realm. This aura seemed to be even stronger than Xianxia's. If Lin Xian encountered it a few days ago, he would probably have to run. However, his strength had increased by quite a bit. Even if he wasn't a match for it, he could still protect himself. It's actually a blue-eyed blue toad. Its skin is of the best quality. Not only is its defense extremely strong, but it also contains poison. Even a harmonious spirit expert would have to stay away from it. A few loud laughs were heard, causing the lake water to tremble and countless waves to rise. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! 5 figures landed in front of him as they stared at the blue-eyed blue toad with fiery eyes. These 5 people were very young, only in their 20s, but their auras were extremely powerful. They were not inferior to Ziyi, Yufei, and the rest. Lin Xian frowned slightly as he looked at the figures in the distance in surprise. What powerful strength! Who are these people? I'm afraid they're disciples from large sects participating in the trial. They're at least at the level of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace, Lord Alcohol said in a deep voice. Lin Xian was vigilant. The Purple Extreme Devil Palace was a 3-star sect. It was one of the top forces in the Xia country, Shadow country, and other places. If the disciples here were all from 3-star sects, it would be too terrifying. These people are almost on par with Ziyi, Yufei, and the others. Lin Xian sensed and praised inwardly. At this moment, the people in the distance made their move. Several terrifying attacks attacked the blue-eyed blue toad, and the power made Lin Xian's eyelids twitch. These people were all at the peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier and used spirit tier martial arts, which were extremely powerful. The blue-eyed blue toad was furious. It cried out twice, and its tongue lashed out like a whip. Hong! Chi, chi! A neat cut appeared on the ground. The 5 people quickly dodged and attacked again. For a moment, the nearby rocks shattered and the lake surged. Xiao Xuanzi, go to the bottom of the lake. There might be blue-eyed blue toad eggs, Lord Alcohol transmitted. Lin Xian was overjoyed when he heard this, and he left quietly. Circling to a distance, Lin Xian dove into the water like a fish and quickly swam downwards. At the same time, the leader of the 5 said quickly, Junior Sister Sue, go to the bottom of the lake and see if there are any blue-eyed blue toad eggs. If there are, we must retrieve them. The rest of you, attack with all your might. We must finish them off before the Black Wind sect. Yes. The 4 martial artists attacked with all their might, while Junior Sister Sue transformed into a spirit armor that covered her body and dove into the lake. Lin Xian was swimming underwater. The width of the lake was far beyond his imagination, and the pressure underwater was much stronger than the outside. Suddenly, his brows twitched and he looked up. Over there, a beautiful figure was descending at a rapid speed. It's her. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He recognized that the woman was one of the members attacking the blue-eyed blue toad. Looks like she has the same idea as me. Lin Xian's face darkened and he increased his speed. Su Xiao also saw someone below and was surprised. Could it be the Black Wind sex people? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but increase her speed. The spirit armor on her body gradually changed and transformed into a fishtail-shaped light under her feet. With a swing of her fishtail, Su Xiao's speed doubled. So fast. Lin Xian was shocked. He could sense that the woman was rapidly approaching. He turned around and unleashed his extreme purple pupil, and a look of realization appeared on his face when he saw the fishtail-shaped beam of light. The spirit energy in Lin Xian's body circulated, and the armor on his body continuously changed, finally transforming into the shape of a flood dragon. His dragon tail shook, and his body flew out like a sharp sword. Haha, so fast. Lin Xian's face lit up. He had the great dragon sword seal, so this change was nothing to him. However, when this change fell into Su Xiao's eyes, it caused a great commotion. She cultivated a type of martial skill that allowed her to transform into a fish tail, and the person below had obviously learned it on the spot, which made her extremely surprised. Gritting his teeth, Su Xiao circulated his spirit energy with all his might, increasing his speed once more. Whoosh! Whoosh! The flow of water around them became rapid, as if something was coming. Lin Xian's soul force was outstanding. As he looked over, his expression changed. A school of strangely shaped fish was rapidly swimming toward them. There were over 100 of them. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, this school of strange fish had already arrived in front of Lin Xian. Their heads were like lizards, and their bodies were slender with fine fish scales. Their sharp teeth were comparable to treasured weapons, shining with a cold light. Crack crack, a finger-sized hole had been bitten into Lin Xian's protective spiritual armor, and he was covered in wounds. Damn it! Lin Xian's expression changed drastically, and he immediately unleashed the copper thunder pattern. Rings of mysterious thunder patterns covered his body, and violent lightning surged, overflowing in the water. Crackle crackle, like a furious thunder dragon, it killed all the fish within 20 meters. However, even more strange fish were biting toward him. Go! Lin Xian did not dare to delay, and with a stroke of his finger, he unleashed the wind-splitting stance. The water in front of him seemed to have been cut open, and a vacuum appeared. Lin Xian seized the opportunity, and his body rushed out like a flood dragon. There's light ahead. Lin Xian's body moved, and he swam toward the light. The light was a bubble with a diameter of about 10 meters. There were some basin-sized eggs and millstone-sized tadpoles swimming inside. It's the blue-eyed blue toad's eggs. Lin Xian was overjoyed. At the same time, he realized that the strange fish behind him were wandering in the distance, not daring to approach the bubbles. That's right, these bubbles contain a thick evil aura. Normal demonic beasts would not dare to approach them. Just as Lin Xian was about to collect the blue-eyed blue toad's eggs, a light flashed behind him, and a figure rushed out quickly. As expected of a disciple of a large sect. You got out of danger so quickly. Lin Xian praised. The person behind him was Su Xiao. She held a red thin sword in her hand, and she killed a bloody path. Demonic beast eggs. Su Xiao's eyes were filled with surprise, and then she looked at Lin Xian. I'm from the Star Peak Pavilion. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. These aren't things you can have. She scolded, and at the same time, she quickly approached the bubbles below. Lin Xian ignored her, and his gaze swept across the demonic beast eggs below. Suddenly, his brows twitched. In one of the bubbles, there was an egg. There were strands of golden light twining around it, and it faintly emitted an unusual aura. There's actually a phenomenon of atavism. Lord Alcohol was shocked. Xiaoxuanzi, this is good stuff. When it grows up, it'll be comparable to a spirit-detecting realm expert. Spirit-detecting realm. That's an existence even stronger than a harmonious spirit realm expert. Lin Xian's eyes burned with passion, and he quickly rushed toward the golden egg. You're courting death. Su Xiao shouted from the side. Her target was also the golden egg. Without hesitation, she stabbed out with her red thin sword. Several sword beams tore through the water and rushed toward Lin Xian. With a stomp, Lin Xian's body twisted strangely, dodging all the sword beams. At the same time, runes flashed in his eyes. Sword Spirit World. When she came into contact with Lin Xian's right eye, Su Xiao's body trembled, as if her soul was being sucked away. Her surroundings changed drastically. Several pitch-black chains bound her tighter and tighter, making it difficult for her to breathe. You're from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace. Su Xiao screamed and struggled frantically. It was rumored that the disciples of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace were ruthless and knew an eye technique called the Purple Extreme Devil Eyes. The young man in front of her was clearly using an eye technique. Purple Extreme Devil Palace? Lin Xian was slightly stunned. Did they come in as well? Although he was surprised, he didn't slow down. He released the snow-white monkey, and a white light rushed toward the golden egg. It's useless. You don't have a demonic beast pouch. You can't raise it. Su Xiao screamed from afar. Whoosh, with a flash, Lin Xian arrived in front of Su Xiao. What are you doing? Su Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of panic. Since you know so much, you must have a demonic beast pouch on you. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed Su Xiao's waist. Shameless. I won't give it to you. Su Xiao bit the tip of her tongue and temporarily regained her consciousness. The red rapier drew a strange arc in the air, aiming for Lin Xuanxiang's eyes, chest, and throat. Su Xiao, on the other hand, kept retreating. Purple Extreme Devil Eyes, 4th level. Lin Xian's body moved erratically, and an invisible soul force rushed toward Su Xiao. Lin Xian used an extremely powerful illusion to make Su Xiao fall into a trance. With a flash of his hand, he took the demonic beast pouch from Su Xiao's waist. Woo! A white light flew over from afar. The snow-white monkey was holding a demonic beast egg that was the size of a wash basin. It was crying out happily. At this moment, a croaking sound came from the bubble below. Not good. Lin Xian's expression changed. He put the golden demonic beast egg into the demonic beast pouch and quickly left with the snow-white monkey. The sound from below was getting louder and louder. It woke Su Xiao up from the illusion. Damn it. Su Xiao's delicate face was filled with anger. As an elite disciple of the Star Peak sect, she had never been taken advantage of. But now, in the hands of Lin Xian, not only did she lose the demonic beast pouch, but even the precious demonic beast egg was stolen. Ah! Bastard! Su Xiao shouted angrily. She quickly swam up. I must tell senior brother to capture this abominable fellow. At the lakeside, the other 4 disciples of the Star Peak sect were fighting with the blue-eyed blue toad. Suddenly, a croaking sound came from the bottom of the lake. Croak, the sound made the blue-eyed blue toad extremely irritable. It jumped into the water. Junior apprentice Sister Su must have succeeded. Stop it. The 4 of them worked together. Sword chi intertwined in the air, forming a 100-meter-long sword net. Every sword chi was as thick as a tree. Buzz, the sword net emitted a dazzling light. It stopped the blue-eyed blue toad and quickly pressed down. Whoosh! Whoosh! The blue-eyed blue toad cried out angrily. Its body kept colliding with the huge sword net. The ground cracked. Huge waves that were hundreds of meters high rushed towards the crowd. At the same time, the blue light on its body flickered. It opened its mouth and spat out a blue mist. Retreat! It's poisonous. The disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion scattered as fast as lightning. Chi! The blue mist came into contact with the sword net and burned a hole that was more than 10 meters wide. Croak! The blue-eyed blue toad's body bounced. It moved like a mountain, bringing with it countless gusts of wind. Whoosh! The sword net was torn open and finally broke. The blue-eyed blue toad also escaped into the lake. What a terrifying poisonous fog. This blue-eyed blue toad was much stronger than we had imagined. Forget it. There are many treasures on Floating Island. There's no need for us to waste time here. Junior Sister Su should be coming out soon. Whoosh! As he spoke, a sword light broke through the surface of the lake and landed on the ground. Junior Apprentice Sister Su. The four of them were overjoyed and hurried over. How is it? Did you get it? We dug out 2 demonic beast eggs. However, a bastard appeared and snatched away one of the demonic beast eggs. Su Xiao said through gritted teeth. What? Someone dares to go against our Star Peak Pavilion? Could it be the Black Wind sect? Golden thread demonic egg, could it be an atavistic phenomenon? Everyone was shocked. Senior brothers, your guess is correct. It is indeed a phenomenon of atavism. But he's not from the Black Wind sect. That brat is proficient in eye techniques. He should be from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace. Su Xiao's face was filled with lingering fear when he thought about how he had fallen into an illusion. Purple Extreme Devil Palace. Their faces darkened. Although their eye techniques are powerful, our Star Peak Pavilion is not to be trifled with. Junior apprentice sister, draw that brat's face. We'll gather the others. We must snatch the demonic beast eggs back. He escaped before me, but he shouldn't have gone far. Let's chase after him. Su Xiao seemed to have thought of something. Right, he also snatched my demonic beast pouch. There should be my aura on it. Damn it. I can't sense it. Don't worry. The Purple Extreme Devil Palace is proficient in soul power. They should have used some method to hide it. However, the demonic beast pouch was bestowed by the sex elders. The aura on it is impossible for a Sea of Soul Realm martial artist to erase. As long as we ask the Mu clan for help, we can definitely find that person. The 5 of them made a decision and quickly left the place. After a long time, the surface of the lake rippled slightly. A figure quickly jumped onto the shore. Star Peak Pavilion? Demonic beast pouch's aura? No wonder I felt a vague fluctuation. This figure was Lin Xian. After obtaining the demonic beast eggs, he didn't escape immediately. Instead, he hid in the water. Seems like this Mu clan is also proficient in soul power. I must be careful. Taking out the demonic beast pouch, Lin Xian's fingers moved. Lines of mysterious inscriptions appeared, forming a pattern in the air. Seal. He growled. The inscriptions in the air suddenly shone brightly. Then, they poured into the demonic beast pouch and sealed the aura on it. It should be fine now, right? Lin Xian put away the demonic beast pouch and quickly left the place. Walking in the forest, Lin Xian took out the map again. Seems like the things recorded here are indeed good. However, without enough strength, there is no way to obtain them. Lin Xian put away the map and headed for the next marked location. The floating island was very vast. No one knew where it ended. Moreover, it was very dangerous. Not only were there competition between disciples of other sects, there were also many powerful demonic beasts. If one didn't have enough strength, they would only become food for others. For the next 2 days, Lin Xian traveled through the forest. The tall trees were at least 100 meters tall. The leaves were lush and covered the sky. There were many demonic beasts that were hibernating. Some of them were abnormally powerful, far beyond what a Sea of Soul Realm martial artist could handle. During this time, he saw a 10-meter-tall white jade demonic elephant and a 20-meter-long 2-headed demonic wolf fighting. That scene was deeply imprinted in his heart and could not be erased. In the end, the two destroyed everything within a 1,000-meter radius and perished together. After waiting for a long time, Lin Xian was sure that they were really dead. Only then did he jump down from the 10-meter-high branch. His body was like a swimming dragon, extremely agile. Wooji Wooji, the little white monkey jumped down from his shoulder and quickly went to the 2 huge demonic beasts. Its furry little paw dug out 2 demonic crystals the size of a fist. They were like exquisite gems, shining with a demonic light. What a thick demonic chi! Lin Xian felt the demonic chi on them and slightly changed his expression. Wooji, the little white monkey waved its paw and swallowed the 2 demonic crystals. Eating so much at once, aren't you afraid of being stuffed? Lin Xian scolded. Wooji Wooji, the little white monkey's face was full of mockery as it constantly gestured. Finally, it opened its mouth and the 2 demonic crystals appeared in its hands. Hee hee, this little guy is very strange. Don't make a fuss about it. Lord Alcohol laughed. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. He realized that the little white monkey seemed to have a strange space that could store things. Ignoring the little white monkey, Lin Xian began to dissect the materials on the two demonic beasts. The white jade demonic elephant's tusks were as smooth as jade and extremely hard. Even his autumn scar sword could not damage them. They were definitely excellent materials for refining. As for the two-headed demonic wolf's teeth and claws, they were also rare items. They were also excellent materials for refining. Finally, Lin Xian peeled off the entire demonic wolf's skin. After doing this, he set off again. Awoo, Lin Xian quickly approached his destination. Suddenly, a series of roars came from ahead. This cry rang out in the forest, startling countless birds. Sensing the direction of the sound, Lin Xian couldn't help but speed up. If he remembered correctly, that place was the destination marked on the map. Using the dragon rebel steps, Lin Xian transformed into a beam of light as he sped through the forest. The ground in front of him suddenly shook. From time to time, roars could be heard. Furthermore, there was an extremely dense demonic aura. Lin Xian concealed his aura and carefully advanced. He hid behind a tree trunk and frowned slightly. A pungent smell of blood wafted from the ground, making him feel nauseous. There were many corpses of demonic beasts piled up on the ground. The fresh blood formed a small river that flowed continuously. At that moment, there were three powerful demonic beasts that looked at each other with hostility as they growled. Near them was a cave that was half a meter tall. From time to time, a strange fragrance wafted out. Woo-gee woo-gee, the fragrance made the snow-white monkey cry out. Its body swayed as it attempted to charge out. Thankfully, Lin Xian had been staring at it the entire time. When it didn't move, he hurriedly held it down. However, the snow-white monkey's cry attracted the attention of the three powerful demonic beasts. So, a wind blade that was more than 10 meters long struck the tree trunk, producing a loud boom. With a stomp of his foot, Lin Xian's body abruptly shot forward before landing lightly on the ground. Roar! The three demonic beasts looked at Lin Xian and constantly roared with a strong sense of warning. Lin Xian secretly circulated his spirit energy and at the same time, used his extreme purple eye to look into the cave. Inside, there were many rocks. Amidst the rocks was a fist-sized green liquid that emitted a strange fragrance. It's actually earth spirit liquid. No wonder it attracted so many demonic beasts. Lord Alcohol was enlightened. Earth spirit liquid? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He had heard of this liquid. It was condensed from underground spirit veins. Every drop contained powerful spirit energy. No matter how injured one was, as long as one didn't die, one drop of earth spirit liquid would allow one to quickly recover. Furthermore, this liquid had the effect of raising a warrior or demonic beast's realm. Gulp, even though Lin Xian was used to seeing treasures, when he saw the great earth essence, he was still moved. This kind of treasure must be obtained. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed, and the aura on his body gradually became fierce. Feeling the change in Lin Xian's aura, the three monster beasts began to roar uneasily. They had just gone through a great battle and were all injured, which affected their strength. Whoosh, the snow-white little monkey's body flashed and directly rushed out. Whoosh, the demonic beast on the right was a huge spider as big as a house. It spat out a spider web to seal the cave entrance. Bang! The snow-white monkey was obstructed and its body was revealed. An angry expression appeared on its face. Behind him, two strands of sparkling and translucent spider silk quickly wrapped around the little monkey. Woo-gee woo-gee. The snow-white little monkey kept flashing around, scratching its ears and cheeks. The fact that these three demonic beasts were able to stand out among the thousands of demonic beasts was enough to show how extraordinary they were. Even the little snow-white monkey was blocked by them. The other two demonic beasts were a white-spot demon tiger and a blue-winged demon wolf. The two demonic beasts had a thick demonic chi flowing around them, which was extremely frightening. If it were any other time, Lin Xian would definitely turn around and leave. But right now, the two demonic beasts were both injured, with horrifying wounds on their bodies. Lin Xian decided to fight with his life on the line. With a flick of his finger, the autumn scar sword appeared in his hand. Wind style. The sword light flashed, and the sword chi in the sky merged with the wind, stabbing towards the two demonic beasts' wounds. Roar, the white crystal demon tiger waved its sharp claws, forming a couple of red sharp blades in the air, which were as sharp as blades. These demonic beasts had very sensitive senses. Although they could not see the sword chi, they could still sense it. With a leap, the white crystal demon tiger barely dodged Lin Xian's sword chi. On the other side, the blue-winged demon wolf shook its wings, forming countless wind blades that rushed towards Lin Xian. Crack, crack. Crack, crack. The ground and the trees nearby were all hit by the wind blades, causing countless cracks to appear. Shoo, the sword chi surged, and the sword intent surged, cutting apart the wind blades in the sky. Then, with an extremely strange speed, it stabbed towards the double-winged demon wolf. Wind Emperor's sword. After more than a month of training, Lin Xian had already grasped 60% of it, and this sword was extremely unpredictable. Shoo, shoo. Almost as soon as the sword light flashed, the sharp sword chi had already stabbed into the wound on the demonic wolf's stomach. The power of wind and thunder surged, quickly destroying the demonic wolf's body. That wound had already turned from half a meter to 1 meter. Awoo, the blue-winged cradle roared towards the sky, ignoring the wounds on its body as it rushed towards Lin Xian. On the other hand, the white crystal demon tiger pounced towards the cave. With a flash of blue light, the demonic wolf pounced towards Lin Xian like a gust of wind, bringing with it the smell of blood and overflowing demonic chi. Boom, stomping on the ground with its 4 limbs, the demonic wolf jumped up high and spat out countless wind blades. Lin Xian used the dragon rebel step, and his body was like an azure dragon swinging its tail, quickly moving away. However, the demonic wolf in midair flapped its wings and disappeared. When it reappeared, Lin Xian was only 1 meter away from it. Whoosh, whoosh. Its claws slashed out, tearing through the void. Lin Xian couldn't dodge in time, and hurriedly used the copper thunder pattern to block this attack. Boom, as if a mountain had crashed into him, the thunder pattern flickered as it resisted this attack with all its might. Lin Xian's face turned pale. Clearly, this attack had made him feel very uncomfortable. However, he didn't let go of this opportunity. Cloud-severing sword. The long sword slashed out like a rainbow, as if it was going to cut the clouds in the sky in half. The thick sword chi landed on the demonic wolf's body, producing a cracking sound. At such a close distance, the demonic wolf didn't have any chance to dodge, and the cloud-severing sword's power landed on its body. Flesh and blood splattered as the sword chi quickly sliced through, revealing the white bones inside. Boom. Awoo, the demonic wolf landed on the ground, dying. Lightning chain. Lin Xian was still worried. He waved his hand, and 5 lightning bolts appeared in the void, connecting together and striking down. The demonic wolf didn't have any resistance, and was shattered into pieces. Lin Xian's body flashed, and he ran toward the white crystal demon tiger. Just now, the white crystal demon tiger wanted to take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the cave, but it was trapped by the spider's web, and it kept struggling. Cloud-severing sword. Lin Xian raised his long sword and slashed down. The sword chi was like a rainbow, shaking the void, tearing everything apart, and slashing toward the white crystal demon tiger. Roar, although the demon tiger was trapped by the spider's web, it didn't just sit there and wait for death. The tiger stripes on its body emitted light, forming a light above its head. A huge tiger shadow appeared in the void. Boom, boom. Boom, the sword chi clashed with the light, and a dazzling light burst out. Shoo, Lin Xian's body flashed, and he disappeared from the spot. Dragon counterattack 7 steps. His body swayed like a green dragon, and he stepped on the demon tiger's head. Crack, the sound of bones breaking was heard, and blood and brain matter flew out together. The white crystal demon tiger didn't even have time to cry out before its body fell to the ground. After taking care of the 2 demonic beasts, Lin Xian set his eyes on the last spider. The snow-white monkey kept flashing, and behind it, there were always 2 sparkling spider silks dancing. Lin Xian saw this and slashed out. The dazzling sword chi was like a dragon, whistling through the air. Dang, 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 the sharp sword chi landed on the spider silks, but it only caused a few sparks. Such strong toughness. Lin Xian was surprised. One had to know that his sword contained 20% sword intent, Normal martial artists in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier couldn't block it, but the 2 spider silks didn't cause any damage. The demonic beasts on the floating island were indeed abnormal. Lin Xian muttered, and at the same time, changed the direction of his sword, stabbing towards the huge body of the venomous spider. Chi, 2 fist-sized holes appeared on its body, and instantly, green blood flowed out. Who? The 8 huge legs of the venomous spider danced wildly. Each leg was like a divine spear, able to pierce through everything. Lin Xian and the snow-white monkey were like lightning, leaving countless afterimages in the air. Their speed was extremely fast. Dragon counterattack 7 steps. Lin Xian's body was like a long dragon, swaying non-stop. His feet emitted a dangerous aura. Dong, 1 foot stepped on the venomous spider's body, smashing out a terrifying bloody hole. 2nd step. The foot landed again, and another bloody hole appeared. At the same time, the venomous spider roared at the sky, and the 2 sparkling spider silks abandoned the snow-white monkey, waving towards Lin Xian with all its might. Ka, wherever the sparkling spider silks passed, the rocks were cut open mercilessly, and the surrounding trees were all cut in half. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. Even if he used copper lace body, he could still feel a heart-shaking aura. With a leap, he left the venomous spider's body. Another sword light flashed, and this sword cut right on the bloody hole. More than half of the sword chi pierced into the spider's body. The power of wind and thunder surged, and the long sword cut the venomous spider's body in half. Who? Chi, green blood splattered in all directions. Everything in the surroundings quickly withered, and terrifying wounds appeared. Lin Xian held his breath and removed the 2 sparkling spider silks, then quickly rushed towards the cave. Puff, with a slash of his sword, Lin Xian bent his body and prepared to enter. Suddenly, a cold light flashed under his body and shot up into the sky, piercing his chest. At this moment, Lin Xian could feel the aura of death. The sword intent in his eyes surged as he slashed out together with the sword of soul. Ding, the cold light was blocked, and its speed slowed down for a moment. However, in the blink of an eye, it once again stabbed towards Lin Xian. Ding! Boom, the sharp tip pierced his chest, bringing with it a strange rotating force. The lightning mark flashed and condensed a thick lightning defense in front of Lin Xian's chest. However, this sharpness was too sharp. It actually drilled out a fingernail-sized hole and pierced under the lightning pattern. Puff, Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot as if he had suffered a heavy blow. His body slammed into the wall and flew out along with the rubble. Whoosh, a translucent figure appeared in a flash, holding a star-like dagger in his hand, flickering with a cold light. Jia. Earth Spirit Liquid, Wuji, the little white monkey saw Lin Xian flying out and shouted anxiously. Its body swayed and disappeared. You're courting death. The translucent figure was suddenly enraged. The dagger in his hand suddenly pierced towards the top of the Earth Spirit Liquid. Wuji, with a flash of white light, the little white monkey quickly escaped. The translucent figure sneered and looked at the Earth Spirit Liquid. His face instantly darkened. The fist-sized Earth Spirit Liquid was reduced by half. Damn monkey. The translucent figure let out a low growl. He took out a jade bottle and stored the remaining Earth Spirit Liquid. Even the land on the ground had been taken away by him. After doing all this, he looked at Lin Xian in the distance. To be able to kill 3 rank 5 demonic beasts and have a strange monkey, your identity must be extraordinary. Let's see if there's anything good. Like a ghost, the translucent figure floated over. Whoosh, the pale white palm gradually materialized and finally became no different from an ordinary person. The palm slowly reached out and grabbed Lin Xian's storage ring. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Soul fire. An invisible flame flew out from his left eye and landed on the translucent figure. It immediately burned. Ah, a scream rang out. The translucent figure immediately retreated and escaped into the distance. There were still flames dancing on his body. Trying to run? Lin Xian's body swayed and his sword pierced out like a shooting star. Ding, the translucent figure raised the dagger in his hand to block, cutting off the dazzling sword chi and colliding with the blade at the same time. Boom, Lin Xian's body swayed and dispelled the strange power. The translucent figure also retreated a few steps and gradually revealed a human face. Impossible, how can you still be alive after being hit by the cold star? The voice was filled with shock. After hiding for so long, you actually made a move at the last moment. You're indeed sinister. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Fortunately, he had obtained a mystic-level high-grade armor from Purple Heart, which saved his life. Kiki, brat, scram, or I'll kill you. After saying that, he waved the dagger in his hand. Soul fire. Lin Xian did not waste time and directly attacked. An invisible flame flew out, causing the translucent figure to scream again. It's useless, you can only injure me, but you can't kill me. The translucent figure shouted. Soul fire has a strong side effect on the eyes. Let's see how many times you can use it. After saying that, he actually endured the pain of his soul and rushed forward with the dagger in his hand. Soul sword. Lin Xian continued to merge the great dragon sword intent and finally succeeded after more than 10 times. Whoosh, dragon-shaped sword chi flew out with a destructive aura. Impossible. The translucent figure finally panicked. His soul seemed to be extinguished at any time. Pooh, the soul sword mercilessly slashed down. Together with the soul fire, the translucent figure's soul was destroyed. Boom, a figure appeared and landed on the ground. Lin Xian, on the other hand, covered his eyes and frowned. As he used the soul fire and soul sword, he realized that the damage to his eyes was increasing. It seemed that he could only use it as a trump card. Lin Xian sighed. Fortunately, he could still use illusions and other eye techniques. I was careless this time. Lin Xian covered his chest with a look of lingering fear. Even now, his chest was still faintly hurting. Through his soul force, he could sense that there was a needle-sized hole in his high-grade profound rank armor. This dagger is really good stuff. Lin Xian took off the dagger and storage ring from the man's body. His soul power reached out, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Inside, there were dozens of drops of emerald green liquid that emitted a shocking aura of life. Wooji wooji. The snow-white monkey jumped onto Lin Xian's body and spat out a dozen drops of earth spirit liquid. Then, it pointed at the dagger and the transparent spider silk. Obviously, this little monkey wanted to trade. This dagger was dark blue in color, as deep as the stars. The 2 words Cold Star were carved on the hilt. To be able to pierce through his copper thunder mark and leave a mark on a profound grade upper grade armor, this Cold Star was obviously not an ordinary weapon. Conservatively speaking, it should be a profound grade upper grade artifact. Of course, it could also be a profound grade upper grade artifact. The spider silk was extremely tough. Even his autumn scar sword couldn't cut through it, making it even more precious. However, Lin Xian agreed without any hesitation. Firstly, he didn't need a dagger, and this cold star would be more useful in the hands of the little monkey. Plus, there were 2 strands of spider silk. Lin Xian didn't feel bad about giving away 1 strand. After all, it would be beneficial for him if the little monkey became stronger. Furthermore, the benefits of the Great Earth Spirit Liquid were far greater than these weapon materials. Only when he became stronger would it be the most realistic. After a tough battle, Lin Xian had some enlightenment. He wanted to go into seclusion for a few days. He found an empty cave and blocked it with a huge rock. Then, he took out the cold platform. Raising his head, Lin Xian dripped a drop of the Great Earth Spirit Liquid into it. That rich life essence filled every pore of his body, cleansing his body continuously. The 6 spiritual seas in his body surged, wrapping around the drop of Great Earth Spirit Liquid and quickly absorbing the energy within. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's cultivation was increasing at a visible speed. 2 hours later, some black impurities were expelled from his body. Lin Xian's body had been refined by the profound ice chi and the ice fire flame wine. He had already surpassed the normalcy of Soul Realm. Now, with the nourishment of the Great Earth Spirit Liquid, his body was already comparable to a half-step harmonious Spirit Realm warrior. Forming a seal with both hands, the power of wind and thunder surged, shaking off the impurities on his body. Changing the seals, Lin Xian closed his eyes and absorbed the energy of the Great Earth Spirit Liquid. On the side, the little monkey also swallowed a drop of Great Earth Spirit liquid. Then, its eyes became blurry and it fell into a deep sleep. Just as Lin Xian was in seclusion, the 5 people from Star Peak sect met the people from Purple Extreme Demon Palace. Without any warning, the Star Peak sect's cultivators attacked with all their might, beating up the Purple Extreme Devil Palace's disciples. This unlucky disciple was Ziyi. His eyes had already recovered, and his cultivation had also improved quite a bit. But even so, he was still unable to withstand the attacks of the 5 people. Purple Demon Eyes. Ziyi used her bloodline power, released a large-scale illusion, and then quickly fled. Hand over the golden egg, or levitating island will have no place for your Purple Extreme Demon Palace. Su Xiao shouted. What bullshit demonic beast egg? I don't know. Ziyi cursed angrily. Humph, although you didn't take it, your fellow sect member did. If you know what's good for you, then cooperate with us and find that brat together. Another person shouted. Ziyi didn't believe their nonsense at all. He unleashed his bloodline power with all his might, and his body transformed into a streak of light as he fled. Could it be that someone else stole it? Ziyi thought. There were 4 of them this time. Other than him, the other 3 were his senior brothers. One of them was a half-step harmonious spirit cultivator. Whoosh, the sound of the air being torn apart rang out again from behind. The 5 people from the Star Peak sect had caught up, and formed a stellar sword formation to besiege Ziyi. The sword light fell from the sky like a meteor, exploding towards Ziyi. That terrifying presence was enough to annihilate an ordinary martial artist in the 7th layer of the spiritual C tier. Purple Extreme Demonic Shadow, Blood Fiend Descent. The bloodline power in Ziyi's body rumbled as he unleashed his strongest attack. His body transformed into a blood demon as he fought against the falling meteor shower. Rumble, great stars fell one after another, smashing into the ground. Countless trees collapsed, and mountain peaks were shattered. Violet Knight was heavily injured and vomited blood. However, by relying on the power of his bloodline, he was able to withstand this wave of attacks. However, the next wave of sword rain and shooting stars was about to arrive. Soulfire. He clenched his teeth and used his eye technique to interfere with the Star Peak Pavilion martial artist. Taking advantage of the chaos, he fled. Star Peak Pavilion, I'll remember you. Ziyi's voice drifted over from afar. Senior Brother Feng. The disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion exclaimed loudly and quickly rushed to the injured warrior's side. It's actually a soul attack, damn it. Damn Purple Extreme Demonic Palace, we definitely can't let them off this time. Let's go and meet up with Senior Brother Qi Ming. We must eliminate them. The disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion were aggressive as they left with the injured disciple. 3 days passed in a hurry. Lin Xian finally completely absorbed the drop of Earth Spirit liquid in his body. With the addition of the ice platform, the effect reached the extreme. Merely 1 drop raised his cultivation to the peak of the 6th layer of the spiritual C tier. However, Lin Xian did not consume it again. Continuous advancement was not good, he needed battle to consolidate. Putting away the ice platform, Lin Xian discovered that the snow-white little monkey beside him was still asleep. Shaking his head, Lin Xian threw it into the demonic beast pouch. Then, he seemed to have thought of something as his eyes flickered. Finally, Lin Xian clenched his teeth and dripped a drop of Earth Spirit liquid onto the demonic beast egg. A violent mental wave spread out as the washbasin-sized egg absorbed the Earth Spirit liquid, releasing a faint golden light. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Xian was full of expectations for this demonic beast egg. After all, it showed signs of atavism, and now with the nourishment of the Earth Spirit liquid, its future growth was limitless. Putting away the demonic beast pouch, Lin Xian walked out of the cave. Finding the next destination on the map, Lin Xian set off again. However, this time, he did not gain anything. There was a deep hole in the ground, obviously, a stock of spirit medicine had been dug out. Could it be a coincidence? Lin Xian's heart sank as he went to the next marked location. Similarly, the item had been taken away. Looks like I'm not the only one with a guide. Lin Xian sighed. He guessed that some disciples of large sects should have the same information. Sorting out his emotions, he set off again. There's a stone door here. Let's go take a look first. Lin Xian found a conspicuous location on the map. He paid special attention to some stone objects because he still had a stone key that might come in handy. In a valley far away, the Star Peak sect disciples finally found the Mu family martial artist. That aura is very weak. Looks like it's been sealed. But don't worry, I've already sensed that aura. Where is it? The Star Peak sect martial artist asked anxiously. It's moving at high speed. It looks like Inge is heading to the Stupa sect. A young man said. This young man was handsome, and his black hair was casually draped over his shoulders. He looked very dashing. Surrounding him was a thick layer of soul power, allowing him to float in the air. Thank you, Brother Muchin. The Star Peak Pavilion disciple said gratefully. There's no time to lose. Let's head to the Stupa sect immediately. The Stupa sect was an important place on Sky Island, and it was about to open. At that time, all the martial artists would probably head there. Muchin said lightly. We're going too. Let's go together. Thank you, Brother Muchin. The leading young man said respectfully. We'll definitely report this favor to Senior Brother Qiming. Stupa sect was one of the oldest existences on Levitating Island. It was like a symbol of Levitating Island, standing there all year round. It was as if it had existed for tens of thousands of years. No one knew when it had appeared. Just like Levitating Island, it was always a mystery. However, this didn't stop people from paying attention to it. It was said that it was a gate of fortune with countless treasures inside. Every time Levitating Island opened, the sealing power of Stupa sect would be at its weakest. It wouldn't take long for it to open completely. At that time, all the experts on Levitating Island would gather there, waiting for their fortune. And who would obtain it? Apart from luck, one also needed great strength. Lin Xian met disciples of other sects along the way and used illusions to obtain this information. Now, he was rushing to Stupa sect. From afar, Lin Xian saw a stone gate towering into the clouds, standing on the ground like a mountain peak. As he got closer, he could feel the vicissitudes of countless years. Lin Xian praised inwardly when he sensed the obscure aura above. Could this Stupa sect be related to Emperor Feng? He was puzzled, but at the same time, he was looking forward to it. This should be the ruins of a sect, Lord Alcohol said in a deep voice, but it has been defeated for a long time. Probably tens of thousands of years. Lord Alcohol's voice was a little low. Tens of thousands of years? Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. One had to know that experts who entered the three spirit realms only had a lifespan of a few hundred years. Compared to 10,000 years, it was like comparing an ant to an elephant. What can be left behind after such a long time? Lin Xian suddenly felt a little worried. Your Wind Emperor's sword art is only an incomplete inheritance. If you can obtain the complete inheritance here, it will greatly increase your strength. The complete inheritance? Lin Xian was a little tempted. This was indeed possible. After all, he came here because of that strange key. A little further ahead, he could see figures flashing and all sorts of air-piercing sounds could be heard. All of them had powerful auras. The weakest was at the 6th sky of Spirit Sea Realm. Most of them were at the 7th sky. There were even a few whose cultivation exceeded the Spirit Sea Realm. Half-step harmonious spirit. Lin Xian's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect to see a half-step harmonious spirit expert here. He had used all of his trump cards to kill a half-step harmonious spirit expert. With the increase in his cultivation and the 2 new martial skills that he had learned, he might be able to contend against them. However, it was still difficult to kill him, unless he entered the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier or achieved small success in sword intent. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian rushed forward. On the way, gazes swept over him from time to time, and when they saw his cultivation in the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean tier, they all quickly retreated. Lin Xian smiled and didn't take it to heart. This was even better. He didn't need to draw attention to himself. However, if someone really treated him as an ordinary martial artist in the 6th layer of the spiritual sea realm, he wouldn't mind giving them an unforgettable lesson. As time passed, more and more people gathered around the Stupa gate. With so many people here, it was inevitable that there would be some friction, but so far, no one had fought. Most of it was because of the stupigate. The chi it emitted made people revere it from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He roughly calculated that there were about 300 people here, and there were more coming. These people wore different sect uniforms, so it was easy to recognize them. In fact, other than Xia country, Shadow country, and other remote countries, the countries in the center of Tiannan region sent many disciples. Firstly, it was because of the region, and secondly, the strength of these places was different. Although they were all 3-star sects, there was still a huge gap between them. Everyone waited quietly. Suddenly, a violent spirit energy fluctuation came from afar. Several figures rushed to the vicinity of the stupa gate, attracting the attention of almost half of the people. Because they had fought their way here. Saber chi crisscrossed with a sharp aura, as if it wanted to break through the sky. That chi dispersed the pressure from the stupa gate. Is this saber intent? So strong, who is this person? I don't know. Looking at his clothes, he doesn't look like someone from the big sections. Could he be a martial artist from the border region? The nearby martial artists discussed animatedly, all of them staring at the young man with the long saber. Lin Xian raised his head and looked over as well. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face. It's him? Lin Xian rubbed his chin. He knew this young man and had even fought with him briefly. He was Yi Daolong from the snow-seeking sect, the genius who had comprehended saber intent. A dazzling saber light lit up, like a heavenly saber, and came crashing down. A murderous aura filled the air, bringing with it a chill that split the ground. Behind him, a huge fist like a small mountain punched out, colliding with the saber light and exploding. The sound was like a thunder tribulation, making everyone's ears go numb. Oh no, retreat. Damn, it's too scary. Many martial artists covered their ears with their souls and retreated quickly. Lin Xian tapped his feet lightly, his body floating like duckweed. Bastard, hand over the spiritual medicine. The person behind him was furious. I got the spiritual medicine, I can't give it to an outsider. If you don't accept it, just fight. I'll accept it. This guy is really arrogant. He doesn't even care about someone at the peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual sea realm. Comprehending saber intent at such a young age, he must be a genius. How can such a person admit defeat? Kid, keep being arrogant. When the experts of my Black Wind sect come, I'll let you know what regret is. The black-clothed disciple snorted. He's actually a disciple of the Black Wind sect? Everyone was shocked, looking at the black-clothed martial artist in awe. Feeling everyone's frightened gaze, the black-clothed youth said proudly, offending my Black Wind sect, you're dead meat. It won't be long before senior brother Ling Feng arrives. At that time, he'll kill you like a dog. When he comes, we'll fight. Yi Daolong's voice was cold like ice that hadn't melted for 10,000 years. Humph, you're about to die and still dare to be arrogant. The Black Wind sect martial artist stood aside with a cold expression. Yi Daolong ignored him and walked forward. The nearby martial artists dispersed, afraid of getting involved with Yi Daolong. Yi Daolong wasn't afraid of the Black Wind sect, but that didn't mean they weren't. The Black Wind sect was powerful and was a top existence among the 3-star sections. Moreover, Ling Fengzi was among the disciples that came this time. He was one of the strongest geniuses. Seeing this, Yi Daolong's face was like ice as he walked past quickly. Brother Leng, here. Suddenly, a hearty voice came from the crowd. Everyone was stunned, not daring to believe their ears. Yi Daolong had already offended the Black Wind sect and was avoided by everyone. Now, someone was greeting him so warmly. Didn't they know how to write the word death? The surrounding martial artists all looked back and finally saw a young man in the crowd. Dressed in green, his black hair was like a waterfall. A calm smile hung on his face, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. Such a handsome young man. Everyone praised in their hearts. Something's wrong. Dodge. These martial artists reacted and jumped away as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions. Their faces were filled with fear. Whose kid is this? Even if you want to harm someone, you can't harm them like this. That's right. Although I'm standing close to him, we have no relationship. I don't even know him. The martial artist who was originally standing near Lin Xian tried his best to explain. Lin Xian touched his nose helplessly. Could it be that the Onyx Wind sect was really that scary? It's you? Lang Yidao turned his head and looked over. I didn't expect to meet you here. Seeing that your cultivation has increased so quickly, I think the battle between us will come soon. Lin Xian broke out in cold sweat. This guy was really a battle maniac. The Onyx Wind sect's disciple's face turned cold as he stared at Lin Xian like a murderous knife. Kid, you dare to walk with the enemy of the Onyx Wind sect? You're courting death. I'll give you a chance. Hurry up and get lost, or I'll kill you too. The Onyx Wind sect's disciple was very arrogant. Lin Xian frowned slightly. The inscription in his right eye flashed like a black vortex that wanted to devour people. Plop, the Onyx Wind sect's disciple knelt on the ground. His forehead was covered in cold sweat and his face was terrifyingly pale. F***ck, what happened? It seems that the kid just took a look and the Onyx Wind sect's disciple became like this. So evil. Could it be demonic arts? For a moment, the nearby martial artists all looked at Lin Xian in horror and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Lang Yidao was also very surprised. He knew that Lin Xian had comprehended sword intent, but he didn't expect him to know eye techniques as well. I heard that Shadow Country's Purple Extreme Demon Palace has a very powerful eye technique. You can't be related to them, right? Lang Yidao asked. I'm related, but it's not a friendly relationship. Lin Xian smiled. Junior brother Leng, you're here. A cold voice sounded. Lin Xian? The voice was filled with surprise. The two of them turned around and saw a beautiful figure behind them. She was like a snow lotus on an iceberg, cold and unparalleled. So it's the Ice Fairy. Lin Xian greeted with a smile. The three of them gathered together and discussed their respective opportunities. At this moment, a commotion broke out in the crowd behind him. Many people automatically opened up a path for him. Several figures slowly walked over, followed by a formless pressure on the soul. They're actually from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace. Lin Xian's face darkened slightly. He swept his gaze over and found Ziyi. Although Violet Knight hit it well, Lin Xian still noticed that he was injured. Could it be that this Violet Knight has offended someone powerful? A gloating smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. Speaking of which, they were old rivals, but now Lin Xian was confident that he could defeat him in 3 moves. However, when his gaze landed on the young man at the front, his eyelids suddenly twitched. He sensed the same aura as the dead purple heart from the young man. In fact, it was even stronger. Half-step harmonious spirit, worthy of being a 3-star sect, we can see 2 half-step harmonious spirit experts in such a short time. Lin Xian was vigilant. The other 2 were also at the peak of the 7th level of Spirit Sea Realm. When the 4 of them stood together, they were definitely a powerful force. Half-step harmonious spirit experts were the strongest here, so when Violet Knight and the others arrived, the crowd once again opened up a space for them. Brat, it's you? You're not dead. Violet Knight saw Lin Xian outside the crowd and his pupils shrank. The 2 people beside him also had a slight change in expression. As disciples of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace, they naturally knew that Violet Heart was chasing after Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was standing there unscathed, while Violet Heart was missing. The result was obvious. Seeing the conflict between the 2 sides, the surrounding martial artists consciously retreated far away. Why are you still alive? Where's senior brother Violet Heart? Seems like you're not smart. Lin Xian sneered. Me being alive naturally means that Violet Heart is dead. Impossible, senior brother Violet Heart is a half-step harmonious spirit expert, how could he die? Ziyi roared. The more the surrounding martial artists heard, the more frightened they became. A half-step harmonious spirit expert was chasing after a 6th-level Spirit Sea Realm martial artist, but was killed instead. No way, that's a half-step harmonious spirit expert. Even if several 7th-level Spirit Sea Realm martial artists attacked him together, they wouldn't be able to harm him. It should be fake, that brat might have used a secret technique to escape. These people didn't believe that Lin Xian was able to kill a half-step harmonious spirit expert. The people of the Purple Extreme Devil Palace obviously didn't believe it either. Although I don't know how you escaped, meeting us today is the day you die. Violet Knight, take a step forward, I will let you know that I am the number one of the inscription tower. You? Not interested. Lin Xian curled his lips. You're just an injured loser, don't jump around in front of me. If you want to fight, he's more suitable. Lin Xian looked at the half-step harmonious spirit expert in the middle. Everyone's heart jumped. This guy is crazy. He actually dares to challenge a half-step harmonious spirit expert. The young man in the middle had a pair of triangular eyes that emitted a cold light, and purple patterns appeared on his face. A terrifying aura gushed out, as if he was being stared at by hundreds of poisonous snakes. Arrogant. Seeing your brother Wang, she doesn't need to do anything, I can deal with you myself. Violet Knight's body swayed, changing into a purple shadow, and quickly rushed toward Lin Xian. Both of his hands emitted a purple light, like two sharp saw teeth. Two beams of light shot out from his eyes, like a divine spear, piercing through the void. What kind of power is this? Why am I trembling? Too scary, retreat quickly. The surrounding cultivators retreated like a receding tide, creating a vacuum. Lin Xian wasn't afraid, he took a step forward, and his body appeared above Violet Knight. Die. Violet Knight put his palms together, and two sharp saw teeth quickly slashed toward Lin Xian, emitting a dazzling light in the air. Boom, with just one stomp, Lin Xian had crushed the purple saw that was tens of meters long with just one stomp. I don't believe it, die for me. Violet Knight's eyes moved, the light in his eyes was like a divine sword, sweeping across the void. Clang! Clang, another two steps landed on the light beam, creating an earth-shattering sound. The void trembled, Violet Knight suffered a violent impact, his body kept retreating, and each step he took cracked the ground. Is he still a human? He didn't even make a move, he just used his feet to disperse such a terrifying attack? Violet Knight was very sullen, Lin Xian's attitude was even more arrogant than the last time, this made him have the urge to vomit blood. The power of bloodline. The blood in his body surged, and a heart-palpitating power was quickly awakening. However, before this power could fully awaken, a black shoe landed on his chest, sending him flying. Puff, Violet Knight rolled out like a dead dog, his blood splattered all the way. Everyone stared at Lin Xian in a daze, listing him as one of the people they couldn't afford to offend. Although his cultivation was average, he couldn't stand up to Lin Xian's combat strength. The martial artists of Purple Extreme Demon Palace were both shocked and furious. Wang Shi stared at Lin Xian with murderous eyes, while the other two went to save Violet Knight. If you have any last words, leave them. Wang Shi's voice was like a poisonous snake rubbing against the ground, making people uncomfortable. Lin Xian, the opponent is a half-step harmonious spirit expert. Why don't we retreat first? Ice Fairy whispered to him. Do you need help? Yi Daolong was full of fighting spirit. Thank you both. I can handle it. Lin Xian shook his head. He didn't want to get Snow Sect involved. Wang Shi saw that Lin Xian still dared to resist, so he didn't say anything. The purple pattern in his triangular eye rotated, and a strong soul fluctuation was emitted. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk the soul power turned into a giant purple python, biting down ferociously. Soul power materialization? Lin Xian was shocked. This kind of technique was terrifying. It should be a technique that only a third-grade inscription master could use. Thunder rush. The lightning pattern on his body surged. Lin Xian threw out a punch, colliding with the soul serpent. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the two forces disappeared. Lin Xian took a few steps back. His eyes were gloomy. The cold light in Wang Shi's eyes became colder. Not bad. You can actually withstand my attack. No wonder you have the right to be arrogant. However, you're too naive if you want to fight against the Purple Extreme Demon Palace with this kind of ability. The purple pattern in his triangular eye condensed into a three-petaled flower. It rotated rapidly, and a tidal wave of soul power rushed towards Lin Xian. Great Dragon Sword Intent. Lin Xian's eyes became sharp. There was a faint sword light. An extremely powerful sword intent gushed out from his body. The clouds in the sky were split open, and a strong wind blew in all directions. Wang Shi's technique attack was also blocked. It could not move forward within 30 feet of Lin Xian no matter how hard it tried. Asterisk clang. Asterisk asterisk clang. Asterisk many martial artists' weapons trembled, wanting to fly out. It caused chaos. Damn, it's sword intent. Isn't this brat too terrifying? Genius, a genius in sword Dao. Other than Yi Dao Lung, who was still calm, the others went crazy. Even Wang Shi was surprised. Interesting, but it's not enough. His feet flashed, and a purple light flashed. Wang Shi disappeared. Lightning storm. Lin Xian was surrounded by lightning and wind, like a terrifying sea of lightning. Whoosh, like a piece of cloth being torn apart, the violent sea of lightning was split into two halves, and a vacuum appeared in the middle. Whoosh, purple spiritual energy surged and turned into several poisonous snakes, forming a huge palm that suddenly fell down. When the surrounding sea of lightning came into contact with the purple palm, it began to melt rapidly, emitting sizzling sounds. What a strong poison! It can actually corrode. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. He used dragon counterstep and stabbed out with the long sword at his waist. Cloud severing. As the sword light flashed past, the purple palm was cut into several pieces and exploded in the air. The sharp sword chi rushed towards Wang Shi in an even sharper manner. The three-petaled purple flower in Wang Shi's eyes spun and formed a light screen, blocking Lin Xian's sword chi. At the same time, he clenched his fist, and the surrounding air suddenly condensed, then quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth, what a terrifying method! The surrounding martial artists exclaimed. The reason why Harmonious Spirit Realm martial artists were powerful was because they could borrow the power of heaven and earth. Although Wang Shi was only a half-step Harmonious Spirit Realm martial artist, he could still borrow the power of heaven and earth with a secret technique. Lin Xian's body tightened. He felt that the surrounding air was like 10 big mountains that wanted to squash him. Ka, Lin Xian's body flickered with copper lightning patterns. His body was incomparably strong. With the nourishment of the great earth spirit liquid, the toughness of his body was 3 times stronger than a half-step Harmonious Spirit Realm martial artist. Wind lightning sword wave. A sword wave that was infused with the power of wind and lightning quickly flew in all directions. The condensed space was cut open, and the invisible pressure disappeared instantly. Seeing that Wang Shi's move didn't trap Lin Xian, the surrounding crowd exclaimed again. There was a gap of 1.5 realms between the two of them. Moreover, Wang Shi was a half-step Harmonious Spirit Realm martial artist, which was far stronger than a Sea of Soul Realm martial artist. Fighting against those with higher realms, this is a true genius. Many people were envious. It seems like your ability is not even as good as Xianxia. Lin Xian sneered, now, it's my turn to attack. Thunder. Sword light soared into the sky, and sword intent surged. In the sky, the clouds rolled, and the faint sound of thunder could be heard. This is the power of heaven and earth. How is this possible? He is only at the 6th sky of Sea of Soul Realm. Sword skill, it must be a high-grade sword skill. The surrounding martial artists went crazy. They couldn't wait to capture Lin Xian and study him thoroughly. Wang Shi's triangular eyes also showed a dignified expression. He realized that he had underestimated Lin Xian. Thunder, the second move of the green cloud sword art. It attracted the lightning from the 9 heavens to kill the opponent. Lin Xian had the lightning attribute, so it was easier for him to attract lightning. Such a violent lightning power, and your soul power is also very strong. This voice was like a spring breeze, drifting into everyone's ears. Lin Xian and Wang Shi's body shook. They could naturally feel the strength of this person. Go on, go on. At that time, the Stupa sect will have 2 less competitors. This voice had a hint of schadenfreude. Wang Shi snorted, and his body floated backward. Lin Xian also stopped his sword skill and looked at the newcomer cautiously. The 2 figures landed, completely ignoring the gazes of the surrounding people. You are Lin Xian? I heard that you bullied my sister. The newcomer's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. Everyone was stunned, and then looked at Lin Xian blankly. How many people did this guy offend? The one who spoke was a young man with a smile. Beside him was a young girl with big eyes, who was staring at Lin Xian. Could it be that this fellow did something wrong to her? It's possible. Look at that girl's resentful eyes. Lin Xian was speechless. These people's imaginations were too rich. With a flip of his palm, Lin Xian picked up the snow-white monkey and threw it to the beautiful girl. You can play with it for 2 hours. Wooji wooji, the snow-white monkey rubbed its sleepy eyes and groaned in dissatisfaction. Everyone's face darkened. This monkey's owner was too heartless, holding the snow-white monkey. Jiang Rui's eyes narrowed into crescents. It seems like it has the power of bloodline? The smiling young man beside her was surprised. No wonder you can't forget it. Good little white, I'll give you some spirit fruits. Jiang Rui took out a pile of spirit fruits. It's actually the Jiang siblings. This Buddha gate has indeed attracted many experts. What's the background of this kid? He can actually invite the Jiang disciples. A group of people whispered to each other, as if they were afraid of the Jiang siblings. Many thanks. Lin Xian cupped his fists. He knew that the Jiang siblings were afraid that he would be taken advantage of. Sixth sky of Spirit Sea Realm, able to fight against a half-step harmonious spirit. No wonder my sister was taken advantage of. The smiling young man said. Humph, kid, consider yourself lucky. But you won't be so lucky next time. Wang Shi snorted and walked to the side. The smiling young man made him afraid. Moreover, the most important thing now was to wait for the opening of the Buddha gate. Everything else could be put aside. Lin Xian's expression was calm. If they really fought, he wouldn't be afraid. Even though he couldn't kill Wang Shi, the other party couldn't do anything to him either. Asterisk swoosh swoosh asterisk swoosh. 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 Not only were there people from the back, but there were also people from the left and right. Some of the auras were extremely powerful, not losing to Wang Shi, Jiang Xiafeng, and the others. Buzz, a white figure flashed past, and the swords and sabers below were buzzing and trembling. What a powerful sword intent! Everyone exclaimed. Lin Xian frowned. He was very familiar with this sword intent, and it could be said that it was unforgettable. Lin Feng. Lin Xian clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. He took a deep breath. The sudden arrival of these cultivators startled everyone below. Swish, dozens of figures landed on the ground, bringing with them a powerful gale. These people's robes fluttered like a gale, emitting a terrifying aura. The person at the front had a powerful aura. He was like the source of the wind, driving the air around him. Ling Fengzi, the top disciple of the Black Wind sect. Many cultivators in the crowd looked at him with reverence. It couldn't be helped. The Black Wind sect was too famous. This could be seen from the previous performance of the crowd. And Ling Fengzi was the top disciple of the Black Wind sect. He could be said to be one of the top cultivators on the floating island. Feeling the gazes from all around, the disciples of the Black Wind sect were proud. But Ling Fengzi was expressionless. With his strength, he should be pursuing a higher realm, not a false reputation. Lin Xian looked at the figure that was like a gale, and his heart was pounding. Wind intent. He had felt this kind of feeling from Shadowless in the Inscription Tower competition. However, Ling Fengzi's aura was obviously much more powerful. It seemed that he had completely comprehended the wind intent. But to what extent, sword intent and saber intent were also a type of intent. It was just that they were more inclined to attack. Swish, just as everyone was shocked and envious, a sword light tore through the gale and flashed through the air. The sword light disappeared, and a youth in white appeared in front of everyone. Arrogance and sharpness, like a peerless divine sword, showing off its sharpness. His eyes emitted a powerful self-confidence, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Who is this person? What a powerful aura. It doesn't seem to lose to Ling Fengzi. I don't know. He's not a disciple of the central region. Could he be from the border region? Everyone was puzzled, revealing a pondering expression. However, after seeing this person, Lin Xian's gaze suddenly turned cold. Lin Feng. It's really him. Half-step harmonious spirit, small success sword intent, said Lin Xian coldly. Lin Feng's strength had exceeded his expectations. Lin Feng was a peerless genius. It's still a little difficult for you to fight him now, Lord Alcohol said slowly. Indeed, whether it was in terms of strength or battle prowess, Lin Xian still had a big gap between them. There's still time. I'll definitely defeat him at the clan assembly. Lin Xian wasn't blindly confident. He had heaven-defying resources like the Earth Spirit Liquid and the Frost Platform. He also had the guidance of a mysterious expert like Lord Alcohol. As long as he was given time, he would definitely grow. After all, strictly speaking, Lin Xian had only cultivated for slightly more than a year. In a little more than a year's time, from martial disciple to the 6th layer of Spirit Sea Realm, with battle prowess comparable to a half-step harmonious spirit, this kind of change had never happened before in the cultivation world. What a strong sword intent. This person is not simple. Xianxia stopped smiling. Wang Shi and the others also felt a little gloomy. It seemed like there were more experts than they had imagined. It's Lin Feng. His strength has become stronger. Ling Yidao and Ice Snow Fairy looked solemn when they saw Lin Feng. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a ball of flame landed on the ground, causing the whole ground to tremble. A heat wave like a sea of fire quickly spread in all directions. Apart from Lin Feng, Jiang Xiaofeng, Ling Fengzi, Lin Xian and a few other experts who could resist, the others all activated their spirit armor. So hot. Damn it. What's that? Could it be a meteor? Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the flames dispersed and a tall man appeared. He was dressed in red and the muscles on his body were like dragons. He was filled with an explosive aura. Meng Yan, he's also become stronger. Leng Yidao said with a trace of battle intent. Meng Yan was the first in Xia country's hidden dragon ranking. His reputation was even higher than Lin Feng's. His strength was unfathomable. Lin Xian's eyes twinkled. He didn't have a good impression of these two people. Meng Yan had fought with him because of the dragon fruit. There was a deep grudge between the two of them. Woo, the snow-white monkey looked at Meng Yan and suddenly made a funny face. It looked very funny. The crowd was stupefied and started to worry about the snow-white monkey. Meng Yan's strength was at the same level as Ling Fengzi. Such people's face was very important. As expected, Meng Yan's face changed when he saw the monkey's mockery. A few days ago, it was this detestable monkey who had stolen his dragon fruit. Now, it had appeared again. Meng Yan looked around and found Lin Xian. It's really you, little boy. Today, nobody can save you. Meng Yan took a step forward. The chi on his body was like a burning flame. Little bastard, hand over the egg. Otherwise, I'll kill your whole family. Another angry roar was heard. It was as if thunder clouds were rolling in, shaking everyone's eardrums. The people of Xingfeng sect are here. And the Mu clan. Many martial artists in the crowd exclaimed. Their voices were filled with excitement. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked up at the sky. A group of martial artists landed slowly. Among them, a young girl glared at Lin Xian with killing intent in her eyes. Hand over the egg. Su Xiao gritted her teeth and pointed the red sword in her hand. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely tense. There were actually two forces that wanted to touch Lin Xian. Including the Purple Demon Palace, there were three forces. Who is this kid? He actually provoked so many enemies. I don't know. I only know that he's dead for sure. Sigh, what a pity. Many people felt that it was a pity, but more people were here to watch the show. Jiang Ruyue rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and said angrily, Little White, your master has provoked so many people. He's dead for sure today. Why don't you follow me? I'll give you spiritual fruits to eat every day. Woo. The little white monkey nodded its little head and blinked its black gem-like eyes. Jiang Xiaofeng also looked at Lin Xian strangely. Brother, you've provoked so many experts. You've got guts. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. He didn't want to make enemies for no reason, but these people had gone too far. It wasn't that no one had gone against them, but those people were all dead. Only he was capable of contending against these forces. Grudges in the martial world are inevitable, but I've never done anything shameful. On the other hand, they've done many dirty things. What did you say? Su Xiao was furious. You snatched our egg and you still don't admit it. You said I snatched it. Then let me ask you, did I snatch it from your hands? No way. Lin Xian snorted. It's right there. You can't get it, so you blame it on me. What kind of logic is that? You're talking nonsense. Su Xiao gritted her teeth. I saw it first. You saw it first? Lin Xian smiled. You saw the stupid gate first, so others can't enter? Lin Xian sneered. Chasing after others when you can't get it? Is this the style of your Star Peak Pavilion? Nonsense, I'll kill you. Su Xiao screamed. Brat, no matter what you say, we won't let you go. And your Purple Demon Palace, don't blame us for being merciless for having such a disciple. What nonsense are you talking about? He's not from our Purple Demon Palace. Not from your Purple Demon Palace? He clearly used an eye technique. Looks like your Purple Extreme Devil Palace is full of nonsense. Pooh, hearing this, Ziyi spat out another mouthful of blood. He had been chased for so many days because of Lin Xian. Thinking of this, Ziyi had the urge to go crazy. The others from Purple Demon Palace also had ugly expressions. Wang Xi's face was gloomy, and his triangular eyes looked like they were about to spit fire. Everyone, he's not from our Purple Demon Palace. On the contrary, he's also our enemy, Wang Xi said in a low voice. If you want to kill him or beat him up, our Purple Extreme Devil Palace will not interfere. Lin Xian was going to die anyway, so it didn't matter who did it. Besides, he knew that Lin Xian was a tough nut to crack. Star Peak Pavilion had chased after them before, so it wasn't a bad idea to let them suffer a little. For a moment, Lin Xian became the focus of everyone's attention. Lin Feng's eyes moved and paused on Lin Xian for a moment before leaving. A cultivation of the 6th layer of the spiritual C tier wasn't worthy of his attention. As for Lin Xian returning to the clan in half a year to participate in the clan meeting, Lin Feng thought it was a joke. Ling Yidao and Ice Fairy were a little worried. Lin Xian had provoked everyone who was difficult to deal with. Humph, let me see how strong a shameless thief like you is today. A person walked out of Star Peak Pavilion and quickly charged at Lin Xian. Star Fist. This young man was called Xianxia, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual C tier. He threw out a punch, and it was like a falling star, carrying a terrifying aura. F*CK, it's actually a mid-grade spirit-ranked martial art. Look at this punch, it should be at 60%. Although they had seen Lin Xian's strength, they still couldn't help but exclaim. Crack! Crack! Lin Xian was like a thunder god that had descended to the mortal world. His entire body was filled with tyrannical lightning. He stretched out his hand, and the lightning in the sky gathered, forming a huge palm of lightning that was dozens of meters long. Boom! This hit happened to hit the weak point of the astral fist, and broke the fist technique with one hit. Then, a huge palm of lightning grabbed the young man. Impossible! Xianxia resisted with great difficulty. His handsome face had turned the color of pig liver. What do you want to do? My fellow disciples are all here. If you touch me, you're dead. Really? Looks like you still haven't figured out your situation. Lin Xian's expression darkened slightly as he exerted more force in his palm, squeezing Xianxia's bones until they creaked. It's broken. Ah. I'll kill you. Crack! Lightning surged, instantly roasting Xianxia's body. The smell of barbecued meat wafted in the air. Bastard, how dare you touch him? You're courting death. The people from the Star Peak Pavilion were furious. Someone dared to make a move in front of them. This was a slap to their faces. For such a large sect, face was the most important thing. However, they seemed to have forgotten that if they hadn't started the fight, they wouldn't have been slapped in the face. What? You want to hit me, but I'm not allowed to fight back? Lin Xian sneered and threw Xianxia out. Plop! The people from the Star Peak Pavilion caught Xianxia, trembling with anger. You're finished. No one can save you. Break his limbs and make him kowtow to junior brother Zhang. This kind of person has to be crippled of his cultivation so that he can't do evil anymore. The people from the Star Peak Pavilion were agitated and shouted coldly. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Lin Xian shouted. Come at me if you want to. Don't think you're so great. I'll let you know the difference between us. Don't talk nonsense with him. Let's capture him together. 3 martial artists with powerful auras flew out, planning to attack at the same time. Shameless indeed, but I accept your challenge. Finishing, Lin Xian actually took the initiative to attack. Wind and Thunder Sword Ripple. His fingertip flicked out a sword ripple, containing a fierce dragon sword intent. A deep dragon roar sounded, mixed with the power of wind and thunder, quickly rushing towards the 3 martial artists from the Star Peak Pavilion. Big Dipper Star Screen. The 3 joined forces and shot out a bright light screen in front of them. It flickered with starlight and blocked the wind and thunder sword ripple. Dang! Dang, dang! The ripples of sword chi hit on it, forming numerous cuts. The power of wind and thunder quickly tore apart the star screen. That power was frightening. However, it was 3 martial artists at the peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean realm after all. Their defense exceeded the scope of the spiritual ocean realm and wasn't that easy to break through. As expected, the wind and thunder sword ripple pierced in halfway and disappeared. Kid, you can't break through our joint defense. The 3 stood in a row, and the starlight screen turned into a large net, covering Lin Xian. Dragon counter step 7 steps. Lin Xian leaped up like a swimming dragon. Stepping out, he hit the top of the martial artist's head on the right, and a dragon claw shadow appeared on the soles of his feet, stomping down fiercely. Pong, the star screen shattered, and a bowl-sized hole appeared. That martial artist seemed to have been hit by 100,000 mountains, and everything below his waist sank into the ground. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How terrifying was the power to cause such an effect? The Star Peak Pavilion disciples in the distance frowned, their hearts hanging in the air. They couldn't understand why a martial artist at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm was so powerful. This was far beyond common sense. Their eldest senior brother Qi Ming's face was also gloomy like ice. Ta! Stomping the martial artist on the right into the ground, Lin Xian disappeared again. 10,000 miles of starry sky. Milky Way illuminates. The remaining 2 disciples were scared, and hurriedly sent out 2 attacks. A fan-shaped light appeared in the middle, dotted with stars, as if it was a real starry sky, but it contained a terrifying killing intent. The disciple on the left waved out a palm wind like the Milky Way, covering the sky and earth with shocking power. These 2 killing moves were enough to kill any martial artist below half-step harmonious spirit realm, but they met Lin Xian. Although his cultivation was only at the 6th layer of the spiritual ocean realm, his battle prowess was enough to look down on half-step harmonious spirit realm martial artists. Lin Xian's body was abnormally agile, like an azure dragon, shuttling through the clouds. Twisting his body, his right foot suddenly stomped down like an azure dragon swinging its tail, carrying a force as heavy as 10,000 pounds, mercilessly stomping down. Rumble, puff, Lin Xian took 2 steps consecutively, and the 2 martial artists below were sent flying as if they were heavily injured. 3 peak 7th layer spiritual ocean realm martial artists were taken care of by Lin Xian with just 3 kicks. This guy, how can he be so abnormal? Ziye's voice was trembling. Despicable guy, he became even more powerful. Jiang Ruyue pouted her mouth. Meng Yan looked at Lin Xian and laughed loudly. Seems like that fire dragon fruit is indeed extraordinary, to actually let you grow to such a level. Lin Feng, if I kill this guy, your sword pool palace won't blame me, right? Meng Yan's words caused an uproar. It seemed like Lin Xian was from the same sect as the man with the monstrous sword intent. What sect is so terrifying that they have 2 geniuses who have comprehended sword intent at the same time? However, Lin Feng only glanced at Lin Xian indifferently. Trash like him, no one will avenge him if he dies. The crowd shuddered. It seemed like the relationship between the 2 wasn't that good. A mountain can't accommodate 2 tigers. Many people lowered their heads and sighed. Meng Yan smiled, that's good. Little brat, you dare to steal from me? I'll burn you to ashes today. The disciples of Star Peak Pavilion and Purple Demon Palace laughed cruelly. With a half-step harmonious spirit expert, Lin Xian was dead for sure. Adao Lung and Ice Fairy's expression changed. Meng Yan was the first in the Hidden Dragon ranking. His strength and reputation were like a mountain that suppressed them. Now that Meng Yan was personally involved, Lin Xian was doomed. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and said coldly, "It seems like you're determined to kill me? Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog." Meng Yan shouted. Flames rose from his body, forming a sea of fire. A violent and ferocious chi quickly spread out, setting off a scorching wave in the air. "Last time, someone stood up for you. Let's see who can save you this time." He threw out a punch that turned into a fireball that was dozens of meters long. "Not good, retreat." The crowd retreated in all directions, afraid of being affected. "Brother, should we save him?" Jiang Ruyue held the little white monkey in her arms and was worried. "I don't think he will be defeated that easily. Let's wait a little longer." Jiang Xiafeng seemed to think highly of Lin Xian. Bronze Thunder Body. Lightning flashed on Lin Xian's body, forming a complicated lightning mark that carried a crazy aura. Thunder Fist. Lin Xian didn't dodge and threw out a punch as well. Lightning danced wildly, and the azure lightning ball turned into a beam of light that shot into the distance. The lightning and fire collided, creating a dazzling light. 100-meter deep pit appeared under everyone's feet. Countless cracks spread out in all directions. Lunatic, he must be a lunatic. He can actually fight against a half-step harmonious spirit expert. Meng Yan was slightly stunned, and then his face turned gloomy. Body refining technique? Is this what gives you the right to be arrogant? In the face of absolute power, everything is futile. Flaming palm. Meng Yan raised his hand and pressed forward. A fiery red palm of light appeared in the sky. At first, it was only the size of a millstone, but as the surrounding spiritual energy continued to pour in, the fiery palm of light grew larger and larger until it was the size of a house. In front of the power of heaven and earth, you are just an ant. Die. The flaming palm came crashing down like a burning mountain, causing the void to collapse. Wait until you become a true harmonious spirit realm warrior. Lin Xian's black hair danced wildly in the wind. His body was filled with a sharp sword intent, and it was as if a dragon was roaring inside his body. Wind Emperor's Sword. The sword pierced into the sky, and the surrounding wind danced. The power of wind and thunder turned into a shocking sword chi that soared into the sky. Rumble, the flaming palm slammed down mercilessly and landed on the ground, leaving a huge handprint. Where's that kid? He's not dead, is he? Everyone's heart palpitated. The power of a half-step harmonious spirit realm warrior made their hearts tremble. Bang, just as everyone was guessing, a sword light flashed, and a cold light shone in all directions. Lin Xian stood proudly with the autumn scar sword in his hand. His black hair danced behind him, and he was not injured at all. No way, even a half-step harmonious spirit realm warrior can't hurt him? The surrounding warriors were stunned, and those powerful warriors were also frowning. Lin Xian was an exception, and his strength was shocking their knowledge again and again. Since this guy is our enemy, we must get out of here before he matures. The disciples of Purple Extreme Demon Palace and Star Peak Pavilion had the same thought. Even the disciples of Black Wind sect had killing intent in their eyes. Half-step harmonious spirit realm, number 1 in the Hidden Dragon ranking? Lin Xian sneered, "It seems like you've been sitting high and mighty for too long. How about I take your place? With just you?" Meng Yan sneered, "Although you have sword intent, it's not invincible." Buzz, with a flick of his wrist, a fiery red spear appeared in his hand. Meng Yan's aura rose once again, reaching an unimaginable height. This aura, could it be a high-grade profound rank treasure? Leng Yidao's voice was trembling. Wang Shi, Jiang Xiafeng, and the others were also slightly shocked. Even Lin Feng was staring at the spear. "If that's all you've got, then go to hell. Flame kill." The spear stirred up the wind and clouds, and a scorching light rolled out like 5 fiery dragons dancing in the sky. The whole sky was dyed red, and the air between heaven and earth was turbulent. Before the spear had arrived, Lin Xian already felt his body burning. The spirit energy in his body seemed to be evaporating, and was quickly draining away. Dragon counterattack 7 steps. Like a dragon, Lin Xian's body turned into a ray of light. With 1 step, the shadow of a dragon claw appeared in the sky, grabbing at the fiery spear. Rumble, Lin Xian took 3 steps in a row, and the air shook like thunder. Everyone's heart was beating wildly. Humph, several cold snorts sounded. Lin Feng, Wang Shi, Ling Fengzi, and the others quickly cut off the connection. But ordinary warriors couldn't do it. Some of the weaker ones even spat out blood. However, this was only the aftermath of the dragon counterattack steps. The real power was all surging toward Meng Yan. Flame spirit armor. Meng Yan's face was pale. He didn't expect Lin Xian to know such a technique. His body bloomed with light, and his spirit energy surged out, forming a fiery red light armor on the surface of his body, and it was constantly expanding. In the end, a light giant covered in flames covered Meng Yan. This giant was dozens of meters tall, and its movements and expression were exactly the same as Meng Yan, but its power was several times stronger. Puff, the hand the size of a house grabbed down, and it had the power to break mountains and rivers. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a shocking sword light, and his body disappeared again. 5th step. Boom, the huge fiery arm broke, as if it was cut off by someone. Meng Yan's face was ferocious, as if he was severely injured. Flame spirit spear. He roared, and a long fiery spear condensed in the air, and its momentum was shocking. But Lin Xian was faster. Like a green dragon swinging its tail, he took another step. Behind him, a giant dragon shadow appeared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The might of this step also exceeded that of the previous few steps. The flame spear in the air suddenly became much dimmer. Clang! Bang! The two collided, and the ground shook violently. The surrounding warriors all retreated quickly. Huge cracks appeared on the ground, and spread into the distance. In the air, a storm of lightning and fire intersected, like a destructive ball of light, and spread to the surroundings. This momentum is comparable to a harmonious spirit expert. Many people were shocked. Lin Xian and Meng Yan retreated quickly, but the light in their eyes shone brighter. At this moment, the distant stupa gate suddenly bloomed with light, and its momentum was 1,000 times stronger. The stupa gate is about to open. It was unknown who shouted, but immediately, the black mass of people rushed into the distance. At this moment, no one cared about the battle between Lin Xian and Meng Yan. Everyone rushed to the stupa gate. Purple Demon Palace, Star Peak Pavilion, Black Wind Sect, and other sects also left without hesitation. Kid, consider yourself lucky today. Meng Yan shouted coldly. His body turned into flames and rushed into the distance. The copper lightning runes on Lin Xian's body gradually disappeared. The sharp sword intent also dissipated and lay dormant in his body. Is it going to open? Lin Xian looked into the distance with a trace of passion in his eyes. Swoosh, the snow-white monkey jumped back onto his body and blinked its big eyes. Jiang Ruyue pouted her little mouth and was very dissatisfied. However, she was pulled away by her brother, Jiang Xiafeng. Brother Lin, go fight for the opportunity. Swoosh, Lin Xian's body flashed like a sharp sword and disappeared on the spot. The 1,000-meter-tall stone gate was covered with marks of vicissitudes. Lines of runes appeared on it and quickly formed a huge pattern. During this process, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed toward the stupa gate, forming a terrifying spiritual energy vortex. It's finally open. Everyone was excited. Go in and seize the opportunity. Some disciples rushed in quickly. Ling Fengzi took out a stone token. It shone brightly and formed an inexplicable connection with the stupa gate. What's that? Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Ling Fengzi to have such a move. In the distance, the young man from the Mu family also took out a token. It shone brightly as well. Everyone's eyes were burning with greed as they looked at the two of them. However, no one dared to move. They had heard of the Black Wind sect's reputation for a long time. Mu Chen from the Mu family was an existence that even the Star Peak Pavilion had to treat with respect. Just when everyone thought there was no hope, Lin Xian's body shone brightly as a palm-sized token appeared above his head. Swoosh, countless eyes looked at Lin Xian. They didn't hide their greed. Why does that kid have one too? I don't know, but he definitely won't be able to keep it. Brat, hand over the token and we'll leave your corpse intact. The people from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace and Star Peak Pavilion shouted coldly. Hee, Lin Xian, I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. Meng Yan laughed cruelly. Give me the talisman and I will consider letting you go back to Jianqi Palace, said Lin Feng coldly. In addition, countless gazes were fixed on him. Damn it. Lin Xian had the urge to stomp his feet. Firstly, he didn't know that the stone token would appear on its own. Secondly, these people were too despicable. They actually dared to have designs on him. Xiao Xuanzi, don't take it head on, said Lord Alcohol via voice transmission. But Lin Xian was unwilling, but he had no chance against so many experts. I'll try to see if I can lure out the thing inside, Lord Alcohol said in a deep voice. But there's only one chance. Whether it works or not, I have to retreat. Fine. Lin Xian said through gritted teeth. Wang, without any warning, the stone token above Lin Xian's head blossomed with a dazzling light, like a small sun. What happened? Everyone was puzzled because only Lin Xian's token had changed. Ling Fengzi and Mu Chen's tokens hadn't changed. Rumble, just as everyone was in a daze, a blurry black figure suddenly appeared in the vortex above the stupa gate. Not good, that kid attracted it. It might be a treasure. We can't let him get it. Everyone came back to their senses and frantically pounced on Lin Xian. At that moment, apart from Ling Yidao, Ice Snow Fairy, and the Jiang siblings, almost everyone else moved. A black object appeared above Lin Xian's head with an ancient aura. Swoosh! Boom! Sword chi surged and tore through the sky, piercing towards Lin Xian. The saber flashed and turned into a waterfall, mercilessly slashing down. In an instant, all kinds of terrifying attacks surged towards Lin Xian. Dragon counterstep. Lin Xian's body fluttered and moved quickly, shuttling through all kinds of lights. The illusory figure above his head gradually became real. Slash! A dazzling sword flashed and slashed towards Lin Xian. This sword was so stunning that Lin Xian couldn't dodge it. Lin Xian's body flashed with thunder marks, and at the same time, he quickly slashed out with his sword. Clang, the two collided. Lin Xian kept retreating, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The black figure above his head didn't move and gradually disappeared. After a successful attack, Lin Feng once again slashed out with his sword. At the same time, Meng Yan and the others quickly attacked. They couldn't wait to tear Lin Xian to pieces. He's injured, hurry up and help. Brother Lin, run, we'll help you block them. Ling Yidao, Ice Snow Fairy, the Jiang siblings and the others rushed to help Lin Xian. Ah! Lin Xian roared into the sky as his black hair fluttered in the wind. He quickly slashed out several times. However, he was met with even more attacks. A few of the gasoline blasted his body, causing considerable damage. Run! Lord Alcohol secretly took action and grabbed a wooden box from the black figure above Lin Xian's head. The wooden box was enveloped in multicolored light and emitted a terrifying aura. Lin Xian grabbed the wooden box and looked around. Today, you chased after me. I'll return it 100 times over in the future. Lin Xian's voice was cold like a sword beam. Do you think you can escape? Meng Yan laughed maniacally. Kill him and take his treasure box and token, the others roared as well. Boom, the flaming spear stabbed out like a fire dragon. I will definitely take back what belongs to me. And all of you, wash your necks and wait for my return. A black vortex appeared on Lin Xian's body and constantly expanded. Die. Lin Feng attacked with his sword. Wang Shi attacked with his purple pupils and many others attacked at the same time. The void was about to shatter, but the black vortex quickly disappeared, taking Lin Xian away. Damn it. Ah. The treasure is mine. Many people raised their heads and roared. Brother Mu, what is that token? Asked Feng Qiming from the Xingfeng Pavilion. Everybody looked at Feng Qiming and Ling Fengzi, waiting for their answer. Buddha token. After Ling Fengzi said these 3 words, he didn't say anything else. Mu Chen slowly said, I don't know how to use the Buddha token, but from what happened a moment ago, Lin Xian didn't take all the treasures. Indeed, everybody had seen that Lin Xian had only taken one treasure box. Right, that bastard still has my demonic beast pouch. We can find him. Su Xiao quickly said. The people from the Xingfeng pavilion were delighted when they heard that. Even the others looked excited. If they can get the Buddha token, they can obtain endless treasures. That little boy is cunning, let's capture him together. Many people wanted to form an alliance with the Xingfeng pavilion. After that, apart from the Black Wind sect and the Mu clan, everybody else was extremely anxious. During that time, Ling Yidao, the Ice Snow Fairy, the Jiang clan's brother and sister went to the Buddha Gate. The others followed Mu Chen's instructions and started looking for Lin Xian. Lin Feng's eyes were twinkling as he entered the Buddha Gate. Some cultivators chose to wait near the Buddha Gate. As long as Lin Xian was alive, he would definitely come back. An hour later, Ling Fengzi and Mu Chen's talismans dazzled as they entered the Buddha Gate. 1,000 miles away, in a dense forest, tigers roared and apes cried. A black whirlpool appeared in midair, followed by a figure descending from it. This figure was Lin Xian. He had escaped here with the help of Lord Alcohol. Puff, as soon as he landed, Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. Previously, there were dozens of people who attacked him together, and there were even a few half-step harmonious spirit experts among them. It was already a miracle that he was still alive. Recover my strength first. Lin Xian didn't hesitate. He found a safe place and took out the ice platform and a drop of Great Earth Spirit liquid. As soon as the drop entered his mouth, Lin Xian circulated the longevity art and began to heal his body. The drop of Great Earth Spirit liquid contained terrifying life essence. Under the effect of the mysterious technique, it quickly merged into Lin Xian's body. Multicolored light overflowed, and a vast energy wrapped around his body, rolling continuously. Half a day later, the wounds on his body disappeared. As for the drop of Great Earth Spirit liquid, only half was consumed. Lin Xian didn't open his eyes, but continued to circulate the longevity art. He wanted to break through the seventh sky of spiritual sea layer in one go. Spiritual energy surged, Lin Xian constantly changed seals, and a surge of energy was constantly brewing. A day later, a rumbling sound came from his body, like the roar of waves, and an abnormally tyrannical aura spread out. Seventh sky of spiritual sea layer. Lin Xian opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his lips. Lin Feng, Meng Yan. And Purple Extreme Demon Palace, Star Peak Pavilion. Everyone who dares to attack me, I will behead you one by one. After calming himself down, Lin Xian took out the treasure box. Feeling the terrifying aura on it, Lin Xian gently rubbed it. Let me see what kind of treasure it is. He opened the treasure box with hope. Chi-chi, just as he opened a crack, a terrifying aura soared into the sky, like a peerless divine sword awakening, wanting to tear people apart. Ka-ka-ka, countless terrifying sword marks appeared in the cave, and it was a ghastly sight. Lin Xian bore the brunt of it, as if he was stabbed by thousands of swords. Weng, the copper thunder rune appeared immediately, blocking the terrifying killing intent. The great dragon sword intent in his body rumbled, resisting the sword intent in the treasure box. Weng, as if it had been stimulated, the sword intent within the treasure box resonated and emitted an even more dazzling light. Rumble, the entire cave was pierced through and countless boulders fell down. Terrifying sword wounds appeared on Lin Xian's body. Bang, Lin Xian's body surged with lightning, forming a 10-meter-long protective shield. He quickly rushed out of the cave. Crack! He used all his strength to close the box. In an instant, all the terrifying sword intent disappeared. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead with lingering fear. Instead of being beaten to death by those people, he was almost killed by this box. What is this? It can't be a trap, right? Lin Xian's face fell. In that split second, his bronze thunder body had almost been pierced through, and that was only by a sliver. Stupid, this is good stuff. The improvement of your sword intent is all thanks to it. Lord Alcohol said. Improve my sword intent? Lin Xian pondered. He had indeed sensed a shocking sword intent from the box. This sword intent was much stronger than his small mastery sword intent. Don't tell me it's large mastery sword intent? Lin Xian was moved. But how do I improve it? I can't withstand it at all. You want to reap the rewards without taking the risk. How can there be such a good deal? Lord Alcohol said disdainfully. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. As for whether you want to try it or not, it's up to you. If someone attacks you again, I can't guarantee that I can take you away again. Lin Xian fell silent. He knew Lord Alcohol's situation. He couldn't easily take action. Furthermore, he didn't want to be besieged again. A group of people had joined forces to hunt him down just because he was weak. He didn't want such a situation to happen again. I'll risk it. I don't want to suffer such humiliation again. Lin Xian's eyes were resolute. Alright, set up a formation first to prevent the sword intent from leaking out and causing unnecessary trouble, Lord Alcohol said. Lin Xian nodded. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly frowned. They actually chased after me. Are they going to chase me to the end? Lin Xian's expression was extremely ugly. Whoosh, his body flashed as he left the area. Moments later, dozens of figures appeared. They were from Star Peak Pavilion. There's remnant sword intent here and some blood. It seems like he's seriously injured. Chase. We can't let him escape. Fang Qiming said solemnly. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. 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 To the left. In the crowd, a white-robed youth kept issuing orders with a cold expression. He wasn't Mu Chen, but another disciple of the Mu family, Mu. You can't escape. Everything is under my control. Mu sneered as he held a disc in his hand. Suddenly, he frowned and his face darkened. There was a moving red dot on the disc that represented Lin Xian. But now, the red dot had disappeared. Mu felt as if he had been slapped in the face. His face was burning. He had just said that everything was under his control when Lin Xian disappeared. This was undoubtedly a slap to his face. Damn it, he must have used some method to hide his aura. Mu roared in exasperation. Don't worry, we'll split up. He's injured, so he can't have run far. Fang Qiming was calmer than Mu. Li He, you take a group to the left. Wu Dong, you take a group to the right. The rest of you, follow me. Suddenly, the entire group split into 3 groups and ran in 3 different directions. In the primitive forest, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He had used the method Lord Alcohol taught him to temporarily seal the aura on the demonic beast pouch. That was how he managed to escape. They've split up. Let's collect some interest first. Lin Xian rushed out like a cheetah. These people were crazy and had chased him for thousands of miles. Naturally, he wouldn't be lenient. Picking a group that didn't have any half-step harmonious spirit experts, Lin Xian used his soul force to cover his aura and quietly approached. The breeze blew, causing the leaves to rustle. The grass on the ground swayed like a green ocean. A team of 8 people, led by Li He, was searching quickly. There seems to be traces of being stepped on. Someone in the group exclaimed. Search carefully. Li He said coldly. The 8 of them spread out in an arc. Their bodies glowed as they carefully searched. This kind of formation could not only increase the efficiency of searching, but also quickly form a defense to prevent sneak attacks. However, they still underestimated Lin Xian. Moreover, Lin Xian's injuries had not only healed, but his cultivation had also increased by a level. Lin Xian hit on a tree trunk and seized the opportunity to suddenly attack. With a flash of sword light, a sharp sword wave surged out, cutting the 2 closest to him in half. Everyone, be careful. Li He shouted. Form the formation. At the same time, he let out a long whistle to call the others. Boom, Lin Xian didn't talk nonsense. He slashed out with his sword intent. With a flash of sword light, Li He clutched his neck and fell down. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Boom, with a punch of his left hand, Lin Xian turned a person beside him into a bloody mist. Lin Xian's expression was cold. If he didn't kill, these people would kill him. In order to survive, he had no other choice. Wind lightning sword wave. Sword chi surged. Fine sword waves spread out in all directions. Puff. Puff, run, the remaining two were scared. They ran in the opposite direction. As long as one of them escaped, the news that Lin Xian was not injured would spread. Swoosh, the sword light flashed as fast as lightning, leaving a dazzling trail of light behind it. The warrior's head flew away, leaving a trail of blood behind. The other warrior was already 100 meters away. He was confident that he could escape from this place. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back, followed by a heart-wrenching pain. No, this is impossible. The warrior slowly lowered his head, his eyes filled with disbelief. From the left side of his heart, a sharp cold light pierced out. Woo-woo, a snow-white figure flashed, and a little monkey jumped around with a dagger in its hand. Its eyes were filled with disdain. Boom, the warrior fell to the ground, dead. Even until his death, he couldn't believe that a monkey could kill him. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand, calling the little monkey back. He then changed into a sword light and quickly left the place. Swoosh. Swoosh, not long after Lin Xian left, Fang Qiming and the others arrived. But when they saw the corpses on the ground, they gasped. Li He. The crowd couldn't believe what they saw. Some of them even shouted out loud. There are still remnants of sword intent on these wounds. It should be that brat's doing. Fang Qiming's face darkened. Most of these corpses were his Star Peak Pavilion's disciples. Now that they were dead, how could he not be heartbroken? This is impossible. Isn't he injured? How could he kill all these people? Even if he couldn't win, he could at least run away, right? He must have a helper. Fang Qiming glanced around and found the corpses of his disciples 100 meters away. The distance between the two was more than 200 meters. At this distance, only a harmonious spirit expert could kill them at the same time. What should we do now? Should we just let him go? Spread the news and let more people look for him. We'll follow behind and reap the benefits. Fang Qiming said in a deep voice. I feel that his strength has increased again. You guys be careful. Then, he squatted down and touched the terrifying sword wound. His eyes flashed. Brother Mui, we'll have to rely on you to track this guy's whereabouts. Don't worry, I'll contact the others. I absolutely won't let him escape. Mui said with hatred. Not long after, all the people who were chasing after Lin Xian received the news. Many of them rushed towards the Star Peak Pavilion, forming an even more powerful alliance. After Mui, the Mu family once again produced a powerhouse. This was a beautiful young girl. Her name was Mu Rong, and her strength was above Mui. With the two of them working together, they finally found Lin Xian's tracks again. This time, we must take him down. We must not let him escape. Other than those from the Star Peak Pavilion, there were also disciples from the Purple Extreme Devil Palace and Black Wind sect. There were also disciples from other sections. There were 50 of them in total. Each of them had a powerful aura. If they worked together, they could even fight against a harmonious spirit expert. 50 people set off together, and the spiritual energy that covered the sky and covered the earth joined together. It was like raging waves, and their momentum was vast and mighty. When they got close to where Lin Xian was hiding, they stopped. This is the Mu clan's chi concealing rune. Take it with you. Mu Rong said coldly. 50 people concealed their chi concealing rune and divided into 5 groups, advancing in an encirclement. Lin Xian was hiding in a big tree. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked around. His face immediately turned gloomy. The 5 groups were all within 100 meters of him. They would be able to reach him in a few breaths. Damn it! Lin Xian cursed as he pulled out the Autumn Scar sword. Someone had concealed their chi concealing rune. Looks like you have met your match this time. Lord Alcohol transmitted. Want to kill me? It's not that easy. Lin Xian sneered. If he wanted to break out of the encirclement, these people would not be able to stop him. Taking a deep breath, his body flashed as he quickly retreated. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. The 5 groups moved and blocked his path. 50 people formed a huge encirclement from all directions, trapping Lin Xian in the middle. Kid, surrender obediently. You should be proud to have so many people chasing after you. Lin Xian, you killed my Star Peak Pavilion's disciple. Today, I will capture you. Hand over the token and I will leave your corpse intact. Angry shouts came one after another, covering the sky. Lin Xian did not try to be brave. Facing so many people at the same time, even a half-step harmonious spirit realm expert would not be enough, unless he was facing a true harmonious spirit realm expert. Using the dragon rebel step, his speed reached the extreme. Set up the formation. A loud voice resounded as light shone in all directions. You won't be able to escape this time. Fang Qiming roared as he punched out like a meteor. Lin Xian's body kept flashing as he quickly arrived at the edge of the encirclement. Big Dipper 7-star formation. The 7 disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion formed a sword formation with their hands. One after another, huge stars fell down like mountains, bringing along endless astral winds that tore through the void. Get lost. Lin Xian punched out with his left hand while his right hand slashed out with the long sword. The power of wind and lightning surged as his fist turned into a roaring thunder dragon. The sword light shone even brighter. Boom. Clang, the 7 disciples of Star Peak Pavilion swayed, their faces pale. However, even though they were injured, they still managed to stop Lin Xian. In the blink of an eye, 2 half-step harmonious spirit realm experts rushed over from behind. One of them was Fang Qiming from Star Peak Pavilion, and the other was Wang Shi. Haha, here I come. Another fiery red light appeared as Meng Yan descended with a sea of fire. 3 half-step harmonious spirit realm experts gathered together, their aura combined into an ocean, crushing the entire area. This formation was enough to fight against a harmonious spirit realm expert. I didn't expect you to increase your cultivation in just a few days. Meng Yan sneered, so what? Even if you're a half-step harmonious spirit realm expert, you still can't escape. With the protection of the experts from Mu Clan, it's enough to cut off your whirlpool. Fang Qiming was full of confidence. Kiki. Wang Shi's triangular eyes revealed a murderous glint. This was a death situation, but Lin Xian was not afraid. Want to kill me? It's not that easy. Didn't you want this? After saying that, he took out the treasure box. Everyone's hearts burned as they stared at him. Everyone, be careful. Don't be fooled by him. As long as we kill him, the item will be ours sooner or later. Fang Qiming reminded coldly. Don't worry, I won't let him go no matter what. What an arrogant fellow. Today, I'll share this treasure box with you. Lin Xian's eyes revealed a trace of madness. Lightning runes flashed all over his body as he activated his armor. Lin Xian exerted force in his palm and opened the box slightly. Wang, the void trembled as a sharp aura filled the air. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, as if there were thousands of swords hanging above their heads. Crack! Crack! Lin Xian opened a third of the treasure box, and suddenly a shocking sword intent rushed out. This sword intent formed a solid sword ray that shot out in all directions. Ah! Run! Like the birth of a heavenly sword, it swept in all directions. Dozens of martial artists were too slow and were killed by the sword intent. The faces of the 3 experts besieging Lin Xian also changed, and they quickly retreated. The faces of the 3 experts turned green. At such a close distance, all the hair on their bodies stood on end. Damn it, why does he have such a terrifying thing? Is this a treasure box or a demon box? The 3 of them retreated quickly, raising their speed to the limit. However, the sword intent was even faster. Lin Xian held the bottom of the box and aimed the crack at the 3 of them. The terrifying sword intent split the surroundings, threatening Meng Yan and the other 2. Puff, Meng Yan's shoulder was pierced, blood spraying into the sky. Chi. A terrifying sword mark appeared on Fang Qiming's abdomen, and his intestines were about to fall out. Wang Shi's soul was the most sensitive, so he left in advance. Even so, there was still a cross-shaped sword mark on his chest. At this moment, whatever protective spiritual armor he had was of no use at all. This sword intent seemed to be able to destroy the world, making one's heart tremble. Swoosh! Swoosh, after the first wave, the terrifying sword intent attacked again. An aura of despair surged in everyone's hearts, and they fled in all directions. Lin Xian did not care about those small fries at all. Instead, he stared at Meng Yan and the other 2 martial artists from the Mu clan. He hated the 5 of them to the bone. Why do you have to kill us all? We are disciples of a 3-star sect. Even if you kill us all, you won't be able to escape. Think about your family. Can they withstand the wrath of a 3-star sect? Lin Xian, I don't want your things anymore. Let us go. Swoosh. Swoosh, Lin Xian was expressionless as he charged at the 5 of them with the sword intent treasure box. At this critical moment, Meng Yan and the others took out their life-saving tools and blocked in front of them. Clang, clang, a piece of dark red broken armor enlarged beside Meng Yan and blocked the terrifying sword intent. Fang Qiming, on the other hand, took out a stone that looked like a star. It emitted a misty light that protected him. Wang Shi took out a purple inscription and activated it crazily, forming a dense array of runes around him. The 2 martial artists from the Mu clan worked together to form a yellowed picture scroll that formed a mountain and river, blocking everything. Puff, Lin Xian was the closest to the treasure box, and in the process, he received a lot of sword intent attacks. Fortunately, he was at the back of the treasure box and wasn't directly hit by the sword intent. However, that aura wasn't something he could withstand for long. He's injured. This is a good opportunity. Let's exhaust him to death. Wang Shi's eyes emitted a vicious light. Let's go. The 5 of them joined forces and walked over step by step. Let's see who dies first. Lin Xian's eyes revealed a hint of madness. He widened the gap on the treasure box and at the same time, used the great dragon sword intent to stimulate it. Buzz buzz buzz, the sword will erupted like a volcano, forming a terrifying sword chi space within 1,000 meters. Ah! Wang Shi swung his sword again, and his body was dyed red with blood. Madman, this is a madman. Could this be the great success sword intent? Meng Yan's eyes were filled with fear. Retreat. Mu Rong said coldly. That kid won't survive. No one can resist sword intent at the phenomenal stage. The 5 of them retreated, pushing their protective treasures to the limit as they quickly retreated. Stay here for me. Lin Xian's body flashed with lightning runes, and the armor on his body emitted a glow. He even had a drop of earth spirit liquid in his mouth. He held the sword intent treasure box and raised his speed to the limit. No, you can't come over. Meng Yan and the rest were finally afraid. They had never seen such a crazy person. 5 figures soared into the sky and flew in all directions. Each of them fled in a different direction. Buzz. Buzz, behind them, 5 streaks of sword intent with a destructive aura surged and rushed toward the 5 of them. Ah! 5 screams rang out, and the sky was dyed red. It was a tragic sight. However, no one died. Meng Yan and the rest quickly escaped. More than half of the disciples with average strength were killed by the terrifying sword intent. Whoosh, Lin Xian stopped his pursuit. He stood on the spot, not daring to move. Within 100 meters, there was not a single living thing. Several terrifying sword wounds appeared on his body, and in some places, white bones were exposed. Damn, this is too terrifying. Lin Xian could not hold on any longer. Buzz. Bam, the 2 sword intents constantly clashed, emitting a destructive aura in the void. The surrounding mountains and trees were sliced into countless pieces, and some were even reduced to dust. Pfft, Lin Xian spat out another mouthful of blood, and there were a few more sword wounds on his body. In order to protect himself, Lin Xian closed the treasure box with all his might. Ka. Ka, the copper lightning rune on Lin Xian's palm turned dim as the terrifying sword intent left deep cracks on it. Drip. Drip, blood kept flowing. Thankfully, Lin Xian had the earth spirit liquid, which was brimming with vitality. Furthermore, he had consumed it in advance. Otherwise, just the bleeding alone would have killed him. Lin Xian seemed to have used up all his strength to close the treasure box by a third. Let's see if you can attain small mastery of sword intent. Lord Alcohol sent a voice transmission. Okay. Lin Xian agreed through gritted teeth. He powered his great dragon sword intent with all his might to resist the sharp sword intent in the treasure box. Invisible forces collided, forming a world of sword beams in all directions. The clouds in the sky were sliced into countless pieces. Roar! Behind Lin Xian, a dragon's head vaguely appeared. It was ferocious and terrifying as it roared towards the sky. Buzz! The sword intent in the treasure box became even more intense. It was like an indestructible heavenly sword, rushing in all directions. This process continued. Lin Xian seized the precious opportunity to quickly comprehend and perfect his great dragon sword intent. New wounds appeared on Lin Xian's body one after another, while the old wounds were healed by the Earth Spirit Elixir. A day later, a loud dragon's roar resounded, shaking all directions. A violent and unruly sword intent soared into the sky, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. The dragon behind Lin Xian roared ferociously. Other than the dragon's head that was more realistic, it also had sharp dragon claws. Small success sword intent. Lin Xian laughed. With the sword intent on his body, he closed the treasure box. His body was still bleeding, and horrifying wounds were densely packed. However, there was a smile on Lin Xian's face. This was the sword intent that he had exchanged with his life. Using his spirit energy to seal his wounds, Lin Xian used all his strength to refine the earth spirit liquid in his body. His body disappeared from the forest. A few days passed in a hurry. The news of Lin Xian using the treasure box to fight against the experts spread everywhere. While people were amazed, it also aroused a deep desire. That treasure box was only one of the many treasures, but it was already so powerful. How powerful would all the treasures be? If they could obtain the stone token, they would be able to possess all the treasures. At that time, they would be able to kill even a harmonious spirit expert. For a moment, the search party for Lin Xian became even more powerful. This was because there was news that Lin Xian had been killed by the sword intent. Whoever could find his body would be rich. In the horrifying forest, a vacuum zone suddenly appeared. There were no trees, no rocks, and the ground was filled with horrifying sword marks. It was like the scene after an earthquake. This was the place where Lin Xian fought against the 5 experts. And now, many warriors had appeared. There are so many corpses. Which one is Lin Xian's? The crowd began to search. While everyone was searching for Lin Xian's corpse, on the other side of the forest, Lin Xian was trying his best to heal his body. Behind him, the waterfall splashed. Lin Xian sat in the pool, his body constantly overflowing with sword energy. The sword intent in the treasure box was not only extremely sharp, but also very difficult to remove. It was as if it had an indestructible will. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the great dragon sword intent, which could quickly erase the indestructible sword intent. A day later, he removed all the indestructible sword intent in his body. After resting for half a day, Lin Xian's body returned to normal. To be able to recover from such a serious injury in just 2 days, this speed was shocking. Perhaps even a harmonious spirit realm warrior might not be able to do it. There were 3 main reasons why Lin Xian could do it. First, he had the great dragon sword intent in his body, which could quickly erase the indestructible sword intent. Secondly, Lin Xian had the earth spirit liquid, which was the life essence, in his hands, so his recovery speed was heaven-defying. As for the life essence, other than the little white monkey keeping some, Lin Xian also gave half to Lord Alcohol. As for the golden demon egg, Lin Xian also dripped a few drops. Now, Lin Xian only had a small bottle left. It was used to save his life. Lastly, the longevity art he cultivated also had the effect of rapid recovery. These effects combined allowed Lin Xian to recover in a short period of time. However, the others might not be able to recover in such a short period of time, even with the help of spiritual herbs. Lin Xian had calculated this point. He was prepared to catch them off guard. As for how to find them, that was even easier. The indestructible sword intent was very special. It was like a star in the night sky, very obvious. Lin Xian had a strong soul force, so it was not difficult for him to find them. Swoosh, he turned into a sword beam and left the waterfall. In the dark cave, there were 2 balls of purple fire that were flickering like will-o'-the-wisps. If one looked carefully, they would realize that these 2 balls of will-o'-the-wisps were the eyes of a person, and this person was Wan Shi. He activated his flame of the soul and kept burning the remaining inextinguishable sword will in his body. Suddenly, Wang Shi frowned. The purple flames in his eyes kept changing, turning into purple pupils. Whoosh, he slapped the ground with his palm, and his body flew 10 meters away. At the place where he was originally sitting, a sword light flashed. The sword intent surged, and the entire cave collapsed. Whoosh, 2 figures soared into the sky and flew out from the rubble. Lin Xian. You're not dead? Wang Shi looked at the figure in front of him, his pupils constricting. He couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Xian's injuries that day were much more serious than his own. There were many places on his body where white bones could be seen. But now, he was still recuperating, while the other party had already fully recovered. Looks like you must have some divine healing medicine. If I kill you, I'll be able to recover immediately. Wang Shi's eyes were burning with passion. Kill me? Do you have the ability to do so? Lin Xian sneered and looked at him with disdain. Brat, you're courting death. Wang Shi was furious. His triangular eyes flashed with a terrifying light. Just as he was about to explode in anger, a cold light flashed behind him and stabbed into his body. He used all of his power to support his spiritual armor, and swept his hand behind him. Whoosh, a white figure flashed past. The snow-white monkey was holding the cold star dagger with a proud face. Damn monkey, I'm going to kill you. Wang Shi's face was horrifying. A bloody hole appeared behind him. Huh. You won't have the chance. Lin Xian raised his speed to the extreme, and a sharp sword light shot out from his body. He waved his arm, and the autumn scar sword shot out quickly, drawing a strange trajectory in the air. At the same time, a shocking sword intent poured out like a dragon's roar. Huh? This is... The furious Wang Shi's expression changed instantly. Small success sword intent. You've broken through again. He almost bit off his own tongue, and his body was a bit sluggish. He could be considered a genius, but compared to Lin Xian, Wang Shi felt like a piece of trash. Lin Xian's growth speed was something that he didn't even dare to imagine. The sword light flashed, and was about to hit his body. Extreme purple inscription. Wang Shi's eyes kept changing, and a purple rune flew out, forming a purple light screen in front of him. Ding! Ding, ding! The sword chi clashed with the purple light screen, producing a series of ding-dong sounds. This purple light screen was indeed Wang Shi's life-saving item. Back then, it had even blocked the undying sword intent, and now, it had blocked Lin Xian's small success sword intent. However, that huge power still made Wang Shi take a few steps back. I don't believe that you can keep using it. Lin Xian sneered as he kept waving his long sword. Wave after wave of horrifying sword chi landed on the purple light screen. Wang Shi was very regretful right now. Why didn't he ask Ziyi and the others to protect him? However, he was suspicious by nature, and would not meet others when he was seriously injured, especially if they were from the same sect as him. This also gave Lin Xian a chance. Wind Emperor's sword. The autumn scar sword became unpredictable, and the sword seemed to have merged with the wind. Shoo, the longsword pierced towards the purple light screen, and this time, it was not blocked. The hilt was outside the purple light screen, but the tip of the sword appeared out of nowhere inside the purple light screen. This sword could be said to be the sublimation of the wind art. A purple light flashed in Wang Shi's eyes, and his soul fire floated out, landing on the sword as he backed off. Dang, the longsword shook, and the tip of the sword deviated from its original direction. However, the dragon sword intent had triggered the undying sword intent inside Wang Shi's body, and at the same time, a numbing sensation spread out from his body. Woo! The snow-white monkey laughed proudly. The dagger is poisonous. Wang Shi's face darkened. He activated all the spirit power in his body, trying to expel the poison out of his body. However, Lin Xian did not give him the chance. He kept waving his long sword, and at the same time, throwing out thunder fists, attacking the purple light screen. Wang Shi felt his body go soft, and he could not muster any strength. Even if he was injured, he had to expel the poison out of his body. After making up his mind, Wang Shi suddenly stopped, planning to take on Lin Xian's attack head-on. Sword Spirit Space. Lin Xian stabbed out his sword, and at the same time, the inscription in his right eye flashed, performing the illusion space. Wangxi was originally anxious, and he was careless. The poison that had just gathered in his body spread out again, and his soul was also heavily injured. The purple light screen also faded, and disappeared in front of him. Cloud slash. Lin Xian raised his long sword up high, and the sword intent condensed. A terrifying sword light flashed, and it quickly slashed towards Wangxi. No. The moment the sword chi slashed on Wangxi's body, his soul also regained consciousness. Using his last bit of strength, Wangxi's body forcefully moved a foot away. The sword chi that was supposed to cut him in half only cut off his arm. However, Lin Xian did not plan to let him go. Almost 60% of the Wind Emperor's sword, and the small success of the Dragon Sword intent, finally cut off Wangxi's head. There was a terrifying sword mark on the ground, and Wangxi's body fell into a pool of blood, and his head rolled far away. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian kept Wangxi's storage ring. Next. Lin Xian did not stop, and his body glowed, and he quickly left. Lin Xian quickly passed through the forest. This time, he was going to attack Meng Yan. Because the disciples of the Mu family were too mysterious, the Star Peak Pavilion must have a group of warriors protecting them. Only Meng Yan was alone. Moreover, Meng Yan had bullied him several times with the title of first place in the Hidden Dragon ranking. This time, he even joined forces with others to kill him. If he didn't get rid of Meng Yan, Lin Xian wouldn't be at ease. In the west of the primitive forest, there was a fiery earth vein with terrifying magma underneath. That kind of temperature could turn a 7th-layer Spirit Sea Realm warrior into ashes in an instant. Whoosh, Lin Xian landed on the ground. Feeling the temperature from the ground, a cold smile appeared on his face. His eyes flashed, and he quickly found Meng Yan's hiding place. Cloud slash. The sword light flashed, and the small mountain in front of him trembled, quickly splitting into 2 halves. Whoosh, a figure came out. His hair was disheveled, and there was a sword hole on his left shoulder that couldn't be healed. Lin Xian. You didn't die? Meng Yan was shocked to see Lin Xian. When he found out that Lin Xian's strength had increased again, he decisively retreated. You think you can run away? With a tap of his foot, Lin Xian became one with his sword, turning into a long dragon and flying out quickly. Chi, the sword chi tore through the air and instantly arrived behind Meng Yan. Meng Yan's expression changed. Lin Xian's strength was higher than he expected. He didn't dare to be careless, and a broken dark red armor appeared behind him, protecting his vital parts. Dang, the sword chi hit the broken armor, making a clanging sound. Although your strength has increased, you're still not my opponent. Meng Yan shouted coldly, I'll spare your dog life today. Get out of here. I think you can't do it anymore. Lin Xian sneered. Small success sword intent gushed out and quickly invaded Meng Yan's body. Small success sword intent. Meng Yan's expression changed again. The fiery red spirit power poured into the broken armor, preventing the small success sword intent from invading. Flame God Fist. Throwing out a punch, Meng Yan's right arm was wrapped in a fiery red spirit power, like a real flame, dancing. At this moment, his half-step harmonious spirit realm strength was fully displayed. His fists were as fast as lightning, and the fiery red fist wind was like a sharp blade, hitting Lin Xian's body with a crackling sound. Lin Xian's lightning runes appeared all over his body, blocking this sharp fist wind. At the same time, his body swayed, dodging this fist. Boom, the fist wind was vast and mighty, and the fiery red light was like a sea of fire, blowing away the trees in front. Lin Xian's purple demon eyes flashed as he quickly searched for Meng Yan's weakness. The long sword in his hand pierced out like a gust of wind. The sword transformed into a myriad of sword lights that enveloped Meng Yan's entire body. Each of the sword rays contained the small success sword intent, and their power was terrifying. It was like a rain of swords. Meng Yan's expression changed as he pulled up his broken armor to resist. His injuries had yet to heal, so he was unable to use his full strength. Coupled with Lin Xian's terrifying aura, he was momentarily at a disadvantage. Clang! Crackle, countless sword scars appeared in the surroundings. Meng Yan shrank behind his broken armor and retreated continuously. The myriad of sword lights destroyed everything in their path. Lin Xian's aura was getting stronger and stronger. His long sword turned into lightning, forming a sword curtain in the air. The two continued to clash, causing the earth to tremble and energy to explode, forming a storm of thunder and fire that swept out in all directions. Don't think that you are the only one with the mentality. Meng Yan spat out blood as a trace of madness appeared in his eyes. He held the broken armor in his left hand and the flaming long spear in his right. The spiritual power on his body burned and pulsed continuously. Mentality of fire, spear destruction. The flames were monstrous, burning in all directions, turning all the trees in the vicinity into ashes. Meng Yan thrust out his long spear, bringing with it a scorching light, rolling up a wave of fire that was dozens of meters long. Lin Xian moved quickly in the air. Sword chi surged and sword lights spread out, clashing with each other continuously. Thunder. Sword chi soared into the sky, forming a layer of black clouds above. The horrifying thunder and lightning spread out. Lin Xian's body was also surging with thunder and lightning, as if he was the god of thunder. Destroy. The autumn scar sword fell, and a bucket-sized thunder and lightning struck out from the dark clouds in the sky. Wherever it passed, everything was turned into dust. The ground cracked, and the mountain rocks shattered. Meng Yan's surroundings turned into a sea of thunder. When everything disappeared, Meng Yan was holding the broken armor up high, looking like it was about to fall. Lin Xian, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Meng Yan activated his secret art, burning all the spiritual power in his body. Like a huge fireball, he shot out at a high speed. Flying fire shooting star. The mentality of fire surged, and the long spear was like a fire beast, stabbing out at a high speed. The third movement of the Qingyun sword, moon shattering. The long sword swept out, forming a strange trajectory in the air. A half-moon-shaped sword chi flew out. Rumble, after an intense collision, the moon-shattering sword chi tore apart the flaming long spear at the last moment, piercing into Meng Yan's body. Dang, the broken armor was blown away, landing in the distance. Meng Yan was still in his charging posture, but his body had been cut in half. The number one martial genius of the hidden dragon rank had finally paid for his evil deeds. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Meng Yan's injuries hadn't healed yet, or else it wouldn't have been so easy to kill him. Putting away Meng Yan's storage ring, the broken armor, and the flaming long spear, Lin Xian drank a cup of spirit wine and moved out again. Now, time was life. He had to make his move before the remaining 3 people recovered. In a valley filled with birds and fragrant flowers, dozens of Star Summit Pavilion's disciples were constantly patrolling. Eldest senior brother's injuries haven't healed yet? It's all that Lin Brat's fault, causing eldest senior brother to suffer such heavy injuries. That brat was already killed by the terrifying sword intent. He got off easy. Several Star Summit Pavilion's disciples conversed, their words full of malice. Someone's coming. A disciple at the peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier frowned. Who's there? Stop. Stop. This is our Star Summit Pavilion's territory, get your ass over here. But the figure didn't seem to hear, still moving quickly. Do it, kill him. The disciple at the peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier said. Now was the crucial moment for their eldest senior brother to recover his strength, and they definitely couldn't let outsiders disturb him. That. The expressions of the disciples at the front suddenly changed, as if their necks were being gripped by someone. Don't talk nonsense, do it. Lin Xian. That's the Lin guy, he's still alive. The 2 disciples at the front shouted in terror. Impossible? With that kind of terrifying sword intent, even eldest senior brother was heavily injured after using a secret treasure. How could the Lin guy still be alive? Unfortunately, I'm really alive. An indifferent voice rang out between them. Retreat. Inform the others, get into formation. The peak of the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier roared. Wind and thunder sword ripple. The circular terrifying sword ripple spread out, cutting the surrounding Star Summit Pavilion's disciples in half. Now that Lin Xian's sword intent had reached small success, these people weren't his match at all. Pu, In an instant, 5-star Summit Pavilion's disciples were killed, and Lin Xian quickly walked into the valley. "Who's there?" The disciples inside quickly rushed out, and when they saw Lin Xian, their expressions changed drastically. "That madman is here." "He's not dead," quickly set up the Big Dipper 7-star formation. Lin Xian's arrival caused an uproar. All the cultivators in the valley almost went crazy. However, these people came from a big sect, so their ability to adapt was very fast. After a few breaths, the Big Dipper 7-star formation was formed, approaching Lin Xian. A monstrous aura was emitted, as if there were real meteorites in the sky, causing people's hearts to tremble. Moonbreak. Lin Xian used his ultimate move, a crescent-shaped sword chi slashed rapidly. Boom! The Moonbreak sword chi slashed on the Big Dipper 7-star formation, causing a loud explosion. "Don't think that I can't do anything if you don't come out." Lin Xian sneered, and his body suddenly disappeared. "Not good, quickly protect Big Senior Brother." A group of Star Peak Pavilion's disciples quickly deployed a formation, forming a curtain of stars, covering the place where Feng Qiming was in seclusion. "Lin Xian, do you really want to kill all of us?" A weak voice sounded. "Kill all of us? I'm afraid this is what you did to me." Lin Xian sneered, "More than 50 people chased after me, and 5 of them were half-step harmonious spirit cultivators. What a big deal." "Lin Xian, I admit that I was blinded by the benefits, but now I'm also injured. Are you still not willing to stop?" Feng Qiming's attitude was very humble. "I, Lin Xian, am not a bloodthirsty person, but I have my principles." Lin Xian's voice was firm. "A drop of water, a spring of water will be repaid. Those who bullied and chased after me, I will pay them back 100 times. Lin Xian, Star Peak Pavilion is a 3-star sect. If you kill us, you won't be able to escape. Moreover, your family will also suffer the wrath of Star Peak Pavilion. Don't use my family to threaten me. Tiannan region is so big, whether you can find it or not is another matter. Moreover, my family has the strength of a 3-star sect, not just anyone can bully us. Therefore, all of you can die in peace." As soon as Lin Xian finished speaking, he slashed out a sword chi that was almost 100 meters long, splitting a small mountain in half. "Although I'm injured, I'm not someone you can kill." Feng Qiming seemed to be angry. "Lin Xian, this will be your burial ground." Swoosh 2 figures flew out from the cave, forming a monstrous aura. "Although I don't know why you're fine, as long as I kill you, all your secrets." Feng Qiming's face was cold. Beside him was a disciple of the Mu family, Mui. "Where's the other woman? Come out." Lin Xian fearlessly. These people were all injured and their battle prowess was reduced. Lin Xian was more than capable of handling them. "The 2 of us can kill you." Mui coldly snorted, "Die for me." "Lin, to Yang, Xian. Qiming." Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he summoned Qingnu. At the same time, he ordered the snow-white little critter to secretly search for the last Mu clan's disciple. Swoosh a green figure appeared, the chi on his body was unusually strong. "Helpers? Half-step harmonious spirit." Feng Qiming and Mui's expression turned ugly, but they believed that they could protect themselves if they joined hands. "Qingnu, you go and deal with the Big Dipper sword formation." Lin Xian ordered. Swoosh the green figure flashed, rushing towards the sword formation, while Lin Xian faced Feng Qiming and Mui. "If we join hands, we might be able to kill him." Mui's eyes were filled with greed. Mountain River painting scroll. Both of his hands moved, and a hazy painting scroll appeared in the air. It was a painting of magnificent mountains and rivers. Giant mountain suppression. A black mountain that was over 100 meters tall appeared in the air and crashed down on Lin Xian. At the same time, Feng Qiming also activated the Star Stone, attacking fiercely. Wind Slayer. Moon Shattering. 2 sword chi rushed out, the sword light shrouded the valley. Boom! The black mountain shook and flew out. On the other side, the moon-shattering sword chi and the star fist wind collided, forming a terrifying storm. Dragon Rebel Step. Lin Xian's body glowed with light, pushing his speed to the extreme. Dragon Rebel 7 steps. Lin Xian quickly rushed towards Mui, like a thunderclap, as if there was a dragon claw pressing down. The 7 steps all landed on the mountain river painting scroll. The huge force made Mui's body tremble. He was already injured, so he couldn't resist, and with Lin Xian's speed, Fang Qiming couldn't save him in time. Outer Sky Flying Star. Kicking the mountain river painting scroll away, Lin Xian used his most powerful sword technique. Small success sword intent condensed at the tip of the sword, Lin Xian's body flashed and appeared on the other side. Mui's pupils dilated, he felt his life force quickly disappearing. The Mu clan will not let you go. Boom Mui unwillingly fell down, a bloody hole appearing in his chest. Lin Xian opened his palm and took the mountain river painting scroll into his hand, and then quickly put it away. All of this happened in an instant. By the time Fang Qiming reacted, Mui had already died. Impossible. This was his first thought. Although Mui was injured, it wasn't so easy to kill him. You're dead. The Mu clan will not let you go. Fang Qiming thought of the horror of Mu Chen, as if he could see Lin Xian's future. You should worry about yourself first. Lin Xian sneered, Sword of Soul. The inscription in his left eye flashed, and an invisible sword chi pierced towards Fang Qiming's soul. Lin Xian did not hesitate to use the Sword of Soul, because he wanted to end this battle quickly. Ah! Fang Qiming screamed, the star stone on his body dimmed. Chi. Puff, the sword light flashed, and a head flew out. Elder senior brother is dead. Everyone run. The disciples in the distance saw this scene, and were scared to death. Weng, Qing Nu smiled cruelly, and her 3,000 strands of hair turned into sharp arrows, piercing in all directions. Puff, the bodies of the disciples were pierced, and their flesh and blood quickly disappeared. The aura of the green-haired man became even stronger. Not good. Lin Xian's face darkened. He looked at the green-haired man, who had such a method. Humph. Lin Xian snorted, and his hands formed a seal, making the slave mark in Qing Nu's body clearer. Master, don't worry. I won't betray you. The bloody light in Qing Nu's eyes disappeared, and she begged for mercy in a low voice. At this moment, the little white monkey turned into a white light, and rushed back. Behind it, a beautiful woman turned into a shadow, and fled into the distance. Stay. Lin Xian sneered, and quickly chased after her with Qing Nu whoosh. Lin Xian used the dragon rebel step, and his speed reached the extreme. But the Mu clan disciple, Mu Rong, burned her blood essence, and desperately fled for her life. With a sigh, Lin Xian locked his eyes on the figure, and the soul sword flew out. Ah! With a scream, the figure paused, and her expression was one of agony. Lin Xian, the Mu clan won't let you go. Mu Rong cut off an arm, used the blood-dissolving mystic technique, and her body quickly disappeared. This is the power of bloodline? Lin Xian was slightly stunned. He sensed for a while, and indeed, he couldn't find Mu Rong's aura. I didn't expect the Mu clan to have the power of bloodline. Looks like I have to be careful. Lin Xian was vigilant. Although one of them escaped, the result of this battle was shocking. Among the martial artists who chased after him, only Mu Rong escaped with serious injuries. The others were all killed by his sword. Looking at the storage rings in his hand, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up as he ran into the distance. The disciple of the Mu clan, Mu Rong, escaped from the valley and returned to the Stupa sect. Half a day later, the news of Lin Xian killing Star Peak Pavilion and Mui spread, shocking everyone on Levitating Island. The Mu clan was the most infuriated. The strongest expert of Star Peak Pavilion had been killed, and the rest had no hope of defeating Lin Xian. However, the experts of the Mu clan were still there, and Mu Chen had entered the Stupa sect. On this day, the news came from the Stupa sect. The Mu clan was going all out to hunt down Lin Xian, and they were calling for other forces to join them. In a short time, a group of people had gathered. However, these people did not act recklessly. They knew that Lin Xian was very strong, and could even kill a half-step harmonious spirit expert. They would not be able to do anything if they acted recklessly. If Lin Xian wants the rest of the treasures, he will definitely return to the Stupa sect. We only need to set up an inescapable net here and wait for him to exhaust himself. These people began to set up a formation near the Stupa sect. 10,000 li away, Lin Xian sat cross-legged on a huge rock, and began to organize the storage rings in his hand. Meng Yan and the rest were the elite disciples of big sects, and they were very rich. The most important things were their life-saving treasures. Meng Yan's high-grade profound rank treasure was even better than the autumn scar sword. Unfortunately, Lin Xian did not use a spear, but it could be sold for a good price. There was also a piece of broken dark red armor. It was extremely hard and could even block the undying sword intent, so it must be extraordinary. He wore the broken armor close to his body to protect his vitals. Other than that, there was also Feng Qiming's starstone and Mui's painting of mountains and rivers. Lin Xian had refined all of these things and engraved his soul imprint on them. Until now, Lin Xian's wealth had increased, and he now had the capital to fight against the top experts. The disciple of the Mu clan had escaped. It seems like the news of me killing these people has spread. These people did not come after me, so they must be preparing in secret. Lin Xian kept thinking. If I want to take back the treasures that belong to me, I will definitely go to the Stupa sect, and these people might be waiting for me there. He knew very well that as long as he showed himself, what awaited him would be a fierce battle. Looks like I still need to increase my strength. Lin Xian thought of the sword intent treasure box. He took out the red flame greatsword and activated the third rune on it, forming a sealing array. Holding the sword intent treasure box, Lin Xian took a deep breath and slowly opened it. A heart-shaking aura gushed out. Lin Xian closed his eyes and carefully sensed it. Danger and opportunity coexisted. Lin Xian risked his life to comprehend the sword intent. Finally, he gained something again and improved his sword intent to 40%. It's time to move. With a flash, Lin Xian left the place. The stupa gate, which was almost 1,000 meters tall, exuded an aura of vicissitudes. Damn it, why isn't that brat here yet? Why are you in such a hurry? Wait a little longer. No, I'll wait one more day. If he doesn't show up, I'll join the pagoda sect. Some martial artists were obviously getting impatient. However, just as they were getting impatient, a figure quickly approached from afar. A white monkey. Is that Lin Brat here? He's wearing a black robe. I can't see him clearly, but that's definitely the monkey. Someone whispered. Everyone, be careful. Get ready to attack. Wooji wooji, the snow-white monkey sat on the black-robed man, its black gem-like eyes constantly moving. The person in the black robe wasn't Lin Xian, but Qing Nu. From afar, Lord Alcohol could feel that the array set up by those people wasn't ordinary. That's a formation called the inescapable net. It's very powerful. If a Spirit Sea Realm martial artist uses it, it can easily kill a harmonious spirit expert. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. If it wasn't for Lord Alcohol, he might really break the array. If that happened, what awaited him would be death. For safety reasons, Lin Xian asked Qing Nu to disguise as him and let the snow-white monkey follow him. He's coming. Everyone, be alert. The people hiding in the dark were excited. As long as Lin Xian entered, they would make sure that he wouldn't be able to return alive. Swoosh, the snow-white little monkey disappeared in a flash, and Qing Nu entered the array completely. Activate. Boom, dozens of figures flashed and activated the array. Qing Nu let out a terrifying cry. The snow-white monkey returned to Lin Xian's side and quickly entered the storage ring. Lin Xian sneered. He put on a purple robe and quickly ran toward the Stupa sect. The battle ahead was intense, so no one paid attention to the others. Just like that, Lin Xian swaggered into the Stupa gate in front of everyone. The dark red land exuded a desolate aura as if it had been like this for 10,000 years. Swoosh! Swoosh, suddenly, ripples appeared in the sky above the land. The space constantly distorted, forming a small whirlpool. Swoosh, a figure landed, kicking up a cloud of dust. So empty, so desolate. This figure was none other than Lin Xian. He looked around and sighed. He didn't expect there to be another world behind the Stupa sect. This method was indeed shocking. Swoosh, swoosh. A few more figures entered and landed on the ground in a sorry state. Lin Xian tightened his purple robe and hid his entire body. He didn't want to expose himself yet. Indeed, those people only looked at Lin Xian in surprise before leaving in a hurry. Xianxia, see if you can sense anything with the stone token? Lord Alcohol asked. Lin Xian nodded. He held the stone token and carefully sensed it. Indeed, he sensed a summoning aura. Over here. With a tap of his foot, he flew out. It had to be said that this land was too desolate. Apart from some weeds, there was almost nothing alive. The pile of white bones on the ground suddenly trembled violently, forming white skeletons one after another. Swoosh, swoosh. White bone claws suddenly descended, tearing apart the void. Lin Xian quickly dodged, a look of horror on his face. These should be cultivators who died in the past. They are at least at the 7th layer of the spirit sea realm. Coupled with the environment here, these undead creatures are even more terrifying. Lord Alcohol explained. Lin Xian understood and punched out. Boom, the violent force instantly scattered the 3 white skeletons. However, their bones didn't shatter. They just fell apart. Lin Xian was also surprised by this situation. He didn't expect these white bones to be so hard. However, now wasn't the time to study these things. Lin Xian used the Dragon Rebel step and quickly flashed past. Swoosh, a huge bone claw that was more than 10 meters long shot out from the ground and grabbed at Lin Xian. The air trembled as if it was being torn apart, emitting a sharp sound like the screams of ghosts. The momentum was terrifying. Scram. Lin Xian used his fingers like a sword and slashed behind him. A cold light flashed. The huge sword chi was like a silver river that hung upside down in the 9 heavens, emitting a terrifying aura. Boom. The huge white bone claw was fearless as it slapped down at the sharp sword intent. Clang. Clang, a string of sparks appeared in the air as the white bone claw trembled. A low roar came from the ground. Rumble, the ground trembled and split apart. A skeleton creature that was dozens of meters tall crawled out from the ground and roared at the sky, its sound waves shaking the heavens. Ripples of air swept out in all directions, blowing away all the weeds and gravel on the ground. Pft! Pft! The surrounding ground cracked open as dozens of humanoid skeletons appeared. Their movements were extremely stiff. The moment these skeletons appeared, the entire space creaked as the sound waves swept over with a terrifying aura. Countless ravines appeared on the ground as though it had been cut by a sharp weapon. It was hideous and terrifying. The sound waves were like a tidal wave as the air trembled as they charged towards Lin Xian. Copper lightning pattern. Berserk lion roar. Lin Xian's body suffused complicated lightning patterns as he roared out the berserk lion roar to resist the skeleton's sound waves. The formless sound waves were as sharp as swords and sabers, overturning the surrounding ground. When the two collided, a loud boom erupted in the air. The overflowing sound waves struck Lin Xian's body like swords and sabers, producing countless sparks. Thankfully, the copper lightning body was extremely tough and resisted the sound waves. However, the skeletons on the other side weren't so lucky. The overflowing sound waves sliced them into countless pieces as their bones splattered all over the ground. Roar, the gigantic skeleton creature wielded a gigantic bone saber as it roared angrily. Boom, with a slash, the air in front of him was sucked dry as the intense saber aura surged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian transformed into a sword beam as he ran into the distance. The further he ran, the darker the aura became. Lin Xian felt uncomfortable all over as he cautiously looked around and raised his guard. There were stone monuments erected around him with ancient words written on them. Could this be a cemetery? Lin Xian pursed his lips. You guessed right. Be careful. There's a big guy below. Don't wake it up, Lord Alcohol said in a deep voice. Big guy? Lin Xian was taken aback as he secretly circulated his spirit energy. Roar. The gigantic bone saber slashed over from behind as though it wanted to split everything apart. F***K, will this commotion wake it up? Lin Xian was unsure. He swept his sword and blocked the descending bone saber. Boom, the two enormous forces collided like two small mountains crashing together. The bone blade bounced off. The skeletal creature seemed to have sensed the difference in this place and kept growling in a low voice. A dark and terrifying aura came from underground, causing people's hearts to tremble. Those stone steels glowed with a faint red light, and zombie-like figures came out from them. The flesh of these people had rotted away, but they hadn't completely disappeared. Their bodies glowed red as they quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. Weng, the skeletal creature's body shook, and a red glimmer appeared in its eye sockets, flickering like a candle. Oh no, he's being controlled. Let's rush out. Lord Alcohol reminded. Lin Xian identified a direction and his body flashed out like a rainbow. Hoo, the rotting corpses were clearly much stronger than the skeletons from before. Their bodies slammed straight into Lin Xian. Before the person arrived, Lin Xian smelled a rotten stench and immediately felt dizzy. Sword intent surged and quickly destroyed the gas. Lin Xian's body glowed as he dodged to the side. What a terrifying aura. It can actually interfere with my mind. These should be the sect disciples from back in the day. Be careful. Lord Alcohol's voice had a tinge of solemnity. People from back in the day? Lin Xian was stunned. Didn't they die more than 10,000 years ago? Lin Xian cautiously looked at the rotting zombies and subconsciously wiped his cold sweat. Fighting people from 10,000 years ago was too ***king exciting. Don't fight them head-on. There's a stone steel behind you. Go there. Lord Alcohol quickly said. Lin Xian tapped his foot and darted backward. Phew, he came in front of a stone steel and focused his attention on it. Indeed, the rotting zombies lingered in front of him, not daring to advance. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the stone steel beside him. The stone steel suffused a blue glow and was very eye-catching amid the red glow. Before Lin Xian could finish heaving a sigh of relief, an old figure appeared beside the blue stone steel. It was an old man who couldn't be any older. His skin was dry and covered in wrinkles. However, his eyes were abnormally deep as though he could see through the void. Lin Xian's hair stood on end as he felt his heart palpitate. It was as though a single look from the elder could destroy him. It's actually the remnant consciousness of a supremacy. Lord Alcohol's tone was abnormally solemn. Don't act rashly. This isn't something you can deal with. Lin Xian fell silent as he quietly looked at the illusory figure, motionless like a statue. Can we discuss the Tao? A deep voice sounded. Why not? Please. Lord Alcohol spoke through Lin Xian. The two mystical figures began a Tao discussion through Lin Xian. After a long while, the illusory figure let out a sigh. Having heard the Tao in the morning, one can die in the evening without regrets. The elder's figure gradually faded before disappearing from the world. The blue stone steel beside him transformed into a blue beam of light that enveloped Lin Xian as they left the graveyard. Supremacy? What realm is that? Lin Xian asked curiously when he arrived at a safe place. Above the three spirit realms is the supremacy realm, Lord Alcohol said slowly. Lin Xian shook his head. These were too distant for him. Let's go. His body flashed as he ran into the distance. Buzz, buzz. The void ahead trembled as a terrifying aura surged over. It's saber intent. Could it be Ling Yidao? Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he planned on taking a look. Back when he was besieged, Ling Yidao, Snow Fairy, and company had saved him, making him feel grateful. Lin Xian used the dragon counterstep and transformed into a beam of light. Damn it, Black Wind Sect. Die obediently. I said that I wouldn't let you leave alive. Haha. Kid, stop. Otherwise, this little beauty's life will be in danger. A group of mocking voices echoed in front of him. Damn it. Put down Senior Sister Snow. I'll fight you to the death. An angry voice sounded. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of fighting us? I'll give you a chance. Break your arms and kneel down to beg us. Otherwise, we'll enjoy this little beauty on the spot. Kill them with one strike. Don't worry about me. Rip, the sound of cloth being torn sounded, followed by a series of exclamations. Lin Xian appeared. He saw the ferocious-looking Ling Yidao and Snow Fairy, whose skirt had been torn. Brother Lung. Don't panic. Lin Xian appeared beside Ling Yidao. Kid, it's actually you. You didn't die? The warriors in front exclaimed. There were dozens of figures there. 2 of them were holding chains made of spiritual power, binding the Frost Fairy. Her skirt was torn apart, revealing her seductive long legs. Kid, hand over the Buddha token and break your arms. Otherwise, we'll put on a good show. The Black Wind sect's disciples looked at the bound snow fairy wretchedly with greed in their eyes. I'll give you a chance. Let her go. Lin Xian's voice was as cold as 10,000-year-old ice. Brat, it seems like you still don't know the situation here. Fine, I'll open your eyes. After saying that cultivator laughed wildly and approached Icy Fairy. How dare you? Yi Daoling's eyes turned red. His body emitted a sharp saber intent, pressing forward like a heavenly saber. Humph, in the opposite group, a young man wearing a half-mask sneered. A cold black whirlwind gushed out from his body, resisting the saber intent in the sky. The black wind whistled like a sharp saber, colliding with the saber intent, causing the void to tremble. Don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you comprehended the saber intent. You're nothing in front of us. The disciples of Black Wind sect laughed wildly. They did have the right to be arrogant. As the top existences in a 3-star sect, their strength was much stronger than Star Peak Pavilion. Among them, the masked young man had the strength of a half-step harmonious spirit expert. Other than that, the chi of the others was unusually strong, far stronger than the disciples of other sections. In front of our Black Wind sect, even if you're a dragon, you'll have to crouch. Moreover, you're just 2 worms. I don't want to kill anyone. Don't provoke me. Lin Xian's voice was as cold as a blade. Kill? Haha. Don't think that you can be so arrogant in front of us just because you killed a few trash disciples. You're not qualified. These disciples of Black Wind sect had been chasing after Yi Daolong and Icy Fairy. They didn't know that Lin Xian had killed 4 experts in a row. You're courting death. Don't blame me. Lin Xian sighed. Blame your grandpa. What are you pretending for? Before the disciples of Black Wind sect could finish their words, they felt a shocking sword intent attacking their souls. This Ji, how is this possible? In a daze, they felt like they were facing Ling Fengzi. Quickly, use that woman to threaten him. A disciple shouted. 2 cultivators tried to grab Icy Fairy. One of them even placed a long saber on her neck. However, before they could do anything, a white light flashed past. Asterisk puff asterisk 2 heads flew up. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The cultivators beside Icy Fairy fell down powerlessly. What? The nearby Black Wind sect disciples were all dumbfounded. They didn't even see the white light clearly. Only the masked young man snorted coldly and reached out to grab at the void. Whoosh, the sword light flashed and forced the masked youth to retreat. Lin Xian's body glowed like a god of death. He appeared in front of the masked youth and punched out with his left fist. The fist wind contained a terrifying amount of energy. The air exploded, and lightning surged toward the masked young man. On the side, Yi Daolong let out a long roar and slashed out several times. The saber radiance swept out and sent all the warriors who were rushing towards Ice Fairy flying. Crack, breaking the chains on Ice Fairy's body, Ling Yidao quickly retreated with Ice Fairy. 3 lowly insects, you've offended the Black Wind sect. Only death awaits you. The masked young man roared madly. Leave this person to me. You guys take care of the others. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Black Wind strangle, said the young man with the mask while smiling evilly. A black wind emerged from his hand and collided with Lin Feng's lightning fist. Boom, the 2 collided, and a dazzling light burst out in the air. The masked youth trembled and took a few steps back. Crack, a foot-deep footprint appeared on the ground, and countless cracks spread around it. What a terrifying strength. The masked youth's expression changed slightly. He couldn't suppress Lin Xian. The rest of the warriors' eyes popped out when they saw this scene. That was a half-step martial artist, but he was forced back by Lin Xian with 1 punch. Go away and die. The masked youth was furious. A black wind blew from his body, and the sound of metal vibrating could be heard in the air. Moonbreak. A sword light, like a hazy half-moon, flew out from the tip of the sword and slashed at the masked youth like lightning. Black Wind kick. The masked youth moved and jumped into the air. His legs danced, and a strong wind blew around him. A mountain-like leg shadow accompanied by a black wind rushed toward Lin Xian. The moonbreak sword chi flashed and cut the black wind in half. Impossible. The masked youth was frightened again. Lin Xian could easily break through his defense, and he felt that things were out of his control. Wind Slayer. While he was still in shock, another sword light flashed past his face like a fleeting shadow. Why did I see my back? The masked youth was stunned at first, and then he felt incomparable pain. Poof, a head flew far away and landed on the ground. Lin Xian's sword was too fast. It was so fast that the masked youth didn't feel any pain when his head flew up. Clang! Clang! Seeing the masked youth die, the other Onyx Wind Sect warriors were stunned. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Devil! Lunatic! After a few screams, the remaining warriors fled in all directions. Tempest Sword Ripple. The long sword slashed out, and fine sword waves spread out in all directions like water ripples. Poof! Poof! One by one, the figures were slashed into a bloody mist, and no one escaped. Leng Yidao and Ice Fairy were stunned. Lin Xian's current performance was completely different from a few days ago. A few days ago, Lin Xian could barely resist a half-step harmonious spirit expert, but now, he could kill them as if he was slaughtering chickens and dogs. Are you guys alright? Lin Xian put away his long sword and asked. Ice Fairy was very grateful. Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for saving us. Brother Lin, you have to be careful of the revenge of Onyx Wind Sect. Leng Yidao reminded. It's fine. Even if I don't kill them, Onyx Wind Sect will still cause me trouble. Lin Xian didn't care too much. With the improvement of his sword intent, he was no longer the young man who could be bullied by others. Now, even if he was surrounded, he could still retreat calmly. The three of them set out together, heading deeper into the forest. Half a day later, a magnificent building complex appeared in front of them. Each building was like an ancient ferocious beast, emitting a cold metallic aura and a chilling aura. Rows of palaces, plazas, and pavilions were arranged in picturesque disorder, just like a giant city. Worthy of being an ancient sect, they actually used metal to build their buildings. Lin Xian exclaimed. Their current palaces were all built with stone, which was very different from this place. Walking on the path paved with black gold, the three of them curiously observed their surroundings. I wonder if the people of Onyx Wind Sect and Mu Clan are here. Lin Xian was puzzled. He knew that the two of them had the Buddha token. Forget it, let's find my own treasure first. Lin Xian sensed the Buddha token, and he unexpectedly felt the aura of the concept of wind. Could it be related to Wind Emperor's sword? Lin Xian was puzzled as he looked into the distance. There was a tall bronze tower, emitting a faint golden light. It was about 100 meters tall. Lin Xian felt that the chi of wind in his body became restless, as if it was very excited. What's wrong? Leng Yidao and Ice Fairy looked at Lin Xian. I found something that seems to be related to me, Lin Xian said in a deep voice and went over to take a look. The three figures flickered and dashed toward the brass tower. The brass tower was so eye-catching that it naturally attracted not only Lin Xian and the other two, but also many disciples from other factions. Lin Xian's appearance undoubtedly caused an uproar. Many martial artists were like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow as they hurriedly avoided him. The others also looked at him in awe. The news of Lin Xian killing the four experts had spread among all the factions. Most of the martial artists had labeled him as the #1 ruthless person. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he was not to be trifled with. Leng Yidao and Snow Fairy were shocked once again. They followed beside Lin Xian and sighed as they watched the crowd disperse to both sides. In front of them, the thick brass door opened and revealed a gap. On the stone door, there were various carvings that seemed to be describing something. However, those carvings had become very dim. Time is the most merciless. It can obliterate all powerful things. Lin Xian sighed and walked in. The three of them paused for a moment before walking through the brass door. After a long time, the others quickly followed. It was dim inside, but it wasn't a problem for Lin Xian and the other two. Lin Xian's brows gradually furrowed as he quickly walked up the spiral staircase. This aura. Could someone have been here? He couldn't help but increase his speed. After about a dozen flights of stairs, Lin Xian and the other two finally arrived at a large hall. A majestic statue stood in front of them. It was like a peerless expert that looked disdainfully in all directions. This stone statue is very similar to the stone statue in the Trial of Blood and Fire. Lin Xian was surprised and excited. It was the stone statue in the Trial of Blood and Fire that imparted the Wind Emperor's sword to him. Ling Yidao and Snow Fairy also looked at the stone statue in surprise. They felt a pressure that came from their souls. It's just a stone statue, but I can't breathe. What is this place? Ling Yidao's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He carefully searched the surroundings and even used the Buddha token to try to communicate. However, nothing unusual happened. There are footprints on the ground. Someone has been here. Lin Xian's pupils contracted as he found some clues. Let's go up and take a look. Brother Lin, I want to comprehend it here, said Ling Yidao. All right. Lin Xian didn't insist. He quickly went up alone. Finally, when he reached the 10th floor, he discovered the auras of other people. Above was a spacious hall that was at least 100 meters wide. There were many martial artists standing inside, their auras surging like the tide. It's actually the Black Wind sect. Lin Xian's eyes revealed a look of vigilance when he saw the attire of those people. However, he did not discover Ling Fengzi's figure. Presumably, he should have gone somewhere else. Lin Xian hadn't seen the other party before, but judging from their aura and attitude, they weren't afraid of the Black Wind sect. The two sides were facing each other, surrounding a stone statue. In the hall, the atmosphere was abnormally heavy, so heavy that it was hard to breathe. Looks like there must be something good. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. I really want to know what their expressions would be if their things were stolen. Lord Alcohol chuckled. Looks like you already have an idea. I'm looking forward to your performance. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. His body was like a leopard as he quietly flew out. Throughout the entire process, there wasn't a trace of movement. His aura was also completely concealed. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked ahead. There were many stone statues there. One of them was the size of an ordinary person and had a cloak draped over its body. They should be fighting for that cloak, Lord Alcohol said slowly. Cloak? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the surrounding stone statues. The black cloak was as thick as ink. There were dark red patterns on it, flowing with a peculiar aura. This should be a support-type artifact. It's at least a peak profound rank artifact, Lord Alcohol transmitted. Peak profound rank artifact. Lin Xian's heart trembled violently. Perhaps even a true harmonious spirit expert would be tempted. No wonder the atmosphere was so tense. I can't let the Black Wind sect get this artifact. Lin Xian thought. He had a grudge with the Black Wind sect. In the future, there would be a fierce battle, and this artifact would play a decisive role. With this artifact, even if he met Ling Fengzi, he would have a higher chance of winning. Speaking of which, this artifact should be a wind attribute artifact. It should be helpful for you to comprehend the Wind Emperor's sword. Lord Alcohol said slowly. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Then, he couldn't give it to the Black Wind sect. Moreover, he noticed that the wind aura in his body was restless, as if it was very excited. After adjusting his state of mind, Lin Xian waited patiently. He planned to make a move at the crucial moment. In the front hall, the people of the Black Wind sect were confronting the people of the other side. Their expressions were very unfriendly. Bai Ling, if you want to start a war with our Black Wind sect, you better think about the consequences. A cultivator with a scar on his face said. His name was Du Fei, a half-step harmonious spirit expert. Since Ling Fengzi wasn't here, he was one of the leaders. What's wrong with the Black Wind sect? Is it that great? The beautiful girl smiled sweetly. Others might be afraid of you, but we aren't. Moreover, the things here are ownerless. Of course, only those with strength are worthy of having them. Those with strength are worthy of having them? Du Fei snorted coldly. We have already broken the seal, and now you want to interfere. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Haven't your Black Wind sect done this kind of thing before? Bai Ling covered her mouth and laughed. I'm just learning from you. Of course, when it comes to shamelessness, I'm far inferior to you. This cloak is a wind attribute artifact. It's compatible with our Black Wind sect's cultivation technique. Miss Bai, why don't you be more magnanimous and help others? Another cultivator called Ning Shan said. Bullshit. Only your Black Wind sect has the wind attribute? This old lady has also recently cultivated a wind attribute martial art. Why don't you let me have it? Bai Ling raised her eyebrows. Why are you wasting your breath on her? Just take her down. Du Fei's face was gloomy, revealing his killing intent. Stop them. I'll go get the treasure. With Du Fei's order, the dozens of cultivators behind him pulled out their swords and sabers. The aura on their bodies surged like a tsunami, slashing towards the people of Yuhua sect. You're courting death. Bai Ling shouted. Her body turned into a white light and rushed towards Du Fei. The cultivators behind her welcomed the Black Wind sect's disciples. Rumble, the spiritual energy in the air surged, and an explosion occurred instantly. Fortunately, the brass hall was very sturdy, and there was no damage. Dozens of people were fighting together, and the battle was abnormally intense. However, Lin Xian did not pay too much attention to it. His gaze was on Du Fei and Bai Ling. Ling Fengzi isn't here, and you guys dare to be so presumptuous? Bai Ling shouted. The white satin on her body flew out and turned into a terrifying silver waterfall. Like the Milky Way hanging upside down, the air vibrated and turned into ripples, spreading in all directions. Jade Flower Thousand Ripples hands. Bai Ling stepped on the waterfall and waved her jade-like hands in the air like a butterfly. Terrifying spiritual energy surged. Many jade-like arms appeared in the air and grabbed towards Du Fei. To be able to reach the fourth level of the Thousand Waves hands, it seems that your talent is not bad. Du Fei laughed evilly. But this is not enough to scare me. Black Wind Divine Kick. A black wind appeared around Du Fei's leg, emitting a terrifying aura. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. With a kick, the black wind turned into a boundless leg shadow. With a black tail of light, it pierced towards Bai Ling like a divine spear. Rumble, thousands of palms waved in the air and collided with the huge black leg shadow. The collision caused a terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation. Crack, the huge leg shadow pressed down like a mountain, but tiny cracks appeared on it like a spider web. So strong, these two people are probably stronger than Meng Yan. Lin Xian's eyes flashed and he was shocked. Meng Yan could be said to be the representative of the younger generation in Xia country, one of the top martial artists. But in this place, such terrifying martial artists could be seen everywhere. Some were even stronger than Meng Yan. Sure enough, only by going out could one meet stronger martial artists. The two of them were evenly matched, and it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time. Lin Xian touched his chin and was ready to make a move at any time. Eh? There's someone on the roof. Lin Xian used his soul power and found something strange. In the dark, there was a shadow-like shadow that was quickly approaching the statue. This aura, it should be someone from the Black Wind sect. Lin Xian's heart sank. They were indeed a group of insidious people. However, this statue seemed to have the last seal, and he could help break it. Lin Xian sneered and flew out like a ghost. His eyes flashed and he used an illusion. This illusion was used on his body, preventing martial artists from discovering him. With a light tap of his feet, Lin Xian took several steps in the air. His body flew out like a rainbow and landed lightly beside the stone statue. His soul power completely hid his aura. Unless it was a third-grade inscription master, no one would be able to discover him. Lin Xian carefully avoided all the spiritual energy attacks and wandered around the statue. That black shadow continued to swim, completely oblivious to Lin Xian who was beside it. He quietly took out a few small black flags and inserted them around the stone statue. Then, he placed dozens of mid-grade spirit stones. A wind magic art was sent in, and the entire space trembled slightly before returning to normal. Under normal circumstances, such a small fluctuation would not have escaped the senses of Bai Ling and the others. However, the situation was chaotic now, and the spiritual energy fluctuations were unstable, so no one would notice it. Du Fei looked at the stone statue meaningfully, then led Bai Ling away from this place. Obviously, he was aware of the situation. The moment the array was formed, Lin Xian's body tensed up. His right hand was already on the hilt of his sword. He believed that the array formation was meant to deal with him, but thankfully, Lord Alcohol was knowledgeable and stopped him in time. This was an illusory formation, and its power was equivalent to the illusory technique cast by a third-grade inscription master. Outsiders couldn't see the true situation inside the illusion array. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat as he looked around in surprise. In fact, the reason why he could hide without others noticing was because he had used the principle of the illusion array. However, Lin Xian didn't have the strength to cast it over such a large area. Currently, he could only cast it on himself. With the illusion array set up by the Black Shadow, the people outside couldn't see their actions. In other words, the Black Shadow could break the seal without worry. When Bai Ling saw Du Fei pulling her away from the stone statue, she was puzzled. She looked over and didn't see any abnormalities with the stone statue. Even the black cloak behind him was fluttering slightly. Bai Ling relaxed and began to fight Du Fei with all her might. However, there was already a terrifying energy fluctuation near the stone statue. The Black Shadow turned into a short and small martial artist, who was trying to break the seal with a greedy look on his face. Strange items appeared one after another, dazzling Lin Xian. He could feel that the stone statue's seal was weakening bit by bit. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he waited quietly by the side. As long as the seal was broken, he could take action. The short warrior tried his best to break the seal and stopped to think for a while. It seemed that the stone statue's seal was very difficult. However, the smile on his face grew wider and wider. This meant that the seal was broken successfully. After half an incense stick's time, there was a slight sound like a mirror breaking and then it disappeared immediately. Lin Xian felt that the power of the seal had completely disappeared. The short warrior laughed wildly and kept laughing. His small eyes were full of light as if he had seen a beauty bathing. Just as he was about to grab the black cloak, a sharp sword light pierced towards the back of his head. At the same time, a strong hand grabbed the black cloak. Whoosh, the short warrior's body darkened and turned into a black shadow. He narrowly dodged the sword. However, when he looked up, the black cloak had disappeared. Who the hell dared to steal my things? The short martial artist angrily roared. His eyes were suffused with a red light, as if they could devour a person. Hee, good technique. Thank you for this. A faint laughter came from behind. Whoosh, the short warrior suddenly turned around. There was a black light that was as thin as a cow's hair piercing out as fast as lightning. If it was an ordinary warrior, they would not be able to dodge it. Even a half-step harmonious spirit warrior might be hit because the attack was too sudden. Moreover, the hidden weapon was small and fast. However, Lin Xian's soul force was outstanding. He had already sensed the short warrior's abnormal movement. That was why he had already moved the moment the hidden weapon flew out. Ding! Ding, ding! Sword light flashed and formed a translucent sword screen in front of him, turning the small hidden weapon into powder. It's you, Lin Xian. The short warrior obviously knew Lin Xian. You've ruined Black Wind Sect's business several times. Are you tired of living? The short warrior flew into a rage. When you were chasing me, did you ever think that today would happen? Lin Xian was in a good mood. I just want to ask, how does it feel to have your things stolen? I'm so angry. I'm going to kill you. The short warrior's body darkened as if he had turned into gas and quickly blended into the air. Swoosh, sword light flashed, forming a terrifying sword wave that surrounded Lin Xian. The short warrior seemed to have hit a metal wall, producing a clanging sound. The black figure also reappeared. Don't waste your energy. Wind Emperor's sword. Lin Xian shouted in a low voice. His long sword moved and was about to pierce out. The short warrior did not dare to be careless and quickly turned into gas. However, the sword light that he expected did not appear. Lin Xian's body had already retreated far away. Damn it, how dare you lie to me? The short warrior looked up to the sky and roared. He withdrew the illusion formation and the terrifying roar spread in all directions. Ah! Lin Xian, I'm going to kill you. The surrounding warriors who were still fighting were stunned and turned their heads around. When they saw that the black cloak behind the stone statue had disappeared, their faces became extremely ugly. Especially Du Fei, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot, ferocious and terrifying. The cloak is gone? Both sides were stunned. Bai Ling's expression changed when she saw the short cultivator near the stone statue. Du Fei, how dare you steal the cloak behind our backs? Hand over the cloak. The disciple behind Bai Ling shouted. However, before Du Feng could speak, the short cultivator from afar shouted crazily, "It's Lin Xian, stop him." Lin Xian. Everyone was slightly shocked. They had naturally heard of Lin Xian's deeds. He was a ferocious person. However, Du Fei couldn't care less at this moment. His eyes were fixed on Lin Xian as if they could spit fire. From afar, Bai Ling and the other disciples of Yuhua sect were also looking at Lin Xian cautiously. "Brat, we didn't look for you, but you came to us yourself. Hand over the cloak and the Buddha token." Du Fei said coldly. "You want the Buddha token?" Lin Xian smiled faintly. "Are you worthy?" As for the cloak. He touched the cloak with dark red patterns and said slowly, "I'm already wearing it. How can I take it off?" Arrogant. Du Fei's face turned green. His voice was like the cold winter wind, blowing into people's bones. "You're the first one who dares to steal from Black Wind sect. I'll let you know that there are some people you can't afford to offend." A black whirlwind emerged from Du Fei's body. It gradually grew bigger and eventually formed a tornado that was more than 10 meters tall. It danced wildly in the hall. The surrounding cultivators retreated and looked forward with fear. This level of battle wasn't something they could interfere with. "I didn't expect him to be Lin Xian. Senior Sister Bai, what should we do?" A disciple of Yuhua sect asked softly. It said that Lin Xian killed a few half-step harmonious spirit experts. Although those people were severely injured, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. Bai Ling said slowly, "We'll wait and see, but we can't let Black Wind sect get the cloak." After receiving Bai Ling's warning, the disciples of Yuhua sect began to gather together and watch the battle silently. On the other side, Du Fei was in the midst of the black gale, his face showing a hint of wildness. "Brat, don't think that killing a few half-step harmonious spirit experts is a big deal. Today, I will let you know the true strength of a half-step harmonious spirit expert." With a wave of his hand, 10-meter-tall black hurricanes rushed towards Lin Xian. Wherever they passed, the ground would emit the sound of metal clashing. Fortunately, it was a very hard brass floor. Under such a violent storm, there were only scratches. If it was an ordinary floor, there would have been terrible cracks. Lin Xian lightly tapped his feet and floated backwards. However, at this moment, a black shadow quickly rushed towards Lin Xian, and a fine black light appeared in the air. Copper thunder pattern. With a low roar, Lin Xian's body was surrounded by lightning, interweaving into a solid defense. He was like a thunder god. Clang! Clang, clang! 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 The black light might be small, but it was very powerful. It hit Lin Xian's body and formed a terrible impact. Fortunately, the copper thunder pattern's defense was unparalleled. Lin Xian successfully blocked the black light that filled the sky. However, he was in a situation where he was attacked from both sides. Haha, with the help of 2 senior brothers, that brat is dead for sure. How dare he steal our Black Wind sect's things? We will torture him to death later. The Black Wind sect's disciple sneered. Facing 2 half-step harmonious spirit experts at the same time, I'm afraid that Lin Xian is in danger. A Yuhua sect's disciple said. Bai Ling's eyes moved, and suddenly she smiled tenderly. "Lin Gongzi, do you need help? We can help you fight off the enemies." "Beauty, I appreciate your kindness, but I alone am enough to deal with them." Lin Xian smiled and refused. "This brat is too arrogant." The Yuhua sect's disciple snorted. Even Bai Ling was stunned. The Black Wind sect's disciples shouted crazily after hearing Lin Xian's words. They couldn't wait to fight 300 rounds with him. "When I peel off your skin, I hope you can still be so stubborn." Du Fei summoned 4 tornadoes and rushed towards Lin Xian. The short cultivator behind him also attacked crazily without saying a word. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk a blood-red long whip that was as agile as a poisonous snake turned into a red shadow in the air and suddenly lashed down. Asterisk boom. Asterisk sword intent erupted from Lin Xian's body. 40% of the great dragon sword intent formed a terrifying sword intent whirlpool, resisting the black tornadoes in front of him. At the same time, he waved his arm, and a picture scroll of mountains and rivers appeared in mid-air. It summoned the shadow of a mountain peak and a rainbow-like galaxy. The Mu clan's mountain river scroll. Du Fei cried out. This was the Mu clan's treasure. Who would have thought that it would appear in Lin Xian's hands? Go. Lin Xian waved his hand, and a huge mountain pressed down on Du Fei. The hall trembled and rumbled nonstop. The mountain peak above them was too huge, filling up the entire space. Rumble. The mountain peak collided with the violent tornadoes, forming a terrifying energy wave. The front was flooded by the turbulence. Lin Xian turned around indifferently and continuously waved his sword 18 times. The resplendent sword light was like a rainbow in the sky, illuminating the entire hall. The short cultivator's body turned into a black mist and floated around. Great dragon sword intent cut through the void. The sword intent surged, and Lin Xian's aura underwent a shocking change. It was like a divine sword, giving people an endless sense of oppression. Whoosh, the sword slashed out like a dragon's roar, and the air rumbled with an ear-piercing sound. The sword light was resplendent, like a galaxy slashing down, unstoppable. The black mist rolled, as if it was locked on. Impossible. Finally, the black wind transformed into the short cultivator's figure again. His face was filled with horror. The sword chi was as dazzling as the sun, but the shocking murderous intent made people's hearts tremble. Boundless black wind, rotating heaven and earth. The short cultivator's eyes were filled with determination. He kept changing his hand seals, forming a huge black rotating wheel, whistling in the air. Boom, the sword light fell, tearing everything apart. The black rotating wheel collided with it, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Ka ka ka, the black rotating wheel shattered instantly, and the sword chi in the air became even more intense, making people unable to look at it directly. The short cultivator didn't even have time to scream before he was drowned by the sword light. Clang, the sword chi's aftershock hit the bronze wall, causing the whole pavilion to tremble, as if it would collapse at any time. Everything happened in an instant, so when Du Fei resisted the huge mountain above his head, the short cultivator had already been slashed by the sword chi. Gufeng. Looking at the short cultivator who was split in half, Du Fei screamed crazily. The surrounding cultivators were stunned. They knew that Lin Xian was powerful, but they didn't expect him to be this powerful. That was a half-step harmonious spirit expert, but he was killed by a single slash. Gulp. Gulp, the disciples of Yuhua sect swallowed their saliva crazily, and even Bailing's face turned pale. Du Fei was even more unbearable. After he screamed, a deep fear arose in his heart. In the past, he thought that Lin Xian killed Feng Qiming and the others because they were severely injured. But now, it seemed that it wasn't the case at all. Even if they weren't severely injured, Lin Xian could still kill them easily. The short cultivator, Gufeng, was a good example. I'll give you a chance. Tell me where Ling Fengzi is, and I'll consider not killing you. Lin Xian's mouth curved into a smile. Du Fei's expression changed again and again. As a half-step harmonious spirit expert, he couldn't bring himself to beg for mercy. However, Lin Xian's strength was far beyond his expectation. If he insisted, he might be killed. Senior brother Ling Fengzi is very strong. Even 10 Lin Xians wouldn't be his match. On the contrary, Lin Xian might be killed by senior brother Ling Fengzi. Du Fei calmed down as he thought of this. It's on Lingwu Mountain. Du Fei said in a deep voice. It's 3,000 miles east. You'll see it when you get there. Lin Gongzi, Du Fei is right. Bai Ling said, Lingwu Mountain is a sacred place within the pagoda sect. It's also the place where the ancient sect's martial arts are passed down. There are a lot of martial arts there. As long as you can get in touch with Lingwu Mountain, you'll be able to get the martial arts there. Oh, it's so magical? Lin Xian was surprised. I wonder what's the grade of the martial arts. Now that his family was rich, he didn't care about ordinary low-level spirit-ranked martial arts. The martial arts on Lingwu Mountain have different grades. The lowest grade martial arts are low-level spirit rank martial arts. As for the higher grade martial arts, it's said that earth rank martial arts have appeared before. Earth rank martial arts. Lin Xian's pupils shrunk. He was shocked. That was a legendary martial art. He was afraid that there wasn't a single complete earth rank martial art in Xia country. Sure enough, it's a good place. He was overjoyed. Bai Ling pondered for a while and continued, but the qualification to communicate with Lingwu Mountain is limited. It'll be a fierce battle when the time comes. Moreover, there are some special items that can strengthen the connection with Lingwu Mountain. For example, the pagoda token. So, Ling Gongzi must be careful, thank you. Lin Xian smiled. Then, he looked at Du Fei and squinted his eyes. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. I've already told you about senior brother Ling Fengzi's itinerary. You won't go back on your words, right? Du Fei panicked. He could feel a killing intent. I said I won't kill you. I won't go back on my words. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. But a person like you will only bring harm to others if you keep your martial arts. It's better for you to be an ordinary person. Whoosh, with a flash of light, Lin Xian quickly rushed towards Du Fei. You dare. Du Fei was so scared that his face turned pale. This was the rhythm of crippling his martial arts. Divine wind art. A ruthless look appeared in Du Fei's eyes. Black wind surrounded his body like a demonic beast. Boom, a shining star stone smashed towards him, instantly tearing apart the black wind around him. The huge impact hit his body, causing him to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, Lin Xian's figure appeared in front of Du Fei. His sword will surged as he slashed out with his finger. Sword light with a sharp aura crushed Du Fei's spiritual sea. Ah! Du Fei screamed as his body fell to the ground. If you dare to cripple me, senior brother Ling Fengzi will not let you off. His blood-curdling screams reverberated throughout the hall. The others were also trembling, not daring to make a sound. This method was too terrifying. One of the two half-step harmonious spirit experts was killed and the other was injured. It really shocked these people. Don't let me see your Black Wind sect doing evil again, or else I will not let you off next time. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He shook his cloak and ran downstairs. After Lin Xian left, the hall returned to normal. This guy will be a strong opponent for senior brother Zhao Jia in the future. Bai Ling was a little worried. The disciples of Black Wind sect lifted Du Fei up in a panic. The fear on their faces had yet to fade. Let's go, we need to go to Lingwu Mountain. The group quickly left. When Lin Xian passed through the 13th floor, he went to see Ling Yidao and Ice Fairy. Ling Yidao was sitting cross-legged in front of the stone statue, lost in thought. Ice Fairy was guarding beside him. After telling Ice Fairy about the Lingwu Mountain, Lin Xian left behind a few talisman treasures before leaving. He found these talisman treasures from Meng Yan and the other storage rings. They were useless to him, so he might as well give them away. You want to go to Lingwu Mountain? I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle. Lord Alcohol said. Lin Xian knew, but for the Earth rank martial art, he had to take the risk. Earth rank martial art was a martial art that only existed in legends. It was not available in the entire Xia country. Even the top 3-star sects only had a few fragments of it. Therefore, Lingwu Mountain was a place that everyone yearned for. If I'm not wrong, to obtain an Earth rank martial art, you need at least a Buddha token. There might also be other conditions. Let's not talk about other things, just the number of Buddha tokens is very limited. You have to prepare for the worst. Lord Alcohol reminded. Indeed, there were not many Buddha tokens. So far, there were only 3 of them. Earth rank martial art was too tempting. At that time, the martial artist with the Buddha token might be attacked by a group of people. When he thought of a group of genius martial artists fighting for the Buddha token, Lin Xian felt a trace of excitement in his heart. With a flick of the cloak behind him, Lin Xian's body turned into a ray of light and rushed out. The cloak had been appraised by Lord Alcohol. It was an incomplete spirit rank treasure. Its grade was even higher than Lin Xian's estimation. With the black cloak, Lin Xian's speed had increased by at least 3 times. Now, his speed was probably unmatched. Ordinary half-step harmonious spirit realm martial artists might not even be able to compare to him. Other than that, the cloak had other uses. When Lin Xian was refining it, he discovered that there were secret techniques such as invisibility, cloning, and blood sacrifice to speed up. However, the cloak was only a half-finished product. Currently, he could only use the blood sacrifice to speed up the process. Earth rank martial art. This might be the key to defeating Lin Feng. Lin Xian's heart burned with passion as he increased his speed once again. Not long after, a majestic mountain appeared in his vision. The mountain had 5 peaks that were connected together like a human palm. On the peak, Lin Xian felt a strange aura. It was like a sleeping lion that contained a power that made one's heart palpitate. This should be the Lingwu mountain. Lin Xian slowed down and floated forward. On the towering Lingwu mountain, there was no vegetation. It was covered with strangely shaped stones. From afar, one would discover that these stones formed strange patterns that were mysterious and unfathomable. Feeling the ancient aura coming from the mountain, Lin Xian's heart trembled. This mountain is not simple. Lord Alcohol said in a deep voice. I seem to feel a familiar aura. It's been too long. I can't remember it. But you have to be careful. Lin Xian nodded and walked towards the Lingwu mountain. At the foot of the mountain, many martial artists had gathered. It was a black mass that formed a terrifying aura. However, compared to the aura coming from the Lingwu mountain, this aura was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. It was not worth mentioning. The most conspicuous ones in the crowd were the Black Wind sect and the Mu clan. The 2 sides occupied the best positions and were on guard against each other. Among them, Ling Fengzi and Mu Chen were surrounded like stars surrounding the moon. That scene made people speechless. Apart from them, there was also a white-cloaked figure sitting alone. His surroundings were filled with sword qi. No one dared to approach him. Lin Feng. Lin Xian's expression darkened. He could feel that Lin Feng's sword intent had increased and was comparable to his own. It seems like this guy also had a fortuitous encounter. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Although he wasn't confident that he could defeat Lin Feng couldn't do anything to him. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with sword light as he clenched his fists. Back then, you chased me out of the Sword Lake mansion. I will make you pay for this humiliation at the clan meeting. Lin Xian's expression was firm as a dragon's roar resounded from his body. What he wanted was not to be evenly matched, but to be completely crushed. He wanted to beat down this person who had framed him. There's still half a year. Lin Xian calmed himself down and looked towards the Lingwu mountain. Only an earth-rank martial art could allow him to advance by leaps and bounds in half a year. Lin Xian? He actually dares to appear. Countless people cried out in alarm. Then, greedy eyes gathered on his body. In the distance, the disciples of the Mu clan saw Lin Xian and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Especially Mu Rong, her beautiful eyes seemed like they could spit fire. Her left arm was empty and her sleeve was fluttering in the wind. Lin Xian, you will pay a painful price. Brother Mu Chen, that little brat killed Mui and cut off my arm. You must avenge us. Mu Rong gnashed her teeth and said. The young man in the middle opened his eyes. His pupils seemed to contain stars. He looked at the distant figure of Lin Xian and said in a low voice, Don't worry. When the Lingwu mountain opens, I will take his life. Mu Chen's voice was low and steady. It was as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Mu Rong also calmed down. Although Lin Xian was strong, in front of Mu Chen, he was not strong enough. The Mu clan became silent again. Although the others were excited, no one dared to be the first to attack. Lin Feng stood up. An invisible sword energy surrounded him and countless sword marks appeared on the ground around him. Just as he was about to attack, a group of people came from the distance. It was the disciples of the Black Wind sect. Brother Ling Feng, this is bad. Someone cried out in alarm. Why are you shouting? Brother Ling Feng is resting. A disciple of the Black Wind sect scolded. Those people were Du Fei and his group. When they saw Lin Xian in the distance, their bodies trembled and their eyes were filled with fear. Senior brother, that Lin Xian stole our treasured weapons and killed senior brother Gufeng. Moreover, senior brother Du Fei's cultivation has been crippled. A group of people said with sullen faces. What? This news made the nearby cultivators' faces change. They looked at Lin Xian in alarm. Many people secretly rejoiced that they did not attack. Lin Xian even dared to kill the disciples of the Black Wind sect, let alone them. The cultivators beside Ling Feng heard this and their faces turned ferocious. Bastard, you think the Black Wind sect is easy to bully? I'll go and kill him. Someone immediately said coldly. Senior brother. Someone shouted. Why don't we let senior brother Ling Fengzi? What do you mean? Do you think I can't beat a martial artist in the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean tier? That disciple's face darkened. No. I definitely don't mean to look down on senior brother, but that brat is a little strange. Senior brother Gufeng was killed by him in one move, and senior brother Du Fei was also defeated in one move. One move? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The originally arrogant martial artist also quieted down. His strength was indeed stronger than Du Fei and Gufeng, but not by much. If Lin Xian could kill Gufeng in one move, then he would be courting death if he went up. Why did you take so long to tell me such important information? Are you trying to get me killed? That martial artist's tone was cold. The others trembled, not daring to speak. At this moment, Ling Fengzi suddenly opened his eyes, causing the surrounding air to tremble, spreading out like water ripples. All of the Black Wind sect's disciples kept their mouths shut, not even daring to breathe heavily. Senior brother, you have to take revenge for me. Du Fei said with an unwilling expression. Trash, Black Wind sect's face has been completely lost by you. Ling Fengzi opened his eyes, causing a violent wind to blow. Senior brother, I know my mistake. Du Fei knelt down with a plop. I hope senior brother can take revenge for me. I guarantee that our Du family will be your staunch supporters in the future. Alright, stand up. Ling Fengzi said in a deep voice, I will give you an explanation for this matter. Du Fei wasn't an ordinary disciple. His grandfather was an elder of the Black Wind sect, and his cultivation had reached the harmonious spirit realm. If the Du family could stand behind Ling Fengzi, then his position in the sect would rise again. With this relationship, Ling Fengzi decided to stand up for him. Just as the Black Wind sect was discussing matters, many people arrived, causing the place to become lively again. At this moment, Lin Feng and Ling Fengzi both looked at Lin Xian, and the others also looked over. In a moment, Lin Xian became the focus of attention again. Facing those unfriendly gazes, Lin Xian looked calm and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. This kid is quite a character. In the distance, a handsome young man was standing beside Bai Ling. He was the eldest disciple of the Yuhua sect, Zhao Jia. Lin Xian, hand over the token and I will spare your life. Lin Feng said coldly. Whether you hand over the token or not, I will kill you. On the other side, Ling Fengzi was ruthless. This attitude again. Lin Xian sneered, do you really think that you are high above and can decide everything? If you don't reach this level, you will never know how insignificant you are. Ling Fengzi said in a deep voice. Is that so? Lin Xian's lips curved into a smile, then let me experience your strength. Finished speaking, the great dragon sword intent in his body surged, and a huge sword shadow appeared behind him with a huge dragon circling above it. With the sword in hand, Lin Xian's aura changed. It was like a divine sword unsheathed, giving people a feeling of infinite pressure. What a terrifying sword intent. The surrounding cultivators all retreated, their faces pale. Small success sword intent. That is small success sword intent. No wonder he is so confident. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Comprehending sword intent was already a 1 in 10,000 genius, not to mention small success sword intent. This kind of person was also 1 in 100 among the geniuses who comprehended sword intent. Buzz, another burst of sword will rose into the air, clashing with Lin Xian's sword will of the great dragon. Oh my god, another small success sword intent. Everyone was shocked to find that Lin Feng, who was wearing white, was like a god of death, unstoppable. Behind him, there was a huge blood-red sword that was like a maple tree, emitting a terrifying qi. On the side, Ling Fengzi's body surged with spiritual energy, like the source of wind, blowing out endless gales. Even his body became illusory. Seeing that the battle was about to start, the Lingwu mountain also changed. Boom! 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 The air shook and the 5 peaks seemed to come alive, emitting dazzling rays of light. The clouds in the sky were dispersed and the sky seemed to be pierced, forming 5 pillars of light that connected the heavens and the earth. Immediately after, the sound of chanting could be heard from the Lingwu mountain. The entire mountain burst into countless rays of light, enveloping the surrounding 100 miles. At that moment, everyone's heart was empty and they entered into a very special state. It was as if all the incomprehensible questions about cultivation had been solved. Lin Xian was astonished. He realized that at that moment, his understanding of sword intent had become even more thorough. This is the Lingwu mountain? As expected, it is terrifying. Lin Xian exclaimed. Just one ray of light was enough to make him understand. This method was too astonishing. Swish! 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 At that moment, countless eyes were looking at the Lingwu mountain with endless passion and excitement. Buzz! 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 Lin Xian, Ling Fengzi, and Mu Chen's bodies were suffused with light. A palm-sized stone token appeared above their heads, constantly floating in the air. Let's go. Now is not the time to lose. Someone was blinded by desire and rushed up. Swoosh! 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 Dozens of people rushed up and rushed towards Lin Xian. There were also some people who rushed towards Ling Fengzi and Mu Chen. Swoosh! A dazzling sword radiance lit up like a ferocious roaring dragon rushing out. Lin Feng's dragon sword energy was surging and everything within a 10 zhang radius was enveloped by the light of the sword. Lin Xian attacked with his sword and a cold light shone in all directions. The ground cracked and the air shook. The people who were rushing towards him were all pierced by the sword qi. A bloody mist filled the air. Lin Feng's cold killing intent woke everyone up. Many of the cultivators retreated in fear. They didn't dare think of anything else. At that moment, Ling Fengzi, Mu Chen, and the others were surrounded by corpses. The ground was dyed red with blood. The scene quieted down for a moment. It was terrifyingly quiet. Ling Fengzi and Mu Chen took the stone token and flew towards the huge light pillar. Lin Xian was surprised. He also wanted to move but Lin Feng smiled coldly and blocked his way. 3 strikes. If I can't defeat you in 3 strikes, I won't steal your talisman. Lin Feng was full of confidence. Lin Feng didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. All right. Lin Xian replied in a deep voice. He was standing in his original position with a cold and detached expression. Even if it was a battle to the death, he wouldn't be afraid. I'll let you know how stupid your idea is. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with battle intent. Bzzz, the air was shaking. Lin Feng quickly unsheathed his black sword and attacked. The maple sword energy behind him was dazzling like maple leaves. Lin Xian's long sword swept horizontally. The broken moon sword qi was flying at full speed. It looked like a half-moon was flying towards him. Ding ding ding, the sound of metal colliding spread in the air. Sparks were flying in the air. The ground was collapsing and a terrifying crack appeared in the air. Red maple 13 swords. Lin Feng took a step forwards. His body was surrounded by sword qi and he attacked with all his strength. That sword was too fast. It was as fast as lightning. People didn't have time to react. Lin Feng's low-level sword energy made that sword even more powerful. It looked like it was going to tear the sky apart. Wind cutter. Lin Xian raised both of his hands and brandished his sword. A gigantic dragon roared as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Dang! Dang! In the sky, a ferocious azure dragon collided with the maple leaves. The sound of metal colliding filled the air. A huge explosion occurred in the air. The terrifying energy ball was like the light of the sun, sweeping in all directions. The surrounding cultivators retreated in horror, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. Some of the slower ones were sent flying by this force. 2 attacks had already passed, Lin Xian and Lin Feng were evenly matched. Lin Feng looked glum. He hadn't thought that Lin Xian's sword energy would grow to such an extent. It was even stronger than his own. Fortunately, his cultivation was strong enough to make up for the gap in sword intent. However, no matter what, he had to take down Lin Xian in this third move. Lin Feng's black hair was fluttering in the wind, he looked like a demon. His body swayed, pressing down on Lin Xian like a mountain, the long sword in his hand firmly locked onto Lin Xian. Sword sealing all directions. The maple leaf sword will pierce through all directions, causing the ground to crack. Countless sword chi flew out from the ground, forming a dense sword screen. Thick sword chi slashed down from the sky. It was as if a huge maple tree was falling down, bringing with it an aura that could crush everything. Lin Xian's heart was heavy. He didn't dare to be careless. He could feel the terror of this sword. This force could definitely seal a half-step harmonious spirit expert. The surrounding space was completely sealed. The sky and the ground were filled with terrifying sword chi. He had no way to retreat. Flying rainbow. Lin Xian's long sword slanted, drawing an inexplicable trajectory in the air. A rainbow-like sword chi flew out quickly, hitting the maple leaf sword screen, tearing a human-shaped crack. Flying rainbow, the fourth move of the green cloud sword art. Lin Xian finally used it in this critical moment. Swoosh, the sword screen was broken. Lin Xian's cloak shook, turning into a blur and flew out. The place where he was originally standing was now surrounded by 4 sword screens, destroying everything inside. A 10-meter deep hole appeared on the ground. It was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Red maple leaf sword chi was moving around the hole. The warriors in the distance were stunned. They had only seen this kind of technique from their elders. They didn't expect these 2 youngsters to be able to use it. 3 moves have passed. Do you want to continue? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. No need. Lin Feng snorted. Wait until my red maple sword is completed. That will be the day you die. Lin Feng's body flashed, flying towards the Lingwu mountain. Lin Xian looked at the departing figure and slightly shook his head. He wasn't sure if he could kill Lin Feng yet, so he wasn't in a hurry. Who else? He looked around and asked in a deep voice. We want the Buddha token. A cold voice was heard. 5 figures flew out and surrounded Lin Xian. Looking at the 5 majestic voices, the crowd exclaimed, 5 Tiger Blade, I didn't expect them to come. I heard that the 5 brothers of the Sun family once fought against a harmonious spirit warrior together. This Lin Xian is in danger. Humph, Lin Xian is dead for sure. Too bad I can't kill him myself. Du Fei's face was ferocious. Lin Xian looked at the 5 of them with a gloomy expression. This isn't a one-on-one fight. Hand over the Buddha token and we 5 brothers won't kill you. Otherwise, you can just wait for your death. A muscular man shouted. Big brother, why are you wasting your breath on him? We must get the Buddha token. The other 4 brothers shouted coldly. If you want the Buddha token, then let's see if you have the ability. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Today, he had to make a name for himself. Otherwise, there would be more and more trouble. 5 Tiger Formation. As the leader of the formation, Sun Da's body shook. He unsheathed the long blade on his back and let out a tiger's roar. Dang dang dang, 5 tiger head blades emitted a dazzling light as they danced in the air. Among the 5 brothers of the Sun family, Sun De and Sun Air were the strongest. They were half-step harmonious spirit warriors. The other 3 brothers were at the peak of the 7th spirit sea realm. With the 5 of them forming a formation, it was enough to show disdain for all the heroes. Worthy of being the Lingwu mountain. It actually attracted such strong experts. Lin Xian was shocked. He could feel the terror of these 5 brothers. He was afraid that even Lin Feng or Ling Fengzi wouldn't be able to gain an advantage in their hands. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid. This kind of opponent was just right to intimidate the heroes. 5 Tiger Slaughter. Sun De shouted loudly and slashed out with his long blade. A huge white-spotted tiger suddenly rushed out and pounced at Lin Xian. The 5 brothers of the Sun family emitted a bright light. Mysterious runes flickered under their feet, forming a close connection with each other. 5 fierce tigers slashed at Lin Xian from 5 different directions. That terrifying power directly tore the air apart. The ground trembled as if there was an earthquake. This kind of attack could easily kill an ordinary half-step harmonious spirit warrior. Lin Xian flipped his palm and a yellowish picture scroll appeared above his head. Buzz, the picture scroll emitted a hazy light that shrouded Lin Xian. On the surface of his body, a black mountain rapidly appeared and kept expanding. In the end, it formed the shadow of a huge mountain. Clang! 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 5 white tigers slashed at the black mountain, producing a violent rumbling sound. A monstrous G-wave swept in all directions with a whistling sound. Slash! Lin Xian shouted in a low voice. A silver river appeared in the picture scroll. It was as sharp as a heavenly blade. With a flash of silver light, the 5 white tigers were cut in half at the waist. Mountain River Scroll. The surrounding warriors were shocked as if they had seen a ghost. Isn't this the treasure of the Mu family? Why is it in the hands of this brat? Many people looked at the disciples of the Mu family with puzzlement in their eyes. The disciples of the Mu family were sullen and their hearts were going crazy. Mu Rong was so angry that her face turned pale. She gritted her teeth. Bastard, how dare you use the treasure of the Mu family against the enemy? Mu Rong's face was terrifyingly dark. The 5 brothers of the Sun family looked dignified. Of course, they had heard of the prestige of the Mountain River Scroll. However, it was obviously not enough to scare them. The Mountain River picture scroll appeared in the air, and thousands of rays of light fell down, covering Lin Xian. The 5 brothers of the Sun family looked serious as they each waved out a sharp blade light. The blade light that was dozens of meters long tore through the sky, filling the area with killing intent. The surrounding warriors turned pale, as if their bodies were being torn apart by a strange force. Cut! 5 dazzling saber flashes came crashing down, all aimed at Lin Xian. Mountain River Protection. Lin Xian crazily activated the Mountain River picture scroll, and the shadow of the Black Mountain became even more real. In addition, there was a silver river surrounding him. Boom, the Black Mountain shook, and the silver river surged, making a rumbling sound. This blade attack made the mountains and rivers lose their color. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. His palms kept changing seals, controlling the Mountain River picture scroll. The rays of light shone brightly, and Lin Xian's defense became even thicker. After getting out of danger, he let out a breath. What a horrifying blade formation. No wonder they said they could fight against a harmonious spirit realm warrior. Show me your true strength, or you won't have a chance. Lin Xian said with a deep voice. What an arrogant kid. We showed mercy just now. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being merciless. Sun Air said coldly. Big brother, use the 5 tiger soul shattering. Hearing this, Sun Da pondered for a while, and then suddenly nodded, all right. Haha, kid, this is our ultimate move. You better surrender now. Sun Air laughed evilly. 5 tiger body solidification. The spirit power of the 5 brothers of the Sun family surged, and they gradually turned into a ferocious tiger, roaring towards the sky. The horrifying roar shook the 9 heavens, and many weaker warriors were shaken to the point of vomiting blood. Lin Xian's eyes moved. He held the autumn scar sword, and the sword intent in his body was ready to be unleashed. A low dragon roar was heard, fighting against the tiger roar. The air rippled like boiling water, making the air crackle. The dragon roar and tiger roar made the space extremely dangerous. Lightning appeared in the air, and struck the ground, creating a bottomless black hole. 5 tiger soul shattering. Sun Da shouted, and the 5 brothers of the Sun family all raised their long sabers high, their movements uniform. In the void, 5 white tigers with terrifying auras coiled around the blade, roaring continuously with their bloody mouths wide open. With every roar, the aura of the 5 Sun brothers grew stronger. After the 5th sound, the long saber suddenly fell. Sword light flashed on Lin Xian's body, and 40% of the great dragon sword will soared into the sky. The mountains and rivers around him became even more real. A green light appeared and a dragon roared. A huge green dragon sword shadow appeared in the mountains and rivers. The huge dragon claw pressed against the Black Mountain peak. Every dragon scale was as sharp as a sword. Azure Dragon breaks the moon. With a slash of the sword light illuminated all directions. The azure dragon and the white tiger collided, and an earth-shattering sound shook the heavens and the earth. The area within 100 meters was completely covered in a greenish-white color. Even Ling Fengzi and Mu Chen in the distance frowned when they saw this. Rumble, a thunderous sound came out from the greenish-white storm. Then, 5 figures flew out and fell on the ground. It's the 5 brothers of the Sun family. They were defeated. The people in the distance exclaimed. This result was too unexpected. It was rumored that the 5 brothers of the Sun family had fought against harmonious spirit warriors before. Even if they couldn't win against Lin Xian, they could at least protect themselves. But they didn't expect to be defeated so thoroughly. The sword chi and saber light dissipated. Lin Xian stood with his sword in hand, his aura was extremely powerful. He glanced around, and the warriors lowered their heads, not daring to look at him directly. 1 man and 1 sword suppressed everyone to the point that they couldn't raise their heads. Retracting his gaze, Lin Xian flew towards the Lingwu mountain with the Buddha token. Swoosh, a ray of light flashed and rushed towards Lin Xian like a divine spear. Lin Xian was in the air and couldn't borrow any force. He was about to be hit by the divine light. It's Mu Chen. Lin Xian is in danger. The people below exclaimed. Humph, brother Mu Chen is here. Lin Xian is dead for sure. Mu Rong sneered, I'll cut off all your limbs and destroy your cultivation. I'll make you live like a dog in this world. At this critical moment, Lin Xian's black cloak fluttered, creating an impact force. Swoosh, Lin Xian's body swayed and turned into a ray of black light. He quickly rushed to the side and dodged the fierce attack. How is this possible? He can borrow force in the air. Mu Rong's beautiful eyes widened. She was momentarily suffocated. Those below the harmonious spirit realm didn't have the ability to fly. Even if there were some martial techniques that could allow one to stay in the air for a short period of time, it was impossible to change direction like Lin Xian did. Even Mu Chen was pondering. His gaze was fixed on Lin Xian's black cloak. Lin Xian landed on the ground with a face full of fear. If that attack had hit him, he would have been seriously injured. Thinking of this, his eyes flashed with a golden sword light. Mu Chen. Lin Xian shouted and used the dragon inverse steps to move quickly. Clang, a crisp sound was heard. His long sword was unsheathed with the power of wind and thunder. The sword chi was like a rainbow, forming a light tail that was dozens of meters long. It slashed towards Mu Chen. The surrounding people were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to suddenly attack. Even Mu Chen's face darkened. You're courting death. Mu Chen was a proud son of the heavens. He didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes. Not only did Lin Xian kill his clansmen, but he also stole the mountain and river scroll. How could he tolerate this? Mu Chen humped coldly. He shook the fan in his hand and suddenly opened it. His whole body exploded like the sun. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh. The fan shone brightly like a second sun. The sun and moon fan is indeed powerful. Ling Fengzi whispered. If you have time to watch the battle, why don't we exchange a few moves? Lin Feng quickly rushed towards Ling Fengzi. In a flash, 2 balls of light exploded under the Lingwu mountain, forming a terrifying storm. Too crazy. The people in the distance were shocked. Lin Xian and Lin Feng were fighting against Mu Chen and Ling Fengzi respectively. It was a crazy battle. The sun and moon fan was swung with endless heat. The terrifying fan shadow covered the whole area as if a sun was pressing down on them. The surrounding mountains and the ground were pierced by the light and melted quickly. The sun and moon fan was a top Xian level treasure. Its power was even more powerful than the mountain and river scroll. It was definitely a powerful weapon. Even a harmonious spirit expert would be shocked by such an attack. Lin Xian held the mountain and river scroll in his left hand and threw out a black mountain. The air shook as if it was about to collapse. At the same time, he thrust out his long sword. The power of wind and thunder was combined with the black mountain to attack Mu Chen. Rumble, the bright light bombarded the black mountain. The air was boiling like waves. However, the sun and moon fan's level was higher than the mountain and river scroll. When the sun-like light hit the black mountain, it almost melted it. Luckily, there was still the wind and thunder sword chi on the side. The terrifying sword intent resisted the scorching light. Then, the two attacks exploded in the air. Swoosh, Mu Chen's attack missed and he swung the fan again. This time, the fan's shadow filled the sky like a cold moon hanging in the sky. With a wave of the fan, it was like a bright moon in the sky. A cold chill burst out and spread in all directions. The mountain river scroll trembled, and the Milky Way hung in the sky, shining with a silver light, facing the cold moon in the sky. It's useless. Mu Chen sneered in the distance. The mountain river scroll originally belonged to my Mu clan, and no one is more familiar with it than me. As soon as he finished speaking, the bright moon in the sky rushed over and hit the weak point of the Milky Way, tearing it apart. Wind Slayer. The sword light flashed, and a sharp sword wave rushed over. Lin Xian quickly slashed out with his sword, and then dodged to the side. Sun and moon intersect. Mu Chen's face was cold, and the fan in his hand suddenly fell, shattering the sword chi. The bright moon in the sky quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Reckless fool, you think you can take the Mu clan's treasure? Mu Chen formed a seal, and the mountain river scroll on Lin Xian's body suddenly flew out, as if it had lost control. Hua, a light flashed, and the mountain river scroll flew into Mu Chen's hand. The warriors in the distance exclaimed, not daring to believe that Mu Chen had such a method. Too scary, Mu Chen is indeed one of the top geniuses. That Lin Xian won't be able to handle it. Ah, he actually provoked the Mu clan, that kid is unlucky. Great, brother Mu Chen can definitely kill that kid. The disciples of the Mu clan cheered, and Mu Rong was also excited. As long as we capture Lin Xian, she has ways to torture him to death. If the Mu clan defeats Lin Xian, then they will have 2 Buddha tokens. Bai Ling of the Yuhua clan frowned. Don't worry, there are 5 Buddha tokens in the Lingwu mountain, and only 3 have appeared. There are 2 more. Zhao Jia smiled mysteriously. Seeing Zhao Jia's confidence, Bai Ling was relieved, and she looked at the Lingwu mountain again. At the foot of the mountain, Mu Chen smiled indifferently, as if everything was under his control. Hand over the Buddha token, and I'll cut off one of your arms, and then destroy your cultivation. Go kowtow to me 3 times, and I'll spare your life. Isn't it just a lousy painting? What's so great about it? I've already learned these methods, so I don't need them. In the distance, the crowd was also in an uproar. Lin Xian actually said that a high-grade profound rank artifact was a lousy painting? Wasn't this tone a little too arrogant? Humph, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Mu Chen's expression gradually turned cold. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Mountain River Scroll. With a shake of his hand, Mu Chen took out the mountain river painting. Suddenly, a majestic mountain appeared in the sky and pressed down on Lin Xian. With a flash of silver light, the brilliant Milky Way slashed out like a heavenly blade. Humph, the treasures of the Mu clan can only be fully utilized by us, the disciples of the Mu clan. Sigh, dying under the mountain and river scroll is also a kind of irony. The 5 Sun brothers sighed. This is your mountain river scroll? Too powerless. Lin Xian roared, let me show you what the true power of mountains and rivers is. Seal of mountains and rivers. Lin Xian formed a seal with his left palm. His palm suddenly slammed down, and a green mountain rapidly appeared. Lightning surged on top of it, and its momentum was astonishing. Boom, the 2 mountains collided, causing the entire sky to tremble. The terrifying aura quickly spread out in all directions. The mountains and rivers shattered, and the ground sank. Within 100 meters, the entire ground sank by half a meter, as if it was crushed by an invisible hand. Milky Way slash. Lin Xian swung his long sword, and a silver light rushed out. It was like the Milky Way was upside down, and it collided with the mountain river scroll. How is this possible? How can he use the secret technique of the mountain river scroll? The disciples of the Mu clan were stunned, and they stared blankly at the sky. The others were also stunned. The 5 Sun brothers were even more shocked, and they couldn't speak for a long time. Mu Chen's face was gloomy. He naturally didn't know that Lin Xian had the great dragon sword seal, which could evolve all offensive saint techniques. Humph, an illusion. Let's see how many times you can use it. Mu Chen released his spiritual energy, and the painting in the sky flipped, and the mountain river scroll attack was launched. Lin Xian held the seal of mountains and rivers in his left hand, and the long sword in his right hand slashed out a Milky Way sword chi, and he fought with Mu Chen. Boom, the entire sky was annihilated. Sun and moon fan. Mu Chen was furious. He waved the fan, and the sun and moon intersected. A terrifying energy wave spread in all directions. Sun and moon seal. Lin Xian roared again. His left hand glowed like the sun, and the long sword in his right hand slashed out a full moon sword chi. No way, this is also possible. The crowd from afar completely collapsed. The sun and moon collided, and Lin Xian and Mu Chen both retreated dozens of steps. Lin Xian, I have indeed underestimated you. But do you still have any spiritual energy left? Mu Chen sneered. Don't forget, I am a half-step harmonious spirit expert. My spiritual energy is much stronger than yours. Don't worry about me. I don't have much spiritual energy left. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. But I have this. After saying that, he took out a cup of spiritual wine and drank it. It smells so good. I am afraid that this spiritual wine is not of a low grade. Damn it, how can he have such a thing? Mu Chen's face turned black. He clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. This kind of situation made him feel embarrassed. However, Lin Xian did not want both of them to go down and let others take advantage of them. If you are not convinced, we can fight again. After saying that, Lin Xian flew towards one of the light pillars. On the other side, Lin Feng and Ling Fengzi were still excited. The terrifying sword chi and wind were destroying everything around them. When Lin Xian arrived at the light pillar, the Buddha token on his head shone even brighter. Rumbling sounds came from the Lingwu mountain again. 2 more tokens appeared in the last 2 light pillars. What, there is another Buddha token? Everyone was surprised, including Lin Xian. Swoosh, Lin Feng saw this from afar. His sword flashed and he quickly rushed towards one of the light pillars. In the crowd, several silhouettes flew out with terrifying chi towards the last light pillar. Of course, there were also people who rushed towards Lin Feng and the others. The 5 mountain peaks shot down their light pillars. This was their last chance. Everybody was going crazy. Many people joined hands to attack Lin Xian and the others. The terrifying chi made the sky lose its color. Luckily, the Lingwu mountain was extremely hard. Even though it had withstood so many attacks, it was not damaged at all. Lin Xian used the imprint of mountains and rivers and released the sun and moon sword chi. His dragon sword energy was surging like a demon. He waved his sword and the sword chi was 80 meters long. It was like a river that was unceasingly flowing. Dozens of silhouettes were blown away. Blood splashed across the sky. The chaotic situation lasted for almost an hour. During that time, Lin Xian had used up his chi twice. Luckily, he had some high-quality chi wine and some earth spirit liquid to protect his life. That was the only way he could withstand the attacks. When the light dispersed, hundreds of people groaned in pain. The 5 light pillars were filled with silhouettes. Apart from Lin Xian, Ling Fengzi and Mu Chen, Lin Feng and Zhao Jia had also obtained Buddha tokens. The 5 strong cultivators were surrounded by the light pillars. Their chi was extremely powerful. Above their heads, the 5 Buddha tokens were rapidly rotating. With a sound, the ancient seal was opened. The Lingwu mountain rumbled and emitted a chanting sound. It was unceasingly attacking everyone's soul. Lin Xian and the other 4 were covered by the light pillars. They were floating towards the 5 mountains. The other cultivators were standing in the distance. Their eyes were filled with envy. I wonder who will obtain the earth-level martial arts? Sun decide. The 5 of them had joined hands, but in the end, they had still lost. However, they had accepted their loss wholeheartedly. The 5 people above were the 5 strongest cultivators. It will definitely be our Ling Fengzi. The Black Wind Sect's disciple said proudly. How is that possible? It must be our brother Mu Chen. The Mu clan's disciple refused to back down. Lin Xian was enveloped by the resplendent pillar of light as his body gradually turned blurry. The scenery around him rapidly passed by as though time had reversed. When he regained consciousness, there were countless hazy doors around him, waiting for him to make a choice. Each door should be a martial art. You only have one chance. Lord Alcohol reminded him. Which one of them is an Earth-tier martial art? Lin Xian looked at the starry doors and was shaken. The number of these flickering portals far exceeded his expectations. Some of the doors were suffused with resplendent light, while others were like fireflies, faintly glowing. Lord Alcohol slowly said, "You can't tell from the surface. Perhaps you can try your fate." Fate? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Such things were impossible to figure out. Who knew if his fate was good or bad? There are more ahead. Why don't I take a look? Lin Xian's mind stirred as he set off ahead. Countless hazy doors passed by him, bringing with them an inexplicable aura that tugged at his heart. Buzz, a door of light resonated with him, spewing out dazzling rays of light. Could this be my fate? Lin Xian was slightly taken aback. His eyes flickered as he used his soul spirit to observe, but he didn't discover anything. Is it really this? For some reason, Lin Xian was unwilling to give up. If you can't decide immediately, why don't you give up? Lord Alcohol said solemnly. Lin Xian fell silent. He quickly turned around and chose to give up. His subconscious told him that there was an even better martial art waiting for him ahead. A moment later, another door of light appeared. Traces of fluctuations were emitted from within, shocking everyone. This aura made Lin Xian's heart tremble. Could it be an Earth-tier martial art? Lin Xian was tempted. Buzz, buzz. The palm-sized key in his storage ring suddenly glowed, flickering indeterminately. Lin Xian was astonished as he took it out and placed it in his palm. The key was simple and unadorned, and its surface was very rough. If it was thrown on the ground, no one would notice it. However, Lin Xian was extremely excited. He had obtained this key together with the Buddha token. These doors are all illusory, so there is no need for keys. However, I have one in my hand, and something strange has happened. Could there be a door here that needs to be unlocked? Lin Xian wondered. That must be it. A smile appeared on his face as he gave up on the light door that was suspected to be an Earth-rank martial art. I hope you can lead me to the real treasure. The stone key turned and pointed out a direction. Moreover, it was trembling incessantly. Lin Xian grasped the stone key firmly, and his body turned into a stream of light as he dashed out. Not long after, a stone door appeared in front of him. It was very simple and unadorned, and there was no light at all. This was a very ordinary door that could be seen everywhere in the outside world. But for it to appear here at this moment, it seemed a little strange. Lin Xian glanced around and found a hidden groove in the center of the stone door, shaped like a keyhole. It's really here. Since you've found it, hurry up and open it, Lord Alcohol transmitted. Lin Xian held the key and slowly turned it as though it was in the groove. Crack! Crack! Two soft sounds were heard as the stone door slowly opened, revealing a hazy light screen. Stepping in, Lin Xian's body flashed and appeared in a strange space. In front of him was a huge green longsword that was as thick as a heavenly pillar. It was stabbed into the ground. A sharp killing intent came from it, and Lin Xian was shocked. He felt like he was a small boat that could be overturned by the waves at any time. The huge green longsword was engraved with complicated patterns. It was very simple and unadorned, as though it had experienced countless years. Lin Xian took 2 steps forward and immediately felt a strong vicissitude aura. He could vaguely hear the sound of thousands of soldiers and horses galloping. Earth-rank martial art? Lin Xian took a deep breath. This kind of aura could only be possessed by a legendary Earth-rank martial art. Lin Xian realized that this kind of aura could easily kill a harmonious spirit expert. As he walked forward, Lin Xian felt a huge pressure coming from all directions. The terrifying aura seemed to want to tear him apart. Try the Wind Emperor's sword, Lord Alcohol reminded. Lin Xian nodded and urged the Wind Emperor's sword to move forward slowly. Sure enough, the pressure lessened, and Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian came to the front of the green longsword and reached out to touch it gently. The moment he came into contact with the giant green sword, the entire space seemed to boil. In a daze, Lin Xian seemed to see the green longsword slashing down from the sky. The sky was torn apart, and a terrifying black hole spread across the sky. The surrounding mountains and rivers were shattered, and the ground cracked. It was like the end of the world. Buzz, Lin Xian's body trembled as he retreated from the miraculous illusion. He felt a chill on his back and realized that he was drenched. So terrifying, so domineering. He took 2 steps back and slowly raised his head. On the sword hilt, there were 2 simple and unadorned words that carried a mysterious power. Gale. Lin Xian muttered. After saying that, he circled around the green longsword and realized that there were 2 ancient words behind it. Lightning Pursuit, Gale Lightning Sword. Could this earth-rank martial art also contain the power of wind and lightning? Lin Xian was delighted as he stared at the green longsword. How do I get it? He frowned. This item was indeed powerful. Even an expert in the spirit realm wouldn't be able to take it away. Lord Alcohol said slowly. What? Even an expert in the spirit realm wouldn't be able to take it away? Lin Xian was stunned. He didn't expect such a situation. Then what should I do? Do I have to return empty-handed? His face was bitter. Hee, Lord Alcohol, do you have any ideas? Lin Xian asked while scratching his head. Humph. Lord Alcohol snorted, of course. Really? Lin Xian beamed and quickly asked, what should I do? Are you going to take this green longsword? There's no need for me to do it, Lord Alcohol said. Have you forgotten that you still have a heaven-defying treasure in your body? Heaven-defying treasure? Lin Xian was at a loss. Other than the great dragon sword in tent and Lord Alcohol, he didn't seem to have anything else. Stupid. Where do I live? Lord Alcohol said in disdain. Lin Xian smacked his head. There was a small glazed sword in his body that was abnormally mysterious. Even Lord Alcohol was temporarily residing in it. However, after the small sword entered his body, it didn't do anything. As time passed, he had forgotten about it. That small sword has such a use? Humph, what do you know? This small sword has a terrifying origin, so it naturally has endless uses. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up like this because of it. Lord Alcohol said angrily. It's just that your cultivation is too low, so you can't activate it. Lin Xian took a deep breath and tried to activate the mysterious small sword in his body. The mysterious small sword trembled slightly and emitted a sword wave that quickly shot out of Lin Xian's body. The sword wave carried a mysterious aura as it rapidly flew towards the green longsword in front of him. Rumble, under Lin Xian's nervous gaze, the green longsword that resembled a heavenly pillar began to tremble violently. The air vibrated, and the ancient patterns on the huge green sword began to slowly disintegrate. Time passed slowly, and the huge green sword continued to change, finally forming a jade slip and a sword mark. Asterisk swoosh asterisk the green sword mark quickly entered Lin Xian's glabella and disappeared. Lin Xian's body trembled slightly, and a green light flashed in his eyes, quickly absorbing the information within. The exquisite moves and theories of the Gale Lightning Sword technique filled his mind. Fortunately, Lin Xian's soul force was strong enough to barely absorb the information. Otherwise, if it was someone else, they would have fainted from the information. Just like that, Lin Xian stood quietly, silently comprehending the mysteries within. The jade slip floated to his feet, emitting a faint light. In the outside world, the Lingwu mountain was shining brightly, and it was like a paradise on earth. Everyone waited patiently outside, especially the Black Wind sect, Mu clan, Yuhua sect, and other sections. Time flew, and half a day had passed. Just when everyone was waiting impatiently, a bright light pillar shot out from one of the peaks of the Lingwu mountain. There, a figure rushed out quickly, and the qi on his body was even stronger. Ordinary half-step harmonious spirit realm experts couldn't even raise their heads in front of him. It's senior brother Zhao Jia. The disciples of Yuhua sect exclaimed, and their faces were filled with excitement. Asterisk swoosh asterisk Zhao Jia's body flashed, and he quickly rushed over. Senior brother Zhao Jia, your qi has become stronger again. Senior brother, did you get an earth rank martial art? The disciples of Yuhua sect kept asking questions, and the people around them also pricked up their ears curiously. Earth rank martial art was a legendary martial art. If Zhao Jia could get it, he would definitely lead Yuhua sect to stand above all the other sects in the future. At that time, he might even have the chance to become a 4-star sect. However, Zhao Jia shook his head. I didn't get an earth rank martial art. Then what grade did you get? A high rank spirit martial art, and its power is equivalent to a peak rank spirit martial art. Zhao Jia slowly said. The martial arts in the Lingwu Mountain were all left behind from ancient times, and their power was extremely great. It was far from what the current martial arts could compare to. Many people were disappointed. Although martial arts that were comparable to peak spirit level martial arts were precious, it wasn't as if they didn't exist. At least in 3-star sects, there were some peak spirit level martial arts. However, Zhao Jia was not too disappointed. Firstly, finding martial arts depended on luck. Secondly, he was quite satisfied with the martial arts he had obtained. Not long after Zhao Jia came out, another huge pillar of light appeared from the Lingwu Mountain. Everyone held their breaths and looked over nervously. This pillar of light was even stronger than Zhao Jia's. It was like a huge sun, shining in all directions. This kind of aura seemed to indicate the extraordinariness of the martial arts. A figure in a white robe came to the side of the Mu family disciple calmly. Senior brother Mu Chen. The Mu family disciples cheered excitedly. As if he knew what everyone wanted to ask, Mu Chen said indifferently, peak spirit rank martial art. The strength of a peak spirit ranked martial skill had already surpassed most of the peak martial skills in the real world. Only some of the peak sects' incomplete earth-ranked martial skills could compare to it. Congratulations, brother Mu Chen. Many martial artists congratulated him, wanting to get closer to the Mu family. Mu Chen smiled faintly. When he saw that only Zhao Jia had come out, his expression changed slightly. There were actually 3 people who hadn't come out. This exceeded his expectations. One had to know that a peak spirit rank martial art was already the best martial art under earth-ranked martial arts, but there were still 3 people who hadn't come out. This made him slightly worried. Could an earth-ranked martial art really appear? Mu Chen's eyes flickered. On the side, the 5 brothers of the Sun family were also discussing in low voices, discussing the situation of earth-ranked martial arts. Earth-ranked martial arts are too rare. It hasn't appeared even once in a few hundred years. Mu Chen shook his head and looked towards the Lingwu Mountain. Hong Long Long, the Lingwu Mountain once again spewed out a resplendent pillar of light, and there was even a trace of multicolored light. The surrounding wind shook as if blades and swords were slashing on the body, causing a burning pain. One had to know that this group of martial artists were all existences above the 7th layer of the spiritual ocean realm. Perhaps only Ling Fengzi could make cool breeze become so lethal. As expected, when everyone opened their eyes again, they saw Ling Fengzi's figure. Everyone's eyes were burning, wondering what martial art he had obtained. Even Mu Chen and Zhao Jia looked over with a trace of seriousness in their eyes. Top tier of spirit tier, Ling Fengzi said coldly, obviously dissatisfied with this result. However, he also knew that the possibility of an earth-ranked martial art appearing was very low. There are still 2 people who haven't come out. Do you think one of them obtained an earth-ranked martial art? Why did I hear that the 2 came from the same family? Heavens, that's too terrifying. They haven't come out for such a long time. Maybe they really obtained a valuable treasure. Ling Fengzi snorted coldly. The length of time inside doesn't mean anything. If they don't choose, they will stay inside for a long time. Everyone was silent and didn't discuss loudly, but their eyes were fixed on the Lingwu Mountain. Although the 2 people inside weren't disciples of their sects or even martial artists from their region, it didn't stop everyone from looking forward to an earth-ranked martial art. Time slowly flowed, and the Lingwu Mountain seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber, no longer emitting any movement. Only a hazy radiance flickered, reminding everyone that there were still people inside. F***ck, it's been a day, why haven't they come out yet? Damn it, choosing a martial art is so troublesome? It can't be that they don't dare to choose, right? A group of people were impatient and couldn't help but start complaining. Of course, even though they were complaining, no one left. In fact, they were even more excited. Ling Fengzi looked glum. His eyes were filled with coldness. Mu Chen, who was in the distance, also looked unsightly. At that moment, the Lingwu mountain started to emit a dazzling light again, as if it was a sleeping ferocious beast that had just woken up. A beam of light appeared, emitting a resplendent light. It was surrounded by a golden light which was extremely dazzling. What a terrifying scene. It's even more powerful than Ling Fengzi's. Could it really be an earth-ranked martial art? Whispered the crowd. Ling Fengzi pulled a long face. He was fixedly staring at that silhouette. In the distance, Mu Chen was playing with a fan in his hand. No one knew what he was thinking. The light was shaking and the sky was illuminated by a red light. A sword was flying at high speed. Hua! Lin Feng landed on the ground with a confident smile on his face. The qi in his body was rolling like a river. Humph! Ling Fengzi groaned coldly. He took a step forwards and a strong wind started to blow. It sounded like a million swords. Earth-ranked martial art? Asked Mu Chen, who wasn't in the distance. Of course. Said Lin Feng, whose face was filled with arrogance. He didn't try to hide it. The crowd was boiling with excitement. Surprisingly, there really was an earth-ranked martial art. That was too shocking. Don't even think about fighting against me. You are not qualified. When Lin Feng finished talking, he looked glum. An extremely powerful sword energy emerged from his body as if it could tear the earth apart. That pressure was already very close to the harmonious spirit realm. Everyone was silent. Lin Feng was many times stronger than before. Almost no one was his opponent. Even Ling Fengzi and Mu Chen didn't move. However, they didn't intend to give up on the earth-rank martial art. Lin Feng looked around but didn't see Lin Xian. He couldn't help but be surprised. However, he didn't care. Now that he had an earth-rank martial art, he didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes. His ambition was huge. As long as he had time, he would definitely surpass the patriarch of the Lin clan. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, the Lingwu mountain emitted a bright light again. A beam of light rushed out and thousands of rays of light quickly rushed out. Everyone was stunned. Could it be another earth-rank martial art? However, as soon as the multicolored light appeared, it quickly dissipated. Even the pillar of light that reached the sky became illusory and quickly disappeared. What's going on? Everyone was stunned. They had never seen such a phenomenon before. This qi is too weak. It's not even as strong as Zhao Jie's. Could it be that he didn't even get a mid-spiritual rank martial art? Everyone guessed. Lin Feng looked at the figure floating in the air with disdain. He sensed that Lin Xian didn't change much, so he didn't pay attention to him. The others stared at Lin Xian curiously. Phew, Lin Xian landed on the ground. Feeling everyone's gaze, he touched his chin. Lin Gongzi, did you get an earth-rank martial art? Bai Ling asked from the crowd. Oh, did someone get an earth-rank martial art? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Then, Bai Ling briefly explained the levels of the martial arts that the other four had obtained. When he heard that Lin Feng got an earth-rank martial art, Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He looked at Lin Feng cautiously. No wonder Lin Feng was his enemy. He actually got an earth-rank martial art. Lin Feng's face was full of arrogance. He directly ignored Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. It seemed like Lin Feng had already lost his mind because of an earth-level skill. Even though Lin Feng had an earth-level skill, how could the skill he had obtained be weak? Thinking up to here, Lin Xian said indifferently, what I obtained was not an earth-rank martial art. It's not an earth-rank martial art. Everyone was greatly disappointed. When they once again felt Lin Xian's aura, they discovered that he didn't seem to be lying. Lin Xian had indeed not obtained an earth-tier martial art, but an existence that surpassed earth-tier martial arts. It was a type of legacy martial art. According to Lord Alcohol, the might of the Gale Lightning Sword he had obtained surpassed ordinary low-grade earth-tier martial arts. Furthermore, it contained the experiences and insights of countless predecessors. It was far from something an earth-tier martial arts could compare to. In the distance, the light of Lingwu Mountain disappeared as it fell into a deep sleep again. Everyone knew that this meant that this trip to the floating island was about to come to an end. In the past, these people would gradually leave Levitating Island after 3 to 5 days and return to the place where they first entered. 3 days passed quickly. Groups of warriors disappeared from the floating island. The warriors of the Mu family and the Black Wind sect left one after another. Buzz. Lin Feng's body glowed as he was supported by an inexplicable power. His body gradually disappeared. Rumble, just as he was about to disappear, a huge force quickly appeared in midair, as if an earth-shattering hand was about to grab him. Boom, another huge hand appeared, grabbing at Lin Feng. Not good. It's the old monsters of the Mu family and the Black Wind sect. Bai Ling exclaimed. It was no wonder. An Earth-tier martial art was too shocking. Even 3-star sects couldn't remain calm. Lin Xian's heart trembled. Since the old monsters had made a move, his situation was very dangerous. He looked up at the sky and saw Lin Feng's entire body wrapped in red light. Behind him, the shadow of a red maple tree swayed. He quickly rushed into the sky and disappeared. The 2 illusory hands quickly chased after him, and the sky returned to normal. Ling Gongzi, you have to be careful. Although Levitating Island is a world of its own, some old monsters can still affect it a little. After that, Bai Ling and the others also disappeared and left Levitating Island. Lin Xian frowned, his face gloomy. He had a very bad feeling, as if someone had locked onto his aura. Xiao Xuanzi, I still have some power. I can send you out of Levitating Island, but it can only be used once, Lord Alcohol said slowly. Lin Xian nodded. He knew that this method was used to save his life and couldn't be used casually. Half a day later, his body began to glow. The mysterious power of Levitating Island supported him, trying to send him out of Levitating Island. At that moment, the sky seemed to be torn apart as a black crack appeared. A pale hand that was almost 1,000 meters long mercilessly grabbed at him. The mountains and rivers below were all shattered by this attack. Damn it, this isn't a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. Lin Xian's expression turned ugly. This method had completely surpassed the harmonious spirit realm. It made him feel like he was facing heaven and earth. It should be a spirit transformation realm old monster. I'll take you away immediately. Lord Alcohol said in a deep voice. Once enveloped by this palm, it would be very difficult for Lord Alcohol to leave in his current state. Therefore, he had to leave before the palm landed. The huge palm almost annihilated the space. Just a trace of wind was enough to shatter the copper lightning runes on Lin Xian's body. Buzz, a black vortex quickly appeared on Lin Xian's body and kept spinning. Lin Xian's body became fainter and fainter until he finally disappeared. Boom. Boom, boom. The moment he disappeared, the huge palm in the sky suddenly grabbed at him, causing the entire sky to become chaotic. In the outside world, a skinny old man suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of light shot out from his pupils. They were dozens of meters long and seemed to be able to pierce through the void. How is it, old ancestor? The middle-aged man beside him asked anxiously. Beside him stood Mu Chen and the other disciples. The skinny old man shook his head. Both of them had escaped. What? Many cultivators behind him exclaimed, how is this possible? How can 2 ants escape from your palm? These 2 are not simple. I'm afraid they have a secret treasure that can break through space. The Mu clan's old ancestor said in a deep voice, although they escaped, they didn't go far. Furthermore, I left a mark on them. Mu Hua, Mu Xing, you 2 must capture these 2 brats. Yes. The 2 old men said in a deep voice. 2 figures quickly soared into the sky and flew into the distance. They were actually harmonious spirit experts. Earth-rank martial arts, secret treasure that can break through space. They all belong to my Mu clan. The Mu clan's old ancestor slowly closed his eyes. Tens of thousands of miles away from the Mu clan, a figure suddenly appeared in the void and quickly landed. This person was Lin Xian. His cape fluttered behind him as he glided like a bird and landed steadily on the ground. The moment he landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Damn old man, how can he be so terrifying? Lin Xian was only touched by the wind from the palm, but he was almost turned into meat paste. Lin Xian summoned the little white monkey to protect him. He then drank a cup of spirit wine and quickly circulated the longevity art. Fortunately, his body was strong and had been transformed by the profound ice chi and the great earth spirit liquid. He was much stronger than an ordinary half-step harmonious spirit realm expert. Otherwise, the wind from the palm strike would have taken his life. After a long time, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. The little white monkey beside him was crying nonstop, its little claws pointing at the sky. "Someone is coming," Lord Alcohol said in a low voice. Obviously, the attack just now had put a heavy burden on him. Lin Xian stood up, grabbed the little white monkey, and quickly ran away. Behind him, a sharp sound broke through the air, like an awl piercing through cloth. Whoosh, an old man stepped on the air. He clenched his fist, and the ground and trees below quickly flew up into the sky as if they were being pulled by something. "There's a remnant aura. Seems like that kid just left," the old man muttered to himself. He took a step forward and quickly flew away. Not long after, he sensed Lin Xian's presence in front of him. Boom, his palm suddenly pressed down, and the surrounding spirit chi quickly gathered, forming a 100-meter-long giant palm of light that fell down. Suddenly, the trees below were broken, the mountain rocks were sent flying, and the ground was shattered, leaving a horrifying deep pit. A figure rushed out in a sorry state, as fast as lightning. This figure was Lin Xian. He was running quickly below, relying on his strong soul force to sense the danger ahead of time. That was how he managed to avoid the attack. What a terrifying attack. It's actually a harmonious spirit realm expert. Lin Xian's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. "Hee, little kid, do you still want to run after offending the Mu clan?" An old voice echoed in the sky. "They really think highly of me. They actually sent a harmonious spirit realm expert." When a spirit sea realm expert faced a harmonious spirit realm expert, it was like an ant facing an elephant. There was no comparison. Unless there was a heaven-defying item like the profound ice chi that could trap a harmonious spirit realm expert, there was no other way. However, only half of Lin Xian's mysterious ice chi was left. It was too little to trap such an expert. "Kid, come back with me obediently. Perhaps you'll still have a chance to live," Mu Xing said coldly in the sky. Lin Xian naturally did not believe such nonsense. He had killed a disciple of the Mu clan, and there was no way they would let him go so easily. The only thing he could do now was to borrow the power of the black cloak. This black cloak was a half-spirit grade artifact. Currently, it had the effect of increasing the speed of the blood sacrifice. Perhaps he could use it to escape. Calm him down first. Lin Xian made up his mind and secretly activated his secret technique. However, on the surface, he put on a helpless expression. "Senior, I agree to go with you, but you have to guarantee my safety." When Mu Xing saw Lin Xian obediently surrender, he felt relieved. He had learned from the old ancestor that Lin Xian had a secret technique to escape through the void. He was worried that Lin Xian would somehow escape. But now, it seemed that the secret technique was not so easy to use. Mu Xing slowly descended and stopped 10 meters away from the ground. He bent his fingers and was about to lift Lin Xian up. At this moment, Lin Xian on the ground suddenly moved. 40% of the dragon sword intent surged. Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. The sword light was like a rainbow, extremely dazzling. "Humph. Stubborn." Mu Xing's face darkened. He waved his hand and the surrounding spiritual energy vibrated violently, forming a thick light screen in front of him. Clang, the materialized sword chi slashed on the light screen, causing the air to tremble. However, it did not cause any substantial damage. "To me, you're just an ant. Do you really think an ant can hurt a giant dragon?" Mu Xing's expression was cold. "Since you dare to resist, I'll have to cut off your limbs first." Having said that, he stretched out 2 of his fingers and gently shook them. The spiritual energy in the heaven and earth surged and quickly formed a 100-meter-long sword chi. It slashed towards Lin Xian. This was the power of a harmonious spirit realm expert. Each of his moves could mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making his attack extremely powerful. Lin Xian once again felt the power of a harmonious spirit realm expert. At the same time, he was glad that he had the profound ice chi when he faced the great elder of the Tsung family. Otherwise, he would have died many times over. Seeing that the 100-meter-long sword chi was about to land on his head, Lin Xian gritted his teeth and shouted, "Blood sacrifice cloak." The dark red lines on the black cloak glowed. Lin Xian felt that the blood in his body was quickly draining away, but the red light on the cloak was getting brighter and brighter. All of this happened in an instant. When the 100-meter-long sword chi fell, Lin Xian's body turned into a blood-red light and quickly rushed away. Swoosh, an ear-piercing sound broke through the air. It was as if the air was being torn apart. This speed stunned Mu Xing, who was in the sky. He looked at the sound of Lin Xian running away, his mind was in a daze. This kid, how could he be so fast? Mu Xing's eyes were gloomy. This speed had already surpassed his own. It was one of the top existences in the harmonious spirit realm. That cloak is strange. Could it be a spirit rank treasure? Only a spirit rank treasure could allow a Sea of Souls realm expert to display the power of a harmonious spirit realm expert. Thinking of this, Mu Xing smiled. If he could get a spirit rank treasure, then his strength would increase greatly. A Sea of Souls realm expert must pay a high price to activate a spirit rank treasure. As long as I slowly track you down, I can exhaust you to death. Mu Xing took out a disc and sensed Lin Xian's presence. A moment later, he sneered. Taking a step forward, Mu Xing rushed out like a meteor. 10,000 meters away, Lin Xian's figure appeared. His face was pale and his footsteps were light. Using the blood sacrifice secret art had allowed him to escape danger, but he had also lost 1/5 of his blood essence. This was his life force. Losing so much at once was unbearable even for his strong body. Damned Mu clan. I'll remember this. Lin Xian said through gritted teeth as he downed a cup of spirit wine. Suddenly, he frowned and looked up at the sky. Behind him, the clouds were surging. A figure was quickly approaching. Damn it. How did he know? Lin Xian's face turned ugly. He had already changed his direction. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have been so easy to find him. I have a mark on my body. He remembered that the Mu clan's disciples could easily find him on Levitating Island. What is it? Is it a demonic beast pouch or something else? Lin Xian asked Lord Alcohol. It's a special mark. It should have been placed by that spirit transformation realm old monster. Lord Alcohol said in a deep voice, I can undo it, but it will take some time. I can hold on. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said. He used the Dragon Rebel step and quickly ran into the distance. Although the Dragon Rebel step was fast, it was nothing compared to a harmonious spirit realm expert. It couldn't be helped. The difference in their cultivation was too great. It was like a child holding a sharp weapon might not be able to hurt an adult. I can only use the blood sacrifice again. Lin Xian didn't want to be caught. The cloak behind him glowed red again. The red light was as dazzling as the blood sun. With a whoosh, Lin Xian disappeared again. In the sky, Mu Xing's face was cold. To him, a spiritual sea realm brat had escaped from his hands twice. This was something he couldn't tolerate. The surrounding spirit chi surged into his body, and Mu Xing sped up. Before long, Lin Xian was caught again. Looking at the old figure in the sky, Lin Xian's heart turned cold. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xian asked, Lord Alcohol, are you still not done? I still need some time, Lord Alcohol said in a deep voice. Okay. Lin Xian performed the blood sacrifice again and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared 10,000 meters away, he felt dizzy. He had already lost half of his blood, and his body was extremely weak. He couldn't use blood sacrifice again. Lin Xian took out the white jade bottle and swallowed a drop of earth spirit liquid. As soon as the liquid entered his body, he activated the longevity art and quickly absorbed it. The blood that he had lost was quickly replenished. Sensing the changes in his body, Lin Xian finally heaved a sigh of relief. Kid, your secret technique uses blood as a medium, right? I'm afraid you don't have much blood left. Mu Xing quickly caught up from behind, his terrifying voice spreading in all directions. Don't worry about it. Even if I bleed dry, I won't let you succeed. Lin Xian sneered and flew out again. You're courting death. Mu Xing was enraged. He decided to attack mercilessly. Boom, when he caught up to Lin Xian again, his huge palm grabbed at him. Run. Run. Mu Xing sneered. I think your blood has already dried up. Whoosh, as if in response, Lin Xian used blood sacrifice. Mu Xing's face turned black. Lin Xian's actions were undoubtedly a slap to his face. Kid, I'll grind your bones to dust. Old bastard, I'll remember you. Lin Xian hated Mu Xing to the core. In order to escape, he had lost almost all of his blood. At this moment, the drop of earth essence liquid that he had swallowed had been completely consumed. This speed was too terrifying. One had to know that normally, he would need 3 days to absorb it, but now, the time had been shortened by a few hundred times. At this rate, he would be caught sooner or later. Thankfully, Lord Alcohol was about to remove the hidden mark on Lin Xian's body. This gave Lin Xian hope of escaping. As long as the mark was gone, he could use Bloodstain twice to escape. In the sky, the wood element seemed to have sensed that the mark on Lin Xian's body was rapidly weakening. This caused him to feel a deep sense of unease. If he let a Spirit Sea Realm martial artist escape from his hands, then he might as well kill himself by smashing his head against tofu. With a gloomy look in his eyes, Mu Xing let out a long howl and shot out like a cannonball. Just as he was about to catch up to Lin Xian, he suddenly discovered that the mark on Lin Xian's body had disappeared. This made him want to vomit blood. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Whoosh! Mu Xing rapidly flew in the sky and searched a radius of 10,000 meters, but he couldn't find any trace of Lin Xian. Damn it, how could he remove the mark? That was personally set up by the Patriarch. Mu Xing felt like vomiting blood, as though he had been toyed with. Ah! He let out a long howl and constantly waved his palms, destroying everything below him. However, even if he could destroy everything, it was useless if he couldn't find any trace of Lin Xian. The thought of facing the Patriarch's wrath and ridicule when he returned drove Mu Xing crazy. Boom! Boom, boom! He kept flying and bombarding the area below him. In the forest below, Lin Xian's face was pale. He was moving forward quickly, constantly changing his direction to escape the wood element's pursuit. Roar! Roar! Terrifying roars sounded as a few behemoths walked out from nearby and roared at the sky. They were a few terrifying demonic beasts. Demonic chi surged from their bodies, and their strength was comparable to a harmonious spirit realm martial artist. Lin Xian groaned and could only escape again. However, this movement was noticed by the wood element in the sky. When he saw Lin Xian's figure, tears of excitement rolled down from his eyes. Little bastard, let's see where you can run to. The sound waves were vast and mighty. The wood element roared and chased after Yi Shiwen crazily. Boom! Boom, boom! Huge palms kept falling, bombarding Lin Xian. The rivers below were broken, the mountains collapsed, and the ground was full of scars. Lin Xian was almost hit several times, but luckily, he was fast enough to escape. However, the shockwave from the huge palms still injured him. If it wasn't for his strong body, he would have fallen already. Little bastard, you can't escape. The wood element roared in the sky. The sound waves blended with the spiritual chi in the surroundings. It was like the rumbling of thunder, resounding in all directions. Lin Xian's body trembled. The copper thunder mark appeared on his body to resist the sound waves. At the same time, he was even more wary of a harmonious spirit realm martial artist. A martial artist of this realm could easily kill a Spirit Sea Realm martial artist. He had to be careful. Seeing Lin Xian resist the sound waves, the wood element was surprised. At the same time, his killing intent towards Lin Xian became even stronger. Once he offended such a genius, he couldn't let him live. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for his family. Therefore, Lin Xian must die. The wood element quickly chased after him with killing intent. Suddenly, he frowned. His eyes emitted a terrifying light as he scanned the surroundings. He's actually near the Dan King Valley. I must catch that kid quickly. The wood element thought of some legends about the Dan King Valley. His expression became unnatural. Swoosh, his body emitted a dazzling light as he searched the area. When he saw Lin Xian heading towards the Dan King Valley, his face turned as black as an iron pot. Damn you, how dare you go there? Seeing Lin Xian was about to enter the Dan King Valley, the wood element's eyes burned with anger. He gritted his teeth and sucked in the surrounding spiritual qi. His speed suddenly doubled. Boom, there was an explosion in the air. The wood element flew like lightning. On the ground, Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb when he saw this. He increased his speed to the maximum. There was a reason he was heading towards the valley. Lord Alcohol had told him that there was a powerful aura inside. Lin Xian wanted to use this opportunity to intimidate the wood element. However, the wood element seemed to have gone mad. He didn't hesitate to use a secret technique to increase his speed. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters. 100 meters. The wood element moved like lightning and blocked Lin Xian's path in the blink of an eye. Run. Why aren't you running anymore? The wood element's tone was cold. His killing intent slashed at Lin Xian like a blade. Little bastard, I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Mu clan. You're just an old bastard who's about to enter the ground. I couldn't even catch up to you after chasing you for half a day. How dare you call yourself a harmonious spirit realm warrior? If I were you, I would have found a piece of tofu and killed myself. Is the Mu clan all trash like you? If we were at the same level, I'd crush you all with one hand. Lin Xian said with disdain. He couldn't escape at all in the current situation. He might as well let loose and taunt the wood element. An ant like you wants to fight with the Mu clan? The wood element sneered. My Mu clan has many talented disciples. Any one of them can kill you instantly. Now, come back with me obediently. With that, he struck out a huge palm of light and grabbed at Lin Xian. The huge palm of light gathered towards Lin Xian, causing the surrounding air to freeze. Lin Xian felt that his body was bound, unable to move at all. He roared towards the sky, the great dragon sword intent gushed out from his body, but he still couldn't resist it. Just as he was about to be caught, the surrounding air fluctuated violently like boiling water. A fiery red furnace appeared out of nowhere above Mu Xing's head and fell down with a loud bang. Mu Xing's expression changed, his body trembled, and his soul trembled from the bottom of his heart. This situation was similar to when he faced the old ancestor of his family. An expert from Dan King Valley. Mu Xing was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He used all his strength to dodge to the side. Boom, the huge furnace fell down, shaking the surroundings. Although Mu Xing managed to dodge the attack, the fluctuating airflow still hit his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Don't you know the rules of Dan King Valley? A cold voice came from the void. Mu Xing suppressed the injuries in his body and quickly said, I am Mu Xing from Mu Clan, I am here too, I said, don't you know the rules of Dan King Valley? The voice carried a hint of anger. Pill King Valley forbids fighting, this humble one naturally knows, but we have yet to enter the Pill King Valley. Before Mu Xing could finish speaking, he discovered that the stone tablet with the Pill King Valley's insignia was beside him. Damn it, when did you come in? Mu Xing felt like dying. Senior, I will take this kid and leave now. Although Mu Xing was old, he was nodding his head like a little chick. Who allowed you to take him away? If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave. The air vibrated violently, and the figure in the void seemed to be angry. Yes, 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 I will leave now. Mu Xing didn't have any temper, he turned into a ray of light and ran away. Lin Xian was stunned. A harmonious spirit expert actually left like a puppy. What kind of place was this Dan King Valley? Thank you for your help, senior. This junior is very grateful. Lin Xian bowed towards the void and was about to leave. Who allowed you to leave? The voice snorted coldly. Lin Xian was stunned, he realized that he was happy too early. The air trembled as a figure appeared. The aura on his body was even more terrifying than that of the wood element. Lin Xian looked carefully and saw that this person's hair and eyebrows were all white, but the skin on his face was as tender as a baby's, as if it could be broken by the slightest breeze. He was sitting in a metal wheelchair with a blood-red parrot standing on his shoulder. Does senior have any other instructions? Lin Xian asked carefully. The old man in front of him was too strange, so he had to be careful. According to the rules of Dan King's Valley, anyone who enters will become a servant of Dan King's Valley, and will never be able to leave. A parrot stood on the old man's shoulder, and said with a squawk. What? Unable to leave this place forever? Lin Xian was stunned. What kind of stupid rule is this? Once you enter King Valley, your life and death will be under the control of King Valley. The strange old man snorted coldly. No exceptions? Lin Xian asked. From spirit transformation experts to ants and insects, there are no exceptions. The strange old man said confidently. Lin Xian's small face fell. No wonder Mu Xing ran as fast as a rabbit. How could that person leave just now? Lin Xian was unconvinced. Are you afraid of the Mu family? Nonsense, what Mu family? I can destroy them in minutes. The strange old man flew into a rage. Little kid, look carefully. Lin Xian looked forward and saw that the boundary stone in front of him suddenly disappeared and reappeared 1 foot away from him. So it's a trick. Lin Xian suddenly realized. Little kid, you can actually escape from a spirit harmonious realm warrior. It seems like you are quite capable. The strange old man suddenly stared at Lin Xian. This cloak is a half-spirit artifact, no wonder you can escape. Little kid, you must have lost a lot of blood and qi. The strange old man saw through Lin Xian's situation with just a glance. Lin Xian's heart was beating wildly. This old man's eyes were so sharp. Senior, you flatter me. I was just lucky. Lin Xian laughed. Senior, can I really not leave? How about this, I will work here for free for 3 months. After 3 months, you will let me leave. What do you think? What kind of place do you think this is? A restaurant? The strange old man rolled his eyes. Lin Xian's face turned bitter. He still had to go back to attend the family meeting in half a year. His eyes darted around as he looked around, trying to escape. The blood parrot flew up and circled above Lin Xian's head while shouting, Don't run away, don't run away. The strange old man snorted. Hurry up and get in, or I will cut off your legs and you will never be able to walk again. Damn it, it's been 20 years and the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass still hasn't grown. I have to go back and fertilize it. Little kid, come with me. 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass? What a disgusting name. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. This old man keeps sitting in a chair. Is he crippled? At that moment, Lord Alcohol said, he is indeed crippled, but it wasn't congenital. It was caused by poison. Poison? Lin Xian was alarmed. Could it be that the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass can cure his poison? That's right. Do as I say and you should be able to leave. A smile suffused the corners of Lin Xian's mouth. Since Lord Alcohol had spoken, he felt a lot more at ease. He followed behind the strange old man and suddenly asked, The 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass is highly toxic. Senior, are you trying to fight poison with poison? Boom, the strange old man's wheelchair came to a sudden stop as a shocking spiritual energy fluctuation erupted from his body. The old man turned around as a terrifying beam shot out from his eyes. They were like 2 divine spears that wanted to pierce through Lin Xian. Speak, who sent you? Lin Xian felt like 100,000 mountains were pressing down on him as his bones were about to shatter. He didn't expect the strange old man's reaction to be so big. What do you mean by who sent you? Lin Xian roared. I don't even know where this place is. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't seem to be lying, the strange old man retracted his terrifying aura and said in a deep voice, You know about the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass? I've heard of it. It's one of the world's most unique poisons, ranked 9th among the top 10 poisonous grasses. So what if you know? Do you know how to cultivate it? The strange old man sighed. The 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass was very difficult to cultivate. It was said that it needed to be nourished with the venom of 1,000 poisonous insects 3 times a day until it grew leaves. Then, it needed to be nurtured with the demon crystal of a rank 7 poisonous insect. This process would last for decades, and a demon crystal could only last for half a year. A rank 7 poisonous insect was equivalent to a harmonious spirit realm warrior. Furthermore, poisonous insects were rare to begin with. Those that could cultivate the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass were even rarer. Of course, these things were told to him by Lord Alcohol. Lin Xian was just repeating them. Kid, it seems like you're quite knowledgeable. You can help me cultivate the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass. As long as you can cultivate it, I promise to let you out. Cultivating it will take at least 20 years, and that's the best plan. Lin Xian's face was bitter. If the poisonous insect's venom isn't enough, it won't be able to be cultivated even after 100 years. Senior, I see that your legs are black with a tinge of purple. You must have been poisoned. I wonder if it's the 1,000-year-old poisonous wasp sting or the black flood dragon's poisonous heart. I once heard my master say that the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass can only restrain these two poisons. I wonder if that's your intention, Senior? You know the poison I've been poisoned with? The strange old man was agitated as his entire body trembled. The blood parrot circled above his head. Poisoned, you actually know of these two poisons. It looks like your master isn't simple. The strange old man laughed bitterly. I've been cultivating the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass for 2 years, but I've never succeeded. Now, those poisonous worms are almost used up. I spent a lot to buy them. Lin Xian fell silent. From the looks of it, the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass was very difficult to cultivate. However, from Lord Alcohol's disdainful tone, it seemed like Lord Alcohol's identity was more terrifying than he had imagined. Speaking of which, the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass is very difficult to cultivate. However, to those who know the ropes, it's very simple, Lin Xian said with a smile. Simple? You say it's simple? The strange old man was so angry that his neck turned red. I've spent so much effort over the years to invite countless capable people, but none of them have been able to revive the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass. How dare you say it's simple? Suddenly, his expression changed as he asked with a trembling voice, could it be that your master knows how? Kid, can you invite your master here? I can pay any price. The strange old man seemed to have found a life-saving straw. Sigh, I could have, but the rules of Elixir King Valley state that you can't leave for the rest of your life. How am I supposed to find him? Lin Xian shrugged. Don't, young friend. As long as you can invite your master here, no one will dare stop you. Is that all? Are there no benefits? Lin Xian deliberately sighed. Yes, of course. As long as you can cultivate the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass, you will be my benefactor. When the time comes, if the Mu family dares to bully you, I'll bring you to their doorstep. Really? Lin Xian was skeptical. This old man's change was too fast. Little did he know that the strange old man had been poisoned for hundreds of years. His legs were crippled and he could only rely on a wheelchair. For this reason, he had put in so much effort, hoping that one day, he would be able to stand up again. However, he had not succeeded in nearly 100 years. Now that Lin Xian had a glimmer of hope, how could he give up? Brat, I hope what you said is true. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The old man seemed to have thought of something. I'm just a spiritual sea-realm martial artist. What can I do in front of you? Lin Xian laughed bitterly. There's no time to lose. Let's go. The strange old man looked anxious. Where are we going? Lin Xian was stunned. Go and find your master. The strange old man said grumpily. You just said a lot. Don't tell me you've forgotten? No, how could I forget? Lin Xian shook his head. But my master is always traveling and has no fixed residence. The last time I saw him was 5 years ago. Where do you expect me to find him? Traveling? The strange old man's face darkened as he stared at Lin Xian with an unfriendly expression. You don't believe me? I wanted to help you detoxify your poison. Lin Xian sighed. It's boring. I won't help you. What? You can detoxify my poison. The strange old man exclaimed again. Little friend, don't be angry. I really don't believe you. Is that so? Then why did you look at me like that? Lin Xian pursed his lips. My gaze was very friendly. You must have seen wrongly. The strange old man's eyes lit up. Little friend Lin, come inside with me. Little blood, get someone to prepare the best spirit tea. The strange old man shouted. Spirit tea. Spirit tea. Blood Parrot shouted and flew away. Lin Xian chuckled inwardly. From the looks of it, the old man had stabilized himself. Thankfully, he had lured alcohol. Otherwise, he would have to retire here for the rest of his life. Senior, how should I address you? Lin Xian asked. Just call me Earth Scarce, the strange old man said. As long as you can detoxify the poison in my leg, you will be my great benefactor. From now on, your problems are my problems. Senior Earth Scarce, may I know what kind of poison you have been afflicted with? Lin Xian asked. 1,000-year-old wasp stinger, Earth Scarce said in a deep voice. And it's the poison of the Wasp King. Lin Xian pondered for a moment as he waited for Lord Alcohol's judgment. After a while, he slowly said, 1,000-year-old wasp stinger's poison is cold. The poison part is weak and powerless. Furthermore, it is accompanied by a piercing pain that penetrates deep into the soul. This pain occurs 3 times a day. Although it's not fatal, it's extremely torturous. It looks like the person who poisoned you is extremely vicious. Yes, you're right. Earth Scarce was excited. What Lin Xian said was exactly the same as what he had experienced. Lin Xian smiled faintly and continued, although the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass can restrain this poison, its growth is too slow. Furthermore, fighting poison with poison will cause great damage to your legs. I just remembered that my master once told me about a method. I wonder if Senior is willing to give it a try. What method? Earth Scarce asked subconsciously. 100 flowers marrow cleansing powder, Lin Xian said slowly. You know this method. Earth Scarce's face trembled. This old man who could send a harmonious spirit realm expert flying with a punch was as excited as a child in front of Lin Xian. The 100 flowers marrow cleansing powder was indeed the best way to treat his leg injury. However, it was an ancient pill recipe that was extremely precious. He couldn't find it at all. Thus, he settled for the next best thing and used the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass to fight poison with poison. Little friend Lin, this is an ancient pill recipe. Are you sure you have it? Lin Xian nodded. He took out a pen and paper from his storage ring and quickly wrote down the recipe. Then, he passed it to Earth Scarce. Earth Scarce's hands trembled as he read the recipe. He was so excited that he almost jumped up. Little friend Lin, you're so generous. Aren't you afraid that I'll take it for myself? I believe you, Senior. Lin Xian smiled faintly. In fact, the recipe alone was not enough to concoct this pill. It also required a special technique, specific inscriptions, and other things. Lin Xian wasn't worried at all. Earth Scarce understood these things as well. However, when he saw Lin Xian toss an ancient pill recipe to him like a piece of paper, his heart was still beating wildly. Where did this kid come from? For a moment, he was even more afraid of Lin Xian's identity. A young man who could casually take out an ancient pill recipe must be from an extremely terrifying sect. Senior Earth Scarce, go and collect these materials first. I'll teach you the refining technique in 2 days, Lin Xian said. Also, give me a cultivation room. I want to go into seclusion for a while. No problem. I'll arrange for someone to do it right away. Earth Scarce hurriedly pushed his wheelchair and left. Soon, a servant invited Lin Xian into a first-class cultivation room. After closing the door, Lin Xian set up a defensive array formation. Then, he sat down to meditate and adjust his breathing. In fact, he was seriously injured during this escape. Moreover, his qi and blood were in a deficit. It was very likely that his foundation was damaged. Fortunately, he had a miraculous item like the Earth Spirit Liquid, which prevented his foundation from being damaged. Now, he needed to recuperate and restore his body to its peak. Mu clan, deep in the courtyard. When Mu Xing returned, he found that the atmosphere in the clan was not very good. Did the old ancestor already know in advance? Mu Xing had the urge to vomit blood when he thought about how he did not catch Lin Xian. You're back, where is he? In the hall, the old ancestor asked in a deep voice. Reporting to the old ancestor, that kid ran to Pilking Valley, but we did not catch him. Mu Xing said carefully. Boom, a torrential aura exploded and hit him, sending him flying far away. Trash, a bunch of trash. The Mu clan is in your hands, how can I be at ease? The old ancestor said angrily, two spirit sea realm brats, you didn't catch a single one. Mu Xing was alarmed. It turned out that the kid with the earth rank martial art also ran away. No wonder the old ancestor was so angry. The earth rank martial art was related to the fate of the clan. If the old ancestor had the earth rank martial art, his strength would be able to take another step forward. At that time, his hopes of breaking through to a higher realm would greatly increase. Old ancestor, that kid activated the earth rank martial art, and he also has other secret treasures on him. I chased him for 3 days and 3 nights, but I still lost him. Mu Hua said in a low voice. In addition, the Black Wind sect people are also chasing after them. Old ancestor, it's said that these 2 kids are from the same clan. As long as we find out their clan, we can snatch the earth rank martial art back. Yes, the earth rank martial art will definitely be ours. The situation is not good, that kid offended many people. All the disciples of Star Peak Pavilion were killed by him, and now they are looking for him everywhere. Old ancestor, we have to speed up. The old ancestor said in a deep voice, Mu Xing, you said that kid entered Pilking Valley? Yes. Mu Xing quickly said, originally, that kid was fine, but he had a half-spirit artifact on him. He burned all the blood in his body to activate the half-spirit artifact, and that's how he escaped. Half-spirit artifact. Everyone exclaimed, that's a good thing. Their Mu family only had one spirit-grade artifact, so one could imagine how precious a spirit-grade artifact was. Although a half-spirit artifact was not as good as a spirit artifact, it was much stronger than a mystic artifact. Is there any other news? Mu clan's ancestor asked. It's said that ever since the Jiang siblings came in contact with that brat, they disappeared. They didn't even appear when the Lingwu mountain opened. Right now, the Jiang family is also sending people to search for them. His cultivation isn't high, but he's quite capable. The Mu clan's patriarch said in a deep voice, he actually caused several factions to fight over him. I'm afraid that the Jiang clan has heard the news and is also eyeing the earth rank martial arts. I happen to have a type of poisonous bug that should be able to persuade de Quebec. Let's not waste any more time. Let's act now. A few harmonious spirit realm warriors followed the old ancestor of the Mu family and soared into the sky. After they left, a few figures left quickly. They had hidden themselves so well that even the ancestor of the Mu clan was fooled. These people were the spies of the various sects, and they were quickly sending the news back. It wouldn't be long before the news of Lin Xian's presence in Pilking Valley spread to the other great sections. As long as they captured Lin Xian, they would be able to find the whereabouts of the earth rank martial art. At the same time, 2 figures suddenly appeared below the floating island. They were the Jiang clan's brother and sister. Although we didn't enter the Lingwu mountain this time, we still gained a lot. Let's hurry back to the clan. Jiang Xiaofeng quickly left with Jiang Ruyue. The Pilking Valley was filled with the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers. DK had already sent people to gather the ingredients for the white flower marrow cleansing powder. Of course, he bought it together with other recipes, so it didn't attract anyone's attention. Lin Xian was still in seclusion, so DK could only wait patiently. All of a sudden, the clouds in the sky rolled as if there was a flood. An obscure soul ripple was transmitted, quickly searching the valley as if it was looking for something. Who dares to search the Pilking Valley? DK shouted coldly. His powerful soul force soared into the sky. Boom, 2 invisible forces collided, shattering all the clouds in the sky. A violent storm appeared in the sky, sweeping in all directions. The other disciples in the Pilking Valley raised their heads in fear. It had been many years since anyone dared to behave atrociously in the Pilking Valley's territory. Now, someone dared to provoke them. Haha, DK, how have you been? The Mu clan appeared in the clouds, behind him stood Mu Xing and the others. Mu clan. DK snorted coldly. When he saw Mu Xing, his eyes flashed with cold light. I let you go, and you dare to bring people back? Do you think the Pilking Valley is easy to bully? Mu Xing trembled, hiding behind the Mu clan's old ancestor, not daring to make a sound. DK, you don't have to scare them. I'm here today to make a deal with you. A deal? What kind of deal? DK asked. I have a poisonous bug here. It's one of the 72 poisonous bugs. I'll use it to exchange for one of your people. DK's eyes flashed. The first thing he thought of was Lin Xian. It seemed that there was a deep grudge between the two. In the past, DK wouldn't have cared about this and directly made the exchange. But now, he saw hope in Lin Xian. Not to mention one poisonous bug, even if there were 100 of them, he wouldn't trade. No. DK said coldly, Mu clan, if there's nothing else, take your people and get lost. The Mu clan's old ancestor's eyes narrowed. He couldn't figure out what went wrong. He knew that DK was cultivating the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass, so he confidently brought the poisonous bug here. But he didn't expect to be rejected before he even took out the poisonous bug. Does he know about the Earth rank martial arts? The Mu clan's old ancestor's face was gloomy. DK, are you crazy? Don't you want to cultivate the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass? That kid is full of nonsense. Don't believe him. He killed my Mu clan's disciple and stole my Mu clan's treasure. I'm here to take him away today. Mu clan's disciple, treasure, I'm not interested. DK snorted, Mu Qingfeng, take your people and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. In a hall in Pilking Valley, Lin Xian looked at the sky with a solemn expression. I never expected the Mu clan to rush over so quickly. Even their old ancestor has taken action. Lin Xian was puzzled. Could it be that my identity as a Mu clan's disciple is special? Special my ass. Lord Alcohol said disdainfully. They definitely know about your relationship with Lin Feng and want to get information about your clan's whereabouts from you. At the end of the day, they are after the Earth rank martial arts. Damn it, these guys still haven't given up. Lin Xian's expression was ugly. If these people were to reach Sword Pool Manor, it would probably be a disaster. Thankfully, we managed to stabilize DK 2 days ago. Otherwise, you would be in danger now, Lord Alcohol said slowly. I hope that old man can withstand the pressure. Lin Xian stroked his chin. If he can, I'll definitely help treat his leg. After hearing DK's cold shout, the Mu clan's patriarch felt terrible. He was the patriarch of a clan and a spirit transformation realm expert. He had never suffered such humiliation, even if the other party was at the same level as him. So, you're really not going to trade? No. DK was also quite angry. Lin Xian was his life-saving straw. Whether his legs could be cured depended on Lin Xian. Now, the Mu clan's patriarch wanted to take away his life-saving hope before he could find the herbs. How could he not be anxious? I have to trade even if I don't want to. For the Earth rank martial arts, the Mu clan's patriarch decided to make a move. Mu Xing, Mu Hua, you two bring that brat here. How dare you? No one dares to behave atrociously in the Pilking Valley. DK was also anxious. Set up a defensive array. If they dare to barge in, kill them. Boom, after giving his orders, DK took his wheelchair into the air and charged at the Mu clan's patriarch. The two of them faced each other, and their terrifying auras collided as if doomsday had arrived. Below, Mu Xing and Mu Hua were also blocked. The entire valley was suffused with a translucent light array, blocking the terrifying sword chi and palm shadows outside. Lin Xian looked at the saber light and sword shadows. His heart could not calm down. In the end, it was because he was not strong enough that they came to his house. He had to increase his strength. Otherwise, he would be assassinated by the Mu clan before the family meeting. Ah! With a scream, Mu Xing fled into the sky. Mu Hua was also bleeding from the corner of her mouth. It seemed that the Pilking Valley's defensive array was not just for show. Seeing that he could not capture Lin Xian today, the Mu clan's patriarch's face was gloomy. He and DK clashed, and the entire sky shook as if it was being torn apart. DK, today's matter will not end like this. One day, you will obediently hand him over. Let's go. The Mu clan's patriarch waved his sleeves and led everyone away. He had already decided to spread the news and let the giants gather in the Peking Valley. Even if he could not get it, he could not let the Peking Valley take advantage of him. This move could be said to be extremely insidious. Although the Peking Valley was strong, but they couldn't withstand the joint attack of the Mu family, Black Wind sect, and other experts. DK returned to the valley with a gloomy expression and sent more people to protect Lin Xian. In the latter half of the night, another powerful spiritual energy fluctuation appeared in the sky, and the entire valley was in a state of panic. The old man DK rushed into the sky, and an intense battle broke out in the sky. Lin Xian sensed the crisis and did not want to stay here any longer. When dawn broke, the old man DK returned to the valley again. However, there were more wounds on his body. It seemed that the experts from last night were very difficult to deal with. Lin Xian found him and proposed to leave temporarily. "Don't worry, little friend Lin. These old fellows can't hurt me. I can guarantee your safety. I'm afraid things are worse than we imagined. I'm afraid they'll join hands. Senior, since I can't find all the herbs in a short time, it's useless for me to stay here," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. "Senior, don't worry. I'll definitely be back in half a year." Half a year later, the family meeting should be over. Then, Lin Xian would have nothing to worry about. "Alright, I believe in little friend Lin." DK pondered for a moment and nodded heavily. "Thank you for your trust, Senior." Lin Xian was grateful. "How about this? I'll help you nurture the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass so that you won't be too worried." "You can nurture it?" DK was excited. This was his last hope. Then, Lin Xian took out a pen and paper and drew the required inscriptions. This was a set of formations, and it was extremely complicated. The inscriptions were like stars, dazzling everyone's eyes. With Lin Xian's current soul power, he could not set it up at all. He could only draw it on paper. He believed that DK would have a way to do it. DK's eyes lit up when he saw the complicated inscriptions. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the inscriptions were extraordinary. For Lin Xian to give him something so precious, it meant that he trusted him a lot. "Little friend Lin, you want to leave now?" "Yes, there's no time to lose. We have to catch them off guard," Lin Xian said in a low voice. "My Valley of Pale Kings has a secret teleportation array. It's usually closed. Today, I'll open it for you." Then, he led Lin Xian into the depths of the valley. In the secret cave, there was a snow-white array platform. It was missing a piece. Without this piece, the arrays on both sides are blocked. This way, outsiders can't enter the Valley of Pale Kings through the arrays. DK explained. Then, he took out a piece of white jade the size of a brick from his storage ring and placed it on the gap. After installing a spirit stone, the entire array platform glowed faintly. "Little friend Lin, this is the map of the Xianxia kingdom. You'll know when you get out." Lin Xian took it and said solemnly, "I'll be back in half a year to a year. During this time, it's best that you don't use the 1,000 spiders 10,000 poisons grass." "Don't worry, I'll wait until little friend Lin returns." Rumble, several terrifying auras suddenly came from the valley, pressing down on everyone's hearts like a huge mountain. DK's expression changed slightly. "Leave quickly. I can handle it." Lin Xian nodded and didn't say another word. He jumped onto the array platform and disappeared with the white light. When he woke up again, he realized that he was in an underground dry well. With a flash, Lin Xian quickly left the place. He took out the map that DK had given him and realized that he was in the eastern part of the Xianxia kingdom, in the Hengduan mountain range. This map was very comprehensive. Lin Xian could find the existence of China, but compared to the Xianxia kingdom, China appeared tiny. "I should be able to reach China in half a year." Lin Xian estimated and realized that he needed to travel non-stop. "Don't you still have leg strength?" Lord Alcohol reminded him. "Blue-eyed blue toad." Lin Xian suddenly recalled. He took out his storage bag and realized that the golden egg inside had turned into a tadpole. Lin Xian probed with his soul and realized that the tadpole was actively responding to him. "If you're worried, you can make a contract with it," Lord Alcohol said. Lin Xian did as he was told and made a contract with the blue-eyed blue toad, becoming its master. He also wanted to make a contract with the snow-white monkey, but he was mercilessly despised by it. Following that, Lin Xian dripped 3 drops of earth spirit liquid on the tadpole, hoping that it would quickly grow into a frog so that he could take him on his journey. 7 days later, croaking sounds came from the demonic beast pouch. During this period, Lord Alcohol had also removed the last mark on the demonic beast pouch. It could be said that no one could find Lin Xian now. With a thought, Lin Xian released the blue-eyed blue toad. Croak, a 2-meter-tall frog jumped in front of him and kept rubbing against his chest. This frog was different from the blue-eyed blue toad he had seen before. Apart from the 3 golden lines on its back, its eyes were also golden. "I'll call you Little Gold from now on," Lin Xian said with a smile. "You also have an elder brother called Little White." With that said, he took out the white monkey. Woo-gee, the snow-white monkey jumped onto Little Gold's body and danced happily. "Let's go." Lin Xian sat cross-legged and patted Little Gold's head. With Little Gold as his mount, Lin Xian could free up some time to cultivate. With only half a year left, he had to raise his strength to a new height. Lin Feng had an earth-rank martial art, so his strength would definitely increase. If he wanted to defeat Lin Feng, he could only work on the Gale Lightning Sword. However, the minimum requirement to use the Gale Lightning Sword was half-step Harmonious Spirit, so Lin Xian could only raise his cultivation level now. With a flip of his palm, Lin Xian took out a jade slip. This jade slip was obtained together with the Gale Lightning Sword. There were a few small words engraved on it: Wind Emperor's Gale King. There was also a spiritual chi sealed inside, which could help the user enter half-step Harmonious Spirit. Sure enough, it's related to Wind Emperor. Lin Xian's lips curled up as he started to absorb the spiritual chi inside. He was now at the 7th level of Spirit Sea Realm. If he wanted to enter half-step Harmonious Spirit, he would need 2 to 3 years. However, with this jade slip, he only needed 2 to 3 months to enter half-step Harmonious Spirit Realm. Just like this, Lin Xian started his boring cultivation. Other than absorbing the spiritual chi inside the jade slip, Lin Xian also took some time to study the Gale Lightning Sword. The inheritance he obtained contained the experience of the ancestors, which allowed him to quickly understand and comprehend it. There was also the mysterious sword box. Lin Xian would study it every few days. Of course, this process could not be carried out on Little Gold's back. He could only stop and look for a place where there was no one and lay down a formation. Lin Xian's strength was rapidly increasing, and his cultivation level had also reached the peak of the 7th level of Spirit Sea Realm. 20 days later, he arrived at the border of the Heavenly Mountain Country. The border of the Heavenly Mountain Country was very dangerous. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers. The terrain was dangerous and there were many demonic beasts. Lin Xian checked the map and found that this place was also part of the Hengduan mountain range. There was a river called the Profounding River, which was specially marked as dangerous on the map. In the huge mountain range, one could hear the sound of the rushing river from afar. What followed was a colding chi, which could make one's soul shiver. The river was very wide and it was impossible to fly across it. It was also very strange. Even Harmonious Spirit experts couldn't fly across it safely. Only some special boats could do so. These ships were divided into 2 types. The first type was the official ships, which were the ships supported by the royal family of the Tianshan country and the various major powers. These ships had their own special docks, and the people coming and going had to be checked. The other was smuggling, which was often used by people with shady backgrounds. Moreover, it was very expensive. Lin Xian chose a type of private ferry. There were several locations on the map in his hand where he could find such boats. In the dense forest, countless sounds of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. The powerful spiritual energy fluctuations caused many monster beasts to crawl on the ground. The group of warriors moved quickly. The next person was an old man wearing a starry blue robe. He floated in the air. This time, we received news that the kid has entered the Hengduan mountain range. I think he's going to cross the river. This is our last chance. We must not fail. Yes, Elder Liu. Several martial artists said respectfully. Deep in the mountain range. Lin Xian sat on Xiaojin, holding a jade slip in his hand and absorbing the spiritual energy inside. Suddenly, Lord Alcohol transmitted, "Be careful, someone is chasing after us." Lin Xian's brows twitched and he slowly opened his eyes. All the markings have been removed. How can they still chase after us? This is their territory after all. We might be discovered by someone on the way, Lord Alcohol said. There are harmonious spirit experts. We should hide first. They're really persistent. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Teach them a lesson. He landed on the ground and patted Xiaojin. The latter leaped and flew dozens of meters before landing on the ground. After a few leaps, Xiaojin disappeared with the snow-white monkey. As for Lin Xian, he hid nearby. Not long after he disappeared, several rays of light arrived one after another. The person in front was the old man in the starry blue robe. Little bastard, you're pretty fast. Elder Lu was shocked by Lin Xian's speed. It was unheard of for a spirit sea realm expert to have such speed. His eyes flashed and he frowned when he saw the huge footprints on the ground. Be careful, there should be a demonic beast beside that brat. Elder Lu, I heard that the brat fought with our Star Peak Pavilion because of a demonic beast egg, a martial artist quickly said. These footprints do look like those of the blue-eyed blue toad. Elder Lu nodded slightly. Follow me closely, I'm going to speed up. Boom, Elder Lu's body emitted a scorching light. He turned into a bolt of lightning and flew out, disappearing in an instant. The remaining 6 half-step harmonious spirit experts also started to move backwards. Lin Xian hid in a tree. His black cloak concealed his presence, so no one discovered his existence. At this moment, he was staring at the last martial artist like an experienced hunter staring at his prey. There was no trace of impatience. When the distance between them widened, Lin Xian suddenly attacked. This sword was silent and there wasn't even a sword light. It was like the wind. Wind Emperor's sword puff, the last martial artist's arm flew up and blood spurted out. Everyone turned their heads and saw a black shadow flash by, disappearing in an instant. They chased after him but couldn't find him. So fast. The martial artists of Star Peak Pavilion felt a chill in their hearts. What happened? Did you see who injured you? A square-faced man asked. The injured martial artist shook his head in pain. Too fast, and his sword didn't move at all. There wasn't even any killing intent. Who is it that dares to attack us? Don't tell me it's that Lin guy. The square-faced man's expression changed. Damn it, it's actually a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. I hope Elder Lu will come back soon. Form the formation. He's just a Sea of Soul Realm martial artist. He can't block our sword formation, the square-faced man said calmly. The 6 martial artists formed the 6-point sword formation and looked around vigilantly. However, there was no sign of anyone. It was as if Lin Xian had disappeared. Don't panic, wait for Elder Lu to come back. The square-faced man said in a deep voice. Elder Lu was chasing after Xiaojin at full speed. After half an incense stick's time, he finally caught up with Xiaojin. However, when he saw that there was only a frog and a monkey, he panicked. Damn it, we've been tricked. Elder Lu's face turned black and his heart went crazy. However, he quickly calmed down. The 6 disciples he brought were all half-step harmonious spirit realm martial artists. Moreover, they had all kinds of sword formations. Once they were used, even he wouldn't be able to break through in a short time. If Lin Xian dared to look for them, he would be courting death. Why don't I capture these 2 demonic beasts first and make him lose the ability to move at high speed? Elder Lu smiled cruelly. Without the demonic beasts, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to maintain his speed for a long time. Boom, a huge palm turned into a mountain and covered the front. At the same time, a starlight net enveloped Xiaojin and the snow-white monkey. Wuji wuji gua gua. Xiaojin jumped quickly, dodging the huge palm. The snow-white monkey held the cold star dagger and slashed at the void. The dagger in the little monkey's hand was a top-grade profound rank artifact. It was extremely powerful. With the help of the little monkey, it easily cut through the net of light. However, Little Gold wasn't so lucky. It was just born and was still very young. It couldn't do anything against a harmonious spirit realm warrior. Soon, it was blocked. Wooji Wooji the little monkey jumped on its head and comforted it. Run. Why don't you run? Elder Lu walked over with a sinister smile. I'll cut the two of you into pieces in front of that little bastard. Everything related to him will disappear. Elder Lu walked over step by step like a demon. The aura on his body made Little Gold tremble. On the other hand, the little monkey didn't feel any discomfort. It made a face at Elder Lu and even spat at him. You're courting death. Elder Lu was furious. He reached out his hand to grab the little monkey. Swoosh, a white light flashed, and Elder Lu grabbed nothing but air. Damn it. What kind of monkey is this? How can it be so fast? The little monkey looked at him with disdain and did a unique action. Then, under Elder Lu's murderous gaze, the little monkey took out a demonic beast pouch. Not good. Elder Lu's heart skipped a beat. He quickly grabbed Little Gold. Swoosh, Little Gold turned into a ray of light and entered the demonic beast pouch. Wooji Wooji the little monkey laughed and disappeared in the air. Elder Lu was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. With his status, he was actually played by two demonic beasts. Ah! With a furious roar, the surrounding mountains and trees exploded and turned into powder. Little bastard, I'll definitely kill you. The voice was like thunder, spreading far and wide. Elder, save me. Suddenly, a miserable scream came from the forest. Elder Lu's expression changed again. The voice was clearly from his disciple. He couldn't care less anymore. He turned into lightning and rushed into the depths of the forest. Four martial artists covered in blood rushed out. One of them was even missing an arm. When they saw Elder Lu, they were like children who had been bullied, wailing loudly. Elder Lu's face darkened. He asked coldly, what happened? Lin Xian. It's that demon Lin Xian. Little bastard Lin? Don't you have a formation? Why can't you capture him? That brat used poison. My two junior brothers were caught off guard and died from the poison. Martial uncle, you must avenge us. Elder Lu felt suffocated and dizzy. He said coldly, Little B****, if I can't catch you, I swear I'm not human. With that, he sent out the sex signal to gather the people nearby. In the dark, Lin Xian quietly retreated. The reason why he was able to defeat 6 half-step harmonious spirit experts was because he used some of the poison that he obtained from the Dan King Valley. However, he still didn't have the power to fight against a harmonious spirit realm warrior unless he used the 1,000-year poisonous stinger. 3 days later, Lin Xian was surrounded again. Elder Lu and Elder Wang joined forces to capture Lin Xian. Boom, a huge palm of spiritual energy descended from the sky and slapped towards Lin Xian. The trees and rocks below were all shattered, and cracks appeared on the ground. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the black cloak, so his speed was greatly increased. Swoosh, he turned into a black light and dodged. A terrifying palm print appeared at the place where he was standing. As soon as he dodged the palm, a resplendent blade light whizzed towards him. The green blade light was several hundred meters long. With a single slash, a 1,000-meter-tall mountain was split in half. Lin Xian's small face was pale, and all the muscles in his body were tense. The slash almost brushed past his body. Even with the copper thunder mark and high profound rank armor, he was still injured. Little B****, I'll send you to hell today. Tell me the whereabouts of the earth rank martial art, or die. The two elders floated in the air like two mountains, exuding a terrifying aura. Lin Xian's sword intent surged and slashed apart the torrential pressure. Otherwise, this pressure alone could paralyze a spirit sea realm warrior. Damn it, there are 2 harmonious spirit realm warriors. Lin Xian felt bitter in his heart. If there was only one harmonious spirit realm warrior, he might be able to deal with him with the recent increase in his strength. However, there were 2 harmonious spirit realm warriors. He couldn't fight them at all. It was a problem whether he could escape or not. Old Wang, let's take him down together. We can't let him escape. Elder Lu's face was cold. Star Fist. Mountain Shattering Palm. 2 terrifying attacks fell from the sky, and everything within 500 meters was affected. Feeling the threat of death, Lin Xian could only use the blood sacrifice cloak again. His body turned into a bloodline, and Lin Xian disappeared from where he was standing. Chase! The two elders of the Star Peak Pavilion turned into rainbows and rushed towards the distance. They locked onto Lin Xian. Boom! Another punch was thrown out like a falling meteor. This punch was very vicious. It happened to be the moment when Lin Xian had just materialized and couldn't dodge it anymore. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and threw out a blue star stone. It kept enlarging in front of him. He got this stone from a disciple of the Star Peak Pavilion. It was a treasure of the Star Peak Pavilion. Crack! Crack! The star stone blocked the attack for a moment before exploding into countless pieces. This moment gave Lin Xian time. He used the Dragon Rebel steps and the black cloak to increase his speed to the extreme. However, Elder Lu's figure was flying towards him at high speed. It was another light palm. Lin Xian could only summon the broken armor he got from Meng Yan to block in front of him. Boom! Boom! Spider web-like cracks appeared on the surface of the broken armor, and it turned into powder. Lin Xian suffered a violent impact, and his body quickly fell to the ground. Boom! A terrifying deep hole appeared on the ground. Lin Xian felt that all the bones in his body were broken. The power of a harmonious spirit expert was not to be underestimated. He couldn't resist it at the moment. You can still move? Elder Lu was shocked when he saw Lin Xian stand up shakily. Even a half-step harmonious spirit expert would be heavily injured and on the verge of death. But a martial artist at the 7th layer of the spiritual sea realm could still move. Not simple indeed. But you can't escape this time. Elder Lu walked over with a sinister smile. Whoosh! Above the white light, the snow-white monkey appeared and quickly left with Lin Xian. Trying to run? Elder Lu and Elder Wang laughed loudly and quickly followed after him. In front of them, a terrifying river surged. It was shining with silver light and emitted a cold aura. That aura made Lin Xian's body tremble. Profounding River. Lin Xian's face turned bitter. Behind him, the two elders landed with a mocking expression in their eyes. Little bastard, why don't you run? Even the heavens won't help you. Let's see what you can do this time. Profounding River was a place that even a harmonious spirit expert wouldn't dare to take the risk. Lin Xian had nowhere to hide. Behind the two elders, the disciples of Star Peak Pavilion also arrived one after another. When they saw Lin Xian by the river, they laughed crazily. Little bastard, tell me the location of the Earth rank martial arts and you may live. Otherwise, I have 1,000 ways to torture you to death. Are you old bastards blind? I have an Earth rank martial art? Lin Xian roared. At the same time, he hated Lin Feng to the core. This guy really knew how to find trouble for him. You don't have the final say. We'll know once we use the soul-searching technique. Elder Lu grinned. Search your ass. Lin Xian didn't have any misgivings. I'll remember today's humiliation. In the future, I'll definitely go to the Star Peak Pavilion to get it back. Lin Xian's words shocked the surrounding cultivators. If this kind of genius grew up in the future, he would definitely be a huge hidden danger to the sect. You think you still have a future? Elder Lu's face was gloomy as he suddenly attacked. Boom! Lin Xian took a step back and fell into the chilly river. When I come out, it'll be the day you die. Lin Xian's voice echoed on the river as he jumped into the water with the snow-white monkey. Swish! Elder Lu grabbed empty air, and his face was extremely gloomy. There was actually someone who dared to jump into the profounding river. This was something he didn't expect. Boom! Boom! He continuously waved his palms, and terrifying palm shadows smashed into the river, stirring up thousands of waves. Old Lu, don't be rash. This river is very strange. Elder Wang stopped him. That kid won't survive if he goes in. Sigh, what a pity about the whereabouts of the Earth rank martial art. Good kid, he's actually unwilling to tell us the whereabouts of the Earth rank martial art even if he dies. Elder Lu felt uneasy. He had a bad feeling. I think this kid is very strange. He might not die. How about this, we'll guard the various crossings and send people to guard here. If there's no movement after a month, we'll retreat. Okay, let's do that. Elder Wang nodded. Obviously, he didn't give up on the Earth rank martial art. The moment Lin Xian fell into the river, he released Xiao Jin. The river water was as cold as ice, constantly eroding his body. The snow-white monkey entered the storage ring. Lin Xian used the copper thunder mark to resist the cold qi with all his strength. However, he felt more and more powerless. On one hand, he was injured. On the other hand, the river water was too strange. It made his spiritual energy become very slow, as if it was about to freeze. Lin Xian had only felt this phenomenon when he used the profound being qi, but at that time, he only used a trace of it. But now, there were countless cold water in all directions. Gulp Xiao Jin's body glowed with a faint golden light. It wasn't affected much. It opened its mouth and spat out a bubble that wrapped around Lin Xian. Immediately, all of the cold water was blocked outside. Even without the corrosion of the cold water, Lin Xian still felt a deep sense of weariness. He forcefully swallowed a drop of earth spirit liquid and fainted. Quack quack. Xiao Jin took Lin Xian and swam into the distance. When he woke up again, he found that he was still in the air. "You're awake," Lord Alcohol said slowly. "How long have I been asleep?" Lin Xian sat up and found that his injuries had all healed. "It's been 5 days. Xiao Jin, go and investigate the situation. Be careful not to expose yourself," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Gua gua wooji wooji. The snow-white monkey jumped out and quickly left with Xiao Jin. Not long after, the two of them returned. The snow-white monkey kept gesturing angrily. They actually didn't leave. How cautious. Lin Xian's face sank. You can cultivate at the bottom of the lake. If you can break through to half-step harmonious spirit, you will be able to use the Gale Lightning Sword art, Lord Alcohol said. That's the only way. Lin Xian took out a jade slip and began to absorb it crazily. At the same time, he split a portion of his attention to comprehend the Gale Lightning Sword art. Half a month passed quickly. Lin Xian had been cultivating in the bubble at the bottom of the lake. The aura on his body grew stronger and stronger, faintly emitting a frightening aura. The biggest difference between Harmonious Spirit Realm and Spirit Sea Realm was that Harmonious Spirit Realm cultivators could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, increasing the power of their moves. Currently, the spiritual energy in his body was in a liquid state, so it was called the Spirit Sea. Only by turning the Spirit Sea into a Qi vortex could he enter the Harmonious Spirit Realm. Although the form was different, this step had stumped many cultivators. Without entering the Harmonious Spirit Realm, one would always be an ant at the bottom of the martial Tao. Only by entering the Harmonious Spirit Realm could one be considered to have truly stepped on the path of martial Tao. Half-step Harmonious Spirit Realm was to turn a portion of the spiritual energy in one's body into a gaseous state. Lin Xian was currently undergoing this process. After a long time, he opened his eyes. It was as if 2 sword beams had shot out, causing the surrounding river water to tremble. This is the half-step Harmonious Spirit Realm? It is indeed powerful. Lin Xian felt a certain connection with the surrounding spiritual energy and was overjoyed. When you completely turn your spiritual energy into a Qi vortex, you will be able to enter the Harmonious Spirit Realm. Lord Alcohol slowly said, at that time, you will discover the true power of the art of longevity. The true power of the art of longevity. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. At the Spirit Sea Realm, the spiritual energy produced by the art of longevity was extremely dense, far surpassing those of the same realm. Right now, I can barely use the Gale Lightning Sword once, but I don't know how powerful it is. Lin Xian was eager to give it a try. However, he didn't let joy get to his head. If there was only one Harmonious Spirit Realm cultivator outside, he could still give it a try, but if there were 2, he could only run. Kid, although your current state is very strong, it is still not enough to defeat Lin Feng. Lin Xian was silent. Lord Alcohol was right. Lin Feng had already become a half-step Harmonious Spirit Realm cultivator and even had an Earth-rank martial art. He was currently on par with Lin Feng, but he didn't have much of an advantage. Since you said so, you must have a way. Lin Xian asked back. There is a way, but it depends on whether you dare or not. Lord Alcohol smiled. If you do it well, killing the 2 Harmonious Spirit Realm cultivators outside is not impossible. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. What is it? To be honest, he was really sullen this time. If there was a way to get rid of the two old bastards outside, he didn't mind taking the risk. Your Bronze Thunder body is about to level up. You can try to break through to the Silver Thunder body. Silver Thunder body. Lin Xian's heart was burning. The Bronze Thunder body allowed his physique to be comparable to a half-step harmonious spirit realm cultivator. The Silver Thunder body was even more abnormal, allowing his physique to be comparable to a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. It's good, but I don't have a lightning source at the moment. Lin Xian was puzzled. When he cultivated the Bronze Thunder body, he snatched the lightning source from a harmonious spirit realm cultivator and a 7th-rank demonic beast. That was quite exciting. If you want a lightning source, it's very simple. Lord Alcohol said with a smile. There are many in the sky. The sky? Lin Xian was stunned. Then, his face turned ugly because of Lord Alcohol's words. There are a lot of clouds in this mountain range. As long as you set up a small formation, you will be able to attract heavenly lightning. At that time, you will be able to temper your body. Heavenly lightning. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. He realized that he had already jumped into the hole that Lord Alcohol had dug. Are you sure you are not joking? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. It's fine if you don't dare. After all, I'm not the one being bullied. I'm also not the one participating in the clan meeting. Lord Alcohol said indifferently. Lin Xian's expression kept changing. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "You're ruthless. I'll attract lightning." Inside the mysterious small sword, Lord Alcohol leaned against a huge tree and muttered, "Little guy, if you can't even withstand a lightning strike, I can't give you this sword." Lin Xian learned the lightning attracting formation very quickly after Lord Alcohol imparted it to him. Under Xiao Jin's lead, Lin Xian swam toward the riverbank. He chose a relatively remote place to go ashore, avoiding the detection of the Star Peak Pavilion. As soon as he got ashore, Lin Xian's black cloak fluttered. He used the dragon counterstep and turned into a black light, rushing into the distance. After entering the mountains, he found the tallest mountain and began to set up a lightning-attracting formation. Half a day later, Lin Xian left the mountain. Star Peak Pavilion, I'm coming. A cold smile appeared on his face as he quickly rushed into the forest. By the Profoundine River, a few martial artists from the Star Peak Pavilion were patrolling out of boredom. Elder Lu is really something. It's been more than half a month and he still wants us to search. I guess there's no corpse left. That's right. Can he still survive after falling into the Profoundine River? A few people whispered in dissatisfaction. The Profoundine River was unusually cold. Even half-step harmonious spirit experts like them couldn't withstand it. Let's go back, a martial artist said. Swoosh, at this moment, a sword light flashed behind him. The power of wind and lightning surged. The surrounding spiritual chi fluctuated and a thick sword chi slashed down. Puff, a martial artist wasn't paying attention and was cut in half by the sword chi. Who is it? The remaining disciples were shocked. The person who will kill you. Lin Xian's body flashed as he mercilessly stabbed out with his sword. The sword light filled the sky like cold icicles. The surging sword intent was incomparably terrifying. It's Lin Xian. Quickly report to the elders, someone shouted. They never dreamed that someone could come back alive from the Profoundine River. Puff, puff. Puff, several martial artists were sent flying. Their eyes were filled with fear. This attack power was too terrifying. They couldn't block it at all. How is this possible? He is the same as us, a half-step harmonious spirit cultivator. Impossible, I don't believe it. However, no matter how they resisted, they were unable to block Lin Xian's sword chi. Puff, another head flew up, and blood dyed the ground red. Run. The remaining three ran in 3 different directions at lightning speed. However, Lin Xian was even faster. His footsteps shook as he arrived behind one of them. He raised his autumn scar sword up high. The sword light rippled as if it was tearing apart the clouds. Chopping cloud, this sword had mobilized the surrounding spirit chi, making it even more powerful than before. The cultivator resisted with all his strength, putting up a solid defense. In front of him, a small shield with star patterns bloomed with light. However, none of this could stop the cloud-slashing sword chi. Everything was like cutting tofu. That martial artist, along with the small shield in front of him, was split into two halves. The other martial artist was cut in half by the snow-white monkey's tough spider silk. The last martial artist quickly fled. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't have the ability to kill him, but he needed him to go back and report. The two elders that Lin Xian hated the most were the two elders, and they were the ones that he wanted to deal with. The last martial artist fled to the Star Peak Pavilion's stronghold with a terrified expression. He screamed crazily, "Guards, he's back!" "Who's back?" a disciple said impatiently. "Devil, devil." The disciple fell to the ground with blood all over his body. "What happened to you?" This movement attracted the attention of the others. Lin Xian is not dead. He's back for revenge." After saying that, the martial artist fainted. Boom! Boom! Elder Lu and Elder Wang soared into the sky. Their terrifying chi covered the entire area. After a while, Elder Lu said excitedly, "Little bastard, you're still alive." Swoosh, two rays of light flashed past. Elder Lu and Elder Wang disappeared. In the forest, Lin Xian felt two terrifying chi rushing towards him. He didn't hesitate and ran towards the highest peak. "You can't escape this time." A terrifying howl came from behind. The trees around him exploded. Star fist. A fist that was almost 100 meters long formed in the sky. With a whistling sound, it smashed forward. If it was in the past, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to dodge it. But now that he had advanced to half-step harmonious spirit realm, his strength had increased by a lot. It was easy for him to dodge it. Lin Xian's black cloak fluttered. His speed increased once again. "Not good, this brat seems to have broken through." Elder Wang frowned. "He's just a half-step harmonious spirit realm cultivator. Do you think he can deal with us?" Elder Lu said with disdain. The two of them quickly chased after him. Elder Wang was doubtful again. "That brat seems to be luring us. Could it be an ambush?" "Everything is futile in front of absolute strength." Elder Lu didn't care. He didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. As long as Lin Xian didn't jump into the profounding river, he wouldn't have a trace of worry. The three of them arrived at the peak one after another. At this time, the clouds in the sky began to roll. Many dark clouds began to gather. It was normal for the weather to change in the forest. Elder Lu and Elder Lu didn't care about it. "The environment here is not bad. Seems like you know how to choose a grave for yourself." Elder Lu sneered. "It's good that you like it. But this is not my grave, it's yours." Lin Xian revealed his neat teeth. "Brat, don't think that you're so great just because you're a half-step harmonious spirit realm cultivator. In our eyes, you're nothing. Stop bragging." Lin Xian sneered, "You're already so old, but you're still a harmonious spirit realm cultivator. If I were you, I would have killed myself already. This young master is 17 years old this year. I'm already a half-step harmonious spirit realm cultivator. May I ask what your cultivation level was when you were 17? Lin Xian said with disdain. "I think you're nothing. Little bastard, you're courting death." Elder Lu was so angry that his whole body trembled. "Old Lu, don't talk nonsense with him. Quickly take him down." Elder Wang glanced at the dark clouds in the sky. He was a little worried. "Don't worry, I'll torture him to death." Elder Lu walked over step by step. Lin Xian secretly observed the dark clouds in the sky. He originally wanted to think of a way to stall for time, but he didn't expect that the other party had no intention of making a move. This made him secretly happy. "Two old things, I'll kill you later." Elder Lu stretched out his palm. "There are too many geniuses in this world, but most of them died young. You're no exception. I'll let you know that before you grow up, you don't have the right to shout." Star Finger Elder Lu pointed his finger at Lin Xian's calf. A terrifying aura fluctuated like a ferocious beast. "I'll break your leg. Let's see if you can still run." Swoosh, Lin Xian's footsteps swayed. His body left an afterimage on the spot. Chi, a bottomless black hole appeared on the ground. The cut was even. The layer of soil that was hit by the sword had been forcefully dug out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Elder Lu quickly pointed his star finger. He was like a cat playing with a mouse. Seeing Lin Xian anxiously dodging, he looked up to the sky and laughed. Elder Wang, come and try. It's very fun. Alright, it's been a long time since I tortured someone. Elder Wang laughed sinisterly. Wait until I catch him. I'll use my secret technique and make him beg on the ground like a dog. The two of them forced Lin Xian to the edge of the cliff with cold smiles on their faces. This time, you won't jump off the cliff, right? Ha 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 ha. The two of them laughed crazily. Rumble, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky. Silver lightning flashed in the clouds. Lin Xian's frightened expression disappeared. It was replaced by a cold smile. Very fun, right? I'll play with you until you're satisfied. Lightning strike. A cold voice spread in all directions. Rumble, thunder rumbled in the sky, accompanied by a huge flash of lightning. The originally bright sky was covered by a black cloth. It was dark and oppressive. The fear on Lin Xian's face disappeared. He looked coldly at the two people in front of him with lightning flashing in his eyes. You two old dogs, I'll play with you today. Lightning strike. Elder Lu and Elder Wang were stunned and looked at the sky in panic. Dark clouds covered the sky and silver lightning flashed, but there was no sign of it falling. Kid, who do you think you are, the god of lightning? How dare you scare me? I'll torture you for 4 more hours today. The two sneered and didn't take it to heart. They knew that there were many thunderstorms in this area. In their eyes, the dark clouds above them were just normal thunderstorms. It was normal. Their huge palms moved and grabbed at Lin Xian. Both of them still had a smug look on their faces. At this moment, a blue lightning arc fell like the Milky Way. It pierced through the sky and struck the mountain where Lin Xian was. Rumble, the terrifying sound of thunder spread in all directions. All the demonic beasts within 1,000 miles fell to the ground and trembled non-stop. The disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion also looked at the lightning in the sky in horror. Many of them were so scared that they wet their pants. Ah, 2 miserable cries cut through the sky. They were like roosters that had their feathers plucked. It was extremely miserable. Lin Xian circulated the copper thunder pattern with all his might and dodged quickly. His eyes were full of smiles. These two old fellows were standing on the eye of the array and attracted the first bolt of lightning. That feeling was definitely going to be tough for them. Guys, how does it feel to be struck by lightning? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Little bastard, I'm going to kill you. Elder Lu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black smoke. Elder Wang wasn't any better. His hair was standing up from the lightning, and his body was charred black. He was in a sorry state. You want to kill me? Have a good taste of being struck by lightning. Lin Xian completely activated the array and attracted the lightning from the sky. The entire mountain peak turned into a sea of lightning. Elder Lu and Elder Wang wanted to escape immediately, but they realized that the surroundings were sealed by an array formation. Every time they tried to attack the array formation, the heavenly lightning above their heads would strike them, causing them to scream and flee in all directions. Brat, you actually plotted against us. I'm going to kill you with my own hands. Elder Lu pounced forward crazily. In the end, Lin Xian's lightning became even more intense, causing Elder Lu to retreat while screaming in pain. Lin Xian, you've trapped us, but you can't escape either. Why don't we reconcile? That's right, you're an exceptional genius. There's no need for you to die here. It's not worth it. Elder Wang also echoed. He was really scared. If he was struck to death here, that would be a great loss. Haha, if you're afraid, then beg me. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by lightning, and his skin was cracked. It was a tragic sight, but he was laughing very happily. He was different from Elder Lu and Elder Lu. The two of them didn't know how to dodge and could only take it head-on. But he was different. He had the technique taught to him by Lord Alcohol. It wasn't to blindly resist the lightning, but to use it to temper his body and strengthen the copper lightning marks. Even so, his body was still rotten to the point where it couldn't get any worse. Fortunately, he had the longevity art and the life essence of the great earth spirit liquid, which could quickly heal his body. That was why he dared to try it. In the sea of lightning, Elder Lu and Elder Wang gnashed their teeth in hatred. In the end, they still opened their mouths to beg for mercy. Lin Xian laughed loudly. He endured the pain in his body and said, "You two old dogs won't kneel down later, right? Brat, you're just a half-step harmonious spirit. You'll definitely die before us. Once you die, the heavenly lightning will be gone." Elder Wang said hatefully. He didn't want to kneel down to a brat. "Then you two can obediently enjoy the heavenly lightning. Wait until this young master breaks through, then I'll take your lives." After saying that, Lin Xian ignored the two of them and began to absorb the lightning with all his might. Asterisk boom. Asterisk a lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket hit his body. It was like a huge mountain had hit his body. He couldn't help but spit out blood, and his bones creaked. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk buzz, the copper lightning mark flickered, forming a mysterious electric pattern that quickly absorbed the lightning into his body. The violent lightning entered his body and exploded with a terrifying destructive force. Lin Xian's face contorted. He looked up to the sky and roared. His black hair danced wildly behind him, and his body emitted a terrifying aura. Crack! Crack! The clothes on his body were torn apart, revealing his robust body. He had already taken off his armor and was now facing the lightning bare-chested. Quickly circulating the copper lightning mark, Lin Xian's body was boiling hot, as if his body was about to explode. Quickly circulate according to the silver lightning mark's incantation. Change the copper mark on your body to silver and you'll succeed. Lord Alcohol reminded. Hearing that, Lin Xian forced himself to focus and began to circulate according to the silver lightning mark's incantation. On the surface of his body, the copper lightning mark gradually disappeared, and a flickering silver lightning mark gradually formed. While Lin Xian was refining his body with lightning, Elder Lu and Elder Wang were about to go crazy. Terrifying wounds appeared on their bodies, and their expressions were dispirited. They regretted teasing Lin Xian. Why didn't they capture him directly? Perhaps that way, they wouldn't have to suffer the pain of being struck by lightning. They might even have found out the whereabouts of the Earth-tier martial arts. Elder Lu, I told you long ago to be careful of traps, but you just wouldn't listen. Now look at it, I'm about to be cooked. Elder Wang complained. His treasures had all been destroyed, and he was in a very bad mood. You're still talking? Which bastard said that he would torture him to death? Elder Lu was indignant as he threw away the deformed shield in his hand. You! How dare you scold me? I'll fight it out with you. Elder Wang was anxious. Let's fight. I'm not afraid. Elder Lu's face was ferocious. While the two of them were arguing, Lin Xian was undergoing a shocking transformation not far away. Blue lightning struck, shattering the surrounding rocks. Lin Xian stood in the midst of it. The lightning mark on his body flickered as he rapidly absorbed the energy. He had already consumed a drop of earth spirit liquid, and was now consuming the second drop. However, the results were obvious. The lightning mark on his body continued to merge with the lightning in the sky, and a surge of energy gradually rose. Even the violent lightning in his body was suppressed. Under the incantation of the silver lightning body, his body began to be repaired. Many of the lightning marks on his body had turned silver, as if a silver armor was draped over his body. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. He exerted even more effort to activate the silver lightning body. Gradually, a silver halo formed on his body, wrapping him up like a cocoon. This transformation finally attracted the attention of Elder Lu and Elder Lu. This guy is transforming. What a strong chi. What kind of body refining technique is this? Why does it need to be tempered by lightning? The two of them were shocked. Even they didn't dare to face the lightning directly. However, Lin Xian, a half-step harmonious spirit brat, was able to absorb so much lightning. This made their eyelids twitch. This brat has too many secrets. Just this body refining technique alone is enough to make a group of harmonious spirit realm experts go crazy. We can't let him succeed. We have to interrupt him. Elder Lu said fiercely. Yes, capture him and ask for the method of the body refining technique. We have to dig out all the secrets from him. Elder Wang's eyes were red with excitement. The two of them walked towards Lin Xian. Every step was extremely difficult. Rumble, the closer they got to Lin Xian, the more powerful the lightning became. The terrifying lightning seemed to be able to shatter everything. Elder Lu held up a small blue umbrella. There were stars drawn on it, forming a curtain of stars above his head to block the lightning attack. Elder Wang put on a battle armor that shone with a green light, forming a terrifying defensive barrier. The two of them took out their respective treasures and tried their best to walk towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian was currently wrapped in a huge silver cocoon. He didn't know what was happening outside, but that didn't mean he couldn't fight back. Besides, there was still Lord Alcohol. Although Lord Alcohol couldn't attack directly, he could still control the array formation. Under his control, the lightning array formation changed rapidly. His proficiency was 100 times higher than Lin Xian's. Soon, dark clouds rolled in the sky. The lightning in the sky turned into lightning snakes that rushed towards Elder Lu and Elder Wang. The ground below had completely turned into a sea of lightning. Elder Lu and Elder Wang struggled to resist and walked very slowly. This process lasted for a long time. When the two of them reached Lin Xian's side, their footsteps were unsteady. The small umbrella with stars drawn on it and the green battle armor were also dim. They had suffered heavy injuries. However, their eyes were glowing. They were like hungry wolves that had seen a beauty. They were abnormally excited. As long as they caught Lin Xian, all their losses could be made up for. When they thought of the scene when they asked about Earth-tier martial arts and supreme-grade body tempering techniques, the two of them couldn't help but laugh foolishly. Elder Lu and Elder Wang slowly stretched out their palms and grabbed towards Lin Xian. Seeing that the two of them were about to touch the silver cocoon, they seemed to have sensed Lin Xian's heartbeat. At that moment, the silver cocoon suddenly emitted cracking sounds. A huge crack split open from the middle, and countless silver lightning bolts shot out from within. Not good. Elder Lu and Elder Wang's expressions changed drastically as they attacked decisively. A huge star palm with a terrifying aura grabbed towards the cocoon. Elder Wang also threw out a fist that was suffused with light. Boom! Whoosh! Just as the two of them attacked, a pair of palms glowing with silver light reached out from inside and blocked their attacks. Silver electric arcs danced, containing the terrifying power of thunder and lightning. Elder Lu and Elder Lu felt as if their arms were grabbed by an iron clamp, extremely firm. Let go. The two of them were enraged, and their auras erupted. A gale swept across, and the spiritual energy in the sky gathered, forming a huge sword aura that slashed towards Lin Xian. Scram! His shout was like a thunderclap, spreading in all directions. This voice turned the surrounding rocks into powder and charged toward Elder Lu and Elder Lu with a soul attack. Wang! Bang! Elder Lu and Elder Wang's expressions changed slightly as they reacted angrily. The air exploded from the pressure, and the silver cocoon of light was quickly blown away, revealing Lin Xian's body. At this moment, a white light flashed and snatched the light cocoon away. It was the Snow-White monkey. It flashed again and arrived on Lin Xian's shoulder. It opened its small mouth and swallowed the entire silver lightning cocoon before entering the storage ring. Lin Xian's body was covered with silver lightning marks. It was incomparably profound, like a silver battle armor that wrapped around him. Tiny silver electric arcs danced on his body, containing a suffocating power. Elder Lu and Elder Wang's attacks landed on his body, producing a metallic sound. Although Lin Xian was in pain, he did not fall down like the other half-step harmonious spirit experts. There was not even a trace of a wound. What? Impossible. The two elders' pupils shrank. For hours ago, Lin Xian did not dare to receive their attacks. Now, after receiving two of their palms, it was as if nothing had happened. What kind of body refining technique is this? It's so terrifying. At this moment, Elder Lu and Elder Wang's hearts were filled with panic. The seed of fear was deeply rooted in their hearts. If others knew about this, they would definitely laugh until their bellies split open. Two harmonious spirit experts were actually afraid of a half-step harmonious spirit brat. This was simply a fantasy. However, this was the reality. You two old things, it's time for you to pay your debts. Lin Xian's arm swayed, smashing the two elders to the ground. Don't you dare. Two angry voices rang out. If they were hit, how would they have the face to see others? They might as well just kill themselves. Elder Lu's palm was like a blade, quickly slashing towards Lin Xian's waist. Elder Wang attacked Lin Xian's legs. Boom. Boom boom, Lin Xian took Elder Lu's attack head-on, and his right leg clashed with Elder Wang's. As a result, he vomited blood and was sent flying. The two elders, on the other hand, fell flat on their faces. Their faces made intimate contact with the ground. Furthermore, some colorless powder seeped into Elder Lu and Elder Lu's bodies through their wounds. Crack crack crack, the ground shattered, creating a huge crater. Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered, "You two are really thick-skinned. You actually shattered the ground. Little bastard, I'm going to kill you." Elder Lu's face was ferocious. He had never been humiliated like this. His face was still covered in gravel. He took a step forward and punched with his right fist. Beside him, Elder Wang took out a long blade and slashed down. His fist was like a huge mountain. It kept getting bigger in the air and smashed towards Lin Xian. The blade was dazzling as it slashed down mercilessly. Lin Xian dodged to the side with a shake of his feet. "Don't you feel uncomfortable?" Lin Xian appeared 50 meters to the right and asked with a smile. "Little bastard, no matter what you say." Before Elder Lu and Elder Wang could finish their words, their voices suddenly stopped as if someone was strangling them. You dare to poison us." Elder Wang's voice was filled with endless resentment. Their faces turned purple, and their blood turned black. The spirit qi in their bodies could not be circulated smoothly. If it was on a normal day, this kind of poison would not be a problem. However, they had been struck by lightning for more than 4 hours, and their bodies were already seriously injured. The poison that they usually did not care about was now something that could take their lives. The spirit qi in the surroundings vibrated violently and rushed towards the two of them, frantically suppressing the poison in their bodies. However, Lin Xian would not give them the chance. He had risked being injured to poison them. He would not let them control the poison so easily. Moreover, Elder Lu and Elder Wang were injured. They could not even use half of their combat strength. Now was the best time to kill them. Lin Xian took a step forward and flew out like a missile. His right fist suddenly punched out. The terrifying power made the air tremble. Silver lightning arcs flew, making his fist shine with silver light. Boom, he sent Elder Lu flying with one punch. His right leg turned into a silver dragon and crashed into Elder Wang's lower abdomen, sending him flying. The mountain trembled, and a human-shaped hole appeared in the wall. "Little bastard, you're courting death." The two of them were furious. They ignored their injuries and poison and pounced on Lin Xian crazily. As long as they killed Lin Xian, they would have time to heal their injuries. "I'll smash your heads today." Lin Xian let out a long howl and punched out with both fists. At the same time, his eyes flashed. Inscriptions flashed as he used an eye technique. Soul Sword, an invisible soul force pierced towards Elder Wang, attacking his soul. Ah! Elder Wang was caught off guard. He held his head and screamed. After all, he was a harmonious spirit realm warrior. His strength was not something an ordinary person could compare with. At this time, Lin Xian had already punched more than 100 times. Every punch was as heavy as a mountain. When they landed on Elder Lu's body, they made earth-shattering sounds. Only this kind of fist-to-flesh attack could sweep away the grievances he had before. Elder Lu was already severely injured by the lightning strike. With the poison in his body, he couldn't even use 30% of his strength. This provided Lin Xian with the perfect opportunity. Every time he waved his silver fist through the air, boundless lightning would appear. Bang! Elder Lu was sent into the ground. Half of his body was in the ground. He was mad and his face was extremely ferocious. However, the angrier and more anxious he was, the faster the poison in his body acted up. In the end, his entire body turned purplish black. Clang! Another kick. Lin Xian used the 7 steps of the Dragon Rebellion to stomp on Elder Lu. After reaching the silver lightning mark, not only did his body reach the harmonious spirit realm, even his strength had reached the same level. It could be said that other than his cultivation base, he was no different from a harmonious spirit realm warrior. What powerful strength. This lightning strike was worth it. Lin Xian laughed loudly as he attacked Elder Lu in a frenzy. Silver lightning wave. Lin Xian displayed the silver thunder body's martial skill. Silver lightning appeared on his palm, and an energy that made people's hearts palpitate spread out. Elder Lu's face turned green. He could feel the threat of death from this energy. If he wasn't injured, he could take this attack head-on even if he couldn't dodge it. However, he was severely injured and poisoned. He couldn't block this attack at all. Elder Wang was also shocked. He didn't dare to attack recklessly. He was afraid that the attack would land on him and he would be the one to die. In fact, if the two of them worked together, they could fight against Lin Xian even if they were severely injured. However, in the face of death, the two of them made the most foolish choice. Elder Wang forcefully gathered a breath of spirit energy and flew away. At this critical moment, he actually escaped. Elder Lu was furious and his heart was filled with despair. Lin Xian took the opportunity to use a soul attack to weaken Elder Lu. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, the silver lightning wave was like a silver dragon. With a violent aura, it hit Elder Lu's head. The whole valley was covered in silver lightning. It was as if a sea of lightning had been reborn. The dark clouds in the sky that had dispersed gathered again. Several terrifying lightning bolts struck the ground around them. The unlucky Elder Wang was struck by one of the lightning bolts. His body trembled and he almost fell from the sky to his death. If that was the case, then he would be the first harmonious spirit realm warrior to fall to his death while flying. When all the light disappeared, Lin Xian's figure was revealed on the mountain peak. Beside him was a charred corpse. Half of its body was buried in the ground, and its head was pierced through. It couldn't be more dead. This extremely arrogant Elder Lu was finally killed by Lin Xian. He would never have dreamed that he would die in the hands of a half-step harmonious spirit expert. After taking off Elder Lu's storage ring, Lin Xian walked to the edge of the cliff and looked into the distance. Elder Wang, who had been struck by lightning once again, trembled as he flew through the air. At the same time, he called over the other disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion. Lin Xian sneered as he slowly drew his sword. The Autumn Scar sword drew a strange trajectory in the air. Lin Xian's aura was also increasing crazily, reaching a terrifying height. Dark clouds rolled in the sky. Huge lightning bolts flashed from time to time. Just a tiny bit of lightning was enough to shatter the nearby mountains. This aura was even more terrifying than the lightning bolts just now. Elder Wang saw this scene and his body trembled. He almost fell from the sky. He was really scared of being struck by lightning. In addition to his current state, he couldn't fight back at all. Without any other choice, he could only use a secret technique to escape at the cost of his origin. Blood-colored ripples appeared around him, forming a terrifying seal that wrapped around his body. At this moment, the spirit energy in the sky vibrated. All of it crazily rushed to the top of Lin Xian's head. Even the clouds were moving quickly, forming the shadow of a huge sword. Such a terrifying aura. What kind of martial art is this? The disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion below were pale. Their bodies were trembling. Under this kind of power, they couldn't resist at all. Why is Elder Wang injured? Is it because of that brat? Where is Elder Lu? The group of disciples realized that the situation was more terrifying than they thought. They didn't dare to think further. Go and stop him. Elder Wang's body was covered in blood. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. He was like a demon king. The disciples below were trembling. If they went up to fight this kind of battle, it would be suicide. The forest was silent. No one stepped forward. Old man, stop struggling. Old Dog Lu is dead. You should go down and accompany him. Lin Xian's voice was loud, spreading everywhere. What? Elder Lu is dead? Impossible. Elder Lu is a harmonious spirit expert. How could he die? The group of disciples couldn't believe it. However, Elder Lu didn't appear. It seemed to prove Lin Xian's words. Thief Lin, you killed Elder Lu. The Star Peak Pavilion won't let you go. When I return, it will be the day of your death. Elder Wang shouted, Blood Demon Secret Escape Art. Blood chi filled the sky. Elder Wang's body emitted a dazzling red light. Gale lightning sword, mountain break sword. The surrounding spirit energy gathered crazily. Dark clouds rolled in the sky. Lightning gathered to form a giant sword. When the terrifying longsword appeared, the surrounding spirit energy surged. Countless gusts of wind blew and entered the giant sword. The heavenly greatsword gradually became real, as if it could crush the heaven and earth. Gusts of wind and lightning surrounded the sword, forming an ancient pattern. It emitted an ancient aura. Slash, along with Lin Xian's shout, the heavenly greatsword fell from the sky. The air trembled and receded to both sides like the tide. The sky seemed to be torn apart, and the clouds were split in half. The trees and mountains in the surroundings were quickly shattered, turning into dust that drifted with the wind. Elder Wang's body was covered in blood. He was locked in place and couldn't escape. No, I won't die. He was in a state of madness. He simply stopped running. Blood Sea Star transformation. Elder Wang absorbed the surrounding blood mist into his body. A 1,000-meter-tall blood giant appeared behind him. It held a giant star in its hand and smashed towards the heavenly greatsword. Rumble, the two collided. Everything within a 1,000-meter radius was covered in lightning and wind. Terrifying energy waves swept in all directions. Everywhere it passed, it turned into ashes. The disciples of the Star Peak Pavilion couldn't escape in time. They were all turned into blood mist. They didn't even have the chance to scream. Lin Xian's black hair danced wildly. He fully activated his sword intent and merged it with the Gale lightning sword. Crack, the star shattered. The blood giant was hit and was quickly torn apart. Elder Wang let out a scream as he was swallowed by the huge sword intent. With a move of the sword, mountains and rivers were shattered. When everything calmed down, terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. The forest and mountains were all cut in half. Elder Wang couldn't be more dead. Not even his corpse was left. Lin Xian's face was pale and his body was a little weak. This Gale lightning sword was more terrifying than he had imagined. It almost drained all the spirit energy in his body. Sitting on the ground weakly, Lin Xian took out a cup of spirit wine and drank it. Refreshing. He laughed out loud. Killing 2 harmonious spirit realm experts in one fell swoop, this kind of achievement could scare people to death. One must know that Lin Xian was only a half-step harmonious spirit realm expert. Of course, this kind of achievement could not be replicated. Firstly, Lin Xian had a strong body, comparable to a harmonious spirit realm expert. Moreover, he had the Gale lightning sword art, an inherited martial art that surpassed Earth-rank martial arts. Secondly, Elder Lu and Elder Wang were struck by lightning, heavily injured, and poisoned. They could not even use 30% of their strength. Under these circumstances, Lin Xian was able to kill 2 harmonious spirit realm experts. However, he did not let the victory go to his head. Lin Xian knew very well that under normal circumstances, it was very difficult to kill a harmonious spirit realm expert. However, he was confident that he could fight Lin Feng now. 4 hours later, Lin Xian's body recovered, and his strength returned to its peak state. The lightning mark on his body disappeared, and he returned to his normal state, looking like a delicate and handsome young man. However, when this young man went crazy, even harmonious spirit realm experts would die. Lin Xian took out a black ring. There were ancient patterns engraved on it, and it was glowing with a dim light. This storage ring was something he had obtained from Elder Lu. Under the might of the Gale lightning sword, the space within Elder Wang's storage ring had been shattered. Everything inside the storage ring had been learned. What a pity! Lin Xian's face was filled with pain. A harmonious spirit realm expert storage ring was definitely a good thing. Exhaling, he probed the storage ring with his soul force. Then, he was overjoyed. Lin Xian was already mentally prepared, but he didn't expect the things inside to still shock him. There were dozens of chests of spirit stones, all of which were mid-grade spirit stones, a large number of profound rank treasures, and dozens of martial arts manuals. This was simply a small treasury, Lin Xian calculated for a moment. The things inside were more than what he had gotten from the others. Old thing, you're really rich. Lin Xian was in a good mood. After putting away the storage ring, Lin Xian took out a map and quickly found a nearby ferry. The most important thing now was to leave Heavenly Mountain. His body swayed, and he disappeared. The Xianxia River had many twists and turns, spanning more than half of the Tianshan kingdom. Lin Xian followed the map and came to a secret crossing. According to the map, the ferry would open once every 7 days, and every time, it would open at midnight. Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. He sat down cross-legged, comprehending the Gale Lightning Sword art while waiting. 2 days later, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. A chilly wind blew on the profounding river, causing people's souls to tremble. Lin Xian felt an indescribable aura and felt uneasy. He stopped meditating and stood up, looking around cautiously. At midnight, ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the river, and a black shadow quickly approached the shore. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he looked ahead. A small boat floated over, and a boatman dressed in white stood on it. His face was abnormally pale. The boat was even more special. It was actually made of paper. Such a scene, especially in the middle of the night, could not help but appear somewhat eerie and terrifying. Lin Xian's scalp went numb, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. "Do you want to take the ferry?" The boat stopped at the shore, and the white-robed boatman asked in a low voice. The voice was somewhat stiff, like a puppet. It didn't sound like a normal person at all. However, Lin Xian didn't have any other choice. He had to leave this place as soon as possible, and this was the only way right now. "Yes," Lin Xian replied. "The ferry fee is a high-level profound class artifact," the boatman said slowly. "What? High-level profound class artifact?" Lin Xian picked his ears to make sure he didn't hear wrong. A high-level profound class artifact was not something that could be found anywhere. The Autumn Scar sword he used was only a mid-level profound class artifact. Thinking back, he had spent a lot of effort to get it. "Damn, this is too much," Lin Xian mumbled. Luckily, he was rich, and he even got Elder Lu's storage ring. Otherwise, just the ferry fee alone would make him feel pain for a while. Taking out a high-level profound class artifact saber from his storage ring, Lin Xian handed it over. The white-robed boatman put away the artifact saber and said slowly, "Please board the boat." Lin Xian carefully walked onto the boat, and only then did he realize that the boatman's clothes were also made of paper. However, what made him feel relieved was that the paper boat only shook a little, and didn't sink. The white-robed boatman paddled, and the boat quickly moved forward. "Stop looking, this boat won't sink," Lord Alcohol said with a smile. "There's an array inside, so it's not as weak as you think." "An array?" Lin Xian was even more curious. What kind of faction would do such a business? "Hey, how long will this boat take?" "Not necessarily," the boatman answered mechanically. Following that, Lin Xian asked a few more questions before losing interest. The boatman was like a block of wood. His knowledge was limited, and he couldn't get anything out of him. Lin Xian had nothing to do, so he could only meditate and cultivate. The only fortunate thing was that the 3 days had passed without any incident. At midnight on the 3rd day, the boat arrived at the shore. Lin Xian got off the boat and left without looking back. Only when he was completely away from the mysterious river did he slow down his pace. Taking out the map, Lin Xian carefully compared it. He was now in the Eagle Nation, and after crossing the Eagle Nation, he would reach the Rain Country. The Great Xiao Country and the Rain Country were neighbors. Summoning Little Gold, Lin Xian determined the direction and quickly moved forward. 2 months later, Lin Xian arrived at the Rain Country. During this time, he had completely consolidated the Silver Thunder pattern and comprehended the first sword of the Gale Lightning Sword. Other than that, the Wind Emperor had comprehended 70% of the first sword, and the Green Cloud Sword had reached the 6th sword. Also, his sword intent had reached the peak of 40%. He took out the sword intent treasure box, and his eyes flashed. "I could only open a small gap in the Bronze Thunder body. Now that I have mastered the Silver Thunder pattern, how much can I open the sword intent treasure box?" Lin Xian had an idea, and he decided to increase his sword intent again. He found an empty valley, put away Little Gold, and set up a defensive array. Everything was ready, and Lin Xian took out the sword intent treasure box. Wang! Wang! The air vibrated, and the Silver Thunder pattern appeared on Lin Xian's body, like a silver armor. With the Silver Thunder pattern, his confidence increased greatly. He exerted force in his palm, and the sword intent treasure box slowly opened. A sharp sword intent spread out from the treasure box, as if it could pierce through everything. The thunder pattern on Lin Xian's body flowed, resisting the terrifying sword intent. The treasure box slowly opened, and 1/3 of it was opened. Last time at this place, Lin Xian's body had a terrifying crack, and the bronze thunder pattern couldn't withstand it. But now, although he was in pain, he could completely resist it. From this point, it could be seen that the silver thunder body was more than twice as powerful as the bronze thunder body. Holding the treasure box, Lin Xian wholeheartedly comprehended the sword intent. The large dragon sword intent in his body rumbled, continuously absorbing and strengthening. Half a day later, Lin Xian completely comprehended 1/3 of the sword intent, but his sword intent still didn't increase. But compared to half a day ago, his sword intent was much stronger. Again. Lin Xian clenched his teeth, and once again enlarged the gap of the treasure box. Ka, fine sword chi appeared in the air, and the power was comparable to the attack of a harmonious spirit warrior, extremely powerful. Lin Xian felt an incomparable pressure. The sharp sword chi hit his body, leaving a terrifying sword mark on the silver lightning mark. The box continued to open, and when it reached 2/3 of the mark, the sword intent suddenly doubled. Swoosh, as if there were real swords in the air, Lin Xian's silver lightning body was torn apart, and terrifying cracks appeared on it. This sword intent was already very terrifying. One had to know that Lin Xian's body was as tough as a harmonious spirit realm warrior. It was abnormally tough. Maintaining this level of sword intent, Lin Xian began to comprehend it. He carefully adjusted the great dragon sword intent in his body to fight against the sword intent in the box, constantly perfecting his own sword intent. The invisible collision made the air tremble, and the ground was torn apart like a piece of cloth. Countless wounds appeared on Lin Xian's body. However, he could feel that the great dragon sword intent was slowly increasing. One day later, a dragon's roar came from Lin Xian's body, as if a giant dragon was roaring. He put away the box and drew a line in the air with his finger. The sword intent surged, and the sword chi was like a green dragon, tearing the air apart. 50% sword intent. Lin Xian was excited. His combat power had increased by a lot compared to a few days ago. Even if he didn't use the Gale Lightning Sword, with his great dragon sword intent, it was enough to threaten a harmonious spirit realm warrior. Putting away the formation, Lin Xian quickly recovered. One day later, he let out a long whistle and rode on Xiao Jin again. Xiao Jin's speed was very fast, almost the same as Lin Xian's speed when he was charging at full speed. In addition to the long endurance of a demonic beast, Lin Xian passed through Rain Country and arrived at the Long Province of Xia Country in 2 months. The Long Province was where the Sword Lake Prefecture's Lin clan was located. Among the 7 provinces of Xia Country, it was a top existence. The Lin clan of Sword Lake Prefecture was one of the top forces in Xia Country. Every time they held a clan meeting, it would cause a commotion among all the forces in Xia Country. Many sects and aristocratic families would also send people to congratulate them. Firstly, it was to get closer to the Sword Lake Prefecture. Secondly, it was to see the power of the top forces. After all, in order for a force to survive, in addition to the combat power of the older generation, it also needed new blood. The stronger the younger generation was, the longer the vitality of the clan. As early as a month ago, the people of the various states had begun to move. Currently, the Sword Pool Mansion had already welcomed countless martial artists, and a large group of martial artists from the pugilistic world were hurrying over. At this moment, in the forest at the border of the Long Province, a handsome young man was sitting on a strange golden frog, looking up at the city in the distance. Lin Feng, Jianqi Palace, I'm finally back. Father, mother, second uncle, grandfather, one by one, the images of his family flashed through his mind. It had been 2 years, and he could finally go back. Lin Xian smirked and patted Xiao Jin. The latter turned into a streak of golden light and sped towards the huge city. Sword Crafting City was famous in China because of the Sword Pool Manor. It occupied a large area and could be said to be the largest city in China other than the capital. The tall city walls were engraved with sharp swords, forming a terrifying aura, causing people to feel fearful just by looking at them. Lin Xian had already kept Xiao Jin. He looked at the magnificent sword-crafting city and felt a wave of excitement in his heart. With light steps, he walked through the city gate. Within the city, streams of people flowed, and it was extremely lively. On both sides of the wide street, there were countless shops. The sound of hawking could be heard everywhere. It was full of life. Lin Xian had spent half a year fighting in the mountains and forests. Now that he saw the bustling atmosphere of the city, he felt particularly close to it. On the road, he could hear the discussions of martial artists everywhere. Most of them were about the Sword Pool Mansion. Did you know that Lin Feng is already first on the Hidden Dragon ranking? That's nothing. I heard that he obtained an Earth rank martial art. That's a legendary martial art. It's said that even some of the older generation aren't his match. From the conversations of the crowd, Lin Xian found out that not only did Lin Feng not die, but he had become even more powerful. This was similar to what he had expected. Lin Feng had escaped the pursuit and returned alive. He sped up and headed straight for the Sword Pool Mansion. At this moment, the Sword Pool Mansion was extremely lively. There were many martial artists coming and going. At the grand entrance, a middle-aged man who looked like a butler greeted the martial artists with a smile. However, there was a hint of arrogance in his smile. This middle-aged man was called Lin Tao. He was one of Lin Xian's people. When Lin Xian was in the Sword Pool Mansion, he had seen him do many evil things. The corner of his mouth raised slightly. Lin Xian walked over. Stop. Which family are you from? Do you have an invitation? Do you have a gift? Lin Tao's face was slightly gloomy as he said unhappily. All the martial artists who came and went would give him some benefits, such as spirit stones and pills. However, this brat in front of him didn't even look at him and directly ignored him. This made Lin Tao unable to tolerate it. Some of the servants beside him also said coldly, "This is the Sword Pool Mansion. Not everyone can enter." Is that so? Do I need to pay a gift when I go home? Lin Xian turned around and said indifferently with a smile. Seeing that delicate face, Lin Tao was stunned for a moment. Then, as if he had thought of something, his face changed drastically. Lin Xian, you actually dare to come back? Humph. Hearing that, Lin Xian's face darkened. A terrifying mental pressure enveloped Lin Tao. Instantly, Lin Tao's face turned deathly pale, and his body was on the verge of collapse. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. Lin Tao was a 7th-level spiritual sea realm martial artist. That was peak battle prowess. Now, he was actually frightened to this extent by one look. It was truly hard to believe. Young Master Xian. Lin Tao was greatly shocked and didn't dare to be rash. Lin Xian's expression was calm, and he didn't even look at Lin Tao as he slowly walked into the Sword Pool Mansion. If he couldn't even deal with a servant, then he didn't need to come back. The surrounding martial artists cried out in shock, staring blankly at Lin Xian's back. Lin Tao's face darkened, and he quickly said to the disciple beside him, "Hurry up and tell Master that Lin Xian is here." That disciple left quickly. Lin Tao tried his best to calm down and continued to receive guests. Walking into the Sword Pool Mansion, Lin Xian walked inside with ease. The inside was grand and magnificent, with pavilions and towers, green mountains, and clear waters, everything that one could imagine. The disciples of various sects gathered together, chatting and laughing with each other. Most of these disciples were from the younger generation. They were very energetic and had confident smiles on their faces. Occasionally, there would be spirit energy flowing on their bodies. These disciples were all at the 4th level of spiritual sea realm and above. They were considered elites in the younger generation of Xia country, but compared to Tianshan country, they were still lacking. Not to mention others, just in the Star Summit Pavilion, Lin Xian saw many half-step harmonious spirit martial artists, while the peak of Xia country was only half-step harmonious spirit. Of course, Xia country also had peak geniuses, such as Lin Xian and Lin Feng. Lin Xian walked quickly, and he saw many familiar faces. Tong Lan and Tong Yu from the Tong family, Ling Yidao and Ice Snow Fairy from the Snow-Seeking sect, Wei Wei and Lu Yang from the 10,000 Treasures Tower. Lin Xian smiled and greeted them. Lin Xian. These people also had joyful faces and quickly walked over. In the crowd, most of them looked at Lin Xian. Many of them had heard of his deeds. The disciples of the Tsang family and the Earth Fire sect looked unfriendly, their gazes seemed to be able to kill. However, no one dared to make a move. Firstly, they were afraid of Lin Xian's strength. Secondly, this was the Sword Pool Mansion, no one dared to make a move here. Lin Xian chatted with the crowd, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. At this moment, a group of disciples wearing the Lin clan's uniform walked over aggressively, their expressions abnormally gloomy. A group of disciples of the Lin clan walked over aggressively. Wherever they passed, the crowd would disperse. Lin Xian, I remember that you have been expelled from the clan. How dare you come back? Get lost, you piece of trash. The group of disciples of the Lin clan came to Lin Xian and began to mock him. They did not put him in their eyes at all. The person in front was wearing a white brocade robe with a divine sword embroidered on his sleeves. He was handsome, but his eyes were too gloomy, making people uncomfortable as if they were being stared at by a poisonous snake. Lin Yong, so many years have passed. Are you still Lin Feng's lackey? Lin Xian said casually. These people did not put Lin Xian in their eyes, and Lin Xian did not put them in his eyes either. He had already killed 2 harmonious spirit realm warriors, not to mention these little ghosts. Lin Xian, this is the Sword Lake Prefecture. You can't be so presumptuous. You guys, throw him out. Remember to throw him far away. Lin Yong was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, roaring angrily. Brother Lin. Lin Yidao and the others were worried. Lin Xian smiled and looked over. The illusion in his eyes shrouded the people who were rushing over. His soul force was at the peak of the 2nd grade, these people could not resist at all. The disciples of the Lin clan were confused at first, then they began to expose each other's secrets and finally started to fight. You, what did you do? Lin Yong looked at the crazy disciples and screamed in horror. Since you want to be my lackey so much, I'll let you be. Lin Xian smiled coldly. His eyes moved and an invisible illusion shrouded Lin Yong. Lin Xian's body trembled slightly. He suddenly lay on the ground and began to bark like a dog, as if he was really a puppy. The surrounding warriors were stunned. This kind of method was too terrifying. Just a glance was enough to make these people act like a clown. If Lin Xian wanted to kill them, they would have died long ago. Could it be the Tao of Soul? Someone exclaimed, the Lin clan is really full of geniuses. A bunch of trash, get lost. A furious roar sounded like thunder, waking everyone up. Lin Yong and the others quickly stood up. They were so embarrassed that their necks were red. They wished they could find a hole to hide in. Lin Xian, good job. Since you want to stay, then stay. Anyway, after today, my brother Lin Feng will be the young master of Sword Lake Palace. It doesn't matter if you're here or not. This voice was full of energy and carried an insufferably arrogant tone, which made people who heard it feel very disgusted. A young man walked out from a nearby pavilion. His chin was slightly raised, and he was as proud as a rooster. Really? I'm looking forward to it, Lin Xian said indifferently. From beginning to end, Lin Xian appeared very calm, without a trace of anger. On the contrary, those people who had made things difficult for him had all been dealt with until they lost their temper. Older brother Xian, it's really you. 2 figures ran over from the rockery in the distance. It was a man and a woman. They looked very cute. These 2 were the children of Second Master Lin, Lin Xing'er and Lin Yu. The 2 of them were only 14 years old. Their small faces were so tender that water could be squeezed out. You bunch of bastards, how dare you bully older brother Xian? Do you believe that I won't smack your buttocks? Lin Xing'er snorted with her hands on her waist. Lin Rong, do you believe that I won't smack you? Lin Yu also said to the young man in the pavilion. You don't need to be arrogant. When older brother Lin Feng becomes the young master, I'll teach you a lesson. Lin Rong's face was ashen. There was a group of young men standing beside him. They were all Lin Feng's disciples. Forget it, ignore them. Lin Xian said with a smile. Long time no see, the 2 of you have grown up. What do you want this time? Hee, older brother Xian, my father said that you've had a hard time outside. Just give us a greeting gift, Lin Yu said with a smile. What good things can a pauper have? Lin Rong and the others mocked. Don't take out some junk. It'll be embarrassing. Lin Xing'er was also afraid that Lin Xian would make things difficult for Lin Xian. She tugged at Lin Xian and said, "Older brother Xian, why don't we go see my father? The family meeting is about to begin." There was no hurry. Let's give the gifts first. Lin Xian took out 2 pieces of antique jewelry. One was a round bracelet strung with 12 blue pearls. There were exquisite patterns engraved on it. The other was a pendant of stars. It was the size of a walnut and glowed with a faint light. Lin Xian gave the pearl bracelet to Lin Xing'er and the star pendant to Lin Yu. The two of them were overjoyed by the outcome and couldn't be happier. TSK, it was just 2 pieces of junk. Trash was indeed trash. Lin Rong and the others sneered. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw a bright light emerge from Lin Xing'er and Lin Yu. The 12 pearls glowed and formed a 12-sword array. A terrifying aura emanated from the surroundings. So powerful? Lin Yu was excited. He also channeled his spirit energy. The pendant of stars swayed gently. Blue ripples rippled, forming a star shadow that enveloped Lin Yu. So powerful, this was a high-grade mystic artifact. Lin Yu shouted happily. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as their hearts trembled violently. Taking out 2 high-grade profound rank artifacts all at once without even blinking his eyes, this was too terrifying. After all, most of them were still fighting to the death for a low-grade profound rank treasured artifact. Lin Rong and the others swallowed their saliva. They wanted to retaliate, but they realized that they could not say anything. They all lowered their heads dejectedly. Humph, just you wait. Lin Rong was too ashamed to stay. Lin Xing'er and Lin Yu revealed victorious expressions. Lin Xian rubbed their heads and said, "These 2 artifacts will automatically defend themselves. Try not to take the initiative to attack. After all, the high-grade mystic artifacts require too much spirit energy." Got it. Thank you, older brother Xian. The 2 little guys kissed Lin Xian on the face. Let's go. Lin Xian smiled. He did not want to miss the family meeting. The group walked majestically towards the huge square in the east. That was the Lin clan's martial arts arena. It was unusually grand and could accommodate tens of thousands of people. At this time, most of the warriors were in the arena. The important figures of the Lin clan were also there. "Father, look who's here." Lin Xing'er and Lin Yu pulled Lin Xian and quickly ran towards the huge spectator stand. The golden spectator stand was majestic. The important figures of the Lin clan were seated there. In addition, there were also elders from other sections. On both sides were warriors of the younger generation. Although Lin Xing'er's voice was soft, her identity as the little princess of the Lin clan was not to be underestimated. The dark crowd forcibly parted to form a path for the 3 of them to pass through quickly. Second Master Lin looked back dotingly. When he saw Lin Xian, his body suddenly trembled. "Xian'er, you're finally back." Second Master Lin was excited. He stood up happily and waved his hand. A huge palm of light covered the sky and brought Lin Xian and the other 2 to the stage. "Second uncle, I'm back." Lin Xian was also excited. At this moment, countless gazes fell on him. Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. There was an old man in his seat. Although his hair was white, his eyes were incomparably deep. This man was Lin Xian's father and also Lin Xian's grandfather. Back then, he was competing with Lin Xian's grandfather for the position of clan leader. In the end, he lost and was now the great elder of the clan. "Xian'er, get ready for the competition," Second Master Lin said. "Second Master, this Lin Xian seems to have been chased out of the clan. How is he qualified to participate in the competition?" Lin Xian said indifferently. "You said he was chased out?" "And I said he wasn't chased out?" Second Master Lin glared and snorted coldly. "That was the decision of the elders. Do you dare to disobey?" Lin Xian's voice was a little cold. "Elders? As a member of the elders, how could I not know about this?" An old voice rang out, carrying with it a heavy pressure. The person who spoke was the 3rd elder of Lin Xian's faction. At this moment, he decisively stood out to support Lin Xian. In fact, Lin Xian's expulsion back then was completely a conspiracy. At that time, the patriarch was in seclusion and Lin Xian's father had disappeared. The first elder took control of the elder group and expelled Lin Xian, the young master. After that, although Lin Xian's faction was furious, they couldn't find any trace of Lin Xian. This matter gradually calmed down. Now that Lin Xian had returned, the clan members behind him naturally wouldn't let this matter rest. Their cultivation was so high that no one could compare to them except for the patriarch. "That's enough, Yi-er." The first elder who had been silent suddenly spoke. "Today is a big day for our Lin family. Don't let these small matters spoil the mood. Lin Xian, your status as a disciple of the Lin family has temporarily been restored. You can participate in the family meeting. However, you can only return to the clan if you obtain first place. Otherwise, you will be expelled again." "Do you have any objections?" the first elder said indifferently. "What first place? Lin Xian clearly didn't do anything wrong. Why should he be expelled?" Second Master Lin was furious. "Okay, second uncle, I agree." Lin Xian pulled Second Master Lin's sleeve and shook his head slightly. The current situation was very unfavorable for Lin Xian's faction. His grandfather was in seclusion and the first elder relied on various methods to control more than half of Sword Pool matter. Moreover, not long ago, the first elder had broken through to the spirit transformation realm. It could be said that he was abnormally powerful. "Since you are a disciple of the Lin family, you should obey the family rules. You can't deny this, right?" the first elder said indifferently. "Of course." Lin Xian nodded. "According to the family rules, you can't cause trouble and can't kill the innocent. Not only did you repeatedly harm Feng Er on Levitating Island, but you also used despicable means to kill Meng Yan, an Earth Fire sect disciple. Do you know your crimes?" the first elder suddenly shouted coldly. "What? Meng Yan is dead? Lin Xian killed him?" Everyone's expression changed as they stared at Lin Xian. Who was Meng Yan? He was the number one person on the Hidden Dragon roll, the target of countless young martial artists. But now, the idol in their hearts was dead, and he was killed by a disciple of the Lin family. If this was not handled properly, a sect war would definitely break out. If the two top forces were to go to war, the impact would be huge. Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't think that this old thing would play such a trick on him. He had just admitted that he was a disciple of the Lin family. As a disciple of the Lin family, he had to follow the rules of the Lin family. Moreover, Meng Yan was indeed killed by him. If he resisted and disobeyed the rules of the clan, then the Grand Elder would have the chance to expel him in front of everyone again. If that happened, he would really lose the opportunity to enter his family's ancestral land. Lin Xian gnashed his teeth in anger. "Old bastard, this move is quite sinister." Second Master Lin and the rest were also shocked. He cast a questioning look at Lin Xian, but when he saw Lin Xian's expression, he confirmed that this matter had indeed happened. Otherwise, with Lin Xian's character, he would definitely deny it at the first moment. At this moment, the Earth Fire sect elder suddenly stood up and said with a ferocious expression, "Grand Elder Lin, this brat is Meng Yan's murderer. Grand Elder Lin, please say the word and hand him over to our Earth Fire sect to be dealt with." "No." Second Master Lin shouted. If they handed him over, they would definitely torture him to death. "Lin Zheng, the matter is already very clear. Don't tell me you still want to protect this murderer." Lin Xian sneered. "Where's the evidence? You can't just spout nonsense, right?" Third Elder said solemnly. "Yes, show us the evidence. Otherwise, we won't let you take Lin Xian away." Fifth Elder also echoed. Other than that, there were a few other elders who stood on Lin Xian's side. The other elders also spoke up for the Grand Elder. From this, it could be seen that the Grand Elder's influence had almost completely infiltrated the Sword Pool Palace. Even the elders under Lin Xian's faction spoke up for him. "You want evidence?" Grand Elder said in a deep voice, "I'll show you the evidence now." "No need." Lin Xian said indifferently. Everyone was puzzled and looked at Lin Xian with puzzled eyes. Even Lin Xian and the Grand Elder's eyes flashed with doubt. I was the one who killed him, Lin Xian said slowly as if he was talking about a trivial matter. What? He really killed him? Meng Yan is a half-step harmonious spirit expert. How could he kill him? Everyone exclaimed. The martial artists below started to discuss among themselves. They originally came to watch the Lin clan's martial arts competition. Who would have thought that such a shocking scene would happen? Impossible. Second Master Lin and the others denied it immediately. They didn't want to belittle Lin Xian, but Meng Yan was too outstanding. Half a year ago, even Lin Feng didn't have the confidence to kill Meng Yan, let alone Lin Xian. Moreover, they also checked Lin Xian's cultivation, but they didn't find anything unusual. Of course, they didn't know that Lin Xian had a special secret technique that could hide his cultivation. Moreover, the black cloak could also conceal his qi. Lin Xian and the Grand Elder were even more puzzled. They originally wanted to take out some specious evidence and force Lin Xian to admit his guilt through coercion and intimidation. As long as Lin Xian endured it, he would be dead. However, they didn't expect the process to be so smooth. They didn't even need to prepare the evidence. What an idiot. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Since he has admitted his guilt, then it's easy to handle. Elder Meng, I'll leave him to you. If you want to kill him, do as you deem fit. The Sword Lake Palace won't interfere. The Grand Elder said slowly. Wait. Lin Xian shouted coldly. I haven't finished yet. The Grand Elder seems to be impatient. You have admitted your guilt. What else is there to say? That's right. The Lin clan doesn't have a trash like you. Trash? I killed Meng Yan, the number 1 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. How dare you say that I'm trash? Lin Xian sneered. Fourth Elder, please tell me, what is not trash? Are you saying that you're not trash because you've lived for more than 100 years and your cultivation is still at the early harmonious spirit realm? You. The Fourth Elder was trembling with anger. Rebel, you're rebelling. Men, take him down. Fourth Elder, I'm afraid it's not your turn to tell us what to do. Second Master Lin sneered. Xian, tell us everything. Even if the sky falls, I'll support you. Yes, you still have us old bones. Don't worry, we won't let you leave with them without knowing what happened. Second uncle, great-grandfathers, don't worry. I'll explain everything. Lin Xian said slowly, that day, I got something from the floating island and was attacked by a group of people. Meng Yan was one of them. They wanted to kill me and steal my treasure, but I killed them instead. Everyone, please be reasonable. Someone wanted to kill me. Can't I fight back? The crowd was in an uproar. After listening to Lin Xian's explanation, most of them agreed with him. What's wrong with killing someone to steal his treasure? That's right. You're surrounded, can't you fight back? Lu Yongwei and the others took the lead. On the huge platform, Second Master Lin said with a smile, so it's the disciples of the Earth Fire sect who wanted to kill me and steal my treasure. Elder Meng, you're so impressive. How dare you bully my nephew? You really think there's no one in the Sword Pool Mansion? No. Elder Meng panicked in front of the powerful Second Master Lin. After all, this was not his territory. Second Master, this is only the boy's side of the story. You can't believe it. Lin said coldly. Lin Xian, I advise you to tell us the truth about the assassination of Meng Yan. I'm telling you the truth. Unfortunately, Lin Feng wasn't there at the time. Otherwise, I would have killed him. Lin Xian said coldly. How dare you? Lin was furious. The Great Elder's face darkened, his eyes flashing coldly. Men, take him down. Lin was furious. Lin Xian dared to say that he would kill his son in front of everyone. He could not tolerate this. A few warriors quickly stepped forward, wanting to take Lin Xian down. Let's see who dares. Second Master Lin was furious. His eyes were as sharp as swords, sweeping across the area. Second Master, this is not the time for you to behave atrociously. Lin stood up, his body glowing. Come at me if you want to. Second Master Lin did not back down. 2 auras exploded, the auras of harmonious spirit realm warriors swept across the area. The expressions of the few martial artists who wanted to capture Lin Xian changed drastically. They were unable to withstand this force and were blown away on the spot. The air let out a low sound and exploded. A few turbulent currents rushed toward Lin Xing'er and Lin Yu. Buzz. Buzz, the air vibrated. 12 sword formations appeared quickly, surrounding Lin Xing'er and destroying the turbulent currents. Starlight shone, and a huge star shadow wrapped around Lin Yu, blocking everything outside. This sudden change shocked everyone. Many elders were bewildered. Second Master Lin was also confused. Where did you get this? Brother Xian gave it to us. The two little guys hugged Lin Xian's arm. Everyone's expression changed. Everyone present was a harmonious spirit realm warrior, so their eyes were not bad. Judging from the power just now, these were two high-grade mystic artifacts. How did Lin Xian have these? Seeing everyone's different expressions, Lin Xian touched his chin. Since he was back, he did not plan to keep a low profile. He smiled and flicked his storage ring. A long sword with purple light appeared in his hand. As soon as the purple sword appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy vibrated, forming a vortex. A high-grade mystic artifact. Many people exclaimed. Immediately, pairs of fiery eyes fell on the sword. Second uncle, do you like it? Lin Xian handed it over. Haha. All right. Second Master Lin did not hesitate. He took the sword and stabbed it into the sky. Whoosh. Boom, the purple sword aura surged, forming a thick sword aura that rushed into the sky and tore the clouds apart. Good sword. Second Master Lin laughed. As long as second uncle likes it. Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, he handed the third elder a high-grade mystic class sword with a sword skill imbued on it. The third elder beamed with joy as he laughed heartily. Suddenly, the surrounding atmosphere changed. With these two artifacts, the strength of Lin Xian's side had increased by a large margin. If a fight really broke out, Lin Xian would definitely have to pay a heavy price. However, Lin had the support of the Earth-Fire sect. The Earth-Fire sect was also a 3-star sect. It was very powerful. The 5 elders that came this time were all harmonious spirit experts. Their combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Arrest all those who violate the family rules. Lin growled. 5 Earth-Fire sect elders stepped forward. Together with the Lin family elders, they formed a terrifying aura that pressed down on Lin Xian. On the huge grandstand, the other forces were all silent. Some elders even closed their eyes. The cultivators below all stood there in a daze. At this time, laughter came from the huge grandstand again. Originally, this was the Lin family's matter. We can't interfere. But since the Earth-Fire sect has joined in, then we can't just sit there. At this time, someone made a move. Everyone was shocked again. Countless gazes looked towards the stage. Myriad Treasure Tower, it's actually the Myriad Treasure Tower. Many cultivators exclaimed. Even the other forces on the grandstand were discussing. As everyone knew, the Myriad Treasure Tower had always been a neutral force. They focused on business, so they were required to maintain good relations with the various forces. Therefore, the Myriad Treasure Tower never interfered with the matters of the underworld, let alone the matters of a top force like the Sword Pool Manor. But today, they actually made an exception. The Myriad Treasure Tower is trying to curry favor with the Sword Pool Manor and Earth-Fire sect. Could it be that they heard something? Someone wondered. Are you stupid? It must be because of Lin Feng. Who wouldn't want to curry favor with a genius who grasped Earth-rank martial arts? Many thanks to Elder Gu and the rest for taking action. The Sword Pool Manor and Earth-Fire sect will be eternally grateful. Lin smiled. Not so. Elder Gu shook his head. Young friend Lin is indebted to our Myriad Treasure Tower, and is even more indebted to this old man. Furthermore, I believe what young friend Lin said. Head Elder Lin, please reconsider. These words were like heavenly thunder, blasting everyone into a daze. The Myriad Treasure Tower actually supported Lin Xian? Furthermore, Elder Gu addressed him as young friend. The martial artists all around discussed incessantly, digging up the matters of Lin Xian and the Myriad Treasure Tower. The expressions of Lin Lin and the Earth Fire Sex elders also changed slightly. This result was not what they expected. Elder Gu, is this your intention, or the Myriad Treasure Tower's intention? Lin Lin asked in a deep voice. If it was his personal intention, this matter was still easy to handle. If it was the Myriad Treasure Tower's intention, then this matter would be troublesome. Once they fell out with the top business alliances of China, the gains would absolutely not make up for the losses. This is this old man's intention, and also the Myriad Treasure Tower's intention, Elder Gu said with a smile. At the same time, he smiled and nodded at Lin Xian. Thank you, Elder Gu. Lin Xian was grateful. Lin Xian, don't think that with the Myriad Treasure Tower's support, we can't do anything to you. Lin Lin snorted coldly. That's right, we firmly support Master's decision. The Tsang family's elders stood out. We believe in Lin Xian. The Tong family supported Lin Xian. At the same time, Ling Yidao, Ice Fairy, and the rest also spoke to support Lin Xian. Both of them were genius disciples of the snow-seeking sect. Their attitudes could not be ignored. Could it be that the snow-seeking sect also wants to support Lin Xian? Everyone was shocked. That was also a 3-star sect, even Lin Lin looked back nervously. However, when he saw the snow-seeking sect's elder sitting there with a cold face and not saying a word, he immediately felt relieved. Lin Xian, to be able to get so many people to plead for you, you're quite capable. Lin Lin said in a deep voice. However, no matter who comes, they won't be able to save you today. When he saw that Lin Xian had such power, Lin Lin wanted to get rid of Lin Xian even more. Is that so? What big words! Another sneer was heard. Lin Xian will definitely protect him. The crowd was boiling. The originally certain death situation had actually turned around bit by bit. This scene definitely stimulated everyone's nerves. Lin Lin's face was gloomy. Someone actually dared to oppose him in public. This was simply not putting him in their eyes, and even more so, not putting the Sword Pool Palace in their eyes. His gaze was cold. He wanted to know who dared to be so bold. However, when he saw who it was, his pupils constricted and his body froze. When the elders of the other forces saw this, they were also stunned. Even the Lin family's first elder, who had been silent, sat up straight. The Inscription Alliance, they had actually appeared. The Inscription Alliance was not only distributed in the Xia country, but also in the entire Tiannan region. Even if the Sword Pool Palace was one of the top forces in the Xia country, they would not dare to offend them. One had to know that the people in the Inscription Alliance were all inscriptionists. Inscriptionists had a noble status. They were existences that countless forces respected as distinguished guests. Going against the Inscription Alliance was going against thousands of inscriptionists. Elder Song, you've always been impartial. Why are you speaking up for a sinner this time? Lin Lin laughed. In front of Elder Song, he did not dare to go too far. Originally, this was your family's matter. It was indeed not appropriate for me to interfere. However, you indiscriminately tried to harm the deacon of the Inscription Alliance. I have no choice but to interfere in this matter. Deacon of the Inscription Alliance? Lin Lin was stunned. Not only Lin Lin, but everyone was stunned. The Inscription Alliance was a more powerful existence than a 3-star sect. The deacons inside were equivalent to the elders of a 3-star sect, but the problem was Lin Xian really a deacon of the Inscription Alliance? Sorry, I usually keep a low profile and forgot to wear it. Lin Xian took out the silver inscription robe and a deacon token. A second-grade inscription master, a deacon token, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that what Elder Song said was true. Lin Lin's face was gloomy, not knowing what to say. The Earth Fire sect elder beside him also showed a difficult look. They had already jumped out. If they did not catch Lin Xian, then they would be slapping their own faces. But if they dared to make a move, the Inscription Alliance would be the first to come up and slap their faces. Just as they were in a dilemma, head elder Lin, who had been silent, finally spoke. Let's talk about Lin Xian's matter later. I think it's getting late. Let's start the assembly first. What head elder said is right. Nothing can delay the family assembly. Yes, let's start the assembly first. A group of people echoed. Lin Lin and the others sat back with gloomy faces, their faces full of unwillingness. "Father, are we just going to let him go like this?" Lin Lin transmitted. "There's no need to have a conflict with the Myriad Treasure Tower and the Inscription Alliance for him. Let Feng kill him," Head Elder said lightly. "If we cripple or kill him in the ring, I'm afraid no one can say anything. At that time even Lin Jing can't stop it." "I got it." Lin Lin nodded. "Right, since this boy is an inscription master, we have to guard against his soul force." Head Elder transmitted, "I have a soul defense treasure here. Give it to Feng later." Father is still thoughtful. Lin Lin was delighted. Next, the Lin clan assembly began. Singing and dancing banquets came one after another. Everyone seemed to have forgotten the hostility just now. When these programs were all over, a huge ring appeared in the center of the square. Next, the family competition will be held. This time, the participants are all elites of the Lin clan. There are a total of 32 people. The final winner will enter the family ancestral land. Without further ado, the competition begins now. 32 geniuses of the Lin clan showed up. All of them were of the younger generation, and all of them had powerful auras. The person in the lead gave off a boundless oppressive feeling. He was like a sharp sword that could slice the sky apart. "Look, that's Lin Feng. He is indeed very powerful. I can feel the sword chi on his body from so far away. So handsome, really handsome." The group of cultivators were all looking at Lin Feng with respect and awe. "Eh? Apart from Lin Feng, there's another half-step harmonious spirit cultivator." The crowd noticed that there were 2 disciples beside Lin Feng. Their chi was also very strong. Every breath they took caused the surrounding chi to vibrate. It was obvious that they had entered the half-step harmonious spirit realm. Worthy of being called a top family. 3 young disciples have reached the harmonious spirit realm. Even the Earth Fire sect doesn't have this many geniuses. On the huge grandstand, Lin Xian casually glanced over and shook his head slightly. He knew the 2 disciples. They were from Lin Feng's group. Looking at their chi, it was obvious that they had just entered the half-step harmonious spirit realm. The chi around them was fluctuating because they couldn't fully control the energy in their body. Lin Xian was too lazy to pay attention to these people who couldn't even control their chi accurately. "Eh? Someone has entered the harmonious spirit realm?" Lin Xian glanced over and saw that there was a half-step harmonious spirit cultivator among the disciples below. "It's Lin Yu." Lin Xian touched his chin. This girl belonged to the neutral faction. She used to have a good relationship with Lin Xian. Just as Lin Xian was observing the disciples below, a dignified voice sounded. "Lin Xian, since you want to participate in the competition, why don't you go down?" An elder behind Lin Xian shouted coldly. "I only want to fight with Lin Feng. I'm not interested in the others," Lin Xian said indifferently. His words caused another uproar in the crowd. This Lin Xian is really arrogant. That's right. Who does he think he is? He wants to fight with brother Lin Feng. Looking at his chi, I'm afraid he's not even a half-step harmonious spirit cultivator. How can he be so arrogant? What do you know? He's just hiding his cultivation. Do you understand? All the disciples were arguing. They were just here to watch the show, so there were people who supported both sides. On the huge spectator stand, Lin Xian spoke to Elder Song in a low voice, completely ignoring the elder who was making a fuss. "Forget it. Let's start," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. He didn't want to care about these things. He just wanted the competition to start as soon as possible. He really wanted to see the scene of Lin Xian being beaten to the ground. Just thinking about it made him excited. The competition continued. More than 30 disciples started to fight in order. Lin Feng went up to the grandstand. He glanced at Lin Xian with a trace of killing intent in his eyes. "Feng here's a soul defense treasure. Take it. If you have the chance to kill Lin Xian, don't hesitate." "Don't worry, Dad. I know what to do." Lin Feng's eyes were cold. The competition continued quickly. This kind of competition was considered one of the best in Great Xia, so the disciples around were excited. Among these people, there were 3 who were particularly outstanding. They were the half-step harmonious spirit cultivators, Lin Yihe, Lin Yang, and Lin Yu. The 3 of them had strong qi and were decisive in their attacks. They could defeat their opponents in a few moves. The 3 of them were strong enough to be in the top 10 of the Hidden Dragon ranking. Of course, compared to Lin Feng, they were still much weaker. After dozens of rounds, the 3 of them won. No one could beat them. "Brother Lin Feng, Yu wants to learn from you," Lin Yu said. "All right." Lin Feng's body flickered. When he appeared again, he was already on the stage. "Yu has a new understanding of the returning wind-whisking willow sword. I hope Brother Lin Feng can give me some advice." Lin Yu's long sword danced in the air like a willow in the wind. The sword light was erratic. Lin Feng gave her some advice. Then, on the 10th move, he pinched the tip of the sword and flicked it. Lin Yu was pushed back. "Thank you, Brother Lin Feng." Lin Yu walked down the stage thoughtfully. It seemed like she had a new understanding of the sword skill. Lin Xian had been watching the whole process. At this moment, he was still thinking about the different forms of the returning wind-whisking willow sword. The returning wind-whisking willow sword was also a special sword skill of the Sword Pool Palace. The sword moves were erratic, like a willow in the wind. It was strange and changeable. There was also a soft force in it. Lin Yu had only mastered the changeability of the sword skill, but she had not understood the soft force. "Little White, go get me a willow branch." Lin Xian took the little white monkey out. Woo 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 woo, the little white monkey hummed twice and shook its body unwillingly. When it came back again, it was holding a green willow branch in its hand. "Wow, what a cute monkey." Lin Xing'er and Lin Yu's eyes lit up. They were fighting to hold the little white monkey. Lin Xian held the willow branch and kept swinging it. He was trying to understand the shape of the willow branch. At this moment, Lin Yihe and Lin Yang stood up. The 2 of them were arrogant and wanted to teach Lin Xian a lesson. "Lin Xian, get down here now, I will let you know the difference between us. You dare to challenge Brother Lin Feng, you really don't know how to spell the word deaf." Both of them were clamoring, claiming that they would teach Lin Xian a lesson. Some people only say nice things, but when it comes to the real thing, they are scared. This kind of courage is not worthy of being a disciple of the Lin clan. Many disciples of the Lin clan joined in the clamor. "Trying to goad me into action?" Lin Xian laughed. "This young master really likes that. Since you want to compete, no problem, I will play with you. I will go first." Lin Yang sneered. "No need, come at me together." Lin Xian said indifferently, "I don't want to waste time." Everyone was stunned, many of them touched their ears. "I didn't hear it wrong, Lin Xian wants to challenge 2 people at once, this is too crazy, even Lin Feng has never done this before." Pretentious, he must be pretentious, he must know that the competition will not allow 2 people to fight at once, that's why he said that. Lin Rong and others sneered. "These 2 are half-step harmonious spirit experts, isn't Lin Xian a bit too arrogant?" Elder Song was a bit worried. Second Master Lin also pulled Lin Xian and whispered, "Don't get too excited, be careful not to fall into their trap." "Don't worry, second uncle, I don't put these 2 trash in my eyes." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lin Yang and Lin Rong were even angrier, they couldn't wait to pounce on Lin Xian and beat him up. At this time, Lin Xian sneered, "Since he has such a request, we will satisfy him." "Lin Yang, Lin Yihe, both of you go together. This is the clan competition, you must go all out." "Yes." Both of them were excited, then they revealed a sinister smile. "Brat, you are courting death." The surrounding cultivators were also stunned, they didn't think that it would really be a 1 versus 2 situation. Lin Rong and others clapped their hands and laughed, "Haha, who asked you to show off, now you are finished." In the distance, Lin Feng looked indifferent. He didn't pay attention to Lin Xian. From his point of view, Lin Xian had challenged the 2 of them by himself because he wanted to show off and prove himself in front of everyone. Only people without strength and confidence would do such a thing, and he had an earth-rank martial art, his strength was extraordinary, so he didn't need to use this kind of boring competition to set himself off. He did not put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. "Lin Xian, come down, we brothers will teach you a good lesson." Lin Yang sneered. His black robe fluttering, Lin Xian floated down, drawing a perfect arc in the air before gently landing on the stage. I advise you to use your strongest martial arts, or you won't have a chance. Lin Yi's body emitted a terrifying pressure. Lin Yang went to the side and pulled out the sword in his hand, forming a terrifying sword momentum. Brother Lin Feng doesn't need to do anything, I will cripple your cultivation. Lin Xian played with the willow twig in his hand and said casually, you talk too much. Let's get started. You're courting death. Both of them were infuriated. Their bodies moved at the same time. Their half-step harmonious spirit aura burst out and spread in all directions. Waves of air rolled, and strong winds blew, as if two volcanoes were erupting. How terrifying. The two of them together can even fight against a harmonious spirit warrior. I'm afraid that Lin Xian is in danger. Most people didn't think Lin Xian would win because he didn't look very imposing. He was even holding a willow branch in his hand. He didn't look like a competitor at all. To set the prairie ablaze starlight swordplay, the two of them attacked from the front and back. Their sword chi was like a rainbow as it crashed down. Even a half-step harmonious spirit expert would be seriously injured and vomit blood. On the other hand, Lin Xian simply waved the willow branch in his hand, forming several sword circles around him. Returning wind brushes willow sword, a gentle breeze blew, and the willow branches danced in the wind, surrounding him. Puff puff, two soft sounds rang out, like a sharp sword piercing through boiling water. The air vibrated slightly, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. The two figures quickly retreated under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Finally, they fell heavily onto the arena. What? The crowd couldn't come back to their senses. The two arrogant men were now lying on the ground like dead dogs, vomiting blood. If they didn't know that there was a grudge between them, they would have thought that they were acting. On the huge grandstand, a group of elders frowned. They were all harmonious spirit experts, so they naturally knew what happened. Just a moment ago, the willow branch produced an invisible force that penetrated the two men's defense through the wind and hit their bodies, sending them flying. This guy, what a terrifying sword technique. Many elders took a deep breath. Lin Yu stared blankly at the figure on the arena. Her eyes were somewhat infatuated. This is the real returning wind-whisking willow sword. Second Master Lin also felt relieved. Lin Xian was much stronger than he imagined. In the distance, Lin frowned deeply. Defeating two half-step harmonious spirit experts in one move, this kind of strength was enough to threaten Lin Feng. It's just a trick. Lin Feng said disdainfully. I will let him know that trash will always be trash. Lin Xian didn't have any joy after defeating Lin Yang and Lin Yu in one move. He looked at the grandstand and coldly shouted, Lin Feng, get down here and accept your death. Hua, the crowd was in an uproar. Lin Xian was the first person who dared to talk to Lin Feng like that. Now, everyone knew that Lin Feng was strong and had mastered an earth-rank martial art. If nothing unexpected happened, he would definitely become a peerless expert in the future. Although Lin Xian's performance was strong, compared to Lin Feng, there was still a big gap. After all, not everyone could master an earth-rank martial art in the legends. Lin Feng's face turned gloomy. You can only make your mouth feel good. Since you are ready to die, then I will fulfill your wish. Hearing this, most of the martial artists below the stage were excited. Lin Rong and the others raised their arms and cheered. Lin Feng was going to fight, and his opponent was Lin Xian, who had just shown his strength. This will definitely be a wonderful match. Many martial artists were looking forward to it. They had come here to see Lin Feng fight. With brother Lin Feng fighting, Lin Xian is dead for sure. Lin Yang and Lin Yu were full of resentment. They were very unwilling to be defeated by Lin Xian. If they could see Lin Xian lying on the ground like a dead dog, it would undoubtedly make their mood much better. Brother Xian, you can do it. Brother Xian is the best. Lin Xing'er and Lin Yu both waved their little fists. Second Master Lin was also nervous. He was already prepared to deal with all kinds of situations. Although Lin Xian was very strong, his opponent was Lin Feng after all. Moreover, he had mastered an earth-rank martial art. His strength was even more terrifying. Although he hoped that Lin Xian could win, his subconscious told him that it was impossible. Not only him, but almost no one in the entire martial arts practice field was optimistic about Lin Xian. As long as Lin Feng used an earth-rank martial art, no one would be able to resist. Lin Feng came to the stage and looked down at Lin Xian. "This time, I won't give you any chance. Put away your arrogance. In front of me, you are nothing." Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. "If you kneel down and kowtow, I can consider letting you have 3 moves." Arrogant, too arrogant. Who was Lin Feng? He was a big shot of the first generation of Xia country's younger generation and in existence who had mastered a legendary earth-rank martial art. And Lin Xian actually wanted Lin Feng to kneel down and let him have 3 moves. The surrounding martial artists' mouths twitched. If nothing unexpected happened, this would be the most dreamy day of their lives. "You will pay for your stupidity." Lin Feng released a terrifying aura. A terrifying qi was emitted from Lin Feng's body, stirring the qi in the surroundings. A huge sword steel appeared above his head. It was engraved with sword marks and emitted a terrifying sword intent. "Suppress!" Lin Feng shouted. The sword steel fell from above, tearing the air apart. Qi rolled on both sides, forming an endless gale. This momentum was enough to kill a half-step harmonious spirit expert. Lin Feng didn't even move, he only opened his mouth and released such a terrifying qi. That kind of power had already surpassed the power of a half-step harmonious spirit cultivator. Even if it was compared to a real harmonious spirit cultivator, it wouldn't be much weaker. Worthy of being the #1 genius of Sword Lake Prefecture. Young Master Lin Feng will definitely be famous in Xia in the future. Many elders congratulated him. The sword steel fell, forming a terrifying pressure that drowned Lin Xian. Many martial artists exclaimed. They were worried for Lin Xian. "Don't tell me he's going to die in 1 move. This is too boring." Lin Rong and the others mocked. Just when they were mocking, a silver light suddenly flashed on the stage, followed by a violent lightning qi. The silver light covered Lin Xian's body, making him look like a thunder god. Looking at the sword steel above his head, Lin Xian sneered and threw out a punch. Boom, the lightning tore through the sky. The punch fiercely hit the huge sword steel, creating an earth-shattering sound. The whole martial arts arena trembled. Many martial artists felt dizzy. Some of the weaker ones fainted directly. People looked at the stage in horror and suddenly took a deep breath. Lin Xian's body emitted a silver light. His right fist turned into a silver dragon, twining around the sword steel. With a shout, the silver lightning rushed out, shattering the huge sword steel into countless pieces. On the huge stage, the elders looked dignified. Lin Xian's performance was completely out of their expectations. Being able to shatter Lin Feng's attack with 1 punch meant that he was at least a half-step harmonious spirit expert. However, this punch didn't have much spiritual energy. It didn't even move the qi in the air. It was completely relying on the strength of his body. This Lin Xian, is he a body cultivator? No matter what, if he can block Lin Feng's attack, he's definitely not simple. 2 peerless geniuses have actually appeared in the sword pool manor at the same time. What heaven-defying luck! Many forces were envious, and at the same time, felt fortunate. Fortunately, the 2 of them were sworn enemies. Otherwise, the entire Great Xia country would belong to the Sword Pool Manor's Lin clan. The first elder looked at Lin Xian with killing intent in his eyes. Beside him, Lin's face was also gloomy. He had already decided that regardless of the outcome, he would eliminate Lin Xian. On the fighting stage, Lin Feng's facial expression was ice cold. He was releasing an extremely sharp qi which made the ground around him crack. "Show me what you've got," Lin Xian shouted. "Interesting. I hope you can make me get serious." Lin Feng's eyes were filled with red sword lights. "Sword steel great palm." Lin Feng waved his hand and the qi around him started to condense into a gigantic sword. Compared to the last time, this sword steel was even more solid. Black clouds rolled on top of it, emitting an astonishing aura. "Let's see how hard your body is." Lin Feng took a step forward and the gigantic sword steel crashed down. The terrifying pressure was like the weight of Mount Tai, causing the entire sky to tremble. Seal of mountains and rivers. Lin Xian stretched out both of his palms. A black mountain condensed in his left hand and a dazzling silver river appeared in his right hand. The clouds in the sky trembled as if they were boiling. The black mountain peak filled the sky, emitting a dazzling silver light. Boom, the blood-red sword steel and the silver river collided, causing a violent explosion in the sky above the fighting stage. The dazzling energy waves spread in all directions, blowing everything in the surroundings away. The cultivators around the fighting stage were blown away, many of them groaning in pain. Activate the defensive formation. The first elder shouted coldly. The ground trembled as the defensive formation was activated, forming a 1,000-meter-wide fighting stage. It not only ensured the safety of the crowd, but also satisfied the needs of the battle. Only then did the crowd relax and watch the battle. A terrifying energy exploded. Lin Xian and Lin Feng were both blown away. Lin Xian's body was covered with silver lightning marks, looking incomparably mysterious. Lin Feng also used his spiritual energy to form a blood-red armor. His entire body was filled with powerful energy. Seal of Sun and Moon. Lin Xian's body swayed. The sun and moon condensed in his hands emitted dazzling light as he quickly rushed forward. The sun and moon were in the sky. One side was unbearably hot while the other side was as cold as ice. The two sides merged and bombarded Lin Feng. Lin Feng's black hair fluttered in the wind. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the sun and moon in the sky. His 5 fingers were like 5 long swords. A blood-red sword chi rushed out, as thick as a mountain, piercing through the sky. Boom! 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 5 sword chi condensed into a red maple sword intent. Its power was terrifying as it pierced through the sun and moon in the sky. However, Lin Xian's attack was not just for show. The ice and fire energy of the seal of sun and moon also attacked Lin Feng's palm. Lin Feng's face was expressionless. His eyes were filled with sword chi. His arm swayed and the sun and moon in the sky smashed towards Lin Xian. Silver ripples. Silver lightning twined around Lin Xian's palm and enveloped it, forming a strange energy wave. A terrifying power formed and rushed into the sky like a rainbow. In the sky, the 5-sword chi formed a huge palm and a hole the size of a house appeared. After the attack, Lin Xian took the initiative to move forward. Like a silver lightning, his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lin Feng. The two of them started to fight in close quarters. The air rumbled and thunder surged. The two of them changed positions and continuously exchanged blows. Each of their attacks contained a terrifying power. Boom! Boom! The two of them intertwined their palms and bombarded each other. Boom! 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 The two of them quickly retreated. Countless deep holes appeared in the ground. The silver lightning mark on Lin Xian's chest spread to both sides. The blood-red energy collided and mercilessly tore apart the lightning mark. Fortunately, the silver lightning body was abnormally strong. Lin Xian had also consumed the Great Earth Elixir, which made his body even stronger. In the end, the blood-red light disappeared. It didn't completely tear apart the silver lightning mark. The silver lightning in front of Lin Xian's chest surged and once again formed a solid defense, enveloping him. On the other side, Lin Feng's armor was broken. His chest was charred black and there was still blood mixed in. In terms of physical strength, he still couldn't compare to Lin Xian. What? Lin Feng was actually injured? That's impossible, right? Is Lin Xian really that powerful? The crowd discussed spiritedly. They hadn't expected this result at all. Damn it, he was actually able to injure little Feng. Lin Feng's face was gloomy. The opponent is a body-refining cultivator. Using physical strength against him is not a wise choice. The great elder slowly said. I hope little Feng can understand. You were actually able to injure me. It seems like I really underestimated you. Lin Feng's eyes flashed and a terrifying sword energy suddenly burst out. Behind him, a huge blood-red sword shadow appeared. It was like a maple leaf, illusory and ethereal. Sword energy, it's the red maple sword energy. It seems like Lin Feng is going to be serious. The cultivators below trembled and looked at the blood-red sword shadow in fear. Feng actually used sword intent. It seems like there's no suspense. Lin smiled in relief. He knew that Lin Feng's sword intent had already reached the peak of 40%. Even a harmonious spirit realm cultivator might not be able to achieve such an achievement. What a sharp sword intent. Brother Lin has a good son. A group of people congratulated. Second Master Lin was secretly anxious. He cautiously looked at the arena and kept praying in his heart, hoping that Lin Xian would be fine. A terrifying sword intent enveloped the surroundings, suppressing everyone to the point that they couldn't breathe. Sword intent? Lin Xian smiled. Daring to compete with him in sword intent, he was really courting death. His eyes focused, and the dragon sword intent in his body vibrated. Then, a deep dragon roar sounded. Behind Lin Xian, a huge sword shadow also appeared, instantly breaking through the blood-red aura. This aura was berserk, restless, and insufferably arrogant. It was even stronger than Lin Feng's red maple sword intent. How is this possible? What kind of sword intent is that? It's so terrifying. Everyone was stunned and looked at the sky in horror. Originally, they didn't think highly of Lin Xian, but unexpectedly, he also had sword intent, and this sword intent was even stronger. Impossible, how can this kid have such a strong sword intent? Lin couldn't sit still and clenched his fists tightly. Calm down. The Great Elder coldly shouted, although the enemy is very strong, don't forget Fenger's trump card. Hearing this, Lin calmed down, but the killing intent in his eyes became even thicker. Lin Feng, in front of me, you're just a joke. Lin Xian sneered. Use your earth rank martial art, or else you won't have a chance. On the opposite side, Lin Xian's face darkened and his body trembled slightly. He was suppressed by Lin Xian twice in a row, and this was unacceptable to the proud him. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and the huge red sword behind him slowly rotated. You want to see an earth rank martial art? As you wish. The long sword swayed, and the wind and clouds in all directions changed, as if there were countless blood-red long swords piercing through the void. Everyone was far away and was protected by the defensive array, but they could still feel the terrifying killing intent. Many people had fine sword marks on their bodies. This is an earth rank martial art? How terrifying. Even the Sword Pool Mansion's defensive grand array is unable to block it. It's too terrifying. Just a single strand of aura is enough to make me unable to breathe. This level of martial art can even kill a harmonious spirit realm warrior. Haha. Lin Xian is dead for sure. So what if his sword intent is strong? So what if his body is unparalleled? So what? In front of an earth rank martial technique, everything will be annihilated. Lin Xian is dead, brother Lin Feng is the most dazzling genius of Sword Lake Palace. Second Master Lin and the others had a drastic change in expression. It was also their first time seeing an earth rank martial art, and the aura emitted from the front made them palpitate. Elder Son's eyes flickered as all the muscles in his body tensed up. Lin Jing, it was for his own good that we didn't allow Lin Xian to participate in the competition, but you didn't listen. If this sword goes down, I'm afraid not even bones will remain. Lin said slowly. Second Master Lin didn't say anything, but his hands were clenched so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard. The sword chi in the surroundings became denser and denser, as if a peerless weapon had been unsheathed, bringing with it an aura that could destroy everything. This is an earth rank martial art? It is indeed very strong. Lin Xian felt the murderous aura in the surroundings, and his expression became serious. But if you want to kill me, this is still not enough. Lin Xian's voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Lin Feng, I will let you know that even if you have an earth rank martial art, you are still a joke in front of me. As he finished speaking, he took out the autumn scar sword and drew a strange trajectory in the air. The spirit chi in the surroundings gathered, and the wind whistled. A gigantic sword appeared in the sky, oppressing all directions. Oh my god, what kind of martial art is this? I can't breathe. Could it be an earth rank martial art? It is so terrifying. Why do I feel that it is even more terrifying than an earth rank martial art? The surrounding warriors seemed to be in an uproar, and they were extremely excited. This was a battle between geniuses, a battle between dragons and tigers. On the huge grandstand, all the elders' expressions changed. At this moment, they were all looking at the sky, where the gigantic sword was becoming more and more solid. It has the same power as an Earth rank martial art. Could it be another one? This kid has a great opportunity. The Lin clan is incredible. Lin Xian looked at the gigantic sword in the sky, and he was about to go crazy. Even in his dreams, he would never have thought that Lin Xian would also have an Earth rank martial art. Damn it, this is impossible. The head elder's face turned black, and a murderous aura was emitted from his body. In front of him, the two huge auras collided, and each collision made the heaven and earth tremble. Lin Xian's expression was ferocious, and he was extremely irritated. Lin Xian was actually able to resist his Earth rank martial art. This made him feel like he was dreaming. Impossible. 10 direction sword remnant light, extinguish. In all directions, the sky and the earth, everything was covered by the blood-red sword chi, and the entire training ground seemed to have turned into hell. Every sword aura was capable of splitting mountains and piercing through the earth. These sword auras gathered together and slashed towards Lin Xian. Sword of gale and lightning, sword of mountains and rivers. The gigantic sword slashed down, and the whole sky was filled with violent wind and lightning. As the sword light flashed, the sky seemed to be torn apart, and a black storm appeared. Rumble, the gigantic sword and the blood-red sword chi collided, and a destructive collision occurred. The 1,000-meter-long arena was covered by the blood-red light, and the terrifying energy collided with the defensive formation. Ka, the defensive formation made a sound, as if it was about to collapse. Maintain the formation. The third elder shouted. Dozens of elders attacked together, releasing a vast amount of spiritual energy, and constantly changing the formation of the defensive formation. The terrifying storm was still going on, and the elders were sweating profusely, and their bodies were trembling. In the end, they managed to maintain the formation. Phew, everyone let out a sigh of relief, as if they had been reborn after a disaster. If the formation was broken, the terrifying storm would definitely devour everyone, and at that time, perhaps only the harmonious spirit realm warriors would be able to escape. Outside the defensive formation, the violent energy gradually disappeared, and everyone's hearts were in their mouths. Everyone stretched their necks, trying to see the situation inside. Would Lin Xian amaze the world with a single brilliant feat? Or would Lin Feng remain undefeated? This was the question that everyone was concerned about. The storm dispersed, and the dust in the sky gradually settled down, and the scene on the arena slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The first thing that came into view was the miserable ground, with thousands of ravines, and all of them were blood-red sword marks. Each of them was 100 meters long, and the bottom couldn't be seen. There was a terrifying crack in the center, which was more than 1,000 meters long, splitting the ground into two halves, and there were still remnants of the wind and thunder chi in the crack. Two silhouettes stood on the ground, facing each other. The silver light on Lin Xian's body was dim, and many parts of his body were broken. The terrifying sword marks had turned his flesh, and blood was dripping from his wounds. In the distance, Lin Xian's hair was disheveled, and he looked even worse than Lin Xian. He didn't have a strong body like Lin Xian, and his top profound level armor had been split open, and there were still remnants of the wind and thunder chi in many parts of his body. There was also a terrifying sword mark on his chest, which exposed his white bones and internal organs. Puff, lightning exploded on Lin Feng's body, and his injuries became more serious. His body swayed, and he vomited blood. He half knelt on the ground, using his long sword to support his body. Lin Feng, lost. Most people didn't expect this result at all. The whole place was eerily quiet, only the sound of blood dripping could be heard. He, ha ha ha. Lin Feng suddenly laughed and looked up at the sky. Lin Xian, I really underestimated you. I don't know what kind of luck you have in these 2 years. You're better than me in body refining, sword intent, and martial arts. But do you think you can win like this? I was saving this move for the true dragon competition, but it's good. I'll let you know the real difference between us. You can die in peace. Lin Xian frowned. He had the feeling that Lin Feng wasn't crazy and talking nonsense. No way, does Lin Feng have another trump card? He even used his Earth rank martial arts, could it be that he has more powerful moves? The crowd was stunned, they couldn't understand. The crowd didn't think about it for long, they were shocked. Lin Feng slowly stood up and made a strange seal. A maple leaf mark appeared between his eyebrows. Seal, break! With a shout, the maple leaf mark emitted a blood-red light. The Ling Qi in the surroundings gathered and entered his body. Under the crowd's shocked gaze, Lin Feng's body gradually rose into the air and floated in the air. Air treading. This was a skill that only harmonious spirit realm cultivators could use. Lin Feng had broken through to the harmonious spirit realm. Oh my god, he's only in his 20s. Such a young harmonious spirit realm cultivator, what a monster. The whole martial arts arena was boiling. Lin Feng was like a huge mountain, pressing down on everyone's hearts. You're still a worm if you don't break through to the harmonious spirit realm. Now, I can kill you with one hand, said Lin Feng looking down at Lin Xian from above. Lin Xian was also shocked. No wonder Lin Feng was his opponent, he was a genius. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid. No matter what Lin Feng's cultivation level was, he would crush him under his feet. So what if you're a harmonious spirit realm cultivator? It's not like I haven't killed one before. Lin Xian looked like a demon. The crowd was trembling and their minds went blank. This guy said that he had killed a harmonious spirit warrior before. Is he alright? Even if you want to brag, you shouldn't brag like this, right? No one believed him. In fact, they couldn't be blamed. Even though Lin Xian was strong, he was only a half-step harmonious spirit realm expert. In their hearts, a harmonious spirit realm expert was like a god. Humph. You're about to die and you're still so stubborn, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He didn't believe such nonsense. With a flip of his palm, the spiritual energy in the surroundings began to vibrate, forming a mountain-like palm that struck downward. This strike felt as though a real mountain was crashing down on Xianxia. It was more than twice as powerful as before. Break! Lin Xian's body surged with lightning, connecting heaven and earth. He punched out, and the lightning in the sky formed a silver lightning dragon that soared into the sky. Boom! The silver dragon claw tore apart the huge mountain peak. Like I said, you are not the first harmonious spirit realm warrior that I have killed, and you will not be the last. Dragon counterstep. Lin Xian's figure flickered as he took several steps forward. The air vibrated, like water ripples, and waves of ripples appeared. Lin Xian's body soared into the sky as if he was climbing the stairs to heaven. He quickly rushed towards Lin Feng who was in the sky. Oh my god! What kind of footwork is that? He can actually walk in the air. He actually took the initiative to rush towards Lin Feng. Is he not afraid of death? What a terrifying qi. Could it be that Lin Xian has really killed a harmonious spirit realm expert? This thought was like a nightmare, deeply imprinted in everyone's mind and couldn't be erased. Second Master Lin's eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at the silver dragon that was rising into the sky. Lin Xian had given him too many surprises. Every impossible situation had happened to him. At this rate, defeating Lin Feng was no longer a dream. Big brother, did you see that? Little Xian is as mighty as you were in the past. In the distance, Lin and the great elders' faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. Lin Xian was like their nemesis, slapping their faces again and again. That little bastard, we can't let him live. Lin was going crazy. Capture him and everything he has will be ours. The great elder smiled evilly. Body refining techniques, earth-level martial arts, and amazing footwork. If we have these, who can stop us? Little Feng will also become a peerless genius and step onto a bigger stage to compete for the true dragon ranking list. At that time, our Sword Lake Palace will become the overlord of Tiannan region. While the great elder was thinking about the future, Lin Xian had already arrived in front of Lin Feng. Annihilation. Lin Feng had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. His sword had the power to split mountains and rivers. Dragon counterstep 7 steps. Lin Xian's body flickered and his speed increased again. At the same time, he took a step forward and his silver dragon claw grabbed towards Lin Feng. Boom! Lin Feng's sword qi rushed out and collided with the silver dragon claw, creating a metallic sound. Red maple sword technique. Lin Feng shouted and waved his long sword. His sword qi was like a huge maple leaf, carrying a terrifying sword intent and spiritual qi in the surroundings as it cut towards Lin Xian. The sky was filled with red sword chi and everything within 100 meters was covered. Oh no, Lin Xian can't stay in the air for too long. He's in danger. Leng Yidao exclaimed. Indeed, Lin Feng had seen through this, so he had chosen to use a large area sword attack. As long as Lin Xian lost his balance, he would be a human target in the air. At that time, he would only be beaten up. However, he had underestimated the power of the dragon counter-step. Dragon counter-step 7 steps. Facing the dense sword chi, Lin Xian naturally knew what Lin Feng was planning. His body flickered and shuttled back and forth in the terrifying sword chi. Although it was very dangerous, he could safely avoid the attack every time. Boom, under his feet, the silver dragon claw appeared again and fiercely attacked Lin Feng. Lin Xian quickly stepped forward like a thunderbolt, his momentum vast and mighty. The air trembled and the earth rumbled. It was as if there was a strange rhythm that made everyone sink into it. The silver dragon claw above Lin Feng's head made him go crazy. How could he allow Lin Xian to step on his head? With a swing of his sword, a huge cross-shaped sword chi appeared in the air with a strange suction force, enveloping Lin Xian. At the same time, the surrounding spiritual chi gathered and formed the illusion of a huge tree. Boom! 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 Lin Xian continued to step forward. Under his feet, the illusion of a real dragon gradually appeared. The huge cross-shaped sword chi could kill countless half-step harmonious spirit experts. Even some weak harmonious spirit experts wouldn't dare to face it directly. However, this kind of terrifying attack quickly turned into a rain of light fragments under the power of the dragon counter-step, disappearing in the air. 5th step. The real dragon under his feet condensed and bombarded the huge tree shadow. Rumble, the air exploded and countless clouds rolled. The sky looked like it was being torn apart. The dragon claw disappeared and the huge tree shadow also dimmed. However, the 6th step was coming. With a dragon roar, the silver dragon claw covered the sky as if it could tear everything apart. Boom! Boom! The huge tree shadow was torn apart. Lin Feng slashed with his sword and sent Lin Xian flying. The silver lightning mark was also torn apart and blood splattered everywhere. The attack of a harmonious spirit expert was too terrifying. Moreover, Lin Feng wasn't like Elder Lu who was heavily injured. Every time he attacked, he used his full strength. Lin Xian's long life chant was madly circulating in his body. At the same time, he decisively swallowed a drop of great earth spirit liquid. The black cloak behind him fluttered and he turned into a black afterimage. The silver dragon under his feet roared. The 7th step was coming. Lin Xian's body was bleeding profusely. But he still endured the pain and performed the 7th step. This step was like the finishing touch. The silver dragon under his feet came to life. The dragon roared as if it was real. Its roar shook the whole area. The gigantic silver dragon rushed towards Lin Feng. The red maple tree shook. The maple leaves turned into thousands of blood-red swords and pierced the sky. Puff! 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 In a flash, the silver lightning dragon was pierced by the countless blood-red swords. The red maple sword intent stirred and tried to tear it apart. Roar, the dragon roared. Lin Xian's dragon sword intent gushed out from his body and merged with the silver dragon under his feet. The air trembled as if the sky was about to collapse. The silver dragon seemed to have a soul. Sword light flashed in its eyes. The dragon claw rushed forward, shaking the wind and clouds. The silver dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it collided with the red maple tree. Crack! 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 Like a mirror, the huge maple tree cracked. The silver dragon claw hit Lin Feng and sent him flying. Boom! Lin Feng crashed into the ground. Suddenly, the whole arena shook violently as if there was an earthquake. When the smoke disappeared, a deep hole appeared on the ground as if a meteorite had hit it. Aha! In the deep hole, Lin Feng raised his head and roared. Little bastard, I'm going to kill you. Lin Xian landed on the ground and groaned, Harmonious Spirit Realm is only SOSO. Let's fight. I'll let you know how powerful Harmonious Spirit Realm is. 10 Direction Sword Remnant Light. Within 1,000 meters, spiritual energy violently fluctuated. 108,000 blood-colored swords formed in the air, bringing with them a terrifying baleful aura that struck fear into anyone who looked at them. Even a harmonious spirit realm warrior would not be able to withstand this kind of chi. Gale Lightning Sword, Mountain Break Sword. Lin Xian waved his sword and formed the heavenly sword again. It's useless. This attack is 3 times stronger than before. You won't be able to withstand it. Lin Feng sneered. 108,000 blood-red swords clashed with the heavenly sword. A terrifying black hole appeared in the sky. In a flash, the heavenly sword in the sky dimmed as if it could disappear at any time. Haha, die. Lin Feng laughed loudly and controlled his 108,000 swords to attack Lin Xian. The void trembled and emitted a sharp whistling sound. Lin Xian felt the air around him solidify and he was unable to move. Seeing the sky full of blood swords about to pierce through Lin Xian, Frost Fairy and the others closed their eyes, not daring to watch. On the huge spectator stand, Second Master Lin's eyes were bloodshot and cracked as a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Xian. His body swayed, and he was about to rush forward. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air and stopped him. Lin Zheng, during the competition, no one is allowed to interfere. Lin sneered. Get lost. Second Master Lin slashed out with his sword, forming a sword chi that was hundreds of meters long. Boom, Lin's palm swayed, forming a hexagonal sword screen in front of him. It blossomed with light and blocked the fast sword chi. At this moment, the blood-red sword chi that filled the sky had already enveloped Lin Xian. Little Xian, surrender now. Second Master Lin roared. His voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Lin Xian was surrounded by the 10-direction remnant light swords. His expression was abnormally solemn. Do you want to admit defeat? He heard Second Master Lin's roar. He recalled how he had walked step by step from the Black Heaven sect of Yun State. He had never frowned despite the hardships and difficulties, all for the sake of defeating Lin Feng when he returned to his family one day. Therefore, he would not admit defeat. His eyes emitted a shocking light as Lin Xian raised his sword intent to the extreme. At the same time, he crazily circulated his spiritual energy, and the sword in his hand drew a strange arc once again. No, it's too difficult for you to use the second sword now. Lord Alcohol exclaimed. However, the light in Lin Xian's eyes grew brighter and brighter. His sword danced as a deep voice rang out. Gale Lightning Sword, Dual Sword Star Annihilation. In the sky, a divine sword phantom condensed beside the Tsong family's huge sword once again. This sword's aura was even more powerful than before. The surrounding spiritual energy gathered crazily, forming simple inscriptions on the sword that emitted a mysterious aura. The two swords merged and crushed the surroundings, forcefully tearing apart the 10-direction remnant light swords. What, there's actually another sword. Heavens, what kind of martial art is this? It's too terrifying. The smile on Lin Feng's face disappeared and was replaced by a frenzied look. Impossible, how can it condense another sword phantom? Furthermore, its aura is even more terrifying than my 10-direction remnant light swords. I don't believe it, block it for me. Lin Feng circulated the spiritual energy in the surroundings, increasing the might of the 10-direction remnant light swords. The two swords in the sky were blocked, and the two confronted each other in the sky. Pfft! At this moment, Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, his body on the verge of collapsing. The two swords in the sky became illusory once again, barely blocking the 10-direction remnant light swords. Ha 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 ha, using this martial art must have consumed a lot of spiritual energy, right? Lin Feng sneered. I have the spiritual energy in the surroundings, I can exhaust you to death. He raised his head and laughed, his face filled with insolence. Everyone sighed slightly. Lin Xian had already shocked the world with his half-step harmonious spirit cultivation, but it was still too difficult for him to defeat a harmonious spirit cultivator. Lin Xian was indeed lacking in spiritual energy. The inheritance of martial arts consumed too much spiritual energy, and he was only a half-step harmonious spirit cultivator, so he couldn't completely mobilize the spiritual energy in the surroundings. It was already very difficult for him to maintain this state. Lin Feng obviously wouldn't let go of the opportunity to suppress him. With a wave of his hand, the 10-direction remnant light swords became even sharper. Xiao Xuanzi, don't persist any longer, your body won't be able to take it. Lord Alcohol's voice was heavy. I can help you mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. No, need. Lin Xian gritted his teeth and said, I want to defeat him alone. Cracks appeared on the silver lightning marks on his body. If he continued to persist, his body would probably completely shatter. However, Lin Xian didn't give up. His eyes were emitting an astonishing light. His eyes were unyielding, stubborn, and confident. He never thought that he was inferior to Lin Feng, and reality proved that his aptitude wasn't inferior to anyone. So what if I don't have any spiritual energy? As long as I have a sword in my hand, it's enough. Lin Xian gripped his longsword tightly as the great dragon sword intent in his body resonated, as if it was an excited roar that spread in all directions. A swordsman should have a sharp edge, a swordsman should be strong and unyielding. At this moment, Lin Xian comprehended the true meaning of sword intent. The great dragon sword intent seemed to come alive, turning into a huge dragon that surrounded his body. Divine dragon protection. Heavens, what kind of move is this? Everyone went crazy. Lin Xian's aura was too strong. It was like a divine sword had been unsheathed. Nothing could resist him. Lin Feng's red maple sword intent trembled, and Lin Feng himself also felt a sense of fear. Impossible, I'm a harmonious spirit cultivator, how can I be afraid of him? Lin Feng roared as 108,000 swords fell at the same time. Slash. Lin Xian took a step forward and slashed down with his long sword. The two gigantic swords in the sky seemed to have a sword soul as they became corporeal once again. Rumble, the entire space trembled and rumbled as the gigantic sword slashed down, tearing the sky and earth apart. The blood-red sword chi that filled the sky turned into blood-red fragments under such power and exploded. Lin Feng's figure was also submerged under the terrifying sword shadows. The terrifying energy waves made the surrounding cultivators tremble. In front of such power, they were as weak as ants. They couldn't resist at all. Even the elders on the viewing platform were shocked. The two gigantic swords in the sky were enough to threaten them. Lin Lin and the Great Elder were extremely nervous as they stared at the scene in front of them. Not good. The Great Elder's face turned black as if he had seen something terrifying. What's wrong? Could it be that Lin Feng? Lin Lin didn't dare to think further. Humph. The Great Elder humphed and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a strong wind appeared in front of them. A terrifying force emerged and tore apart the red sword chi. Great Elder Lin is surprisingly going to attack. Could it be that Lin Feng lost? Thought the elders when they sensed the terrifying chi in the air. They were astonished. They were all harmonious spirit cultivators and the Great Elder was a spirit transformation cultivator. He was one level higher than them. The chi that leaked out from his body was enough to frighten them. Second Master Lin frowned as he looked at First Elder's figure. If the Great Elder wanted to stop them, they couldn't do anything. After all, he was a spirit transformation cultivator. His strength was outrageous. Fortunately, the clan leader was still famous. Otherwise, the Great Elder would have already killed them. In the sky, it was as if a pair of invisible hands had torn the violent energy into two halves, revealing the figure inside. The crowd looked over and gasped in surprise. There were terrifying sword wounds on Lin Feng's body. He had almost been cut in half. His left arm had been cut off and blood was gushing out. On the opposite side, Lin Xian was holding a broken sword. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He could fall down at any moment. He had used a martial skill that surpassed the limits of his body. He had suffered a serious internal injury. Fortunately, he had taken the Great Earth Essence in advance. Otherwise, he would have been crippled. However, compared to Lin Feng, he was much better. This? The crowd was stunned. Lin Feng had used the strength of a harmonious spirit cultivator and an earth-level martial skill. Even the older generation of harmonious spirit cultivators wouldn't have been able to block his attack. However, he had lost. Not only was he seriously injured, but he had also lost an arm. If he didn't have a sacred medicine, he wouldn't be able to reattach his arm. Ah. No. Lin Lin looked up to the sky and roared. His eyes were bloodshot. Lin Feng was his only hope. If nothing unexpected happened, he would become an overlord in the future. He could also rely on his son's strength to increase his status. But now, Lin Feng had lost an arm and his body had almost been cut in half. Even if he recovered in the future, his strength would be greatly reduced. Besides, the most important thing was that Lin Feng could become a demon in his heart. The first elder's face darkened as an endless amount of killing intent emanated from his body. He condensed a sky full of sword chi that pierced in all directions. The entire grandstand was pierced into a sieve. All the elders retreated in fear. The attack of a spirit transformation realm martial artist was not something they could resist. The terrifying pressure enveloped Lin Xian, causing his body to sway and vomit blood. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian laughed loudly, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. The young one can't beat me, so the old one came out to bully me. How capable. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Make your move, I'll take it. Humph, little trash, you dare to talk back to me? The great elder roared angrily. The aura on his body grew even stronger. Trash? Lin Xian's body was bleeding from the pressure, but he was still laughing madly. If I'm trash, then what is Lin Feng? Top quality trash? What are you, old trash? Everyone's hearts were beating wildly. Lin Xian actually dared to talk to the great elder like that. That was a spirit transformation realm martial artist. Lin Feng had just regained some consciousness when he heard Lin Xian's ridicule. He immediately vomited blood and fainted again. Little bastard, I'll kill you. Seeing Lin Feng's miserable state, the great elder couldn't bear it anymore. He pointed his finger at Lin Xian. Like a sharp sword light, he charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian had suffered severe internal injuries and couldn't move at all. If it was a normal person, they would have already fainted. It was only because of his strong willpower that he was able to maintain a clear mind. However, this didn't mean that he could dodge the attack of a spirit transformation realm martial artist. Lin Xian's dragon sword intent condensed and formed a divine dragon around his body. His eyes were filled with madness. No. In the distance, Second Master Lin rushed over and slashed out 100-meter-long sword chi, trying to save Lin Xian. Humph. The great elder didn't turn his head. He waved his hand and smashed the thick sword chi. He even sent Second Master Lin flying. The sword light was like lightning, and it was about to pierce through Lin Xian. The giant dragon phantom on Lin Xian's body roared to the sky. At this time, the surrounding air trembled violently. The spiritual energy in the sky condensed into a house-sized shield in front of him. Immediately afterward, there was a shocking roar. Who dares to touch my grandson? The voice was like thunder, knocking everyone to the ground. Countless people looked around in horror. The great elder's face was gloomy. He suddenly turned his head. His gaze was like a sword, dozens of meters long. Lin Quan, you are getting more and more shameless. You dare to attack my grandson. The voice was full of murderous intent. A terrifying scene formed behind the great elder. He roared with a trembling voice, Lin Yuan, you came out. Whoosh, a figure crossed the sky and landed quickly. The wind on his body blew the surrounding rocks away. It was a gray-haired old man. He was tall and powerful, with an oppressive aura. He was the patriarch of the Lin clan, Lin Yuan. Grandpa! Lin Xian shouted excitedly. Good grandson, you fought a beautiful battle. Lin Yuan said with a smile. Father, you can't let them hurt Xian. Second Master Lin shouted in the distance. Yes. The old man nodded and protected Lin Xian by his side. He said in a clear voice, Lin Xian defeated Lin Feng. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Do you still want to deny it? As the patriarch, I announce that the first person in this family meeting is Lin Xian. The loud voice spread in all directions, as if it was announcing to the world. It was believed that in a few days, Lin Xian's name would be known throughout the Great Xia. The great elder felt the aura on Lin Yuan's body, but his heart was uncertain. The old man's aura is strong. In the end, he snorted coldly. This matter will not end like this. After that, he quickly left with Lin Feng, who was seriously injured and unconscious. The arrival of the patriarch, Lin Yuan, once again made a shocking turn of events. Lin Xian defeated Lin Feng and became the first person in the younger generation of the Sword Lake Mansion. He also obtained a valuable opportunity to enter the ancestral land of the family. The Lin clan meeting is held once every 10 years, and only one person can enter the ancestral land of the family each time. That is the forbidden area of the Sword Lake Mansion. Being able to enter means that the person is likely to become the heir of the Sword Lake Mansion. Under the envious eyes of everyone, Lin Xian was taken by Second Master Lin to recuperate. After that, the Lin family once again arranged a banquet for everyone to enjoy. After 3 days, everyone gradually left. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Lin Xian had the earth spirit liquid, coupled with the magical effect of the secret art of long life. He quickly recovered. On the same day, Lin Yuan summoned Lin Xian and Second Master Lin. "Grandpa." Lin Xian saw the old man, and his eyes were moist. "Well, Xianer, now is not the time to enjoy." The old man said in a deep voice, "The matter is urgent, listen carefully." The atmosphere in the room turned solemn because of the old man's expression. Lin Xian looked expectant, not knowing what the old man was going to say. "Xianer, you have to take care of what happens next," Lin Yuan said solemnly. "First, you have to enter the ancestral land as soon as possible. I can't hold on for too long. Second, I feel that there is a need to explain things to you regarding your parents. Third, leave China as soon as possible after coming out of the ancestral land." These 3 things were like a sudden clap of thunder that made him dizzy. Lin Xian was in a daze. He had countless questions in his heart that he wanted to ask. The old man sighed and continued, "This is an incarnation of mine. I can't stay in the outside world for long. I'm afraid that Lin Quan and the rest will notice." "Incarnation?" Lin Xian was puzzled. "Grandpa, you haven't come out of seclusion yet?" "Sigh, it's not that easy. The higher the cultivation level, the harder it is to break through." The old man shook his head slightly. "Now that my true body has reached a critical juncture, I can't come out at all. As for your father, I don't believe that he's dead. Facts have proven that he's not dead. Some time ago, your mother was wandering around the ancestral land. She seemed to have discovered something and hurriedly left Sword Pool Manor, saying that she was going to find your father." "What? My father isn't dead?" "My mother went to find him." Lin Xian was stunned. This news was too shocking for him. Ever since he came into contact with Lord Alcohol, he didn't believe that his father was dead. Now that he had received the news, Lin Xian was so excited that he shed tears. Men don't cry easily, but Lin Xian couldn't control himself when it came to his parents. "Where did they go?" "There's a letter here. It was left by your mother." Second Master Lin took out an envelope. Lin Xian quickly opened it, and then he gradually frowned. He didn't recognize any of the names on it. There was even a Baiqing continent among them. However, the continent they were on was called the Lingwu continent. Could it be that there's another continent outside the Lingwu continent? Lin Xian couldn't help but guess. "Lord Alcohol, do you know about the Baiqing continent?" He placed his hopes on Lord Alcohol. "I have some impression of it, but I can't remember it clearly." Lord Alcohol sighed. "I need some time. Perhaps I can recall it." Lin Xian nodded. He didn't expect to find his parents so quickly. However, having a goal and hope was better than nothing. "By the way, Lord Alcohol, my grandfather is in seclusion. Can you help him? With his talent, breaking through to the spirit channeling realm will be extremely difficult," Lord Alcohol said in a deep voice. "However, since he's your grandfather, I'll do my best to help him." With that said, Lord Alcohol sent Lin Xian some information. "If I copy this into the jade slip, it might be able to help him." Lin Xian realized that what Lord Alcohol gave him were all things related to breakthroughs. These were extremely precious to warriors. He took out a blank jade slip, copied all the information, and handed it to the old man. "Grandfather, I obtained a jade slip when I was outside. Take a look and see if it's of any help." The old man took the jade slip. He didn't have much hope. After all, no one in China could help him break through to the spirit channeling realm. However, when he saw the information in the jade slip, he jumped up. "Xianer, where did you get this?" The old man's face was filled with excitement as though he had gone crazy. "These are the insights of breaking through to the spirit channeling realm. If this were to spread, it would probably cause chaos in China. With this, I have at least a 50% chance of success. A 50% chance was already a lot. Before this, the old man didn't even have a 10% chance of success. On Sky Island. Oh right, there's also some earth spirit liquid. With that said, Lin Xian took out more than 10 drops of earth spirit liquid and gave them to the old man and second uncle Lin. What rich life essence! Second Master Lin exclaimed. Xianer, this is too precious. Second uncle, the two of you are the closest to me. Why are you telling me this? Zhong accept it, the old man said. I have a good grandson. He is destined to be famous in the future. Seeing the two of them accept the items, Lin Xian smiled in relief. Oh right, grandfather, why are we leaving China? This isn't just a crisis for the Sword Pool Manor. It's a crisis for the entire country. The old man said in a deep voice, you should have heard of the Nether Hall. According to reliable information, the Nether Hall will fully recover in the next 6 months to a year. At that time, they will very likely control the entire country. Nether Hall. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Not only had he heard of it, but he knew even more. The Nether Hall was already very scary, but there was an even bigger force behind it, the Black Dragon sect, that was in existence that could cause the entire Tiannan region to panic. Then where are we going? Lin Xian asked. We're not going. You go by yourself, the old man said in a deep voice. I won't. Lin Xian shook his head. If we're going together. Xianer, don't be impulsive. Second Uncle Lin said. According to the information we received, there is a terrifying force behind the Nether Hall. It's not something we can fight against. Yes, after you come out of the ancestral land, leave China immediately, the old man said in a deep voice. You are our hope. Only if you live can you save us. Lin Xian was silent. He couldn't help much if he stayed, but he was unwilling to leave just like that. Alright, let's go to the ancestral land first, the old man said quickly. Lin Xian knew that the situation was urgent. Without any hesitation, he followed the old man to the ancestral land. On the other side of the Sword Pool Manor, where the Great Elder lived, Lin Feng had already woken up. His life was saved, but one of his arms was broken. If he wanted to take it back, he would have to pay a price. Grandfather, I can't take this lying down. Lin Feng's eyes were red. He was a genius and had great luck to be able to obtain such a heaven-defying earth-rank martial art. However, he had still been defeated. He had been defeated by someone he had once regarded as an aunt. Don't worry, Feng. Grandfather will avenge you. The Great Elder's eyes flashed. I have already contacted the elders of the Nether Hall. When they arrive, the Sword Pool Manor will be ours. There were 2 forbidden areas in the Sword Pool Manor. One was the place where the patriarch cultivated in seclusion, and the other was the ancestral land. These 2 places were protected by a terrifying array. Even a spirit transformation realm cultivator wouldn't dare to trespass. As the patriarch, the old man naturally had a way to enter. Lin Xian followed behind him carefully. He had only heard of the ancestral land, but had never entered it. This is the place where our ancestors are buried. There are countless treasures inside. What you can obtain will depend on your luck. Lin Xian nodded and walked through the ancient stone door. The old man sat cross-legged on the side and waited quietly. After Lin Xian walked in, he looked around curiously. He learned from the old man that this was actually a cemetery where the patriarchs of the past were buried. The space behind the stone door was larger than he had imagined. It seemed that this ancestral land was not an ordinary place. As Lin Xian walked, he saw many tombstones. Each tombstone had something different in front of it. Some were glowing weapons, while others were yellowed martial arts. There were also some that had martial arts engraved on the wall beside them. The words were extremely messy. These should have been left behind before his death, Lord Alcohol said with a voice transmission. It's no wonder everyone wants to enter the ancestral land. This is really a land of treasure. Lin Xian exclaimed. Not to mention the weapons, just the martial arts insights and the like were enough to tempt countless people. However, although Lin Xian was tempted, he could still restrain himself. The main reason was that he had been taught by an expert like Lord Alcohol. His knowledge far exceeded that of ordinary people. Therefore, he didn't immediately study the martial arts insights. Instead, he wandered around. No one had ever been as calm as him. The disciples who entered in the past never ran around. They quickly studied the martial arts insights on the stone monuments. After all, they had limited time to stay here. This is father's handwriting. Lin Xian looked at the words engraved on the wall and became excited. Evidently, Lin Xian's father had also entered the cave and left behind some inscriptions. It's not insights. It seems to have been casually written. Lin Xian looked carefully and realized that some of the words were already blurred. Great Dragon. The other 5-sword heritage. I can't stay in Spirit Void Island any longer. Head to the Baiqing continent. After Lin Xian read it, his heart palpitated. Although the words were incomplete, it was obvious that his father knew about the Great Dragon Sword. He suddenly recalled the mysterious sword in his body. It was given to him by his father. From the looks of it, your father is stronger than you imagine. Such a figure cannot perish, Lord Alcohol said slowly. Let's see if there are any other clues. Lin Xian reached out his hand to touch the words, but when he touched the words on the wall, they suddenly suffused light. The words vanished as an illusory figure condensed. Father! Lin Xian exclaimed. Child, by the time you see this, I might have been gone for a long time. However, you must believe that we will meet again one day. Our Lin family has some connections with the Great Dragon Sword. In this ancestral land, there is a mark that records the location of the Great Dragon Sword. Find it and go to the White-Green continent to find me. The illusory figure gradually disappeared, turning into a rain of light. Spiritual perception projection. What a powerful technique. Lord Alcohol said in a deep voice. It looks like there are clues to the Great Dragon Sword here. Lin Xian tried his best to calm himself down. Although he knew that it was just a soul imprint left behind by his father, he still couldn't bear to part with it. Upon hearing Lord Alcohol's words, he calmed down. Only by obtaining enough power would he be able to reunite with his family. Closing his eyes and calming his mind, he channeled the Great Dragon Sword will in his body, wanting to use this opportunity to sense the existence of the other Great Dragon mark. A moment later, a dragon's roar resounded from the depths of the ancestral grounds. It carried a sense of vicissitudes as if it had traveled through countless years. Sure enough, it's here. Lin Xian was overjoyed. His body transformed into a streak of lightning as he rushed over. On the huge stone tablet in front of him, a ferocious roaring dragon was engraved, looking down on all living things. At this moment, the dragon-shaped image seemed to have come alive as it swam around the stone tablet. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded as the surrounding air trembled. A huge dragon claw formed above and slammed down. This attack was enough to kill a harmonious spirit realm warrior. Swoosh, Lin Xian didn't take it head-on. He used the dragon counterstep and quickly dodged. It was different from what he had imagined. He had thought that he could easily obtain the Great Dragon Mark, but now it seemed that he had been too naive. The Great Dragon Sword Mark is an ownerless item. Only those with strength are worthy of it, Lord Alcohol said. Whether or not you can subdue it will depend on you. Lin Xian's eyes were sharp. He had even defeated Lin Feng, who had grasped an earth-ranked martial art, let alone a soulless imprint. He pulled out the 2 House of the Autumn Scar sword and quickly rushed over. Cloud severing. The sword light tore through the air like an ethereal cloud as it slashed towards the dragon-shaped image. Wang, the stone tablet glowed and also slashed out a sword chi. It was 70 to 80% similar to the cloud severing, but it was sharper and more ethereal. Lin Xian was slightly stunned. This method was very similar to when he participated in the Inscription Tower competition. However, back then, Yufei's bloodline mirror could only be replicated. Its power was the same as the original, but this stone tablet was clearly superior. Not only was its attack the same as Lin Xian's, but it was also more powerful. As expected of an offensive saint art. It can even modify martial arts. Lin Xian was even more delighted. If he could obtain this Great Dragon Mark, his sword intent would be even more powerful. He began to use all kinds of methods to attack the stone tablet. For a moment, the surroundings were surrounded by sword light. It was a terrifying scene. Lin Xian kept attacking the stone tablet. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed, but he still hadn't succeeded. However, compared to the beginning, he had made substantial progress. Outside the ancestral land, Second Master Lin hurried to the Patriarch's side. "Father, Xian'er hasn't come out yet?" The Patriarch shook his head, but he didn't look too worried. "It's been more than 20 days. Will something happen?" Second Master Lin asked worriedly. "If something happens to the person inside, the stone door will turn blood red. This way, the people outside will know immediately. But now, these two stone doors haven't changed. This means that Xian'er is very safe." As expected of father and son. "I remember that Xian'er also stayed for nearly a month last time," the Patriarch said slowly. "Father, the situation in the mansion hasn't been right recently. I feel that Lin Quan and the rest are planning something," Second Master Lin said. "No matter what, we must delay until Xian'er comes out." In the Sword Pool mansion, Lin walked into the room excitedly and whispered, "Father, it's almost done. In about 5 days, the people from the Netherworld Hall will take action. Hee, this day has finally come." The Great Elder's eyes had a trace of madness. "Lin Yuan, this Sword Pool mansion will eventually be mine." "Father, it's said that Lin Xian entered the ancestral land. It's been more than 20 days, and he hasn't come out yet." "So what? Didn't Lin Zhan also enter for a month? Where is he now?" The Great Elder sneered. "With the people from the Netherworld Hall taking action, not to mention Lin Xian, even Lin Yuan won't be able to escape death. Father is still wise." Lin said, "The people from the Netherworld Hall have replied. As long as they are allowed to enter the ancestral land, they will agree to repair Feng Er's severed arm." "Father, what exactly is in the ancestral land? Could it be some heaven-defying treasure? But even if it's an earth-rank martial art, they didn't ask for it." "I don't know. The ancestral land is the burial place of the patriarchs. At most, there will be some martial arts and weapons. Their value won't exceed that of an earth-rank martial art. We will listen to the Netherworld Hall," the Great Elder said solemnly. "Understood, Father." Lin chuckled. 5 days passed in a flash. Lin Xian entered the final stage of subduing the dragon seal. On this day, a shocking change occurred in Xia country. The Snow-Seeking Sect, Blue Moon Sect, Sword Pool Mansion, and many other forces rebelled. At the same time, a group of mysterious black-robed men appeared in public for the first time. The words Netherworld were painted on their chests. The Nether Hall, a dark force that had disappeared for hundreds of years, appeared once again. The worst part was that there were many people from the Nether Hall among the top forces like the Snow-Seeking Sect. They kept killing those who resisted, causing the sects to fall into chaos. The whole Xia was in chaos. Battles were everywhere. In the Snow-Seeking Sect, all the disciples were stunned when the sect master announced that they were going to join the Nether Hall. Some of the disciples raised their hands to surrender, but more of them fought back. The battle broke out. Yidao Leng, Ice Fairy, and the others refused to surrender and were surrounded. "Yidao, Ice Fairy, run. Don't come back." "Elder Snow, what about you?" Ice Fairy cried. "Don't worry about me. Run. As long as you are here, the Snow-Seeking Sect will not be destroyed." Elder Snow killed the enemies that rushed towards them and helped them escape. In the Sword Pool Mansion, a group of black-clothed people descended from the sky. The defensive formation did not work at all. "Lord Nethery, thank you." The Great Elder went forward with a smile. "Elder Lin Quan, let's begin." Lord Nethery smiled. "No, I should call you Mansion Master Lin Quan now." "Ha ha ha." A proud laugh sounded. The Great Elder slowly rose into the sky, his voice spreading everywhere. "Disciples of the Sword Pool Mansion, listen up. From today onwards, we are members of the Nether Hall. We will follow Lord Nethery's lead. Those who disobey will be killed without mercy." The terrifying voice spread to every corner of the Sword Pool Mansion. At this moment, other than the disciples under the Great Elder, the rest of the people were stunned. They were the top forces in Xia. Since when did they submit to someone, especially a dark force like the Nether Hall? Lin Quan, what are you doing? Why would we submit to the Nether Hall? That's right. You are betraying the clan. You should be punished by the clan rules. The third elder shouted coldly. We will not submit. You are courting death. The great elder snorted. He raised his palm and pressed it down. The void trembled as the terrifying palm pressed down. The third elder resisted with all his might. However, the surrounding spiritual energy was like an invisible cage, binding him tightly. Before the huge palm could reach him, the third elder's spiritual armor was crushed by the violent spiritual energy. This was the strength of a spirit transformation realm warrior. A casual attack from a spirit transformation realm warrior could render a harmonious spirit realm warrior powerless. Just as the third elder was about to be crushed into a bloody mist, a fist the size of a mountain quickly formed between heaven and earth and smashed towards the terrifying palm. Boom! Above the sword pool mansion, the two forces collided, forming a terrifying energy wave that spread out in all directions. Lin Quan, this is not the place for you to behave atrociously. A dignified voice sounded. It's the patriarch is here. The disciples of the Lin clan below were excited. Lin Yuan, today is the day you die. Lin Quan trembled with anger. Lord Nethery, I hope that you can help. The black-robed man beside the great elder cackled, that's good too. Let me see what the palace master of the Sword Pool Palace is capable of. Set up the defensive formation. Second Master Lin shouted coldly. Beneath the Sword Pool Manor, tens of thousands of sword beams lit up like starlight, rushing in all directions. A mighty sword formation quickly formed. This sword formation is useless against me. The great elder sneered and quickly rushed over. That's not necessarily true. Second Master Lin waved his long sword and controlled the sword formation, forming 12 mountain-like sword beams that condensed into the shape of a green lotus and slashed towards the great elder. Green lotus sword formation, you actually set up this kind of sword formation? The great elder's expression changed drastically, and he didn't dare to take it head-on. Damn it, when did you set it up? Second Master Lin controlled the sword formation, forming terrifying sword beams that swept in all directions. Lin Quan, you are not worthy of being a disciple of the Lin clan. Don't even think about controlling the Sword Pool Mansion. You are courting death. The great elder snorted coldly, waving his palms continuously, forming a terrifying palm shadow that slammed downward. At the same time, fierce battles broke out in other places of the Sword Pool Mansion. In the ancestral land of the Lin clan, Lin Yuan stood up and looked at the sky with a solemn expression. There were dozens of black figures there, and the one in the lead was Lord Nethery. Old thing, I will give you a chance, submit to the Netherworld Hall or die. Cut the crap, I will not bow to you. Lin Yuan shouted coldly, raising his hand and slashing out a terrifying sword beam. Netherworld Heaven Trap. The black-robed man emitted countless black chi, covering the surroundings. Streaks of black chi with a strong murderous aura, together with the surrounding spiritual energy, rushed toward Lin Yuan. Boom, a great battle was about to break out. The battle between martial artists of the spirit transformation realm was extremely terrifying, and every move had the power to split mountains and break rivers. You guys, go and take a look inside the stone door. Lord Nethery ordered. Suddenly, 6 black-robed men rushed toward the stone door quickly. Puff. Puff, the killing array here was activated, forming a dazzling sword beam that instantly pierced through 2 black-robed men. You two are responsible for breaking the array. You must enter the stone door. Lord Nethery said coldly. The remaining black-robed men also got busy. In the ancestral land, Lin Xian sat cross-legged facing the stone tablet. The dragon mark on the stone tablet emitted a gentle light, enveloping Lin Xian, forming an inexplicable connection between the two. As time passed, the dragon mark on the stone tablet became weaker, and Lin Xian's aura became stronger. In the end, the mark on the stone tablet disappeared, and the brilliance was like a mirror. Lin Xian also suddenly opened his eyes. A dragon-shaped shadow flashed across Lin Xian's eyes, looking extremely deep. A dragon roar filled with pressure rang out from within his body. On the mysterious sword, the dragon pattern became clear again, and half of the dragon's body had been formed. Although Lin Xian's sword intent did not improve, his strength had increased by a lot. What a strong power! Lin Xian clenched his fists. He felt that his strength had improved in all aspects. Now, he would definitely not be so embarrassed if he fought against Lin Feng. He was even confident that he could kill Lin Feng before using the earth-level martial arts. It's time to go out. Lin Xian tidied up and headed outside. His figure swayed, and he quickly ran toward the stone door. Outside, Lin Yuan and Lord Nethery were fighting fiercely, and the rest of the black-robed men were trying their best to break the array. Suddenly, the stone door trembled as if it was about to open. Is it Xian'er? Lin Yuan was anxious and wanted to break through Lord Nethery's defense. The black-robed Lord Nethery thought that his men had broken the array, and he was overjoyed, and his moves became even more fierce. At this critical moment, he naturally did not allow Lin Yuan to destroy the array. The stone door slowly opened, and the 4 black-robed men were full of expectations. They were just waiting for the stone door to open completely before rushing in. Finally, the stone door opened completely. However, the 4 black-robed men were stunned. Because they saw a figure coming out of it. Naturally, it was Lin Xian who came out of it. Because of the special existence of the ancestral land, he did not know what was happening outside. But the moment he opened the stone door, he sensed that there was a battle within a kilometer of the Sword Pool mansion. What's going on? Could it be that Lin Quan is rebelling? Lin Xian was puzzled. However, when he sensed the existence of countless black-robed men, his whole heart was raised. As soon as Lin Xian walked out of the stone door, he saw the black-robed men in front of him. At the same time, he sensed a very strong chi fighting with the old man. The black-robed men were stunned when they saw Lin Xian. Brat, who are you? When did you enter? Xian'er, run. Without waiting for Lin Xian's reply, the old man Lin Yuan's urgent voice came from the sky. Lin Xian instantly understood what was going on. He was very familiar with these black-robed men. Nether Hall, they actually attacked Sword Pool Prefecture. He was not an indecisive person. He knew that he was useless here. Moreover, the old man had already told him to run away before entering the ancestral land. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian wanted to leave. Stop him. Anyone who has entered the ancestral land must not be let go. Lord Yu waved his hand and shouted loudly. Asterisk swoosh 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 asterisk 4 black-robed men quickly rushed toward Lin Xian, blocking the path around him. 2 of them were early Harmonious Spirit Realm experts while the other 2 were half-step Harmonious Spirit Realm experts. This formation was more than enough to capture a Harmonious Spirit Realm expert, not to mention a half-step Harmonious Spirit Realm brat. The 4 of them laughed sinisterly as they pounced toward Lin Xian. The surrounding black fog surged and formed black chains in the air, entangling him like spirit snakes. Get lost. Lin Xian's black hair danced wildly as he shouted angrily. The sound waves were like water ripples that carried a strong soul force. It was especially used to attack people's souls, making it impossible to guard against. Since the integration of the second dragon mark, Lin Xian's soul force had increased by a large margin. He was now very close to the level of a 3rd-grade inscription master. The ripple-like sound was like a sharp sword, easily cutting through the surrounding black chains, and then quickly rushing towards the 4 black-cloaked men. Asterisk puff puff asterisk the 2 half-step Harmonious Spirit Realm black-robed men were severely injured. They vomited blood and their bodies were on the verge of collapse. The 2 Harmonious Spirit Realm experts beside them were also at a disadvantage. Their faces were pale and their pupils blurred. Soul force? Their faces slightly changed. Pay attention to your soul defense. Yui and Yuer blocked his path, approaching step by step. Overflowing netherworld. Their black robes fluttered, and the surrounding spiritual energy trembled, forming a black ocean. 100-meter-tall wave surged and rushed towards Lin Xian. Wind and thunder sword wave. Lin Xian took out his crimson flame greatsword and slashed out, creating a terrifying sword wave within 100 meters. Puff. Puff, The two severely injured half-step harmonious spirit black-robed men didn't even have time to scream. Their bodies were cut into two halves, forming two clouds of blood mist and exploded in the air. The black waves were split apart and turned back into black mist. The sharp sword waves rushed towards Hades and Hades Air. What a terrifying sword intent. Their expressions changed again. Black fog rolled around their bodies, forming pitch-black battle armor. It carried a sinister baleful aura as it wrapped around the two of them. Clang! Clang! The dense sword waves collided with the surface, emitting the sound of metal colliding. Lin Xian's sword intent had already surpassed an ordinary 50% sword intent. Coupled with the terrifying attack power of the Great Dragon Mark, this sword wave became extremely strange. Chi! Chi! The black battle armor was cut open, and the silver lightning quickly seeped into it, destroying it continuously. There's still lightning? Yui and Yuer looked as if they had seen a ghost. Their expressions were filled with unease. Damn it, who is this brat? Why does he have so many terrifying things? Why do I feel like he's born to suppress us? The two of them were frightened. Their bodies turned into black mist and quickly retreated. Indeed, Lin Xian's attack power was stronger than an ordinary early harmonious spirit realm expert. The terrifying Great Dragon sword intent allowed him to break their defense, and the silver lightning was their nemesis. Yui and Yuer didn't dare to face it directly, but they could still surround him if they wanted to. As long as Lin Xian couldn't run away, their mission would be considered a success. In the sky, Lord Yu, who was fighting fiercely, naturally sensed the situation below. He was also surprised by Lin Xian's strength. Did he get the item? Lord Yu was puzzled. Thinking of this, he waved his sleeve downward. Swoosh, this wave of his sleeve caused the weather below to change. Countless black mist surged, forming a pitch-black demonic palace. It pressed down on Lin Xian like a mountain. The terrifying aura it contained was enough to make an early harmonious spirit realm expert despair. When Lin Xian saw the demonic palace, his scalp went numb. He quickly used the dragon rebel step. At the same time, the cloak behind him fluttered, pushing his speed to the limit. A black light flashed and quickly rushed to the side. Buzz, the void trembled. The pitch-black demonic palace seemed to have locked onto Lin Xian. It spun above him, emitting a terrifying aura. At the same time, Yui and Yuer assisted from the side, using all their means to trap Lin Xian. Boom! Lin Xian took two palm strikes from the two, but he was forced to retreat. His opponent was very sinister. He only focused on defending and stalling for time. What should I do? Lin Xian was anxious. Use the formation. Lord Alcohol transmitted his voice, do as I say. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. The formation here was extremely terrifying. Even spirit transformation realm experts wouldn't dare to barge in. If Lord Alcohol could activate it, it would definitely be a great help. Buzz. Buzz, suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in the surroundings. Streaks of sword chi pierced through heaven and earth. This astonishing aura made Lin Yuan and Lord Yu in the sky change their expressions. Why is the formation activated? Lin Yuan was puzzled. He was afraid of hurting Lin Xian, so he only activated a small part of the formation. But now, the formation below was completely activated. Lin Yuan focused his gaze and saw Lin Xian's dexterous movements below. It was as if he had mastered the formation. Only then did he feel relieved. Lord Yu's eyelids twitched wildly. He still underestimated the strength of Sword Pool Mansion. This kind of formation was enough to threaten him. Just as the two of them were shocked, the situation below changed drastically. With the help of Lord Alcohol, Lin Xian temporarily mastered the terrifying formation. Streaks of sword chi swept through the surroundings. The aura was enough to kill any harmonious spirit realm expert. The sword chi surged and rushed toward Yui and Yuer. The two of them tried to escape, but they triggered even more sword chi. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were penetrated by 8 streaks of sword chi. They couldn't be more dead. Under the attack of the sword formation, the pitch-black demonic palace in the sky quickly disintegrated and turned into a cloud of black mist. Xianer, I will delay the black-robed man. You leave quickly. Lin Yuan transmitted his voice. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His expression became very tragic. His eyes were filled with pain. He retreated with tears in his eyes. Want to run? Lord Yu's face darkened. He quickly made a move. The black mist formed dozens of huge black pythons, constantly twisting in the air. Your opponent is me. Dazzling sword light flashed, and the black pythons were cut into pieces. Lin Yuan held the giant sword and cooperated with the sword formation below to stop Lord Yu. Everyone, pay attention. Capture this kid with all your strength. Lord Yu looked up to the sky and roared. The black mist around his body surged and formed Lin Xian's head in the sky. This head was 100 meters tall and clearly visible within a radius of 10,000 meters. At this moment, countless people rushed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's head was condensed, and he became everyone's target. The disciples of the Nether Hall and Lin Quan's faction were all chasing after Lin Xian, wanting to capture him. However, Lin Xian's speed was too fast. With the Dragon Rebel Step and the Black Cloak, his speed was faster than an ordinary early-stage harmonious spirit realm warrior. Swoosh, sword chi swept out horizontally, cutting off the path in front of him. Lin Xian stood in front of him with a ferocious expression. Little bastard, let's see where you can run to. Moonbreak. Lin Xian didn't say much. He swung the crimson flame greatsword in his hand, and a crescent-shaped sword chi rushed out. The air seemed to be split in half. The crescent-shaped sword chi carried a terrifying dragon sword intent as it rushed forward. Insignificant skill, die for me. Lin Xian shouted coldly as he swung his long sword. The surrounding air seemed to be boiling, constantly tumbling. The sword chi soared into the sky and collided with the crescent-shaped sword chi, causing a shocking explosion. Crack, the crescent-shaped sword chi was split in half. Lin Xian's sword chi slashed forward in an even more arrogant manner. However, there was no one in front of him. As soon as the crescent-shaped sword chi slashed out, Lin Xian used the black cloak to conceal his aura and quickly fled in another direction. Ah! Little bastard, come back. Lin Xian was so angry that he stomped his feet. He was going crazy in his heart. Want to run? Go back. At this moment, a terrifying voice rang out, and an old figure quickly approached. Feeling this terrifying aura, Lin Xian frowned. That figure was naturally Lin Quan. Without the deterrence of old master Lin Yuan, he was now like a ferocious beast, rampaging in all directions. You can't fight a spirit transformation realm expert head-on. Quickly retreat. Lord Alcohol quickly said. Stay, I won't kill you. Lin Quan's voice was cold. I will let you taste all the torture in the world and let you struggle on the verge of death every day. You old pervert, this young master won't play with you. Lin Xian shouted coldly. Humph. It's useless to say anything. Lin Quan remained unmoved. He stretched out his palm and mercilessly pressed down. The terrifying palm blotted out the sky and covered the earth like 100,000 mountains, converging on Lin Xian. Whoosh, a blood-red light flashed, and Lin Xian disappeared. What? Lin Quan was shocked. His eyes were like sword chi as he looked around. However, there was no sign of Lin Xian's aura within 1,000 meters. Whoosh, a few thousand meters away, Lin Xian's figure appeared. His face was somewhat pale. Without any hesitation, he quickly ran into the distance. At the critical moment just now, he decisively used the blood sacrifice cloak to escape. Lin Quan's face was terrifyingly gloomy. An ant-like brat had dared to play with him and escape from his grasp. As a spirit transformation realm cultivator, he could not tolerate this. Moreover, the person who ran away was the one he hated the most. The spiritual energy on his body burned like a divine flame. Lin Quan was like a huge fireball as he quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Wang! Boom, a green lotus, composed of 12 sword chi, intercepted Lin Quan with an aura that could destroy everything. Old thing, I won't let you chase after Xian. Lin Quan's face was resolute. Seeing that Lin Xian was about to disappear into the horizon, Lord Yu in the distance suddenly let out a terrifying roar. Half of the sky was shrouded in black fog, forming a terrifying demonic cloud. Boom, Lin Yuan was blasted away and flew out upside down. Lord Yu quickly came to Lin Quan's side with a solemn expression. You go after that brat, leave this to me. Okay. Lin Kuan nodded. His body bloomed with light as he was about to leave. At this time, a sword chi shone in all directions like the sun. Old Master Lin Yuan floated in the air, his body exuding a blue light. Although it was dazzling, it carried a chill that reached the soul. Ice sword. Lin Kuan lost his voice. He seemed to have thought of something terrible. He is not Lin Yuan, he is just a doppelganger. Doppelganger? Lord Yu was also stunned. He hasn't come out yet, but he used the Sword Lake Mansion's most precious treasure, the ice sword, as a medium to condense an avatar. I was wondering why this old thing didn't use the ice sword. It turned out to be a substitute. Just as Lin Kuan was explaining, Lin Kuan suddenly gave up stopping him and led his people to gather at the place where Lin Yuan was in seclusion. Sword Lake Mansion will not surrender, let alone fall. If it can't exist forever, then it will become eternal. Lin Yuan's voice spread all over the place. Not good, run. Lin Kuan's face turned green with fright, and he turned into an afterimage to escape. Rumble, the blue light in the sky exploded, forming a terrifying ice chi. The entire Sword Lake Mansion was wrapped in blue sword chi and quickly froze. Crack! Crack, crack! Everything in the sky and on the ground was frozen into ice sculptures at this moment. Lin Yuan, Lin Kuan, and the others looked into the distance with hope in their eyes, and gradually turned into ice sculptures. Lin Kuan still maintained his fleeing posture, but his body was frozen in mid-air, and there was a frightened expression on his face. Next to him, Lord Yu also became a statue. At this moment, the entire Sword Lake Mansion turned into an ice palace, flashing with a cold light under the sun. In the distance, Lin Xian looked at the building that had turned into ice, and he felt uncomfortable. Don't look at it, it's just ice. When you are strong enough, you can completely remove the ice. Lord Alcohol advised, the most important thing now is to escape. Otherwise, who will save Sword Lake Mansion in the future? Lin Xian's eyes regained light. Yes, only when I am strong can I save Sword Lake Mansion. Grandpa, second uncle, wait for me to come back. Lin Xian turned into a black lightning bolt and quickly ran into the distance. His crisis had not been resolved. Lord Yu had formed his head in the sky earlier, and everyone within a radius of tens of thousands of meters saw it. Countless black-robed men chased after him, and a terrifying aura attacked him. Wind Slayer Thunder Clap Lightning Storm, Lin Xian kept striking out silver thunderbolts, forcing the black-robed men around him to retreat. Fortunately, he had enough spirit wine, which allowed him to maintain his spirit energy. The pursuit continued. During this period, a few mid-harmonious spirit realm experts arrived, and Lin Xian escaped by a hair's breadth. 10 days later, he arrived at the Qing province. Disciples wearing the Tsong family's uniform followed the black-robed men to patrol the area, looking extremely arrogant. It was obvious that the Tsong family had sided with the Nether Hall. This is Lin Xian's portrait, you must take a good look. We can't let him escape. The Tsong family disciples sneered. Lin Xian was their sworn enemy, and they would be happy if they could kill him. The entire Qing province was under a terrifying investigation. On the 5th day, Lin Xian was discovered. The Tsong family's great elder led a group of people to surround him. Among them were the Tsong family's disciples and the Nether Hall's people. Haha, Lin Xian, it's time for us to settle our debt with you. The Tsong family's great elder sneered. Lin Xian had killed many Tsong family's disciples, and even humiliated him. Today, he could capture Lin Xian with his own hands. This was the happiest thing in his life for the Tsong family's great elder. It seems like it will be difficult to let you go. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Lin Xian pulled out his red flame greatsword. Lin Xian unleashed a terrifying sword intent, and streaks of sword chi slashed in all directions. Everyone retreated in fear. That sword intent made their hearts tremble. Humph, don't think that we're unprepared. The Tsong clan's grand elder sneered. He flipped his palm, and a pitch-black chain appeared in his hand, rattling loudly. At the same time, a black-robed middle-aged man stepped forward and stood beside the Tsong clan's grand elder. In his hand, he held a black flag with a terrifying ghost head painted on it. The two of them stepped forward with a sinister smile. The other disciples moved quickly and formed a formation. Lin Xian's body swayed, and his long sword swayed, drawing a strange trajectory in the air. Gale Lightning Sword, Mountain Break Sword. He immediately used his strongest sword technique. The clouds in the sky tumbled, and a gigantic heavenly sword was formed. A terrifying aura crushed everything in its path. Rumble, the gigantic heavenly sword slashed down, and rows of clouds were sent flying. Strong winds blew in all directions. With one slash, the mountains and rivers were shattered. The Tsang clan's grand elder's face was filled with fear. His body trembled, and he wanted to escape. No. This is impossible. He couldn't believe that Lin Xian, who was just an ant half a year ago, could unleash such a powerful attack. The gigantic heavenly sword fell mercilessly, and everything in front of it was drowned. The ground cracked, mountains collapsed, rivers surged, and the power of wind and thunder roared. When everything calmed down, the people who were chasing after him were all turned into minced meat. The Tsang clan's grand elder's head was buried in the ground, and his eyes were filled with fear and regret. Lin Xian put away his long sword, turned around, and left. The appearance of the Nether Hall was like a disaster, and a bloody wind blew in the land of the Xia. Some factions sent people to the neighboring countries to ask for help. In the end, they found that it wasn't just the Xia. Even the neighboring countries were in chaos. In the Shadow Country, the Purple Demon Palace was the first to start the war. They called themselves the Purple Demon Hall and cooperated with the Nether Hall to occupy the Shadow Country. Not long after, everyone received even more despairing news. The Purple Demon Hall and the Nether Hall were both halls of a certain faction, and this terrifying faction was called the Black Dragon Sect. A month later, a figure quickly landed in the Xia. He had a terrifying aura, and it covered the entire sky. At this moment, the experts of the various factions felt a shocking aura. Spirit Detecting Realm. A Spirit Detecting Realm expert has actually arrived. The Spirit Detecting Realm was a realm above the Spirit Transformation Realm. Their methods were heaven-defying. There wasn't a single spirit detecting expert in the entire Xia country. Now that one had appeared, how could they resist? A few days later, a 2-star family in the Fire Province vowed to fight to the death. In the end, that spirit detecting realm martial artist arrived and destroyed that family with a single palm strike. A crater that was a few thousand meters deep appeared on the ground. The entire clan had been razed to the ground, and not a single person had escaped. This news seemed to have grown wings as it quickly spread throughout the entire Xia country. The various forces sighed and felt a strong sense of powerlessness. That 2-star aristocratic family had 6 harmonious spirit realm warriors, and one of them was very close to the spirit transformation realm, reaching the peak of harmonious spirit realm. However, even so, they were unable to escape. All of them died under that terrifying palm. The various forces surrendered one after another and were quickly taken over by the Netherworld Hall. One person was enough to intimidate the entire country. This was the power of a spirit-detecting expert, Longzhou, Sword Pool Mansion. The current Sword Pool Mansion had turned into a huge ice palace, emitting a terrifying cold air. A few black-robed men stood nearby. One of them had a strong aura, causing the surrounding air to distort. "Is the Ghost General sealed inside?" The black-robed man with the terrifying aura asked. "Sir Yan, the Ghost General is indeed sealed inside." A black-robed man beside him quickly replied. His aura wasn't any weaker than the Ghost General who had attacked the Sword Pool Mansion. A spirit transformation expert was actually speaking in such a humble manner. Anyone who saw this would be shocked to the point that their jaws would drop. Needless to say, that Sir Yan in the middle was the spirit-detecting expert who had made the entire Xia country submit. Only such an expert could make a spirit-transforming realm martial artist be willing to be his subordinate. What a pure frost energy. I didn't expect such a method to appear in such a remote area. Sir Yan's tone was slightly moved. "Sir, you can't open it?" The Nether General beside him was shocked. "I can't open it." Sir Yan shook his head. "I can't even forcefully destroy it. I'm afraid only the Hall Master can do it." "Hall Master?" The Nether General sucked in a breath. He didn't expect a small sword pool mansion to be so difficult to deal with. "Then what about the item that the Hall Master gave us?" the Nether General asked. Sir Yan's gaze gradually turned cold, I heard that someone came out of the Lin clan's ancestral grounds and successfully escaped from the Ghost General. This person might have gotten what we want, so we must find him." As he said this, Sir Yan's aura suddenly became sharp. The demonic clouds behind him churned, transforming into countless ferocious evil spirits. Everyone's heart trembled, and they hurriedly agreed, afraid that they would anger this temperamental Sir Yan. In the following days, the search for Lin Xian became even more intense. Not only Xia country, but all the neighboring countries were also anxiously searching, forming a terrifying net. And such a tight search was also effective. 10 days later, within the borders of Rain country, someone discovered Lin Xian's tracks. Immediately, people from the Purple Demon Hall and Nether Hall quickly moved out to capture Lin Xian. If they could capture Lin Xian, it would definitely be a great merit. At that time, if Sir Yan could reward them with 1 or 2 treasured weapons or martial arts, they would be rich. Rain country, in the primeval forest. A golden figure was moving quickly, like a small mountain. On top of the golden figure, there was a blurry figure sitting. This figure was Lin Xian, and the figure sitting on top of him was Xiao Jin. According to Lin Xian's plan, since he was going to escape anyway, he might as well go to the Pill King Valley. Moreover, he still had a half-year agreement with the old man de Quebec. Thus, he followed the path he came from, but he didn't expect that he would still be discovered. Behind him, there were 2 groups of people quickly chasing after him. Among them were people from the Purple Demon Hall. Their purple demon eyes played a role, and they could always find Lin Xian's tracks. Fortunately, the people chasing after him were at the harmonious spirit realm. Lin Xian was still able to deal with them. However, as time passed, more groups of people appeared around him, forming a circle and gathering around him. In the direction that Lin Xian was heading towards, there was also a group of people. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He planned to take the initiative and seize the opportunity. Putting away Xiao Jin, Lin Xian shook the cloak on his body and turned into a ray of black light, rushing out. In front of him, a young man with a devilish appearance sneered. In his eyes, there was a blood-red color. Bloodline power, purple demon bloodline. 2 blood pillars spurted out from his eyes like divine spears, extremely fierce. This young man was Ziyi. After coming out from the levitating island, he finally advanced to the harmonious spirit realm with the advantage of his bloodline. This time, when he heard that they were going to capture Lin Xian, he was the first to sign up and was very enthusiastic. "Lin Xian, I will personally torture you to death. Only then can I relieve the hatred in my heart." The purple-haired Ziya's eyes turned red when he saw Lin Xian. Without saying a word, he used his powerful bloodline martial technique. He had already seen through Lin Xian's cultivation with his purple demon eyes. In his opinion, a half-step harmonious spirit realm was not worth mentioning. Moreover, he didn't know what happened in Sword Pool Prefecture. Therefore, Ziyi thought that this attack could take away Lin Xian's life. Lin Xian naturally noticed Ziyi. Seeing that Ziyi had used his strongest bloodline martial technique, he didn't dare to be careless. Sword of Soul. He moved forward quickly. Inscriptions appeared in his right eye as he continued to merge with the great dragon sword intent in his body. Wing after 12 times, the 2 merged perfectly. A translucent sword chi covered in dragon scales and even emitted a dragon's roar as it charged towards the crimson light. The Sword of Soul was originally a forbidden technique. It was powerful and strange. With the addition of the great dragon sword intent, its power had reached its peak. This attack was enough to kill an early harmonious spirit expert. Ka***, 2 blood-colored light beams collided with the Sword of Soul, causing countless cracks to appear. Then, under Ziya's horrified gaze, the Sword of Soul shattered. "Impossible!" Ziyi screamed. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He was a harmonious spirit expert. His bloodline could easily kill an expert of the same level. However, this powerful light beam was weaker than glass in front of Lin Xian. Swoosh **, the Sword of Soul shattered the blood-colored light beam and quickly pierced towards Ziyi. Ah! Before the fear on Ziya's face faded, it was replaced by endless pain. His entire face was distorted. Sword of Wind Emperor. Sword light flashed. The power of wind and lightning surged. The sword seemed to have turned into lightning. Asterisk puff asterisk the tip of the sword was cold. It cut through Ziya's skin and sent his head flying. Before his death, he was still thinking about one thing. Why was Lin Xian's sword of soul so powerful? He was just a second-grade inscription master. From Ziya's attack to his head flying, only a blink of an eye had passed. When the disciples of Purple Demon Hall regained their senses, Lin Xian had already arrived beside them. Purple demon eyes. Unparalleled illusion. Everyone's eyes flickered, forming a soul force. Lin Xian squinted his right eye. The soul sword just now had caused him to feel a piercing pain in his right eye, so he didn't dare to use any forbidden attacks. However, these illusions could not harm him. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded within his body. Lin Xian ignored all illusionary attacks. At the same time, silver lightning runes appeared on his body, causing lightning to surge around him. Sudden thunder. The long sword was raised high. Silver lightning flickered on the edge of the sword as it flew into the sky. Suddenly, small dark clouds appeared in the sky. Crack, under the control of Lin Xian's long sword, a thick bolt of lightning struck down from the dark clouds and struck the crowd. Rumble, everyone was struck by lightning. Their bodies trembled, and many of their spirit armors were shattered. Some of the weaker ones were directly turned into charcoal. The rest of the warriors were alarmed. Just who were they chasing? How terrifying was he? He had actually killed Ziyi, who was so powerful, with just a raise of his hand. For a moment, these martial artists felt fear in their hearts and did not dare to make a move. However, Lin Xian obviously had no intention of letting them go. After the lightning strike, Lin Xian quickly moved and used the 7 steps of the dragon counterattack. Silver lightning flickered on his body as Lin Xian took a step forward. Bang, like a sudden clap of thunder, everyone's heart unconsciously pounded. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After 3 consecutive steps, Lin Xian's feet seemed to have a magical power as they stepped on everyone's hearts. Suddenly, 3 warriors' hearts shattered into pieces. They vomited blood and died. The remaining 4 were also pale and their bodies were on the verge of collapse. However, the horrifying footsteps continued. The 4th step, he stepped on a warrior's head and directly crushed him. The 5th step, Lin Xian's feet stepped between 2 people. Like a heavenly blade, the 2 of them were sent flying. At this moment, there was only one harmonious spirit realm warrior left in the group who was bitterly holding on. The 6th step, the shadow of a silver dragon formed under his feet. Purple evil void shattering. That warrior resisted before his death. He punched out with both of his fists, creating a purple light. Bang, the silver foot fell like a dragon claw, tearing the purple light apart. Puff puff puff, that harmonious spirit realm warrior was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He stood straight, but his eyes had lost their light. In an instant, the group that was trying to stop Lin Xian was all dead. The warriors at the back gasped. Many of them subconsciously slowed down their steps. It was too terrifying. One man with 1 sword actually slaughtered the entire group. One had to know that there were 2 harmonious spirit realm warriors in the group. One of them even had the power of the bloodline. Lin Xian's footsteps did not stop. His body was like a silver dragon as he quickly ran into the distance. What should we do? Should we still chase? Someone asked with a trembling voice. Everyone was silent. They did not want to meet such a ruthless person again. During this period of time, they had been chasing after people all day long. They had chased after quite a few geniuses, but none of them were like Lin Xian, who could slaughter an entire group in the blink of an eye. Chase. At least within the borders of Rain Country, we cannot give up. Someone said in a deep voice. Failure to complete the mission and failure to complete the mission are 2 different results. Hearing this, everyone's body trembled. They once again chased after Lin Xian. However, their speed was 3 times slower than before. A few days later, Lin Xian finally left Rain Country and arrived at Sky Eagle Country. After entering Sky Eagle Country, the number of people chasing after him decreased significantly. It was obvious that the forces of Netherworld Hall and Purple Demon Hall were still in the middle countries near Xia Country. A big country like Sky Eagle Country had not been invaded yet. After 3 months of running, Lin Xian was physically and mentally exhausted. He wanted to find a place to rest. Arriving at an uninhabited mountain range, Lin Xian opened up a cave and went in. Xia country, Long province. When Lord Yan heard that everyone had returned without success, his face was gloomy. You're saying that Lin Xian has entered Sky Eagle country? Yes. Hearing Lord Yan's question, that martial artist answered with a trembling voice, we chased after him all the way and indeed saw that brat enter Sky Eagle country. Lord, that brat's attacks were fierce and he had a demonic beast as his mount. We really couldn't catch up. Humph, trash. Lord Yan's eyes focused on the black-robed man who was kneeling on the ground. That martial artist felt his body tighten as if an invisible force was tearing him apart. A moment later, he was torn into several pieces. His blood evaporated in front of Lord Yan's eyes. There were only bloodstains on the ground. Nothing else was left behind. The surrounding martial artists of Netherworld Hall trembled. That was a harmonious spirit realm martial artist, and he died just like that. Not even a bit of flesh was left behind. This kind of method was too terrifying. I don't want to hear the reason. I only want the result. That brat can't be caught. Go and explain to the Hall Master. Lord Yan snorted. Hearing the two words Hall Master, everyone lowered their heads even more. Lord, Sky Eagle country is not one of our forces yet. If we attack recklessly, it might cause Sky Eagle country to retaliate. What did that brat take? Why must we capture him? Not only was the Netherworld general curious, but the other warriors were as well. Logically speaking, Lin Xian wasn't an important figure. There was no need for them to put in so much effort to capture him. Lord Yan's expression was gloomy as he looked coldly at the Netherworld general without a trace of emotion. The Netherworld general's heart skipped a beat. He felt as though a sharp sword had pierced through his heart. Lord, please calm down. I'll instruct them to do it now, the Netherworld general said with his head lowered. All you need to know is that this item is wanted by the higher-ups. Even the Hall Master is only following orders. Following orders? Hall Master? Everyone was alarmed as they didn't dare make any wild guesses. Lord Yan, don't worry. We will definitely do our best to capture that punk, the group quickly said. Heavenly Eagle Kingdom, in a huge forest. Lin Xian opened his eyes. After a day and night of recuperation, his body had completely recovered. Putting away the red flame sword, Lin Xian summoned Little Gold and ran into the distance. 3 days later, he was besieged again. This time, the battle ended quickly. However, Lin Xian restrained a warrior and used his ocular technique to gather information. Spirit detecting realm warrior. When he learned that a peerless expert had descended upon the Xia kingdom, his heart leaped to his throat. The Xia kingdom has completely fallen. It looks like I won't be able to return anytime soon. Lin Xian's expression was ugly. What infuriated him even more was that the spirit-detecting realm warrior had given the order to capture him. Damn it, why is he spending so much effort to capture me? Back then, those people from the Nether Hall also wanted to enter my family's ancestral land. Could they be looking for something? Lin Xian was puzzled. Don't forget where you obtained your first great dragon seal. Lord Alcohol reminded him. Lin Xian stroked his chin. Of course, he wouldn't forget that he obtained his first great dragon seal from the bronze coffin. And the people buried in the coffin were members of the Black Dragon cult. Could it be that they know that there is a great dragon seal in the ancestral land? Lin Xian guessed. Yes, that must be it. It looks like they are after the great dragon sword. Lin Xian gathered all the clues and came to this conclusion. You have to be careful. You must not leak the news of the great dragon sword. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. Lord Alcohol said. You can't let anyone know that you have the great dragon mark. Lin Xian nodded. He naturally understood this. Just the Nether Hall alone was enough to give him a headache. If others were to find out about it, there would probably be no place for him in this world. I can't stay here any longer, I have to get to Pilking Valley as soon as possible. After patting Xiao Jin, Lin Xian transformed into a streak of golden light and shot into the distance. Xiao Jin grew very quickly. He was now 3 meters tall and his body was covered with golden lines. He looked like a small golden mountain. Its speed was comparable to a mid-harmonious spirit warrior, and as a demon beast, its stamina was even stronger. Wooji Wooji the little white monkey sat on top of Little Gold's head, constantly giving out orders. The group left quickly and headed towards Sky Mountain Country. In fact, other than Lin Xian, the disciples of Xia Country and the surrounding sects were also fleeing. Leng Yidao, Ice Fairy, and the rest were also chased out of Xia Country, fleeing to a stronger country. 1.5 months later, Lin Xian finally arrived at the border of Sky Eagle Country. The overflowing Profoundine River was eerie and terrifying, emitting a terrifying aura. Standing on the riverbank, one couldn't see the other side at all. All he could see was the murky yellow river water. On the riverbank, there was a majestic pier with dozens of people waiting inside. This was the official ferry, and there were guards from Sky Eagle Country on both sides. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't want to go to the private ferry, but for some reason, there were many people waiting at the nearby private ferry. If he wanted to line up, he would have to wait until next month. Lin Xian was being chased. He couldn't wait. Rather than that, he might as well take the official boat. At the border of Sky Eagle Country, there were no people from the Nether Hall for the time being. Moreover, it had been half a year since he did what he did in Sky Mountain Country. Those people might have already given up. After paying the fare, Lin Xian entered the waiting area. He retracted his aura and acted normal, so he didn't attract anyone's attention. Standing at the side, Lin Xian glanced at the martial artists nearby. He found that there were a few harmonious spirit realm martial artists, while the rest were half-step harmonious spirit realm or ordinary sea of spirit realm martial artists. Withdrawing his gaze, Lin Xian closed his eyes and pondered. Not long after, the surroundings suddenly became noisy, as if something had happened. Lin Xian opened his eyes and looked around. On the continent behind him, there was a big bird with a body as red as blood flying quickly. Its wings flapped, stirring up the wind and clouds. So terrifying, this bird can actually mobilize the spirit chi in all directions. Could it be a 6th-rank demonic beast? 6th-rank demonic beast, isn't that the same as a harmonious spirit realm martial artist? Look, there are people on it. Everyone looked over, and sure enough, they saw several figures sitting on top of it. Puff puff, the fiery red feathers were like agate, crystal clear. The terrifying demonic bird's speed became slower and slower, and finally landed on the ground. Whoosh, with a flap of its wings, a wave of heat spread out like a sea of fire. Everyone felt their faces become hot, as if they were in a molten lava. The terrifying temperature was roasting their bodies. Many martial artists quickly circulated their spirit energy to form a spirit armor, and subconsciously took a few steps back. This temperature was nothing to Lin Xian. He didn't dodge, but curiously looked at the big fiery red bird. It's a vermilion bird. An older harmonious spirit realm martial artist recognized it. Legend has it that the vermilion bird has a thin bloodline of the vermilion bird. It's an extremely precious demonic bird. Everyone understood, and their eyes became even more envious. 3 martial artists walked down from the back of the vermilion bird. The one in the middle was a beautiful girl in red. She had a graceful figure, fair skin, and a peerless appearance. However, her expression was arrogant, and she didn't put the crowd in her eyes. Beside the girl were 2 old men, one tall and the other short. The tall one was as thin as a bamboo pole, and the short one was as fat as a ball. It was very strange. However, no one dared to look down on them, because they were emitting the terrifying aura of a harmonious spirit realm martial artist. The 2 strange old men stood beside the girl, looking like her servants. Who is this girl? Not only does she have a strange demonic bird, but she also has a harmonious spirit realm subordinate. I don't know, she should be a disciple of a big power who came out to play. Everyone was discussing, and many of them secretly looked at the girl in red. Unexpectedly, the girl in red turned her head and glared at those peeping disciples. Those peeping martial artists felt a stinging pain in their eyes, as if their bodies were being roasted by fire. They knew how powerful the girl was, so they all lowered their heads, not daring to look again. Lin Xian saw clearly that the girl in red had also entered the harmonious spirit realm. She was not a simple character. However, this had nothing to do with him. His main task now was to cross the river. Half an hour later, the shadow of a black boat appeared on the river. End of chapter 313. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.